After her rebirth, the Empress acquired the God Slayer system, simply by following the system's missions to eliminate the male protagonist. She could obtain fragments of divinity, however, the seemingly straightforward task ended in failure time and again. Although the man had only awakened an F-grade ability, it was a heaven-defying talent called As You Wish. Anything he deemed reasonable could become reality. But currently, the trigger rate was only a 0.01% chance. As a transmigrator, I said to myself, if I throw in 3 extra dog heads, it would be quite reasonable for your ability to jump from F-grade to X-grade. Unexpectedly, my casual remark actually triggered that 0.01% chance. The next second, the talent notification sounded. As a distinguished transmigrator plus 3 dog heads, it is very reasonable for the As You Wish ability to upgrade from F-grade to X-grade, with the X-grade conceptual ability. Truth of words, everything I say will become reality with the trigger chance boosted to 99.9%. Meanwhile, Su Wanling was filled with shock in her eyes. She couldn't believe that she had actually been reborn. Before her rebirth, she was the strongest Empress of Blue Star, but now she had become a minor maid to Lin Fan. Far from feeling repulsed, she was even more excited. The first mission the system provided was for her to kill Lin Fan, and the reward was a fragment of the God Slayer's divinity, something she had only heard of in her previous life. Although the mission stipulated that she couldn't use her powers or strength as a future empress, if she couldn't even eliminate a mere wasteful young master, what was the point of being reborn? She didn't think much about it. A flicker of apology crossed her eyes before she quickly hid it away. After all, he was just a wasteful young master, not worth her remorse. Now she just needed to wait for Lin Fan to return and make his departure as painless as possible. On the other side, originally the eldest young master of the Lin family among the 4 great families of Kyoto, was not only a playboy but had also awakened the most rubbish F-grade ability yesterday. My cousin Lin Outyen, in his bid to take over my fiancé, didn't hesitate to set a deadly trap through his woman. Eventually, my original self died. Now, as I observed my kidney oozing red fluid, I began to muse. My kidneys are strong and my body is healthy. This is very reasonable. As soon as the words left my mouth, an indescribable power enveloped my body. In an instant, the wound on my kidney began to heal visibly fast. And even the scars began to fade away. Moments later, I left the unnamed hotel and headed towards the Lin family home. As remembered, this world wasn't much different from the original, just populated with flying fire-breathing people. And even some pets from another world. As I approached the grand gates of the Lin household, my heart filled with anticipation. Upon entering, the fragrant aroma kept wafting over. Even though I had understood the enormity of the Lin family, seeing it with my own eyes still left me in awe. True to being one of the 4 great families of Kyoto, after spending 3 hours consulting, I headed towards the room in my memory. Unconsciously, I arrived at a delicate door. Just as I was about to push it open, I heard a clanging sound from inside. Perhaps there was a maid inside, but surely there couldn't be any assassination attempts, right? With this thought, I paused momentarily. After a brief contemplation, I softly stated, as a transmigrator, I should be favored by fate. Any danger I encounter should logically turn into safety. Having said that, I no longer worried and pushed the door open. Su Qingwan's eyes were filled with shock. She had actually been reborn. In her previous life, she was the strongest empress of the Blue Star, unrivaled by anyone. Now, she found herself transformed back into Lin Xian's little maid. Far from feeling repulsed, she trembled slightly with surprise and delight. In this life, she vowed to break free from her own shackles and completely eliminate those despicable foes. However, she had an even more important task at hand. Indeed, after her rebirth, she had awakened a system, and the first task it assigned was for her to kill Lin Xian. The reward was a fragment of the God of Slaughter's divine essence, something she had only heard of in her past life. But the system informed her that she couldn't use her special abilities or strength, no matter, as the future empress, if she couldn't even kill a spoiled young master. What was the point of being reborn? If I kill Lin Xian, how can I escape unscathed? Su Qingwan finally voiced her concern. Do not worry, host, this system will ensure your safe escape. You only need to complete the task, the system reassured her. Su Qingwan nodded faintly. She didn't ask what the penalty for failure was, because there was simply no need to. Now she just had to wait for Lin Xian to return. With a creak, the light outside instantly shone on Su Qingwan's face. Lin Xian had just pushed open the door and was greeted by the sight of her squinting against the bright light. He then took the opportunity to scrutinize this little maid. Her hair like seaweed casually draped over her shoulders, her pale skin under the sunlight seemed even more like delicate porcelain. Her exquisite features were strikingly beautiful, especially the tear mole at the corner of her eye, which added a touch of icy allure. Not bad, Lin Xian murmured, appreciating the beautiful sight before him, occasionally nodding in approval. Feeling his eyes blatantly roaming over her, Su Qingwan felt a wave of discomfort. She slowly lowered her head to hide the coldness in her eyes. "Young master, it's time to change your clothes," she said in a voice as gentle as water, snapping Lin Xian out of his reverie. He glanced at his somewhat tattered clothes. Had he not removed the bloodstains, they would surely have drawn much attention. Qingwan, go get my clothes," Lin Xian said casually, scanning the room before sitting on the bed. Waiting for Su Qingwan to prepare his attire, Su Qingwan's brow furrowed slightly. It was the first time she heard him address her in such a manner, and a trace of oddity flickered through her heart. Hadn't he always called her by her name before? Yet she didn't dwell on it, heading straight for the wardrobe. A hint of apology flashed in her eyes for a moment, but it was quickly suppressed. After all, he was just a spoiled young master, hardly worth her regret. With a calm expression, Su Qingwan reached into the wardrobe, feeling the cool touch of something. Her lips curved slightly, and then she hid it underneath Lin Xian's clothes. "It's time to send you on your way," she thought. What's going on? Why can't I get out?" A rattling noise echoed through the air as Su Qingwan realized she was stuck in the cabinet. What on earth was happening? Where is everyone? Lin Xian, hearing the noise, came looking, only to find his little maid missing. Looking down, he saw a round bare bottom sticking out, pertly raised and wiggling shamelessly. "I think I'm stuck." Su Qingwan couldn't get out and had to ask for help in a low voice, but the thought of a lecher outside staring at her backside filled her with shame, and soon her face was burning red. "What's wrong?" Hearing Lin Xian's somewhat puzzled voice, Su Qingwan thought she had been discovered, her heart suddenly tightening. Lin Xian closely observed the wiggling behind, glanced at the narrow wardrobe, and then realized with a sudden insight, a hint of envy in his eyes. "Oh Qingwan, how did you get such peachy buttocks? Teach me sometime, will you?" Su Qingwan, hearing Lin Xian's words, shuddered violently, anger making her bump her head. There, what's the rush? Let this young master help you out," Lin Xian said, and Su Qingwan felt a pair of strong hands grasp her slender waist, making her body shiver and her ears turn red. "This pervert. Please, just get me out," Su Qingwan said with a face full of humiliation, her disdain and disgust for Lin Xian deepening. "Qingwan, it might hurt a bit, just endure it for a moment, it'll be over soon." Lin Xian felt like he was holding marshmallows, his grip loosened slightly, then with a bit of force he sank in deeper. "Young master, please hurry." Su Qingwan's eyes filled with murderous intent. A proud empress, never before humiliated like this, she vowed to kill this debauchee. Suddenly Lin Xian pulled hard, and Su Qingwan felt her body start to move backward, quickly freeing herself from the cabinet. Her face lit up with relief, eager to forget that embarrassing pose. "Qingwan, be careful, don't fall on me." Due to the excessive force, Lin Xian began to fall uncontrollably, but not before he cast a concerned look at Su Qingwan, who might fall too. Su Qingwan, secretly pleased, even using a bit of her martial strength, pressed heavily towards Lin Xian. "Crush you, you pervert. How could this empress ever be crushed beneath you?" But just as she thought this, her foot suddenly twisted, and then her body fell in an extremely strange position, landing right behind Lin Xian. "No way." Su Qingwan's pupils dilated, her mind not even having time to be shocked before her body heavily hit the ground. Since she had used some force just now, she involuntarily let out a muffled groan, but that wasn't the end, as Lin Xian also fell right on top of her. Feeling her stomach pressed heavily by Lin Xian's backside, her murderous intent couldn't be contained any longer, almost becoming tangible. Absolutely, she must kill this man. Suddenly, with a clatter that instantly snapped both their attentions back, Su Qingwan's face changed in an instant. As her gaze flickered to the side, she caught sight of a dagger gleaming ominously. Observing Lin Xian's dark and unpredictable expression, Su Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. She quietly gathered strength in her hands, fixating on every move Lin Xian made. Even the fact that Lin Xian was still nonchalantly sitting on her stomach seemed momentarily forgotten. Lin Xian, perhaps too comfortable in his position, did not think of getting up at first. The sound of the cold weapon falling had caught his attention abruptly. "Qingwan, truly you are a remarkable maid," he commented as he stood up, picked up the dagger and gently caressed its sharp blade, quite pleased with himself. Sharp enough," he murmured. Su Qingwan slowly stood up, her fists clenched and a dangerous glint in her eyes. Just as she thought about how it could be used to slice fruit, she saw Lin Xian actually walk over to the table and start peeling a peach. "Speaking of peaches, I'm actually quite craving one. Qingwan, would you like some?" Lin Xian asked earnestly as he ate, holding the sharp dagger, his expression a mix of sincerity and naivety. Su Qingwan's body relaxed slightly, and she let out an awkward laugh. "No thank you, enjoy it, young master." Watching him relish the peach, Su Qingwan wondered if he might actually be a fool. Lin Xian savored the world's peaches, commenting with relish, sweet enough, juicy enough. Whether intentionally or not, he stared intently at her as he spoke, making Su Qingwan feel a flush of embarrassment. Qingwan, I heard you've also awakened your special ability. How is it? Being my maid, you must be at least SSS tier, right? Lin Xian suddenly asked with a hint of interest. Su Qingwan was speechless. What do you mean, being your maid? She thought, annoyed. He was so full of himself, despite awakening the weakest F-tier ability, and still acted so arrogantly. Indeed, she had awakened an SSS tier ability, and thinking of this, she wanted to put Lin Xian firmly in his place, lifting her head. Slightly she feigned indifference to answer the young master. Qingwan indeed has awakened an SSS tier ability. She emphasized SSS tier, and after she finished she could already imagine Lin Xian's dumbfounded expression. However, Lin Xian simply nodded lightly. SSS tier, not bad. At least you haven't disgraced me. I wouldn't want people saying that my maid is just a vase. Watching Lin Xian talk with such authority, Su Qingwan felt an itch in her teeth with frustration. How dare he, an F-tier nobody'd be so picky? Shouldn't you be secretly delighted to have an SSS level maid? Shouldn't there be a glow of pride on your face? What's with that look of slight disdain? Am I not worthy as your empress? Even with her past life's experience as an empress, she had never seen someone as peculiar as Lin Xian. Ultimately, she chalked it up to him just putting on a brave front, all for the sake of saving face. What kind of special ability is it? Is it powerful? Lin Xian asked again. Su Qingwan replied calmly, young master, it's an ice element ability, absolute zero, mediocre at best. Although it can't compare to me, it barely qualifies her to be my little maid. Su Qingwan had grown numb to Lin Xian's boasting. All she wanted now was to see his face when he revealed his F-level ability in front of everyone. Would he still look as unperturbed as he does now? Just thinking about him getting embarrassed brought a slight smile to her face. Qingwan, why are you standing there grinning foolishly? Come here and help me change. It was then that Su Qingwan snapped back to reality, only to find that Lin Xian had already undressed, his muscular torso exposed before her, making her cheeks flush red. You. Just then, a voice came from outside. Young master, the family head is calling for you. Lin Xian glanced at Su Qingwan, who was still in a daze, and stuffed his clothes into her hands. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help me dress, my father is waiting. Su Qingwan bowed her head slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Yes, young master. Despite her internal disdain, she quickly helped him dress. Lin Xian, satisfied with his neatly arranged clothes, nodded and prepared to meet his so-called father. Before leaving, he turned suddenly to Su Qingwan, who was still standing there lost in thought, and urged, what are you spacing out for? Come on, I have to go too. Su Qingwan, still caught up in the strange sensation that had traveled through her fingertips earlier, was surprised to hear that she was to accompany him, something he had never allowed before. As my little maid, isn't it normal for you to follow closely behind me at all times? Su Qingwan felt humiliated inside but followed Lin Xian, glaring at him with resentment. Suddenly Lin Xian turned around and she quickly put on a smiling face. That's more like what a good maid should look like. Su Qingwan clenched her fist slightly. Soon, they arrived at the doorstep of the Lin family head. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and stepped right in, immediately seeing a burly, stern-faced, middle-aged man standing at the door, his adoptive father Lin Zhang. As soon as he arrived, Lin Zheng frowned slightly and spoke in a deep voice, Xian, I know you're hurting inside, and I understand what an F-level ability means. I know what you're thinking. Seeing no sign of despair on Lin Xian's face, he thought he was just putting on a brave front and said with some heartache, Xian, don't worry. Your father won't abandon you just because you've awakened an F-level ability. You don't have to worry about me looking down on you for it. I'm not that kind of person. After saying this, he even stepped forward to pat Lin Xian on the shoulder, symbolically wiping away a tear. Lin Xian was slightly moved. According to the typical plot of novels, even his own father from the Lin family should have looked down on him. Father Lin Xian began slowly, wanting to say something, but Lin Zhang waved his hand, a look of understanding on his face. Xian, no need to speak. Rest assured, I have prepared 100,000 top-grade Qi blood pills for you, so what if it's an F-grade? My son Lin Zhang's son will never lack resources. Isn't it just a warrior? I'll stack them up for you. Lin Xian felt a bit embarrassed. 100,000 Qi blood pills and all top-grade at that. His father really spoiled him. Father, actually your son isn't as incapable as you think, Lin Xian whispered secretly to Lin Jing, edging closer to his ear. Actually, besides awakening the F-grade ability, I've also awakened the ancient holy body. Ancient holy body? Lin Zheng suddenly exclaimed, causing Su Qingwan, who had been standing by the side, to shift her thoughts. Ancient holy body. Her face remained expressionless, but inside a storm was brewing. How could it be possible? How could this terrible person awaken the ancient holy body? She remembered that in her previous life Lin Xian had died quickly. If he truly had the ancient holy body, he shouldn't have remained so obscure. Watching his father's shocked expression, Lin Xian with a steady face said, "Should keep it down. I'm afraid if some villains hear about it, they might get jealous and want to kill me." "What then?" "Oh right, Lin Zhang, taking in Lin Xian's serious demeanor, began to believe him. After checking that there were only the three of them around, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Three." His gaze slowly turned to Su Qingwan, who was all ears, her eyes narrowing slightly. Su Qingwan immediately felt a chill run down her spine, growing nervous. "No worries, Qingwan is my little maid, one of us," Lin Zhang said, seemingly to prove his earlier claim was true. Then he asked, "Father, how many qi blood pills do you currently have on you?" 100,000. Why? Lin Zhang took out a ring, somewhat puzzled. Lin Xian took it, pulled out a qi blood pill, and without a word popped it into his mouth. "Xianer, you mustn't spit it out. You must run the heart method when ingesting qi blood pills, especially top-grade ones, or you'll explode and die." Lin Zhang's face was filled with anxiety, while Su Qingwan felt a surge of satisfaction. "Explode? Let this scoundrel die." It was just a pity about her divine fragment. However, the next moment, both heard Lin Xian confidently say, "Explode and die. It's just a top-grade qi blood pill. How can it harm my body, which has battled through wars for years?" With that, he crazily grabbed more pills from the ring, 1 to 10 until 100. Lin Xian felt his body reaching some sort of limit. If he continued, even the truth might not save him. He stopped, savoring the changes emanating from deep within his body as a warm current slowly permeated every part of him. At this moment, Lin Zhang was in complete disbelief, his mouth wide open as if he could fit an entire bed inside. He had never imagined that his son would actually awaken the ancient holy body, a sacred physique of which there was only one other in the great Daxia Empire, and that individual was a man who stood at the pinnacle of Blue Star. "My dear, do you see? I told you Xianer wouldn't let us down." After saying this, Lin Zhang's face for once showed a trace of relief, with tears, as the family pressure he had carried for many years seemed to vanish at that moment. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan looked as if she had swallowed a bitter pill, her expression extremely unsightly. Now, she had no choice but to believe, as no ordinary person could survive after consuming 100 top-tier qi blood pills like that except for a holy body. However, she could not understand how someone who was so useless in his previous life could have become so formidable. Lin Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly feeling refreshed and constantly feeling strength surge within him. He felt as if he could kill a bull with his bare hands. "Xianer, even though it's a holy body, are you sure absorbing so many qi blood pills won't harm you?" Lin Zhang asked worriedly as he observed that Lin Xian's body showed no significant changes. "Dad, have you forgotten that I possess the ancient holy body?" Lin Xian replied. "My body will adapt quickly, and it can even harness the full effects of these pills perfectly." As soon as he finished speaking, a crackling sound came from Lin Xian's body and some impurities started to exude slowly. "Is this the purification unique to martial artists? Could it be Xianyu?" Lin Zhang was so astonished that he was speechless. Su Qingwan shook her head secretly. "No, it's impossible for Lin Xian to have advanced to a martial artist so quickly. This is the unique baptism of the qi blood realm." Even she couldn't help but be internally shocked. There were 3 baptisms before the qi blood realm, and even she in her previous life had only experienced 1. However, looking at the current situation, Lin Xian was very likely to complete all 3. "No, it's the baptism of the qi blood realm, worthy of being my son." Lin Zhang couldn't contain his joy any longer. He then placed his hands on Lin Xian's shoulders, bursting into ecstatic laughter as he discovered that Lin Xian's qi blood value had reached 30. Lin Zhang kept patting his shoulder, laughing wildly. "Good, my son Lin Xian has the makings of a great emperor." Su Qingwan had thought that Lin Xian would now surely be arrogant, but instead he remained indifferent, which totally caught her off guard. Each of them had their thoughts when suddenly a knocking sound came. Lin Zhang straightened up and cleared his throat. "Come in." As the door opened, Lin Jiping couldn't wait to speak. "Uncle Miss Song from the Song family," but his voice stopped abruptly as if someone had cut his vocal cords. This was because Lin Jiping had seen someone he thought he would never see again. Lin Xian, how could he still be alive? Lin Jiping seemed to have his throat seized, his pupils shrinking instantly, watching Lin Xian's sinister smile filled with fear. But then his eyes were covered with deep hatred. What exactly happened? Lin Zhang saw Lin Jiping suddenly speechless, and an unintentional aura of authority enveloped him. Lin Jiping trembled, his forehead covered in cold sweat, worrying about Lin Xian exposing his crimes. He stammered, patriarch, Miss Song from the Song family is waiting outside. She wants to break off the engagement." Upon hearing the words break off the engagement, Lin Zhang suddenly erupted in authority, sending Lin Zhiping flying out of the door. "How dare you!" He scolded. "Matters of engagement are not child's play, moreover, this is a betrothal arranged by our ancestors since childhood." Lin Zhang looked outside at Lin Zhiping, who was dusting himself off, and asked sternly, "Did Song Ming initiate this?" "No, it was Miss Song Yanyan from the Song family who proposed this, and she is waiting at our Lin family's front gate. She said she will keep standing there until she sees you." Lin Zhiping replied respectfully, but his eyes gleamed with triumph when he looked at Lin Xian. Originally he had planned to ask his father to transfer the marriage arrangement to himself. Now that Lin Xian was not dead, he wanted to see Lin Xian humiliated. How absurd! How can she a junior meddle in the marriage arrangement? Lin Zhang's face filled with anger, ready to go out and teach the young girl a lesson. However, Lin Xian stopped him, shook his head and smiled. "She's just a spoiled and unreasonable girl, not worth your personal intervention, father. I'll handle this. The marriage arrangement is between her and me, and it's only right that I deal with it. No matter my decision, father, you will support me." Lin Zhang nodded gently, his eyes full of encouragement. "Qingwan, bring paper and pen," Lin Xian suddenly said. Su Qingwan didn't know what he was planning but complied, quickly bringing the requested items. They then saw Lin Xian writing something on the paper. Soon after he finished, Lin Zhang saw the two large characters on the paper and felt a stir in his heart, but ultimately he couldn't help but agree. Su Qingwan was slightly curious, and she glimpsed the two characters on the paper to divorce. Outside the Lin family's gate, Song Yanyan had a stubborn look on her face, her arrogance obvious, overshadowing her pure and sweet appearance. Song Yanyan of the Song family seeking an audience with the Lin family patriarch. Her firm, arrogant voice echoed in front of the Lin family's main gate, attracting many young nobles of the capital to gather around. "Hey, isn't that Miss Song Yanyan from the Song family? What is she doing looking for the patriarch of the Lin family? I heard she and Lin Xian, the eldest young master of the Lin family, are betrothed. I bet it has something to do with that." It's said that Song Yanyan has awakened an SSS tier supernatural ability, the Sword Heart Clarity, while Lin Xian awakened the lowest F tier ability. I guess Song Yanyan is likely here to break off the engagement. Break off the engagement? Indeed, it's rumored that Song Yanyan, besides being spoiled and unreasonable, is also extremely proud. She definitely wouldn't want to be tied to a useless person. At that moment, everyone murmured and began to quietly await the unfolding of an intriguing scene. Song Yanyan of the Song family was suddenly interrupted by a creaking sound, and soon she saw a man slowly emerging. This man had an extraordinary demeanor, his eyes filled with curiosity about the world and a slight mocking smile on his face. It was Lin Xian, who had already heard Song Yanyan's cold voice. Now, seeing those proud eyes, he immediately became interested. He didn't mind teaching this arrogant girl a lesson. "Who are you?" "I want to see the head of the Lin family," Song Yanyan demanded, glaring at Lin with dissatisfaction in her eyes. "So you are Song Yanyan?" Lin Xian stared at her boldly, then said teasingly, "My fiancé?" Realizing his identity, Song Yanyan looked at Lin Xian's undisguised gaze with disgust. "Are you that awakened F-level waste?" Her voice was loud, her graceful neck held high. She continued, "Listen well, I, Song Yanyan, am here today to break off our engagement." Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, only to boil over in the next moment. The news that the Lin and Song families were breaking off the engagement quickly spread throughout the city, attracting members of other families to watch the drama unfold. Behind Lin Xian, Lin Zhiping watched him maliciously, wishing for Song Yanyan to humiliate him severely. Su Qingwan followed Lin Xian, observing everything with a calm demeanor. Lin Xian was unfazed by the commotion around him. Looking at Song Yanyan, he smiled slightly. "Miss Song, you are so beautiful. If you shout too loudly and your voice becomes hoarse, making you sound unpleasant, who would want you then? Enough talk. I am here today to dissolve our marriage contract." Song Yanyan suddenly stiffened, realizing her originally light and girlish voice had turned hoarse and rough, giving a strong sense of discomfort. "What's going on?" Song Yanyan's eyes flickered with surprise. She glanced at Lin, a man she deemed unworthy, wondering if he was responsible. "Impossible, he's just an F level. It must be because I've been shouting too long." Yet her eyes were filled with cold fury and her voice was hoarse as she continued, "Lin, now you have awakened an F level ability while I am at SSS level. If it weren't for your status as the eldest young master of the Lin family, you wouldn't even be qualified to speak to me. And as for that marriage contract, don't even think about it. She tried to adjust her voice to make it smoother. Lin Xian, observing her pure face producing such an old husky voice, couldn't help but want to laugh. His laughter prompted the young nobles around to laugh as well, and soon the entire street in front of the Lin residence was filled with muffled laughter. See, everyone? You really need to take good care of your throat, or you'll end up sounding like Miss Song here, like a croaking toad. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly as he added, how unpleasant that sounds. Everyone present could no longer hold back their laughter. Even Su Qingwan chuckled lightly, thinking to herself that this guy was really mean. Only Lin Jiping couldn't find anything amusing at all. Song Yanran, clearly unaccustomed to such scenes, flushed with embarrassment. She had intended to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself, but how had she become the clown instead? In a moment of angry embarrassment, she lashed out, Lin Xian, how dare you insult me? You, a nobody raised without a mother, dare to insult me? I bet your unseen mother must be worthless too, for she gave birth to someone as worthless as you. Song Yanran's face turned crimson, and she had never been so publicly humiliated before, her anger burying the last of her rationality. When she saw Lin Xian suddenly stop smiling, the anger inside her dissipated instantly. This loser is really scared. She scoffed coldly, then lifted her pale neck proudly and said, of course I, Song Yanran, am not someone who bullies the weak. I'll give you 1 month. In the trial battle a month from now, if you can defeat me, I won't call off the marriage, otherwise you'll have to obediently break it off. As soon as these words were out, the spectators couldn't sit still anymore. Everyone knew that the difference between an F grade and an SSS grade ability was like heaven and earth. Lin Xian winning her in a trial battle a month later seemed like a fool's dream. The outcome of this bet was already decided. Lin Xian was doomed to lose. Song Yanran wanted to humiliate him openly. Hearing the continuous murmurs around her, Song Yanran felt a surge of satisfaction. She wanted to thoroughly humiliate Lin Xian for making her a laughingstock in front of everyone earlier. Hey, say something, she said, getting angrier as Lin Xian remained silent, her voice rough and agitated. Are you done talking? Lin Xian slowly approached her, stopping just a foot away. Song Yanran didn't understand what he intended to do, but then she suddenly felt a sharp slap on her face. The world seemed to plunge into darkness for her, and she felt a burning pain on her cheek. You dare to hit me? Song Yanran stared at him incredulously, a bright red handprint appearing on her face. A woman not only insulted her future husband but even his mother. Just for that, hitting you is getting off lightly, Lin Xian thought. Song Yanran's insults had not only angered him but even stirred the consciousness that lingered from his original self. He had thought that, like his original self, he wouldn't care about anything, but the intense anger was real and unexpected. Lin Xian was a person who greatly respected his parents, and having transmigrated here, he couldn't deny these parents either. He wouldn't allow anyone to insult them. Feeling that it wasn't enough, while Song Yanran was still stunned, Lin Xian sneakily slapped her again. Slap? How dare you hit me? Even my father has never hit me. Song Yanran's eyes brimmed with tears as she staggered back, her face the picture of aggrievement evoking sympathy. But Lin Xian was not swayed by her display. He looked at her coldly. Not only did I hit you, I am also going to divorce you. You are so spoiled and unreasonable. You do not deserve to be my fiancé. Song Yanran's eyes widened with shock and anger. Upon hearing Lin Xian's threat of divorce, she could no longer contain her humiliation. Trembling with rage, she glared venomously at Lin Xian, and suddenly a long sword appeared in her hand. With a swoosh, the blade was drawn, pointing directly at Lin Xian's face. I'll kill you, you idiot. A chilling coldness burst from the blade, nearly piercing Lin Xian's head. Be careful, young master, Su Qingwan cried out, worried, thinking, hurry, stab him. Lin Xian waved his hand with a faint smile. No worries, 2 fingers are enough. As he spoke, he caught the tip of the sword between 2 fingers. Song Yanran's face showed surprise as she found her sword immovably caught. How is this possible? He's clearly a good-for-nothing. He must have secretly taken some kind of strength pill. Song Yanran thought disdainfully, pulling back her sword forcefully while secretly gathering her internal energy, unleashing a powerful and domineering sword aura from within her. That sword aura enveloped her entire body and eventually converged into the blade. She truly has a triple S grade clear sword heart, such a powerful sword aura. Someone suddenly exclaimed, Lin, unaware of what pill you took to catch my sword, but if you think that's all I have, then I assure you, you're going to suffer a lot. With those words, Song Yanran raised her sword again, her fierce sword aura wildly rampaging, continuously eroding the surrounding air. The sword aura even attempted to devour Lin Xian's flesh and spirit, causing Lin Xian to internally marvel, while a bold idea suddenly formed in his mind. Don't hide it, I too am a swordsmanship prodigy. Watching Lin Xian's mysterious demeanor, Song Yanran's eyes filled with disdain and disgust, and she sneered, "You, a wastrel who indulges in wine and women all day, a swordsmanship prodigy, stop insulting the art of swordsmanship." Lin Xian ignored Song Yanran's insults, although he did not feel any immediate change in himself. He was not surprised. Staring at Song Yanran's shapely figure, he cheekily said, "Speaking of which, I should thank Miss Song. If it weren't for experiencing your sword aura, I wouldn't have realized that I actually possess a high talent in swordsmanship. What kind of sword intent is this?" Swoosh, and I understood. In fact, he hadn't gleaned any insight from her sword aura at all, but he wasn't worried because the words of truth would automatically grant him understanding. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, whether it was an illusion or not, Song Yanran actually felt another sword aura besides her own. This sword aura seemed to originate from the same source as hers but seemed slightly superior. As she puzzled over this, she suddenly noticed that Lin Xian's fingertips were filled with a fierce sword aura. He had actually truly comprehended the sword intent. Why should he, an F-rank nobody, instantly comprehend the sword intent just by glancing at her own? And even more infuriating, his sword intent was not inferior to hers. Song Yanran's spirit nearly shattered under the weight of her disbelief and resentment. She was unwilling to accept this reality. Behind Lin Xian, Su Qingwan stood frozen, her gaze fixed on Lin, lost in thought. What was that in Lin Xian's hand? Sword intent? Impossible. He had merely glimpsed at Song Yanran's sword intent and had understood it instantly. Was mastering sword intent supposed to be this easy nowadays? Even Song Yanran, with her SSS rank enlightened sword heart, hadn't grasped it this quickly. It seemed that when fate closed a door on Lin, it opened a window. He was no longer the useless person he once was. Listening to the continuous praises for Lin Xian from those around her, jealousy and anger swiftly clouded Song Yanran's heart. No longer able to maintain her composure, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she lunged at Lin Xian. Die. Sensing the murderous intent coming his way, Lin Xian remained calm. Feeling the sword intent pulsating at his fingertips, he could even control its form at will. With a mere thought, the sword intent took shape, transforming into a sword that firmly blocked Song Yanran's attack. Sword intent materialized into form. How was this possible? He had just comprehended the sword intent, right? Such terrifying comprehension abilities were perhaps only matched by the legendary sword sage of China, Lin Xian, the young master of the Lin family? Interesting. Not far from the duo, Xiao Molian watched the sword form from Lin Xian's sword intent, his eyes twinkling with a peculiar gleam. Impossible. I possess an SSS rank enlightened sword heart and yet haven't comprehended it. How could you, a mere nobody, have done so? It must be fake. Song Yanran's spirit completely collapsed, unable to fathom how she, so proud and proficient, could be defeated in her proudest domain by someone with merely an F-rank ability. Miss Song, getting so angry isn't good for you. What if it affects your health? Lin Xian said as he continuously parried her attacks, his tone laced with helplessness. Stop your nonsense, you a worthless nobody, I must kill you. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Yanran felt a thick liquid in her throat and then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lin Xian stepped back, touched his forehead, and sighed. Didn't I tell you? It's not good for a girl to lose her temper like this. Tisk, look at this blood. It's quite red. Song Yanran wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her heart filled with confusion. How could this be? Could it really be that she must not get angry? She shook her head in an instant, convinced that her weakness was due to her sleepless night spent comprehending the essence of the sword. Her hatred for Lin Xian grew stronger and the vital energy in her body began to surge uncontrollably. Lin Xian, you useless fool. So what if you have comprehended the sword's form? I have the sword's momentum. Do you have that? As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xian felt the vital energy within her expanding, her aura climbing steadily, even faintly surpassing his, who had already reached a blood level of 30. Sword momentum. It is indeed sword momentum. Someone exclaimed, recognizing the rarity of such an SSS tier ability. Sword momentum? What is that? Another person asked, puzzled. Unlike the sword's essence, the sword's momentum is even harder to comprehend because it acts upon the vital energy, enhancing a warrior's vitality levels. For most people who have just awakened their abilities, their blood levels are usually around 0 to 10, but her sword momentum has forcefully increased her blood level to 30 or even higher. For Lin Xian, who had just awakened and was still adapting to his abilities even with his sword form, it might be hard to withstand her attacks, not to mention that Song Yanran also possessed the sword's essence. Now my blood level has reached 35. Even if you can transform using the sword's essence, how can you harm my physical body? Song Yanran burst out again, even leaving deep footprints on the ground as she clenched her teeth and whispered, "Die." Lin Xian stared at the extraordinary momentum surrounding her, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. She was unwittingly providing him with more rewards. Lin Xian met her attack, marveling at the immense force transmitted from her sword, astonished by how magical the sword's momentum was, enhancing her vitality so significantly. "Your blood level, impossible." The sword in Song Yanran's hand trembled slightly as she refused to believe it. His vitality was only slightly less than hers. How could this be? It was only the second day since his awakening, and even the most suitable SSS tier abilities for cultivating blood levels shouldn't have allowed him to reach a level of 30 so quickly, not to mention that Lin Xian's awakened ability was considered the lowest and F tier. Sensing what Song Yanran might be thinking, Lin Xian elegantly parried her sword techniques while whispering in her ear, "Miss Song, how does it feel to be so humiliated by someone you called trash?" As if he had read her mind, Song Yanran's proud gaze crumbled instantly, her eyes filling with tears of frustration. However, Lin Xian had no intention of letting her off easily. Such arrogance needed to be thoroughly chastised to be memorable, especially since he hadn't forgotten that she had come to break off their engagement. "Honestly, I should thank you," he said with a confident and smug smile on his face as Song Yanran felt a sense of foreboding. Lin Xian continued, "If you hadn't come to show off these treasures, I might never have discovered that I'm a swordsmanship prodigy." As he spoke, he revealed that after observing her sword momentum, something clicked inside him and he had unexpectedly begun to grasp the threshold of sword momentum himself. Feeling an odd sensation gradually spreading across his body, Lin Xian suddenly smiled at Song Yanran and said, "Yanran, isn't this strange? Could it be that I am actually a swordsmanship genius?" After speaking, Lin Xian no longer concealed his aura, which shockingly became similar to Song Yanran's, and his vital energy began to rise rapidly. Song Yanran's face was filled with despair and confusion as she murmured, "Impossible, impossible," until Lin Xian's vital energy finally seemed to stabilize around a value of 60. "Can everyone feel it? Lin Xian's vital energy has actually reached 60. Didn't we all just awaken our abilities yesterday? Why is my vital energy only at 2? If I had a vital energy of 60 I would even be willing to go to Kyoto Ability University." "Are you serious? You're just grabbing whatever you can." Kyoto Ability University is the best ability school in Huaxia, and with your C-level ability I think there's no need for you to even participate in the trial battle a month from now. You might as well just stick to turning screws. I'm off to my morning shift." As the two argued, suddenly someone shouted, "Sword momentum, it's sword momentum!" Just like Lin Xian said, he really grasped the sword momentum in a flash. Such terrifying talent in swordsmanship, even the current sword saint might not be capable of this. Is this really the same person who was once known as the #1 debauched young master of Kyoto? Outside the Lin family's gate, more and more young men gathered, most with skepticism in their eyes. "Impossible, why is this waste a swordsmanship genius?" Song Yanran suddenly stopped what she was doing and her body started to stagger backwards, her face pale as death, mumbling something under her breath. She didn't even notice when the sword in her hand had fallen until something whizzed past her face, causing her to look up. Her hair, previously tied up, cascaded down her shoulders, gently swaying with the sword's energy. Only then did she realize that the sword had somehow ended up in Lin Xian's hands, who then said, "Song Yanran, today I, Lin Xian, will divorce you." A large piece of paper suddenly appeared before Song Yanran, accompanied by a sword that fiercely stabbed into the ground at her feet. The two large characters on the paper, though already anticipated, made her shiver uncontrollably, anger rising in her heart only to be replaced by a profound sense of powerlessness. She had been divorced by a waste. The immense disgrace swept over her entire body, causing her to tremble violently, her eyes lifeless as her pride was shattered bit by bit and her sword intent involuntarily revealed itself, showing signs of losing control. Lin Xian frowned, clearly not expecting this individual's mental resilience to be so poor. He looked as if he was about to succumb to madness, his Dao heart nearly shattered. Just as Lin Xian was about to say something, a powerful aura suddenly immobilized him. "Even if my daughter Yan Yan broke off the engagement, you shouldn't have shattered her Dao heart." A middle-aged man stepped out of the void, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at Lin Xian. "Master Song, during the entire incident I merely slapped her twice in a fit of emotion. Besides that, I didn't touch her at all. You saw it all," Lin Xian argued, struggling against the overwhelming aura, refusing to kneel. Just when he felt a bit relieved, another wave of immense pressure struck him, leaving him gasping for air, veins on his forehead bulging violently. Even words of truth seemed useless. Lin Xian was about to kneel when suddenly an explosion sounded in the air and the oppressive force vanished. Song Ming, you old man, after all this time you come to bully my son? A commanding voice rang out from behind Lin Xian. He knew it was his adoptive father arriving, with a snort seeing Lin Zheng arrive. Song Ming had no choice but to stop. He quickly went to stabilize Song Yanyan's spirit, feeling quite frustrated inside. Indeed, as Lin Xian said, he didn't actually harm Yanyan, the closest he got was whispering in her ear. However, it was indeed Lin Xian who had caused her current state. But how did this boy know I was watching all along? Right from the start, he had been silently observing the drama unfold. Initially, he even fantasized about the engagement being broken off, not wanting his daughter to marry someone deemed a waste due to his F-grade special ability. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian, though an F-grade, unwittingly awakened a talent for swordsmanship, not only deeply embarrassing Yan Yan but also deciding to divorce her, and almost destroyed her Dao heart in the process. Yet he couldn't fix this detestable brat in the end. Song Ming felt extremely distressed. If only he had known, he would have had someone watch over her. Gazing at the divorce decree under Yanyan's feet, Song Ming's frustration grew, though it was just a verbal agreement by their ancestors. However, seeing that decree still provoked his anger, yet thinking that all this was indeed caused by his own daughter, he sighed. He then checked the changes in Song Yanyan's body, his face changing instantly. How is her Dao heart still slowly shattering? Meanwhile, Song Yanyan sat on the ground, her eyes lifeless, mumbling the word useless over and over. Song Ming coldly looked at Lin Zhang, wanting to say something, but then saw Lin Xian shake his head. Master Song, Miss Song is just unable to accept this loss to her pride for the moment. Her Dao heart will not shatter. Enraged, Song Ming snapped, nonsense. Can't you see what you've done to my daughter, Lin Zhang? If anything happens to my daughter, Song Ming will definitely... Song Ming paused mid-sentence as he suddenly noticed his daughter's spiritual heart gradually stabilizing. Lowering his head, he saw that Song Yanran had fainted at some unknown time. Definitely what? Lin Xian scratched his ear, desperately trying to lean closer to hear Song Ming's words. Song Ming, observing the smirks on the faces of Lin Xian and his father, felt even more aggrieved. He snorted coldly, lifted Song Yanran in his arms, and a crack appeared in the void. Before entering, he glanced back, his eyes full of threats, as if to say, don't let me catch you messing up, kid. Then he turned to Lin Zhang and said, old Lin, have you thought this through? This matter is just a scuffle between the kids. Do you really want to call off the engagement with my Song family? A scuffle? Lin Zhang scoffed. Old man, do you really take me for a fool? Your daughter came to my Lin family to break off the engagement so openly, and you claim to be unaware? If it weren't for my son's exceptional talent, he might have been severely humiliated by your daughter. Song Ming's face turned ashen as Lin Zhang continued, moreover, with things having reached this point, do you think the engagement is still appropriate? We might as well call it off. We can always form another alliance later. Song Ming, looking at his daughter's pitiful state in his arms, felt a headache coming on. His daughter was good in many ways, but her stubborn temperament and excessive pride had led to this setback, which could be seen as a lesson for her. He nodded slightly and then disappeared into the void with Song Yanran. Xianer, I never thought you'd be a genius in the way of the sword. You've really given your dad a big surprise. As soon as Song Ming left, Lin Zhang couldn't wait to express his joy. Lin Xian, however, showed a look of disdain and waved his hand dismissively. Old man, you need to learn to keep your cool. It's just some sword intent and momentum. Is it really something to make such a fuss over? Yes, you're right. My vision is indeed short-sighted. It's just sword intent and momentum after all. My son has the makings of a great emperor. Lin Zhang laughed wildly, causing a stir among the young nobles of the capital. What? Did the Lin family head just say something? He said Lin Xian has the makings of a great emperor. Nonsense, just mastering sword intent and momentum and he dreams of becoming a great emperor. Go dream on. It's easy for you to say, why don't you try to grasp it in a flash? In the thousands of years of Blue Star's history, only 10 great emperors have emerged. How dare Lin Xian aspire to be one so easily? Maybe he has also awakened an ancient holy physique. Lin Zhang didn't realize that because of his words Lin Xian would be the talk of the town tomorrow. The drama soon ended and Lin Xian was pulled back to his room by Lin Zhang, who gave him a storage ring that contained the most powerful techniques of the Lin family. As for martial arts and the like, they could only be cultivated after advancing to a martial artist. The moment Lin Xian left the room, he saw Lin Jiping looking down, yet his eyes were maliciously glaring at him. With a faint smile on his face, as if Lin Jiping had never appeared, he said to Su Qingwan, it's getting late, Qingwan, go prepare some food and wait obediently for this young master to return and enjoy it. Although Su Qingwan was not pleased inside, she still nodded gently and hurried away. Watching Lin Xian's indifferent demeanor, Lin Jiping felt a chill in his eyes and his heart became even more uncertain about Lin Xian's thoughts. Cold sweat quickly drenched his back. Finally, he couldn't help but speak. Brother Lin, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all that fool Xiao Mei's doing. She's the one who killed you. None of this has anything to do with me. Watching Lin Jiping's face, Lin Xian still had a smile. Rest assured, I've long forgotten about that matter. Jiping, you really shouldn't worry about that. What you should be thinking about now is how you're going to kill me, right? Suddenly panic appeared on Lin Jiping's face, but then Lin Xian stepped in front of him. If you don't kill me, you'll always feel uneasy, right? You'll be worried day and night that I might kill you. Isn't that right? The smile on Lin Xian's lips seemed devilish to Lin Jiping. Indeed, Lin Xian did not plan to kill him just like that. Instead, he wanted to make him live in fear every day, struggling like a bug only to ultimately die in utter despair. Try hard to kill me, my foolish Odudu. It would be more interesting that way. Lin Xian laughed loudly as he left, leaving Lin Jiping clenching his teeth so hard that his palms almost bled, his eyes filled with dark hatred. Back in Lin Xian's room, Su Qingwan had already prepared the meal, eagerly awaiting Lin Xian's return. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was pondering on the road. After so many tests, he had roughly understood the triggering conditions of the true words. First, the true words could not fabricate non-existent facts. For example, he couldn't claim to have the ancient holy body since he had no connection whatsoever with it, so even the true words couldn't transform him into possessing an ancient holy body, which obviously made no sense. He also discovered that the tolerable range of the true words seemed quite broad. Even if he was completely unfamiliar with the way of the sword, the true words could still help him grasp the essence and even the momentum of the sword. Yet, despite the powerful true words, they were merely an ornament in front of absolute power, as he vividly remembered the helplessness in front of the head of the Song family. Fortunately, he had a doting father and all he lacked now was time. He firmly believed that one day even a powerful figure like the head of the Song family would ultimately be no match for a single finger of his. This thought made Lin Xian look forward to the future. What a wonderful world indeed. Then he pushed open the door and was greeted by Su Qingwan's smiling face and a sumptuous dinner. Having been through so much, he was indeed quite hungry. Lin Xian looked at the sumptuous feast on the table and, without a second thought, sat down to eat heartily. As he devoured the food in front of him, a gentle voice cautioned, "Young master, please eat slowly, be careful not to choke." Suddenly a cup of fine wine appeared in her hand, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Young master, this wine is specially fetched for you, please enjoy it at your leisure." Su Qingwan, seemingly not fully at ease, carried the wine slowly towards Lin Xian. She was determined to have Lin Xian drink this wine, for it contained a potent sleeping powder given by the system, which could knock out even a being with an ancient holy physique, leaving them utterly weak and at the mercy of others. A cold sneer crossed Su Qingwan's mind. Even if you have awakened the ancient holy physique in this life, you are still at the mercy of this empress. As Su Qingwan indulged in her fantasies, she suddenly felt her foot slip and she began falling uncontrollably towards Lin Xian. With a thud accompanied by the sound of the wine cup spilling from her hand, Su Qingwan found herself crashing into something incredibly sturdy. "Oh Qingwan, while I am well aware that my charm is enough to bewitch thousands of young maidens, you don't have to be so desperate. Such matters can surely be discussed in the dead of night," Lin Xian quipped, amused as he suddenly felt a soft, jade-like body in his arms and his expression turned slightly bizarre. Su Qingwan's face flushed with heat, and she cursed under her breath. Shameless. She tried to struggle to her feet only to slip again on the spilled wine. Unable to stand, "Let go of me," she finally burst out. "What a thing to say, Qingwan, you really need to adjust your proud temper, clearly throwing yourself into my arms, yet you insist on distorting the truth. You deserve a spanking." As he spoke, Lin Xian raised his right hand and smacked her rounded buttocks. Ah! Su Qingwan's cheeks turned red and her ears pink, a tingling sensation spreading through her, leaving her body limp and devoid of strength. Murderous intent filled her eyes as she mustered all her strength to break free from Lin Xian's embrace. Lin Xian looked at her aggrieved expression, his eyes suddenly filling with pity, but when he noticed the liquid residue on her lips, he felt something wet on his chest. Looking down, he realized that the clumsy maid had spilled the wine all over him. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he noticed Su Qingwan's body swaying unsteadily. As a sense of dizziness began to cloud her mind, Su Qingwan realized that her lips had accidentally made contact with the sleeping powder. Horrified, her pupils filled with panic and fear, she dared not imagine what might happen to her once she passed out. The thought that this lecherous man might do something terrible to her was unbearable. She resolved that if that were the case she would fight him to the death. Suddenly a tear formed in her eyes and her body began to sway like a branch about to snap in a storm. Her thoughts became blurred and she slowly lost consciousness, collapsing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian quickly caught her, feeling the heavy weight in his arms, his face showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Really, as a maid, is it proper to just fall asleep like this? Or have I been overworking you? He looked out at the night sky, a plan forming in his mind. With a light chuckle, he carried her to the bed and tucked her in, then sat down with a satisfied expression. Well, this is not bad. Now let's see what the cheap old man's techniques are all about. He returned to his chair and began to study the storage ring. He examined the storage ring and discovered inside it 3 SSS grade techniques. The Sun-Moon Brilliance technique, which refines qi and blood by absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The 9 Heaven Stars technique, which condenses qi and blood by drawing on the power of the stars, and the Freedom Extreme Intention technique focused on strengthening the physical body. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. These are the Lin family's most powerful techniques and I want all 3, but he could only choose one, which made him sigh with regret. How wonderful it would be to cultivate all 3 at once. Suddenly his face brightened, unable to hide his smile any longer. But why not cultivate all 3? If I want to, I will. Without hesitation he spread out all 3 techniques in front of him, and in an instant they were assimilated into his mind, as a favored transmigrator. His speed of cultivating techniques was extraordinary even when practicing 3 at the same time. Soon Lin Xian felt his qi and blood surge as the powers of the sun, moon and stars refined his internal energies, making them more robust and vigorous. Besides his qi and blood, Lin Xian also felt significant changes in his physical body. Every inch of his muscles and bones became firmer and stronger. Ah, this is truly exhilarating. He moved his body and realized that his qi and blood had reached a level of 40 without him noticing. Well, it seems sitting at home really does boost one's energy reserves. By now it was deep into the night, time for a good sleep. Lin Xian stretched lazily and looked at Su Qingwan, who was still in deep sleep. Bathed in the moonlight, she indeed looked more like a sleeping beauty. Observing her peaceful yet slightly troubled expression, he couldn't help but pinch her cheeks a few times. Hey, wake up, young master wants to sleep now. Su Qingwan, groggy and reluctant, opened her eyes and glared at Lin Xian. Almost instantly, she became fully alert and began to check her condition. Finding that apart from some slight pain on her face and hips, even her clothes were intact, she was puzzled. How is it possible? This scoundrel didn't take advantage of her, and from the looks of it even put her to bed to sleep? Impossible. How could this scoundrel be so kind-hearted? Yet the reality was right in front of her eyes, and Su Qingwan simply couldn't figure out Lin Xian's intentions. Could it be, had this villain finally developed a conscience, realizing at last how tough it was to be his maid? Humph, even so, I won't give up my intention to kill you. As Su Qingwan was lost in her thoughts, Lin Xian, smiling, reached under the quilt, immediately touching something warm, seemingly soft. Ah, not bad. Not bad. Winter is approaching, and you will be responsible for warming my bed from now on. Lin, suddenly feeling a large hand touch her chest, Su Qingwan instantly bristled, jumping straight out of bed. Then, hearing Lin Xian's words, she almost lost control of herself. Just as she thought, this scoundrel definitely had no good intentions. Was she just warming his bed? A great empress even warming his bed for the entire winter? Su Qingwan couldn't accept this. Her cheeks even began to twist slightly with indignation. However, as the strongest empress, she held back, vowing that once she rose to power she would trample the scoundrel mercilessly under her feet and let him know the true meaning of pain. Lin Xian looked at her, slightly displeased. Su Qingwan hurriedly forced a flattering smile, saying, "It's my honor to serve you, young master. That's my good maid. All right, I'm going to sleep now, don't disturb me again." Lin Xian, feeling the residual warmth and faint scent in the quilt, soon closed his eyes. Having been in this world for half a day, he could finally have a good sleep. But the next moment, Su Qingwan's eyes filled with humiliation and murderous intent surged within her pupils. To dare treat the empress as a mere bed-warming maid, she must kill this scoundrel. After looking at his detestable face, she glanced around the room, noting that only the table seemed a viable place for sleep. As for the bed, she didn't even consider it. Su Qingwan would rather die than share a bed with this villain. She lay down on the table, but her eyes remained fixed on a dagger that Lin Xian had casually tossed aside after cutting fruit. After a while, moonlight gently bathed the dagger. Listening to Lin Xian's light snores, Su Qingwan, guided by the moonlight, quietly approached him. As she began to discern the villain's face more clearly, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Die! She eagerly raised her arm, poised to stab Lin Xian, and just as she was about to succeed, Lin Xian unexpectedly turned over in his sleep. Su Qingwan suddenly doubted whether this guy was actually asleep at all, but after hearing his faint snoring she still breathed a sigh of relief. It must be a coincidence. Undeterred, Su Qingwan quickly stabbed again, but Lin Xian dodged once more. Stab, dodge. She couldn't take it anymore and immediately pressed down on Lin Xian's body, determined to kill this idiot. Seeing that Lin Xian showed no signs of waking up, Su Qingwan was overjoyed inside, her face showing the look of someone avenging a great wrong as she viciously stabbed towards Lin Xian's throat. Just as Su Qingwan was about to succeed, the loose strands of her hair suddenly fell onto Lin Xian's face. Achoo! Startled, Su Qingwan felt her entire face covered with filth. Her brain went blank, and without another thought she ran outside to the wash basin. Lin Xian slightly frowned, feeling a tickle in his nose, and opened his eyes to find the room empty except for himself. The little maid was nowhere to be seen. He only saw the door open and could faintly hear the bustling sound of running water outside. True to my loyal maid, not hesitating to wash her face to stay alert. She must be planning to guard me all night, he thought, touched, and quickly fell asleep again. Following that, Su Qingwan came back looking disheveled, far from the demeanor of an empress. To clean off Lin Xian's saliva, she had almost scrubbed her face raw. Su Qingwan, you are to be the strongest empress in the future. How can such a small difficulty stop you? You must endure. It won't be long before this idiot regrets his actions. Biting her teeth, Su Qingwan's fingers tightly clutched the dagger, forcing herself to calm down. Quietly sitting back at the table, her expression grew colder. Since she couldn't assassinate Lin for the time being, she decided to focus on her own cultivation. Having lived once more with all the memories of her past life as an empress, countless mental techniques, martial arts and treasures remembered by heart, she was confident she could lead everyone, achieving the throne earlier and faster than in her previous life. Even if Lin Xian possessed the ancient holy body, she was confident she could crush him under her foot. The night passed without words, and soon the sound of birds chirping signaled another beautiful day. Lin Xian stretched lazily, his eyes filled with admiration as he glanced at Su Qingwan, still in meditation. Qingwan, your dedication is enough. There's no need to guard me all night, he said. Even when I'm asleep, no one can harm me. Su Qingwan raised an eyebrow. Look at you, such big dark circles. If people see you outside, they might think I've been mistreating you, Lin Xian complained. Somewhat discontentedly. Inside, Su Qingwan was somewhat speechless. She had never found him so annoying before, guarding him through the night. Nonsense, how thick can your face be? Of course, these were thoughts Su Qingwan kept to herself. Outwardly she kept a smiling face looking at Lin Xian. Very well, young master. Next, she proceeded to help Lin Xian wash and dress, comforting herself internally that one day she would make him pay back double. Even visualizing a few scenarios in her mind helped her endure. After everything was ready, Lin Xian did not forget that today was the first day of the martial arts trial class, open only to those who had awakened special abilities. Before setting out, Lin Zheng kept nagging incessantly. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. No matter which world one was in, parental nagging seemed inescapable. But then again, what about my adoptive mother? He realized he knew very little about her from his original memories. Generally, the more mysterious someone is, the more formidable they are. Perhaps his mother was some hidden great emperor. With a light smile, Lin Xian soon arrived at an imposing institution along with Su Qingwan, Kyoto University of Supernatural Abilities. Hey, what are you looking at? The trial class is over here. A voice suddenly interrupted Lin Xian's thoughts. Looking towards the direction of the voice, he noticed a small school nearby with an old plaque that read trial class. I see, brother, you carry yourself with distinction, certainly not from an ordinary family. But to think about getting into this top supernatural university in Kyoto, don't even dream about it. It's reserved for those from the 4 great families. With our inferior talents and resources, it's better not to harbor such thoughts, said a young man dressed in fine clothes, his demeanor proper, not resembling the typical Kyoto youth. Oh, is this your sister? She's beautiful. She is my maid, Lin Xian responded coolly. Maid? Brother, you must be joking. Who has a maid this beautiful? She's almost as pretty as Miss Song from the Song family, the young man remarked with a look of admiration when mentioning Miss Song. Su Qingwan, flattered by the compliment and seeing that Lin Xian made no further explanation, thought to herself that he still had some conscience, but in the next moment her expression turned icy. Qingwan, my shoulders are a bit sore. Just as they were about to enter, Lin Xian casually moved his shoulders, the implication clear. As more and more Kyoto youth arrived for the trial class, Su Qingwan's face fell, and any fleeting affection she might have felt vanished. This guy definitely doing this on purpose. Yes, young master, she still managed a forced smile as she began to massage Lin Xian's shoulders. Young master, is this comfortable? Su Qingwan asked through clenched teeth with a forced smile. The young man, who had been speaking before was stunned at this sight, his jaw almost dropping. The gazes of others who had come for the trial class also turned towards Lin Xian. It was indeed because Su Qingwan was too eye-catching, such a beauty acting like a maid massaging a man's shoulders. Who could stand such a contrast? Immediately a noble-looking man stepped forward, indignantly saying to Lin Xian, "Is this young lady being threatened? Just tell me, I am from the Shao family and I will ensure justice for you." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd around them burst into discussion, mostly hurling insults urging Lin Xian to release Su Qingwan. Lin Xian sneered and remained indifferent to the noise around him, continuing to enjoy the massage from Su Qingwan's delicate fingers. It wasn't until a noble-looking man blocked his path that the situation escalated. "Hey, are you feeling guilty? Let this woman go," he demanded, then turned to Su Qingwan with a careless look of heroism, saying, "Don't be afraid, miss, I am here to save you." Suddenly, with a loud slap that shocked the onlookers, the man was sent flying by Lin Xian's palm. Lin Xian then glanced at the stunned crowd and asked, "Anyone else want to come and save her?" The area fell into a silent awe. Lin Xian then left with a swish. No sooner had he departed than someone recognized his identity and exclaimed, "Isn't that Lin Xian, the young master of the Lin family?" A man murmured to himself, "Good thing I didn't stand up for that woman. I knew this man was no ordinary person, he's the young master of the Lin family." It was rumored that although Lin Xian had awakened an F-grade special ability, he had defeated Song Yanyan, who possessed an SSS-grade sword heart. It was even said that he nearly shattered Song Yanyan's Dao heart. Soon Lin Xian arrived at his classroom, Class 1, which was also Su Qingwan's class. As soon as he entered, he saw many familiar faces. The moment Lin Xian appeared, several gazes turned toward him. He immediately spotted Song Baodan, who seemed to have shrunk in size but appeared larger than before, yet he still stood out awkwardly among the crowd. Lin Xian also noticed some old acquaintances like Lin Jiping and the charming woman next to him, Xiao Mei. Lin Xian's gaze lingered on her interestingly. This woman, who had tried to kill him by sacrificing her virginity, was likely to make the class very intriguing. Lin Xian chose a seat by the window and motioned for Su Qingwan to sit next to him. Perhaps because of the incident where Lin Xian defeated Song Yanyan, which had become well known throughout the city, or for some other reason no one dared to provoke him directly, Lin Xian was pleased with the peace. The classroom quickly filled up and everyone quietly waited for the teacher's arrival. During this time, Lin Xian noticed not just 3 hostile gazes but also someone else secretly watching him. Glancing from the corner of his eye, he saw a stranger with a face of striking features which piqued Lin Xian's curiosity. Soon the teacher arrived. "Hello everyone, I am Song Shirua and I will be your teacher for the next month." Lin Xian looked up to see a woman dressed in black silk with gold-rimmed glasses standing on the podium. Song Shirua calmly surveyed the 40 students in her class, pleased to know that this batch included 2 students with SSS-grade abilities. However, when her gaze landed on Lin Xian, she adjusted her glasses slightly. She had heard of Lin Xian as a notorious libertine. Despite his reputed high talent in swordsmanship revealed yesterday, Song Shirua's eyes flickered with disdain. In contrast, when her eyes passed over Su Qingwan, they unconsciously showed appreciation. "This is a promising talent," she thought. "Now let me introduce you to the basics of special abilities." She adjusted her glasses once more and spoke seriously. "In this world, everyone awakens to a supernatural ability at the age of 18. These abilities range from F-grade to SSS grade, from weak to strong, and vary immensely. Some enhance the physical body, others summon elements, and there are even those who can connect with creatures from other worlds, among many other types. The level of one's ability also determines the speed of their cultivation. The higher the level, the more vigorous their vitality, and naturally, the faster their strength improves. A student suddenly asked from the audience, "Teacher, does this mean that those of us with lower grade abilities are inherently weaker than those with higher grades?" Song Shirua waved her hand dismissively and said sternly, "No, your ability level does not completely determine the upper limit of your strength. Besides supernatural abilities, if you have a talent in swords, knives or spears, you can also refine your vitality with unique intentions and momentum to become powerful." At this statement, many involuntarily turned their gazes towards Lin Xian. Of course, besides these, there is also the ancient holy physique. Those who awaken the ancient holy physique cultivate as naturally as fish swim in water, and it's said that awakening the holy physique is akin to possessing the makings of a great emperor, an emperor's stature. Everyone was acutely aware of the weight those words carried. Since the last emperor died, Blue Planet had not seen another for 500 years. As the audience murmured among themselves, Song Shirua spoke again. In 1 month, the martial trial battle will take place, which will also be a decisive exam that shapes your future lives. In this world, martial prowess is revered. If you perform well in the trial battle a month from now and get into a good university, your life will change dramatically. Otherwise, no matter how high your status, you'll end up working mundane jobs or mining. It might have been his imagination, but Lin Xian felt that Song Shirua's gaze was fixed on him as she spoke. Alright, next I will distribute several mental techniques to each of you, which will be particularly helpful for those who still lack such techniques. As she finished speaking, Lin Xian saw a mysterious glow in Song Shirua's eyes, and suddenly he felt something new in his mind. They were several A-grade mental techniques. He remembered that even A-grade techniques cost 100,000 on the market, while S-grade ones went for 1,000,000. Everyone's ability was different, and so was their choice of mental technique. For instance, those with ice elemental abilities would find ice attribute techniques more conducive to faster cultivation. With that, most began to close their eyes and carefully select the mental techniques from their minds. After everyone had made their selections, Song Shirua spoke again. Very well, after selecting your martial arts techniques, the next month will be spent cultivating your chi and blood. Only when your chi and blood level reaches 90 or above will you be qualified to stand on the battlefield of the martial trials. Although Song Shirua didn't explicitly state it, everyone understood that if their chi and blood level didn't reach 90 within a month, it meant that the path of a martial artist wasn't suitable for them. They might as well go mine instead. Alright, now let's move on to practical training, Song Shirua commanded coldly. What? Practical training? How so? Where? Your questions suddenly sprang up in everyone's minds. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Song Shirua's face broke into a slight smile. Despite the beauty of her smile, it still unnervingly unsettled everyone. As Lin Xian looked into her deep blue eyes, a dark light suddenly burst forth, followed by a strong dizzying sensation invading his mind. What the heck? He began to see his classmates collapse one after another. Even Su Qingwan next to him started to stagger. Lin Xian felt something was amiss and whispered, "My mental strength is strong. Such tricks cannot confuse me." After he spoke, he felt a surge of clarity and the dizziness gradually dissipated, allowing him to directly gaze into those deep blue eyes. As those around him continued to fall, soon only Su Qingwan, a man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and he were left resisting. But soon they too began to fall, leaving only Lin Xian still staring at those eyes. He couldn't help but admit they were quite captivating. If he wasn't aware of the current situation, Lin Xian might have even wanted to get a closer look at those eyes, which shimmered like a starry sky. Seeing everyone down, Song Shirua's face suddenly displayed an expression unlike her usual self. It was a mix of longing intermingled with a hint of madness. She was about to close her eyes when she suddenly noticed from the corner of her eye that there was still someone sitting by the window on the left side of the classroom. Song Shirua's body trembled slightly, and then her expression stiffened as her gaze slowly shifted towards Lin Xian, their eyes locking instantly. A wave of humiliation surged through her heart. He must have seen. Lin Xian looked at her with a peculiar expression, beginning to ponder what she was really up to. Before he could think further, he noticed her eyes suddenly turn chillingly cold and menacing. "You saw it, right?" Lin Xian was about to speak when a sharp tearing sensation suddenly erupted in his mind, as if someone was stirring his brain. Damn, what is this crazy woman up to? Lin Xian cursed inwardly, his expression fierce. Due to my strong mental resilience, this crazy woman's psychic attack is useless against me. In fact, it has only made my mental strength grow stronger. Still, despite his defiance, the pain and dizziness in his mind grew stronger, and he eventually passed out. In the classroom, only Song Shirua remained standing at the podium, a sickly pallor creeping back over her face as she slowly closed her eyes. When she awoke again, Lin Xian found himself inexplicably abandoned in the wilderness, surrounded by lush trees and distant mountains visible from all corners. Lin Xian frowned slightly, questioning if this was an illusion. However, the realistic sensations from his skin suggested that the situation was more complex than it seemed. What exactly did that madwoman want to accomplish? Just as he pondered this, a curse suddenly broke the silence around him. Damn, where am I? Is this still the capital? Lin Xian looked around. Not one of the 40 people was missing, and piecing together the recent events, he surmised that this was likely the madwoman's doing. What place is this? People exchanged glances of confusion and fear. At that moment, a disturbance from afar caused the ground beneath them to tremble. The unknown environment coupled with prevailing fear soon had someone lying flat on the ground, trembling as they spoke. "I remember I was just in class. How did I end up in such a forsaken place?" Could it be that we've been thrown into the barbaric lands? The barbaric lands were known as a forbidden zone for humans long occupied by demonic beasts. The mere mention of being cast into such a perilous place filled with beasts sent waves of panic through the group. Fear began to spread and the air quickly filled with a tense and uneasy atmosphere. Lin Shen looked around and bent his ear to the ground. The tapping sound that struck his soul hinted at something approaching. "Qingwan, stay close to me," he instructed. Reluctantly, Su Qingwan moved to his side. From the distance, the low growls of animals could be heard, and soon packs of wild wolves began to materialize around them. A dark mass slowly closed in on them. Demons, demonic beasts, they are. Wolves, at least 100 of them, maybe even more. We really have been thrown into the barbaric lands. As the wolves growled and howled, their red eyes glaring like blades, panic ensued. People started to flee shouting, "I don't want to die." However, before they could get far, a scream was heard, followed by a gruesome scene of a person being devoured by the wolves, their powers useless against the ferocious pack. This bloody spectacle halted any thoughts of escape among the group. Are people really dying? Suddenly, as wolves lunged into the crowd, several screams rang out. Yet, in these desperate moments, some managed to activate their unique abilities to fend off the wolves. But as more and more wolves attacked, the group's ability to resist began to falter. After all, most of these people had vitality around 10, and even dealing with solitary wolves with similar vitality was a challenge, let alone facing hundreds or thousands of them. No, wait, this could very well be an illusion set up by Teacher Song. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses spoke up calmly amidst the chaos. "Rubbish, can't I tell the difference between reality and an illusion? I just broke my arm and it hurts like hell. Would an illusion feel so real?" retorted a man with a broken arm, gritting his teeth in pain as he tried to fend off a hungry wolf with his remaining right arm. "Ah, no, my leg, don't bite me, don't gnaw on my feet." As screams of agony pierced the air and the scene became increasingly bloodstained, the bespectacled man began to doubt his initial thought. The cries were too excruciating to be mere illusions. Could it be that they were actually abandoned in a wasteland? Fear swept through everyone as they faced the imminent threat of death, causing panic to set in. "Qingwan, protect me." Well, Lin Xian stood quietly behind Su Qingwan, rolling her eyes. Su Qingwan emitted a cold aura that kept the wolves at bay. "Oh, Su Qingwan, it's okay, just one more month and you'll be free from this guy," she thought to herself, finding some comfort in the thought. If it weren't for her current weak status and dependency, she wouldn't want to stay by his side, and she would even forsake the so-called divine shard of the god of slaughter. However, thankfully, after the trial battle in a month, she would be free from Lin Xian forever. Unaware of Su Qingwan's thoughts, Lin Xian pondered what the madwoman really wanted to do. Thinking of her sickly smile made his spine chill. Could she have some twisted pleasure in throwing her students into the wilderness to be tormented by beasts? As he was deep in thought, Lin Xian suddenly heard someone calling him, "Young Master Lin." The voice was desperate. Focusing his eyes, Lin Xian immediately noticed the conspicuous little head. At that moment, Song Baodan was struggling against the surrounding wolves, his body enlarged but overwhelmed by the sheer number of wolves. Sweat drenched his small head. Seeing no other option, he reluctantly sought help from Lin Xian, the only person he recognized. "If young Master Lin saves me, I, Song Baodan, will be your most loyal lackey." Watching Song Baodan's earnest expression, Lin Xian sneered inwardly, but his face remained smiling. "Save you? It's not impossible, but..." Song Baodan's face lit up, eagerly responding. Lin Xian then put on a serious face, causing Song Baodan's heart to skip a beat. "I wonder if everything else grew with your body, or is it as ridiculously tiny as your head?" Lin Xian's voice boomed, causing even those fighting the wolves to turn and stare at Song Baodan's enormous figure. At first, everyone's gazes drifted upwards, followed by a burst of laughter, and then downwards. After a mere glance, even the flicker of fear in their eyes vanished completely, replaced by brimming curiosity in each pair of wide eyes. The men had a mysterious look in their eyes, and even the women were filled with curiosity. Song Baodan felt a sudden surge of shame and anger. Then, with a malevolent expression, he turned towards Lin and discovered that Lin Xian was looking at him with a meaningful expression, seemingly waiting for his response. Enraged, Song Baodan ignored the wolves in front of him and charged towards Lin Xian. "Lin, I want you dead. You want to kill me? Let's see if these wolf brothers in front of you agree," Lin Xian said, eyeing Song Baodan's large frame. "With a meaningful look, with a body as big as yours, you're sure to attract a lot of wild wolves, aren't you?" As he finished speaking, some of the wild wolves who were fighting others suddenly stopped their actions and turned their heads towards Song Baodan as if they had spotted delicious food and crazily rushed towards him. Someone witnessing the scene suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, you are truly my savior. Rest assured, I will burn incense for you after your death." a twitch appeared at the corner of Song Baodun's mouth and his body stiffened. Watching the increasing number of wolves rushing towards him, he saw that they were about to bury his 3-meter-tall frame. With difficulty he spoke, "Lin Xian, even in death I will not forgive you." Following that, he was reduced to nothing but bones by the wolves. The scene was so vivid that everyone had to believe once again that everything happening was real. What to do? I don't want to die here. My boyfriend is still waiting for me at home. Wait, brother, that line doesn't sound right. After saying this, the person even preferred to lean towards the side of the wolves rather than stay close to the somewhat effeminate man. The scene once again descended into chaos, and soon the wolves resumed their fierce battle even more ferociously than before. However, Lin Xian was not the least bit panicked. With a bodyguard and a maid by his side, he only needed to give commands, yet he always felt two sinister gazes staring at him. Turning around, he found Xiaomei and Lin Jiping. Looking at him, even when directly facing them, Xiaomei did not hide the malice in her eyes, while Lin Ji's eyes began to flicker, seemingly trying to conceal something. Lin Xian observed that Xiaomei's ability was similar to a kind of charm power. Near her there were even a few wild wolves standing by her side. Lin Jiping's ability seemed to involve summoning a dog. The dog looked ordinary but was no less powerful than the wolves. As the wolves' onslaught grew fiercer, Xiaomei's face slightly frowned and she cooed to Lin Jiping, "Brother Lin, what should we do? These wolves are getting fiercer and they will soon tear us apart." Lin Jiping's eyes turned cold as he watched Lin Xian being protected by Su Qingwan. Filled with immense jealousy, seeing his hellhound also nearly at its limit, his eyes suddenly hardened and he said, "Mayor, let's lead these wolves to Lin Xian." Xiaomei's eyes flickered with cunning as she spoke, "It's just a temporary charm, I should be able to manage it, but I'll be very weak afterwards. Lin, you must protect me." "Of course," Lin Jiping promised, and Xiaomei immediately began her incantation. Soon, the wolves around her halted their movements. As Xiaomei's face grew paler, the wolves began to charge towards Lin Xian and Su Qingwan. Though she had failed to kill that waste before, Xiaomei, leaning against Lin Jiping's chest with a ghastly pale face, spitefully said, "This time I want to see if he can still survive." Lin Jiping also smiled, watching as about 100 wolves charged towards Lin Xian. He couldn't believe that Lin would escape death this time. "It's a pity for that beauty," he thought. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, witnessing their actions, sneered coldly, "Just 100 wolves? Qingwan, I suppose there's no need for me to take action, right?" Although Su Qingwan felt somewhat displeased by Lin Xian's commanding tone, her eyes burned more with anger towards the two conspirators. However, her expression remained calm, as if the 100 wolves before her were non-existent. With a slight lift of her right hand, chilling ice slowly emerged, gracefully dancing around her arm. With a gentle wave, a large part of the wolf pack was instantly frozen. Within a few breaths, the wolves were neatly encircled around her like a collection of sculptures, making the onlookers gasp in awe. Such terrifying power must be an SSS tier ability. They wondered. Even more horrifying was the fact that this woman was the servant of Lin family's young master. The thought made others dare not ponder further. Lin Jiping clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with resentment. "Lin, who is this woman? How is she so strong?" Xiaomei's question darkened his face even more, staring hard at Lin, unwilling to accept that such a peerless woman was merely Lin Xian's servant. Lin Xian mockingly looked at him and then sneered at seeing Xiaomei. "Oh, this trash that I've played with, how come you treasure her so?" He sighed disdainfully as if lamenting his cousin's poor taste. Hearing herself referred to as trash, Xiaomei became agitated. "Lin, he called me trash. You must stand up for me." She looked at Lin Jiping with a pale, fragile face, begging him to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Enough. Lin Jiping, already distressed, felt even more suffocated when Lin Xian brought up this matter, feeling as if his head was covered in green. "Lin Xian, you must die today." He was nearly heartbroken, commanding the hellhounds to attack Lin, but before they could even touch him, Su Qingwan effortlessly froze them. Before Lin Jiping could even feel angry, suddenly a wild wolf pounced on him. Lin's face turned to panic in an instant and he instinctively pushed forward with his hands. Unfortunately, this action pushed Xiaomei directly into the wolf's jaws, allowing him to escape. As he watched Xiaomei's eyes turn pale before her death, a momentary pause gripped Lin Jiping's heart. Shaking his head, he silently thought to himself, "She died for me, so it was all worth it. I absolutely cannot die." However, before he could even feel relieved, more wolves appeared around him, plunging him into despair as they all pounced toward him. Soon the wolves devoured everyone, leaving only Lin Xian, Su Qingwan and the man with the striking eyebrows and eyes, who were all still desperately fighting. The man looked towards Lin Xian with a friendly smile. Lin Xian had also noticed him earlier. It couldn't be helped, considering the flamboyant display of power the man had shown earlier. With a wave of his hand, dozens of wolves were reduced to ashes. The three of them quickly dealt with the pack of wolves and were preparing for their next move when suddenly a burst of laughter echoed through the air. More, I want more. The voice grew louder and began to sound slightly deranged. The trio's faces changed at the sound. As the voice ceased, they saw a dark mass approaching them from afar. Recognizing the familiar voice and seeing the wolves that were emerging in even greater numbers than before, Lin Xian had a moment of realization. Before the trio could react, the dense group of wolves had already charged towards them. They were quickly surrounded. No sooner had they slain the last wolf than another relentless wave attacked them. Su Qingwan began to show signs of fatigue, her face slightly pale. Lin Xian noticed that neither Su Qingwan nor the man seemed overly frightened, almost as if they knew some insider information. Interesting. Lin Xian suddenly became curious about this little maid. Brother Lin, how about we join forces? Xiao Moli suddenly turned and spoke to Lin Xian. Looking at the endless tide of wolves, Lin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Good. The three formed a triangle and began fighting their way through, managing to hold off the wolves for the time being. In another dimension, Song Shiruo watched the scene with a face full of enjoyment, her eyes gleaming with a faint blue light. Suddenly noticing that the trio only had a few bloodstains and no serious injuries, her intoxicated expression turned slightly dissatisfied. Then her pupils deepened into a darker blue and her sensuous red lips curled into an exaggerated smile. Interesting. This is what makes it interesting. Almost instantly, the three of them felt that the wolves had become more ferocious and their health values seemed to surge out of nowhere. Lin Xian was still managing. A sweep of his sword intent cleared a large swath, but Su Qingwan and Xiao Moli clearly felt the strain. Although it was well known that this place was no place for humans, the thought of being bitten to death still left them reluctant to accept their fate. Suddenly, Xiao Moli sighed, then stopped resisting and charged directly into the pack of wolves. Before his death, he smiled at Lin Xian and said, "Lin, my name is Xiao Moli. See you in a moment." Seeing this, Su Qingwan also stopped struggling and closed her eyes. Now only Lin Xian was left among the countless wolves. He continually controlled his sword intent, which swirled around him, effectively annihilating any wolves that leapt at him. However, as time passed, even his great stamina began to falter. Although he knew he wouldn't truly die, Lin Xian was still unwilling to accept death. He didn't believe that, as a transmigrator, he couldn't deal with these wolves. Sword intent rise, he roared, and his health value began to skyrocket, reaching 60. Feeling the strength surging through his body and looking at the wolves covering the landscape, there was even a hint of madness in Lin Xian's eyes. "Come on, crazy woman, you want to kill me that badly? Today I'll give you enough." He laughed loudly and then pushed through his sword chi, leaving a field of corpses wherever it passed. After about 5 minutes of relentless onslaught by Lin Xian, the size of the wolf pack had visibly reduced by more than half. Lin Xian kept gasping for breath, but his sword intent did not stop, casually slaughtering the wolves. Song Shiruo watched all this coldly, but every time Lin Xian slaughtered the wolves, she couldn't help but tremble slightly, her eyes occasionally flashing with intoxication. Seeing the massive number of wolves nearly wiped out by Lin Xian, surprise couldn't help but appear on her face. Sword intent materialized, and sword momentum. The day's events were indeed true, but it's a pity he's a spoiled young master. At this point, Song Shiruo suddenly laughed out loud, her eyes gradually showing madness and desire. Such a spoiled young master, she thought, would certainly be delightful to torment. Her delicate body suddenly trembled, seemingly thinking of something, almost rolling her eyes in anticipation. "I must kill him," she murmured, lightly licking her sensual upper lip. Her blue eyes filled with fervor. At this moment, Lin Xian lay atop a mountain formed from the corpses of the wolves, breathing heavily. That he had single-handedly slain about 10,000 wolves seemed unbelievable to him, and his entire body was exhausted. "My body is in great condition, especially after a battle. I only get stronger." After saying this, Lin Xian felt somewhat better, though he knew that the crazy woman would not let him off easily. Sure enough, not long after he had released his sword momentum, the howling of wolves echoed around him again. This time, however, the howls were slightly different. Lin Xian sat up and cursed internally. "What a crazy woman indeed, she really wants me dead." Before Lin Xian, a wolf double the size of any he had seen before glared at him menacingly, as if it was about to charge and tear him apart at any moment. Surrounding him were no less than 10 of these massive wolves. The pack quickly lunged at Lin Xian, each wolf as strong in vitality as Lin Xian himself. Clenching his teeth, Lin Xian exclaimed, "In this extreme battle of life and death, my potential has been fully unleashed. It's not just my sword intent that has grown, my vitality has also significantly increased. No sooner had he spoken than a wolf bit at his arm, pain shot through him and suddenly an immense aura burst forth from him, repelling the approaching wolves. Lin Xian realized that his vitality had unexpectedly reached around 39 and his comprehension of the sword intent had deepened even further. He felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The fatigue that had overwhelmed him vanished. Facing a dozen wolves each with a vitality of 30 was no longer daunting. Watching Lin Xian effortlessly dispatch the wolves, Song Shiruo, who was observing, felt a fierce desire rising within her, her eyes growing increasingly crazed as she watched him. After a while, the light in Lin Xian's eyes vanished. Tens of thousands of wolves, each with a vitality of about 60, were rapidly tearing at him. After struggling for a moment, the sensation of being torn apart spread through his body, along with his hatred for that madwoman consumed entirely by the pack. Suddenly Lin Xian jerked his head up. When he did, he saw a very familiar figure, an insanely beautiful yet inwardly disturbed woman, Song Shiruo. His eyes no longer held any of the respect he had for her before. Not just him. When everyone else realized they weren't dead, they not only breathed a sigh of relief but also looked at Song Shiruo with fear and even endless hatred. After all, such a vivid experience of death was something no one wished to endure. Song Shiruo glanced over everyone and Lin Xian noticed that she was desperately trying to conceal something. After a long silence, she coldly said, "You must have all just experienced a battle of life and death, and surely you've learned a lot from it. If you wish to become strong, you must constantly undergo such moments of life and death, as they are the only way to unleash the potential within your body. I believe many of you must have felt a significant increase in your vitality. That is a unique teaching method and also my exclusive ability." Song Shiruo spoke with an expressionless face. Below the stage, some people gasped in surprise, marveling that their vitality had indeed increased significantly. However, more people could not accept this method of teaching. To be honest, if it weren't for the expression on that madwoman's face before and the extremely cruel and bloody scene at that time, Lin Xian almost believed her. This madwoman was definitely not just doing this for their sake, but more to satisfy her own selfish desires. Song Shiruo swept her gaze lightly over the crowd, eventually fixing her eyes on Lin Xian. After locking eyes for 3 seconds, she suddenly announced, "Class dismissed." Only then did everyone realize that it was already the afternoon, and some even started to hear their stomachs growling. As soon as Song Shiruo left, a few people, as if startled by something, frantically rushed out, cursing as they went. "To hell with this trial, I've had enough. I don't want to go through that inhuman pain again." Lin Xian knew that this person would not return tomorrow, and he was not the only one with such sentiments. Gradually several people left the class. Lin Xian saw the resentful look on Song Baodun's face, the indifference of Xiao Mei towards Lin Jiping, and the deep-seated hatred in Lin Jiping's eyes towards him. He didn't care about any of it, they were just clowns to him, not worth his attention. What surprised him a bit was when the man with the sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes suddenly approached him. "Hello, young master." Lin Xian, Xiaomolia said politely, extending both hands. "Are you the young master of the Xiao family?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly, remembering that this man had mentioned his name before. Xiaomolia, thinking he was mistaken about his relationship with Xiao Mei. Xiao Molia quickly explained, "Xiao Mei is just my cousin, we haven't had much contact on normal days. I've heard about some conflicts between Brother Lin and her. If Brother Lin needs my help, I can assist." But Lin Xian interrupted him, saying lightly, "No need, she's just a minor character, unable to stir up any real trouble." Watching Lin Xian's nonchalant demeanor, Xiaomolia felt that he was not as frivolous as the rumors suggested. He bowed and said, "Brother Lin is truly a dragon among men. I, Xiaomolia, have always admired people like Brother Lin. Please grant me the honor of your acquaintance." Lin Xian's face showed a peculiar expression, looking at Xiaomolia. Realizing his words might have been ambiguous, Xiaomolia explained further, "It's just that Brother Lin is so dazzling. Despite having only an F-level ability, you've left all of us with SSS-level abilities far behind, which makes me admire you all the more, and that's why I wanted to make friends." Lin Xian then appeared to suddenly understand. "Ah, I see. Brother Xiao, why didn't you say so earlier? I love making friends." He then shook Xiaomolia's hands and, leaning close to his ear, whispered softly, "Brother Xiao, it seems you know quite a bit about our class teacher?" Xiaomolia's face suddenly sported a wry smile, not to hide from Brother Lin. "Actually, many people in Kyoto don't know some secrets about Teacher Song, but since Brother Lin wants to know, I might as well tell you." He then looked around mysteriously, glanced at Lin Xian's maid Su Qingwan and hesitated. "It's alright, she's my maid, truly worthy of Brother Lin." Xiaomoli silently gave him a mental thumbs up and said, "I suppose Brother Lin has also guessed it. Teacher Song, that is Song Shiruo, she actually has some psychological abnormalities." "Oh? Lin Shen looked at him with interest as if he wanted to know what secrets this woman who had suffered so much held. It was rumored that she enjoyed torturing demonic beasts, often venturing alone into the wilderness. People had seen that wherever she passed, the corpses of the demonic beasts were always brutally mangled. Over time, Teacher Song was suspected by others to have some sort of psychological illness. However, Xiao Moli never imagined that she would bring this habit into the classroom. Although this kind of life and death experience could indeed bring about significant breakthroughs, the real touch of being on the verge of death was not something everyone could endure. Xiaomolia's face was full of helplessness, but he had to admit that this method of teaching was precisely the most effective. Lin Xian was still reminiscing about the 3 seconds of eye contact with Song Shirua before she left, the longing and struggle hidden within her deep blue pupils. She seemed to be restraining something fiercely. "Brother Lin, please do not mention anything about Teacher Song to anyone, especially not to her," Xiao Moli warned Lin Xian as he prepared to leave. Before long, he had said goodbye to Lin Xian. Lin Xian decided not to dwell on it anymore, although he was somewhat worried about the coming month's training, wondering if it would be like today, dying once every day. Although this would greatly increase his strength, the sensation of heart palpitations lingered for a long time. Forget it, isn't it just dying 30 times? After all, it's not real death. Lin Xian made up his mind, no one could kill him 30 times even though it wasn't actually killing him. "Su Qingwan, let's go home." At this moment, Su Qingwan seemed distracted and hadn't mentally greeted Lin Xian hundreds of times, in her mind lost in her thoughts. Soon the two arrived at the Lin family home. It was as majestic and grandiose as usual, but the air seemed filled with a suppressed atmosphere. Lin Xian felt uneasy and asked Su Qingwan to return to her room early while he went to his father's room, only to find his father was not there. He casually asked a servant and learned that his father was in the inner hall discussing important matters with the elders. He then had a vague idea of what was happening. On his way to the inner hall, Lin Xian constantly felt several gazes stealthily watching him, making him uncomfortable. Combining this with previous memories, these people were likely the chief elders, likely arranged by Lin Jiping, his father. Suddenly Lin Xian felt a strange sensation as if the Lin family was on the verge of major change. As Lin Xian approached the outer door of the inner hall, he could already hear rustling sounds coming from inside. At that moment, within the Lin family's inner hall, Lin Zhang was frowning deeply. As he surveyed the assembly of elders, each with a grave expression, he noticed a smile in the eyes of the leading elder, Lin Xiong, and instantly understood everything. A spark of anger flashed in Lin Zhang's eyes just as Lin Xiong abruptly spoke. "Patriarch, we are here today to discuss a matter of great importance." His face broke into an inscrutable smile as he looked around at the other elders and continued, "Our Lin family is already the weakest among the 4 major clans, and with the Feng family always lurking threateningly close, it's essential for our survival to maintain good relations with the other 2 major clans." Suddenly filled with righteous indignation, Lin Xiong turned towards Lin Zhang, who sat sternly above them, and then loudly addressed the other elders. "The only reason our Lin family has managed to hold on until now is because of our marriage alliance with the Song family, which has deterred the Feng family from making any significant moves." Lin Zhang's brows furrowed slightly. He already knew what Lin Xiong was aiming at, and yet Lin Xiong continued passionately, "As the head of the Lin family, you chose to break the only marriage alliance with the Song family for personal reasons, and for someone who has only awakened a great ability. Do the elders find this acceptable? Our patriarch is neglecting the welfare of the Lin family." Lin Xiong's words resonated with the elders, sparking a wave of accusations against Lin Zhang. "Patriarch, our standing in the capital relies on our alliance with the Song family. Now that the marriage is cancelled and the Song family is provoked, there will be no place for our Lin family in the capital. Yes, Patriarch, you hold the fate of the Lin family in your hands. If you can disregard the family for your son's sake, then perhaps it is time to step down." Watching the elders perform their well-rehearsed act, Lin Zhang's face darkened with a mix of irony and resentment. These old fools, he thought, are clearly swayed by Lin Xiong. Was the Lin family's relationship with the Song family solely maintained through a marriage alliance? Certainly not, but now it was being used as the perfect excuse to impeach him. Can't they wait any longer? He sighed inwardly. With none of his trusted people around, Lin Xiong had cornered him effectively. It seemed he had no choice but to jump into the trap. Just then the door burst open, as the elders looked on in surprise. Lin Xian entered with a calm smile. "How audacious, this is a sacred family site. How dare a junior like you enter so casually?" An elder angrily said. "If I didn't come now, would you have already distorted the truth and usurped power? Lin Xian retorted with a sneer. Lin Xian, you disregarded the safety of our clan and unilaterally ended your marriage with Miss Song from the Song family, shattering the alliance between our two families. Do you realize you have become a criminal in our family? Elder Lin Hung bellowed, his eyes filled with fury. Lin Xian, you only have one choice now, Lin Xiong said with a cold smirk. Go to the Song family and become their son-in-law. Apologize properly to Miss Song, only then might you salvage the relationship between our two families. Exactly. And not just that, you nearly brought disaster upon our clan. Your cultivation must be abolished as a demonstration of our family rules. Yes. Abolish his powers. Elder Lin Hong began to advance towards Lin Xian, intent on personally crippling him. Who dares to touch my son? Lin Zhang bellowed, unleashing a formidable pressure that instantly pinned Lin Hong to the ground. Lin Xiong, standing nearby, felt the tremor of this power and shuddered, but his response was a cold sneer. No matter how strong you are, can you really stop me all by yourself? However, when he saw the calm in Lin Xian's eyes, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Is this how you old folks always force others into submission? After giving his father a reassuring look, Lin Xian turned to face the elders who were trying to coerce him. Humph! Lin Hung suddenly snorted, looking at Lin Zhang without a trace of respect. Lin Zhang, you actually protect your useless son like this? You no longer deserve to be the head of the Lin family. Lin Hung, I remember treating you well on normal days, and yet even you have been bought off, Lin Zhang said calmly as he looked at him. A flicker of panic crossed Lin Heng's eyes. He glanced at Lin Xiong before firmly stating, I am merely stating the facts. You are indeed no longer fit to be the head of the Lin family. What the Lin family needs now is someone who can truly think and carve a path forward for it. So you already have someone in mind? Lin Zheng asked with a cold laugh. Lin Hong, filled with defiance, declared, only the great elder can lead our Lin family to glory. The other elders began discussing among themselves, soon followed by sounds of agreement. Seeing the mood of the people, Lin Xiong couldn't help but feel triumphant, proudly stating, the elders still need to show some respect to the head of the family. Let's set aside the matter of leadership for now. The most important thing at the moment is to resolve our family's relationship with the Song family. The elders, seeing Lin Xiong's consideration for the Lin family, praised him once more. Lin Xiong secretly rejoiced, confident that the position of family head would eventually be his. He looked at Lin Xian with a smile, and to make the Song family accept our apology, Lin Xian must marry into the Song family. It would even be best if he were to abolish his cultivation to show the sincerity of our Lin family. The elders applauded this suggestion, beginning to pressure Lin Zhang increasingly. Seeing the elders swayed by Lin Xiong's words, Lin Zhang's hatred grew deeper. He was absolutely unwilling to agree to this and was even prepared to destroy everything if necessary. Just then Lin Xian, who had been standing quietly and listening, suddenly burst into laughter. Honestly, even if you had 100 times the courage, you probably wouldn't dare to abolish my cultivation, Lin Hong snorted disdainfully. Just because of you, a milk-nosed brat. Hesitatingly he glanced at Lin Zhang, then saw Lin Xiong give him a reassuring look. Settling his nerves and about to make his move, he heard Lin Xian loudly address him, Elder Hong, are you sure you dare to strike against the only person in the Lin family who has the potential to become a great emperor? Do you want to be the sinner of the Lin family? Lin Xian pressed him step by step, leaving him speechless. You, Lin Hong could hardly believe his own ears. A great emperor, how dare he utter such words? He couldn't believe that someone with an F-grade ability could have the demeanor of a great emperor, taking Lin Xian's words as mere bravado. However, an elder stepped in before him, his eyes filled with longing. Elder Third, don't be hasty, let's hear what he has to say first. If there's even a slight chance that he could be a great emperor, our Lin family could rise to prominence. Lin Hang sneered, I want to see how you can prove that you have the qualities of a great emperor. Lin Zheng, standing above, finally relaxed slightly. Watching Lin Xian speaking mysteriously to the elders, he asked, have you elders ever heard of the ancient sacred body? Seeing the surprised looks on the elders' faces, a proud smile appeared on Lin Zheng's face, as if to say, yes, my son has the qualities of a great emperor. Ancient sacred body? Impossible. It's the legendary body that, once fully cultivated, guarantees becoming an emperor, an elderly thin elder suddenly exclaimed, then quickly approached Lin Xian. Lin Zheng's heart skipped a beat, and in the blink of an eye he was standing in front of Lin Xian. Elder Lin Xiao, I really hope you won't turn into one of those unreasonable people. Lin Zheng sounded somewhat sorrowful, but Lin Xiao waved his hand, don't worry, I can still distinguish what's Important and what's not. Lin Zhang was still hesitant when suddenly a hand pulled him aside. Don't worry, Dad, Lin Xin said confidently. Suddenly, Elder Lin Xiao placed his hand on Lin Xin's shoulder and his face immediately showed a shocked expression, causing Lin Hong and Lin Xian to feel slightly uneasy. How can this be? You've just awakened your ability today. How can your vitality value be as high as 39 points? Elder Lin Zhao's voice rang out, and all the elders looked shocked, some even trembling, murmuring, "Sacred body. It might really be a sacred body." Apart from a sacred body, not even an SS's great ability in cultivation could break through to 40 in vitality in just one day. Impossible. It must be fake. These alone can't prove that he definitely has a sacred body. Yes, and what about the unique phenomena of the sacred body? Lin Hong, still unconvinced, gritted his teeth and challenged Lin Xian. Unless you can show us the unique phenomena of the sacred body, otherwise how do we know if your vitality value hasn't temporarily increased due to some elixir? The elders found this argument reasonable, but only Lin Zhang knew clearly in his heart his son's sacred body was no falsehood. He coldly glanced at Lin Hong and stated that the power of the phenomena of the sacred body can only be manifested by a martial artist. You should know this, shouldn't you? Lin Heng's face turned sour and the chilling aura emanating from Lin Zhang made him involuntarily shrink back. Yes, in that case we can't prove whether this ancient sacred body is real or fake. No, there is a sacred pill that allows him to release the vision early without being in the warrior realm. The ancient sacred pill. The elders spoke in unison, then turned their gazes towards Lin Xiong. Lin Xiong suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and then he heard someone say, "I remember the last time the elder returned from that place he managed to obtain an ancient sacred pill." Lin Xiong's face suddenly turned ugly. Just as he was about to retort, he heard Lin Xiao, who had spoken earlier, say, "The elder has always considered the clan's best interests. A mere ancient sacred pill surely won't be a concern for him." Immediately an elder agreed, saying, "That's right, the elder's heart is tied to the Lin family. Everyone sees it, and this time he is even willing to selflessly donate an ancient sacred pill to witness the sacred body. He truly lives up to his name as the elder." Lin Xiong cursed inwardly. "What? When did I say I would give out the ancient sacred pill? This ancient sacred pill was obtained through life and death struggles, and even if it kills him, he would never hand it over. What is the elder thinking? Could it be that you have something better than the ancient sacred pill?" Seeing him hesitate, Lin Xian added fuel to the fire. Lin Xiong's eyes filled with murderous intent, but he was slowly pressured by the surrounding elders, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. This was not at all part of his original plan, and all these changes were because of Lin Xian. Grinding his teeth and in pain, he took out the ancient sacred pill, his murderous intent towards Lin Xian deepening. "Lin Xian, if you dare deceive the elders, you should know the consequences. Hand it over." Lin Xian reached out and snatched the glowing golden pill, feeling the immense power contained within just by touching it. Lin Xiong, holding back his rage, did not believe that this guy truly possessed the ancient sacred body. He waiting for Lin Xian to take the pill and be exposed, angering the elders. By then even Lin Zhang wouldn't be able to protect him. As soon as Lin Xian received the ancient sacred pill, he swallowed it eagerly. An elder excitedly said, "It is rumored that the ancient sacred pills are produced after the death of those ancient sacred body owners. The pill contains not only immense vitality but also some characteristics of the sacred bodies. Moreover, only those who truly possess a sacred body can consume it. Ordinary people who take it will be refined alive by the force of the sacred vision contained within. And if someone like Lin Xian, who has not yet reached the warrior realm, consumes it, it will even prematurely awaken the unique visionary powers of the sacred body." Everyone eagerly awaited to see the rumored visions manifest from Lin Xian, but there was no sign of any activity from him. The elders furrowed their brows, and Lin Xiong couldn't help but sneer. Lin Hong mocked, "I knew it. He doesn't have any sacred body at all. It's all fake, and he's about to explode from the power of the sacred pill." Lin Zhang almost couldn't refrain himself from slapping the man to death, but instead he looked worriedly at Lin, wondering if his son's awakened body was a fake. Only Lin Xian knew that he had no ancient sacred body at all of that was his fabrication, yet he remained utterly calm. He thought perhaps he could awaken a true ancient sacred body with this ancient sacred pill. Without wasting any more time, he proudly declared, "This young master is indeed of the ancient sacred body. A mere sacred pill is nothing, and I can refine it in an instant." Almost immediately his body was enveloped in a layer of golden light, making it hard to discern Lin Xian's appearance. Lin Xian suddenly felt as if the entire world was isolated by that thin layer of golden light, eerily silent. he could faintly sense the terrifying energy emanating from the golden light and thought, since that's the case, can I say anything now without being heard? Overjoyed Lin Xian, who had been worrying about how to dispel the elder's suspicions, felt the various changes within his body and quickly spoke, I can refine all the qi and blood from this sacred pill, and I can continuously forge and condense my qi and blood to the extreme. My body fits perfectly with the characteristics of the sacred pill, and it can even integrate perfectly into my body. Gradually Lin Xian discovered that these characteristics quickly spread throughout his blood and bones, completely merging with him. His body began to exhibit the traits of the ancient sacred body from the ancient times. As his body slowly awakened to the ancient sacred body, it emitted a terrifying aura. Just as everyone was astonished, Lin Xian suddenly burst forth with a formidable momentum more spiritual than realm-based, compelling others involuntarily to want to submit. Quick look, it's the unique chaotic green lotus of the ancient sacred body. Amidst exclamations, the elders saw 9 pure white-green lotuses surrounding Lin Xian, untouched by worldly strife. It is indeed the ancient sacred body. Truly a great fortune for our Lin family. At this moment Lin Heng's face was extremely ugly and his body trembled uncontrollably, recalling his previous opposition to Lin Xian, his complexion gradually turning pale. He seemed to foresee his bleak future and, in desperation, his figure burst forth, revealing the strength of a 7th-tier martial artist aiming to strike Lin Xian dead with one palm. Absolutely not. The elders were horrified, as if their own father was about to die, never expecting Lin Hong to suddenly make a move. Lin Xiong's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Just as Lin Xian was about to be killed, suddenly a large hand grasped Lin Heng's arms. Dare to touch my son, die. Lin Zhang's eyes blazed with rage, and with a slight exertion of his hand, a 7th-tier powerhouse soon began to disintegrate. Elder Lin Hong, intending to assassinate the future great emperor of our Lin clan, has committed a grave error. He must be killed. As these words fell, Lin Heng's unwilling gaze turned gray and his entire form disintegrated into particles, completely erased from this world. The family head is wise. Lin Hong had committed a grave error, one that necessitated severe repercussions to serve as a warning to others. This was to prevent any future incidents that could potentially harm the young master Lin Xian. The family head is wise. The family head is wise. Watching the elders, whose attitudes had drastically changed from the beginning, and seeing Lin Xiong's face, which was almost dripping with ink, Lin Zhang felt somewhat elated. He did not forget to look towards Lin Xian, the hero of the hour. At this moment the chaotic green lotus within Lin Xian had returned to his body, quietly forming a green lotus mark on his forehead, which looked quite charming. The golden light around him began to fade, eventually concentrating into the lotus mark. Almost instantly a majestic aura burst forth from Lin Xian as if to pierce through the heavens. Not good. Quickly isolate the aura. We must not let the news of the divine body be exposed. Lin Xiao watched the beam of light shooting towards the sky, his face filled with anxiety. Almost instantly Lin Zhang sealed off the space around them. The massive golden light struck the barrier, and there were even faint signs that it might break through. The elders couldn't help but gasp in shock. They were well aware of how powerful Lin Zhang was, yet the commotion caused by the premature awakening of this ancient divine body was astonishing, and it brought everyone not only shock but immense joy. With young Master Lin Xian here, our Lin family will surely become the foremost family in the capital, perhaps even the only family to have an emperor in several centuries on the Blue Star. Joy was written all over Lin Zhao's face, and his eyes were full of admiration for Lin Xian. It was all thanks to Elder Lin Xiong's sacred pill that young Master Lin Xian could awaken this 1-in-a-million divine body ahead of time. Suddenly an elder looked at Lin Xiong with eyes full of gratitude. Yes. If not for the elder's selfless contribution of the treasure, our Lin family would have buried an emperor. Even we old fools wanted to abolish his cultivation. I truly deserve to die. Someone suddenly slapped themselves, speaking with a pained expression. Following this, almost all the elders began to slap themselves, chastising their previous actions and continuously apologizing to Lin Xian. Lin Xiong's face darkened instantly as he looked at the instigator of all this trouble, Lin. If it weren't for this kid suddenly interfering, perhaps he would have become the family head by now. He would not have fallen to his current state, losing not only the ancient sacred pill but also making Lin Zhang's position as the family head even more secure. Now that Lin Xian had awakened the ancient divine body, it was simply impossible to lay a hand on him. Lin Xiong's gaze gradually withdrew, and after smiling faintly at the elders, a strange look flashed deep in his eyes. After Struggling for a moment, he showed a smile as if happy for Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Lin Zheng quietly observed all these changes, silently looking towards Lin Xian, who was slowly opening his eyes. As Lin Xian opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was that his senses had become exceptionally sharp, his body felt incredibly light, and there was a mysterious new strength within him. Before he could think further, Lin Zhang's concerned voice reached his ears. "Xianer, how do you feel? Any discomfort from awakening the holy body ahead of time?" "I don't feel any discomfort, on the contrary, I feel exceptionally comfortable. I feel like I am more than 10 times stronger than before." Lin Xian was also surprised internally. He was amazed that just a single ancient holy pill could indeed grant him the sacred ancient body. In his heart he exclaimed in praise of the truth of the words. Lin Zheng silently placed his hand on Lin Xian, and after a short while he began clapping his hands in approval. "Excellent. Truly worthy of being my son, Xianer. Although your vitality level has only reached 40, the aura it contains is comparable to that of some warriors who have stepped into a higher realm." Upon hearing this, the elders all started praising continuously, making Lin Xian almost embarrassed. Seeing Lin Xiong's face twitching on the side, Lin Xian couldn't help but smirk coldly. "Elder, do you still want me to be a live-in son-in-law to the Song family?" Lin Xiong immediately turned gloomy, squeezing out a smile. "Of course not. What status does our young master have? The unruly second young miss of the Song family isn't even worthy of a single hair on our young master." The elders coldly mocked. "Well done, young master. Such a capricious and unreasonable young lady should be dismissed early, otherwise she will surely affect the young master's path to becoming an emperor. From what I see, the only one in the entire capital who could barely match our young master is the eldest Miss Song Yuyan from the Song family." The elders agreed one after another. This lady not only possesses 2 SSS grade special abilities, but her appearance is also the best in the capital, and she is considered the #1 lady of the capital, barely worthy of our young master. Even an elder said he would personally go to the Song family to persuade Song Yuyan to willingly serve Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a bit embarrassed and quickly waved his hand, indicating he wanted to focus on his cultivation, which finally dissuaded the elders from their idea. As for the matter of making peace with the Song family, everyone knew that it was clear the Lin family and the Song family could not completely fall out over this incident. With that, this scheme ended completely after Lin Xian exhibited the posture of a great emperor. When leaving, many elders came to please Lin even more, offering him treasures like cultivation methods, martial techniques, elixirs, and top-grade magical instruments, leaving Lin Xian dazzled. Once all the elders had left, only the father and son remained. Lin Zhang then released his restrained emotions, laughing wildly, his lips continuously curled up. "Xianer, father knew you wouldn't disappoint me. If it weren't for Xianer today, father might have truly lost his position as the family head." "Father, is there something wrong in the clan?" Lin Xian frowned slightly, feeling that today's events were not so simple. Seeing Lin Xian vaguely guessing something, Lin Zhang sighed and said, "Xianer, have you noticed it too? Your uncle Lin and his companions have been gone for 2 months now, and there has still been no word from them. In their absence, the great elder Lin Xiong has been eyeing the position of family head, and your broken engagement has just added fuel to the fire." Lin Xian remembered a man named Uncle Lin from his memories, a man who always wore a mask and was not fond of speaking. Where had Uncle Lin and the others gone? As Lin Xian stepped out from the inner hall, he murmured to himself. Lin Zheng hadn't told him, but as someone who had traveled through time, Lin Xian felt that he too would eventually have to face these challenges. Meanwhile, on his way back home, at this moment, Su Qingwan was filled with joy because she had just received an assassination subsidy from the system. This time, the system had granted her the temporary ability to control people's consciousness. With her eyebrows slightly raised, Su Qingwan revealed a stunningly beautiful smile, feeling extremely proud inside. "Lin, this time, the Empress must have you dead." As usual, Su Qingwan prepared dinner, ensuring that no accidents would occur as before. She mentally rehearsed the potential scenarios that could unfold and cleared any obstacles that might prevent her from killing Lin Xian. After calculating the time and hearing soft footsteps outside, she quickly resumed her gentle demeanor. "Young master, you must be tired. Qingwan has prepared dinner for you, please enjoy." Su Qingwan said respectfully as Lin entered, a sly glint hidden in her eyes. As Lin Xian began to enjoy what might be his last dinner, she decided to test if the system was deceiving her. With her lips slightly parted, she carefully asked, "Young master, could you pour Qingwan a glass of wine?" She noticed a brief flash of red light deep in Lin's eyes. Lin Xin, puzzled, was about to ask why she couldn't pour it herself when a sudden dizziness overwhelmed his brain, and almost subconsciously he reached out to pour the wine for her. A flash of golden light appeared in the depths of Lin Xin's eyes and he suddenly regained consciousness, shocked and wondering what this maid was plotting. Suddenly his hand, which had paused in mid-air, continued forward and he went along with it, pouring the wine for her. All the while Lin Xin quietly observed her. Indeed, as he poured the wine, the corners of Su Qingwan's mouth involuntarily curved upwards, albeit very slightly. However, he still noticed it. A glint of amusement flashed through Lin Xin's eyes. Though he was clueless about how she had acquired the ability to control minds, he was rather curious to see what she would do next. As Lin Xian complied with her request, Su Qingwan was overjoyed, completely missing the teasing look in Lin Xian's eyes. She spoke again. "Young master, I'm so tired. Could you get up and let me sit?" Such a blatant challenge. If he really did as she asked, it would prove that the system's granted abilities were real. Seeing Lin Xian actually stand up and offer her his seat, she finally believed in the system's powers. She could control Lin Xian, she could dominate this tormentor of hers. Unable to contain her glee, Su Qingwan's eyes curved into crescent moons, her voice dripping with smugness. "Lin, my shoulders are a bit sore. Won't you give your empress a massage?" Standing behind her, Lin Xin heard her refer to herself as an empress, and considering her odd behavior over the past few days, he speculated boldly. Obediently, he placed his hands on her delicate shoulders, gently kneading them, soon eliciting soft murmurs from Su Qingwan. However, she felt odd because his massage was unexpectedly comforting. She had initially intended to revel in commanding Lin Xian, a reversal of their usual roles. But now a peculiar feeling stirred inside her. Suddenly feeling her face heat up, Su Qingwan abruptly commanded him to stop. Stop right now." Lin Xian obediently ceased his actions, his interest in this capricious girl growing. He wanted to see what she would do next. Watching Lin Xian's compliant behavior, Su Qingwan felt a deep satisfaction, and lifting her face, she was determined to reclaim all the humiliation she had endured, magnified 100-fold. "Call me master." She spoke shyly, but thinking that he was about to die soon. She felt no shame. Lin Xian's face turned cold, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he uttered "master." The moment he spoke, Su Qingwan felt an immense satisfaction surge through her. Perhaps because she had been suppressed by Lin Xian for too long, even in her past life as an empress she had never felt such fulfillment. Emboldened, she stood up, facing Lin Xian, who was still taller than her. Her cheeks puffed up in indignation. "Don't be taller than me." Lin Xian, faced with her unreasonable demand, was speechless but complied, squatting down. Seeing Lin squatting, Su Qingwan suddenly harbored a bold thought, her face flushing red. "Lie down, the empress want to trample you mercilessly." Su Qingwan couldn't believe she had said those words, only aware that as they left her lips a strange thrill passed through her. She was about to step on him when suddenly strong hands gripped her legs firmly. Shocked, Su Qingwan exclaimed, "What are you doing, scoundrel? Let go of me." Watching Lin Xian disobey her for the first time, holding her legs instead, panic flared within her. At this moment Lin Xian was not about to let her go. With a sneer in his heart, he gripped her fleshy thighs forcefully, trying to pull Su Qingwan down. "No, you idiot. Let go of me." Su Qingwan felt an odd sensation from her thighs and couldn't hold back any longer. The icy aura on her body suddenly erupted, attempting to freeze Lin Xian solid. However, Lin Xian's vitality was too overwhelming, and Su Qingwan found herself momentarily powerless against him. Suddenly, as her body swayed, she felt herself falling backwards. Lin Xian caught her beautiful legs and pulled, positioning Su Qingwan in an ambiguous pose in his arms. Their eyes met, and seeing the endless mockery in Lin Xian's gaze, Su Qingwan realized it all. He had been pretending all along. She was overcome with shame and anger, ready to speak out, when suddenly Lin Xian turned her body around. She looked down at the ground, feeling utterly humiliated, and struggled as she yelled, "You idiot, let me go." Lin Xian's gaze drifted downwards, observing her pert derriere swaying from her struggles. With a teasing tone, he whispered into her ear, "Qingwan, your tone wasn't like this just now, or should I repeat it, master?" Feeling the voice tickling her ear, Su Qingwan's ears reddened as she screamed, "Let go of me." But Lin Xian paid her no heed. "Weren't you the one who wanted to trample me underfoot, huh?" With no mercy, he slapped her peachy buttock. Su Qingwan's head jerked up, her eyes wide open. "Let me go, you idiot." Another slap followed. "Who are you calling an idiot? How dare a maid behave like this? Apologize properly. Do you hear me?" Lin Xian said ruthlessly. Su Qingwan had now completely torn away any facade of civility, with Lin Xian fiercely retorting, "Never, I won't." With every harsh word she spoke, Lin Xian mercilessly left a large handprint on her curved buttocks. Su Qingwan's eyes filled with tears she held back from crying out loud. She, a majestic empress, had never been subjected to such treatment, her eyes filled with increasing murderous intent. However, her current strength was too weak to do anything against Lin Xian. Will you dare to do this again? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Su Qingwan's tone softened immediately. I dare not, it was Qingwan's fault. I will never dare again. Lin Xian then finally let her go. Her buttocks were numb and Su Qingwan's face was burning with humiliation and hatred as she looked at Lin Xian. She clenched her fists tightly, silently swearing to herself that she would kill this man one day. But Lin Xian's next words made her panic. Are you a reborn person? Lin Xian looked at the shy beauty before him, his interest piqued. Impossible. A tumult stirred within Su Qingwan, her pupils constricted slightly as she tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Then why did you previously claim to be an empress? Lin Xian circled around her, suddenly pretending to be surprised. You couldn't possibly be the reincarnation of the empress, could you? Is there also a system involved? Su Qingwan trembled slightly, her heart in chaos, but she quickly calmed herself and said with a decisive face, Young master, I am not a reincarnated person, nor do I have any system. Actually, deep in my mind I have always harbored the legacy of an empress, including all her memories. She carefully observed Lin Xian's expression, feeling uneasy as if her whole being had been exposed, unable to hide any secrets from Lin Xian's discerning eyes. Lin Xian suddenly looked enlightened. Do you mean to say that everything that happened to you just now was done by the empress in your mind? That's one way to put it, Su Qingwan replied, seeing that Lin Xian seemed to truly believe her. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, how could a gentle maid like myself dare to disrespect the young master? Su Qingwan struggled to maintain her composure, putting on a pitiful look. Seeing that Lin Xian still seemed hesitant, she bit her lip and continued, If you don't believe me, young master, let me recite the 3 major principles of a maid for you. 1. Obedience. I will do whatever the young master asks of me. 2. Loyalty. Always be by the young master's side, putting him above all else. 3. Diligence. Prepare all things in advance, never be lazy in front of the young master. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. His eyes, however, held a deeper meaning as he smiled and patted her head. Indeed, my Wanner is so well behaved, it doesn't seem like she could do such shameful acts. The weight in Su Qingwan's heart finally lifted, and at this moment she cared little for Lin Xian's actions and address. Wanner, the empress in your mind wouldn't happen to be a big pervert, right? Why else would she control you to act like that? Hearing Lin Xian call her a pervert, Su Qingwan cursed internally. You're the big pervert, your whole family are big perverts. Maybe it's repression, she said somewhat awkwardly, then added a line she herself barely believed. But Lin Xian believed it, his face full of surprise. I see, so the empress must be quite powerful then. Of course, she is the strongest empress Blue Star has ever seen, Su Qingwan suddenly said with some pride, and Lin Xian, already forming his speculations, looked forward wistfully. Did that empress leave behind any treasures, like a pill that could make you an emperor instantly, or at least something to enhance cultivation? Su Qingwan rolled her eyes, secretly hesitating internally, but to avoid suspicion she boldly declared yes. Oh? Lin Xian's interest was immediately piqued. Young master, I know that in the trial grounds a month from now, there lies a creation saint pill which was left behind by the empress in my mind. Su Qingwan deceitfully told Lin Er that this creation saint pill could enhance the young master's special ability, potentially elevating it from an F rank to an S rank. What Su Qingwan didn't mention, however, was that this pill was just one of the many treasures in the trial grounds and not something she had left behind. Is it really that miraculous? Lin Xian asked, visibly shocked. Su Qingwan sneered, mocking his naivety. You truly are a great servant. Wanna rest assured I will handle the empress inside you. If she dares to appear again, I will let her know what true pain is, Lin Xian confidently reassured her, patting his chest. However, Su Qingwan's face flushed, unintentionally touching her nearly split buttocks, her eyes filled with resentment. Thank you, young master, she replied faintly, only to find Lin Xian suddenly lifting her into his arms. What are you doing, young master? Put me down quickly. Su Qingwan's face turned red and she secretly gathered frost in her hands hidden behind her back. Lin Xian carried her to the bed looking pained and said, Did it hurt? You should rest for now. Watching Lin Xian tenderly cover her with a blanket, Su Qingwan felt oddly uncomfortable, thinking suddenly, it seems this fool really believed my words. What an idiot! As she thought this, a wave of unbearable pain surged through her buttocks. Furious and embarrassed at the thought of how he had just spanked her, she vowed, Humph. Once I regain my full power, I will make sure this fool dies a gruesome death. Meanwhile, Lin Shen looked on at this familiar scene satisfied and closed his eyes to deeply feel the tremendous changes the ancient sacred body brought to him, although his vitality hadn't changed much, just as his father said his vitality had been condensed to the extreme comparable to some newly promoted warriors. Moreover, his mind now contained 9 chaos lotuses which he could mobilize with a mere thought, creating chaotic visions. More peculiar was a faint golden light that seemed to have entered Lin Shen's body, which timely freed him from Su Qingwan's control at a critical moment. Had it not been for that, even with the power of truth, she might have succeeded in her schemes, and considering her behavior, who knows what tricks she could have played. Lin Shen dared not think further and quietly began to meditate. While cultivating the 3 core mental techniques, the 9 azure lotuses within his body were also quietly operating. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and Lin Shen ventured a guess. The 3 mental techniques have mutated. They are no longer ordinary techniques. Now, they have astonishingly become techniques that do not require the master's prompting to automatically initiate cultivation. After speaking, Lin Shen unexpectedly found that the techniques began to operate on their own, which delighted him greatly. He then discovered that the 9 chaotic azure lotuses in his mind also did not require his control and slowly began to nourish his spiritual power. Lin Shen was immediately pleased, and then he picked up a top-quality qi and blood pill and ate it like candy, feeling the slow increase in his vitality, and couldn't help exclaiming to himself, how is this any different from cheating? Subsequently, he glanced at Su Qingwan, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and suddenly felt a wave of sleepiness. Wake up! Wake up! Lin Shen pinched her chubby cheeks somewhat impatiently. Stop it! Su Qingwan turned over, continuing to sleep soundly. Lin Shen smirked coldly, then suddenly flipped the blanket off and struck towards that spot again. Almost instinctively, Su Qingwan jumped up from the bed, a searing pain hitting her, almost causing her to fall again. Young master? Why? Lin Shen cut her off, pulled her down, and said irritably, does your butt still hurt, if it doesn't get down quickly? This young master wants to sleep. After speaking, he quickly lay back under the covers, leaving Su Qingwan standing there dumbfounded. After a while, Su Qingwan's cheeks puffed out like a balloon, her fists clenched tightly as she stared at the peacefully sleeping Lin Shen. If looks could kill, Lin Shen would have died hundreds of times by now. She knew the scoundrel was not so kind-hearted. Just like yesterday, this guy just wanted her to warm his bed. While angry, she soon calmed down, but questions lingered in her mind. How exactly had he freed himself from the system's control, and how had he guessed that she was reborn? It almost exposed the system. Su Qingwan couldn't understand. Just a few days ago he was a complete nobody, so how did he suddenly become a dazzling genius? She became more and more interested in the secrets surrounding Lin Shen, and another night passed without words. Since her previous assassination attempts had failed, she did not want to waste more effort and secretly hoped that the next item provided by the system would be stronger. The next morning, Lin Shen, attended by Su Qingwan, left the room. As they went out, perhaps because he had awakened the ancient sacred body, Lin Shen distinctly felt several powerful and hidden auras watching him. This sensation diminished after they left the Lin family's residence, but still a few elusive auras continued to follow him. Lin Shen smiled faintly, stepping into class with Su Qingwan. Upon entering, they noticed Song Baodan standing at the doorway. As soon as he saw Lin, the shame and hatred in his eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a sycophantic smile as he approached Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought to himself how interesting this was and wanted to see what this fellow was up to. Young Master Lin. Song Baodan suddenly hesitated for a second, then in front of everyone he knelt down to Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, please forgive my previous actions. I was truly blind not to recognize your greatness, but now I understand your magnificence. From this moment forward, I, Song Baodan, am your most loyal follower. Command me to go east and I will never go west. Please, Mr. Lin, with your great magnanimity, forgive me. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Despite the man's good act, he still sensed a trace of humiliation and reluctance in him. Though unsure of his reasons, Lin Shen responded dismissively, you're not fit to be my follower. After dropping that remark, he walked into the classroom, leaving Song Baodan alone, trembling and pounding the ground in utter humiliation, mocked by onlookers. As he lay at the doorway, his eyes filled with resentment, Lin Shen took his seat and noticed many empty spots today. Clearly, they had given up the path of the martial artist, preferring to become mind slaves rather than endure such soul-crushing pain. Soon Song Shirua arrived, looking at the remaining 33 students without surprise. As a deep blue gleam appeared in her eyes, everyone fell into a deep sleep again. This time Lin Shen did not resist and quickly entered the world created by Song Shirua. It was similar to the last time, but this time the beast had changed to a sky-flying Tianxian hawk. Isn't this a Tianxian hawk? Its strength is comparable to some first-tier beasts. I can't even defeat the ones on the ground. How am I supposed to fight the ones in the sky? The students began to complain, but their words did not stop the Tianxian hawks from attacking. With each piercing and tearing sensation delivered by the Tianxian hawks, the field was soon filled with screams of agony. Some people had no strength to resist at all and could only watch helplessly as every bit of flesh was torn from their bodies. Lin Xian watched this scene and suddenly questioned, isn't this trial just a one-sided massacre? If it's just for her own pleasure and cruelty, then Song Shiruo couldn't possibly be a teacher for this class. While he pondered, Lin Xian noticed that after each attack from the Tianxian hawks there was a slight fluctuation in the students' vital energy levels. These subtle changes would have gone unnoticed if not for Lin Xian's awakened ancient holy physique. Interesting. Lin Xian suddenly understood why someone like Song Shiruo could be a teacher for such a trial class. Her special ability was naturally suited for teaching, and Song Shiruo seemed to be thoroughly immersed in it. The scene was chaotic, quickly reducing to just a few people left. Song Baodan's towering figure, standing 3 meters tall, was particularly eye-catching. As he endured the relentless attacks from the heavenly Shen eagles, he didn't forget to make his way towards Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, I have more flesh on me, let me shield you from these eagles. Watching him stagger towards himself, his flesh already half devoured, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and surprise at the comical sight. Lin Xian, momentarily distracted by Song Baodan's antics, turned his interest towards Lin Jiping, who was desperately trying to retain Xiaomei like a fawning dog. Brother Lin, it's been a day since we last met, how come you seem so much stronger than before? Not far away, Xiao Molai, feeling the overwhelming vitality emanating from Lin Xian, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just luck, Brother Xiao is not far behind. The two exchanged modest pleasantries just as the sky filled with heavenly Shen eagles began to encircle everyone. Su Qingwan remained cold-faced amidst the chaos. Soon hundreds of heavenly Shen eagles swooped down, tearing ferociously at them. Song Shiruo, with a face full of enjoyment, watched the scene unfold, convinced no one could survive under the assault of hundreds of eagles, each as powerful as a martial artist. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt an explosive energy erupt from the center, causing even her heart to tremble. This transcendent energy now enveloped Lin Xian completely. 9 chaotic green lotuses danced lightly around Lin Xian, each movement radiating a world-annihilating power. The 100 heavenly Shen eagles couldn't withstand a single round in Lin Xian's hands and soon turned into corpses at his feet. Song Shiruo, shaken, exclaimed, "Chaotic green lotus, the ancient holy body!" In the next instant, as if she had seen a precious treasure, she approached Lin Xian, her body trembling continuously. She grasped Lin Xian's body, an ancient holy body. Truly exciting. Her cold fingertips traced Lin Xian's chiseled cheeks as if touching a precious treasure. Watching Song Shiruo, who was only a step away, Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly and he hurriedly tried to retreat but found himself unable to move. What are you doing? As he watched her beautiful face gradually contort, a sense of unease grew inside him. As he pondered, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The thrill of slaughtering a supreme being with the stature of a great emperor excited Song Shiruo, her eyes gleaming dangerously as she gasped for air. Lin Xian then looked down to see a slender arm, stained with blood, repeatedly stabbing into his chest. Enduring the excruciating pain, he cursed the madwoman in his heart. No one can control my body. Just as he managed to move slightly, he was again firmly restrained. Feeling the gap in strength between them, Lin Xian finally lost all hope. He watched helplessly as the madwoman carved a large hole in his body, and in that manic laughter his head was brutally severed. Lin Xian opened his eyes, his gaze ice-cold, shooting straight at Song Shiruo's masked face. Noticing Lin Xian's gaze, Song Shiruo, standing on the stage, suddenly curved her eyebrows slightly, her eyes filled with aggression as she looked back at Lin Xian. Crazy woman. It was the second time she had tried to kill him, and this time for some unknown reason she had decided to take matters into her own hands. Lin Xian could not forget how, with each torment she inflicted upon him, a look of pleasure began to emerge on her face. This woman was definitely sick, seriously sick. However, whether it was an illusion or something else, each penetration by this madwoman not only brought him physical and mental agony but also a special energy that slowly nourished his entire body. Incredibly, it had boosted his meticulously cultivated vitality by a substantial 2.5 points. The efficiency was undeniably fast, yet this did not negate the fact that she had killed him twice. Lin Xian with great interest scanned Song Shirua's calm face, committing every feature to memory. He swore to himself that he would one day exact revenge for all the pain she had caused him. Classmates, in 4 days the school will hold a competition, which is the weekly test. The top 10 performers will receive precious cultivation resources, Song Shirua announced indifferently. However, Lin Xian clearly saw those piercing blue eyes occasionally glancing at him, the intent of aggression unmistakable. She was still targeting him. Lin Xian couldn't help feeling alarmed. She couldn't possibly want to kill him for real, could she? What a madwoman! Fortunately, after giving him a look, Song Shirua left. As he left this place of strife and headed towards the Lin family estate, Lin Xian suddenly noticed that Song Bao Dan, another character from the Song family, was shamelessly approaching him. "Young Master Lin, may I escort you home?" Song Bao Dan managed a servile smile, his body bent in a display of subservience. "What, not defending your second miss anymore?" Lin Xian stopped and asked sarcastically. At the mention of the second miss, Song Bao Dan visibly shuddered, but quickly replied, "Young Master Lin, I was blind to not recognize your talent before. My second miss is truly not worthy of you." He continued, "I have been running errands for Song Yanran for many years, doing countless deeds for her, and she hasn't even spared me a glance." Suddenly his expression turned manic. "I've had enough of the Song family, I will no longer do anything for her." Finishing his tirade, Lin Xian noticed a woman in green approaching him. A mocking smile played on his lips. "Oh, so you mean to betray Song Yanran and become my dog?" Song Bao Dan's eyes filled with humiliation, but then, as if struck by a thought, he looked at Lin resolutely. "Yes, I want to be young Master Lin's dog." Lin Xian suddenly clapped his hands, looking ahead with a laugh. "Miss Song, it seems your lackey still needs some training." Hearing this, Song Baodan's bent figure trembled noticeably. He lowered his head further, and through his legs he saw a woman who haunted his dreams reflected in his pupils. "Second miss." His face instantly filled with panic. He straightened up, turned his head as if to say something, but realized that Song Yanran had not looked at him from start to finish. His heart chilled. He saw Song Yanran coldly saying to Lin Xian, "In the competition 4 days from now, I will defeat you fair and square." With those words she walked away without looking back. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. He could see the unwillingness and the full fighting spirit in the eyes of this proud girl. Halfway through, Song Yanran suddenly stopped. Song Baodan's face lit up, thinking she had remembered him. "From now on you are no longer a disciple of the Song family." Song Baodan's face stiffened, his joy frozen in an instant, and he knelt down, his pupils devoid of light, silent for a long time. Lin Xian shrugged at Su Qingwan beside him, then casually walked away. When he got home, feeling the familiar sensation, he smiled faintly and returned to the room with Su Qingwan. The next days passed as usual, and the 4 days quickly disappeared. During these 4 days, Song Baodan had been showing his loyalty to him, which Lin Xian found quite surprising. What Lin Xian hated the most was that, after entering some unknown space, each time only he was left, that crazy woman would come out and brutally kill him, smiling wickedly while spouting nonsensical words. If not for the strength gap being too vast, Lin Xian really wished to show this madwoman what cruelty was. However, the good news was that after being killed extremely 4 times, his vitality had climbed to a high of 59 points. This made Su Qingwan even more depressed. She had an SSS level ability and an extremely cold holy body, barely reaching 40 points, yet this guy had a full 59 points. Even his aura was stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist. Meanwhile, Song Shirua was looking at everyone with a cold face, occasionally revealing a dangerous aura in her eyes. She had now made killing Lin Xian a daily routine, feeling great pleasure each time she killed him, but her eyes still held restraint when looking at Lin Xian. "Today's session is over. This afternoon will be the first competition. I hope you all achieve good results and that my hard work teaching you for a week hasn't been in vain," said Song Shirua, observing everyone with a calm expression. Some students immediately became restless, but remembering the cruelty behind her mask, they could only curse inwardly. Lin Xian muttered under his breath, "Hard work? You're the one having the most fun, aren't you?" "What, Lin Xian, you need extra practice." "Aminos," Lin Xian cursed, then collapsed on the desk under that slight smile of hers. Moments later, Lin Xian suddenly raised his head, realizing his back was covered in cold sweat. Inside, he kept cursing this pervert who had apparently whipped him to death with a new whip. Suddenly, a strange transformation began to take place within him, and Xiao Moli, standing beside him, exclaimed in shock. He had actually broken through to a blood energy level of 60 points. While the surrounding students envied him, they also cast sympathetic glances toward Lin Xian, wondering what he had endured to achieve such a breakthrough. Only Lin Jiping stared at him with hatred, glancing at Xiao Mei, who he had finally managed to appease, and then back at Lin Xian with a mysterious smile suddenly appearing on his face. The crowd soon dispersed, all eagerly anticipating the competition in the afternoon. As expected, the trial battle of the afternoon arrived. Promptly, Lin Xian and his peers, belonging to the first class among the 20, naturally stood at the forefront with Song Shiruo. The entire square was instantly clear at a glance, and he immediately spotted Song Yanran from the second class across from him. There was no helping it, since she had stood there, her gaze fixed on Lin as if she wanted to devour him. The rules of the contest were simple. Classes would compete against each other 2 by 1 to select the strongest individual, who would then receive a reward. It was cruel but realistic. However, Lin Xian knew that this contest was essentially meaningless for him, as no one could be stronger than him. As for cultivation resources, he didn't need them at all. Ever since revealing his ancient sacred body, almost all of the Lin family's resources had been directed towards him. Lin Xian was least lacking in cultivation resources. Items like top-quality blood energy pills and spirit concentration pills were generally consumed by him as casually as if they were candy beans. The competition began swiftly, with the 2 classes taking turns to draw lots. The first draw brought up Song Baodan, and his opponent was Song Yanran. Lin Xian's gaze dropped slightly, full of anticipation as he watched the battle between the two. Song Baodan, faced with the icy Song Yanran, was just about to speak when a cold ancient sword instantly pointed at him. You are no longer worthy of being a member of the Song family. Song Yanran's eyes were devoid of any emotion as her sword aimed straight for Song Baodan's vital point. Song Baodan's words choked back in his throat as he saw Lin Xian watching him seriously from behind. His expression changed drastically, and he showed a fierce look. Song Yanran, no matter what I do, you have never looked at me, always acting so superior. After all these years, even a dog would have feelings, right? These days, more miserable than a dog's life. I, Song Baodan, have had enough. With that, his figure swelled dramatically, reaching a height of 5 meters. But still, he could not escape that sword. Only because of his increased size did he avoid a fatal blow. Song Yanran did not hold back at all. She unleashed a sword chi in an instant towards the massive figure. In the blink of an eye, Song Baodan's body was slashed with a huge gash, and his form began to shrink continuously. As he shrank, a sharp sword light suddenly struck towards him, stopping precisely before him. You're unworthy of the Song family. Song Yanran left these words behind and turned back to her class. Clenching his fists tightly, Song Baodan's eyes filled with frustration and a faint sense of grievance as he dejectedly left the arena. Soon after, the drawing of lots commenced again. An hour later, Lin Xian finally stepped forward, facing the girl across from him, whose expression was still as cold as ice, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, after his effortless victories over Su Qingwan and Xiao Moliat, it was time for his final battle with Song Yanran. Truth be told, Lin Xian didn't want to compete against her because the last time he almost shattered her spiritual path. He truly feared causing her any further issues this time. Lin Xian, you humiliated me so last time. I told you I would make you pay. Song Yanran, recalling the day Lin Xian declared her unfit, was filled with anger but also looked forward to the upcoming duel. Ever since that humiliating defeat by Lin Xian, she had nearly gone mad, obsessively practicing her swordsmanship. Her immense pride would not allow someone like Lin Xian, whom she considered unworthy, to be stronger than her. Through 7 days of intense training, her sword intent had evolved to manifest physically, and her sword momentum was even on the verge of entering the second realm. Her vitality had also increased to 30. Now, filled with a fierce determination, she was ready to thoroughly defeat Lin Xian. Stepping on her sword intent and combining it with her sharp sword technique, she fiercely lunged at Lin Xian. Some onlooking students exclaimed, "It's the manifestation of sword intent, worthy of my goddess, so powerful." But the person they opposed suddenly stiffened, for he saw that Lin Xian had effortlessly caught Song Yanran's fearsome sword strike between 2 fingers. Is he even human? Someone suddenly shouted. However, the crowd witnessed yet another shocking scene. Song Yanran's body suddenly erupted with a powerful force, pushing her vitality to 60, yet no matter how she attacked Lin Xian, he seemed utterly relaxed. Impossible, this can't be real. Song Yanran's face was filled with disbelief until Lin Xian easily took her long sword away. The cold blade touched her fair skin, and she realized she had lost again. Watching Song Yanran's defeated expression, Lin Xian suddenly felt afraid, worried that she might not withstand another blow and her spiritual path might again fracture. But then Song Yanran's gaze turned resolute, staring defiantly at Lin Xian. "Don't be smug, there's still more than 20 days left and I will definitely defeat you in the trial battle." "What did Song Yanran say I do?" Lin Xian smiled. "I look forward to that day." With that, Song Yanran stepped down and the competition came to an end. Lin Xian looked at the 9 people also standing on the stage, none of whom he had ever seen before. It didn't really matter, they were all just minor characters. However, just as he was about to look away, the aura of one person caught his attention. He slowly turned his gaze towards the man who had an average appearance, but there was always a hint of fierceness in his eyes, and what intrigued Lin Xian the most was the demonic energy sporadically emanating from him. This demonic energy seemed inherent, naturally integrated with him, occasionally releasing a palpable heart-throbbing power. Lin Xian immediately sensed the source of this demonic energy. Was it his heart? Just as Lin Xian pondered this, the owner of the body seemed to notice his gaze, and their eyes met instantly. From those eyes, Lin Xian felt a sense of aggression and a brazen smile. Lin Xian smiled back at him. Then a voice suddenly came from beside him. "Young Master Lin, that man is named Feng Yuan, the eldest young master of the Feng family with a SSS tier demonic heart ability." Lin Xian looked down to see Song Baodan looking at him with an eager demeanor. He found this guy quite interesting and asked, "Are you so willing to sever ties with Song Yanran just to be my dog?" Song Baodan swallowed hard and looked up at Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, as you've seen how cold and heartless Song Yanran can be, why should I continue to silently give like a lapdog?" He sighed after speaking. Lin Xian sneered, "What if I told you to kill her?" Song Baodan fell silent for a second but quickly responded, "Whatever young Master Lin asks I will do." "Good, but I don't need a lackey like you." Lin Xian indifferently walked away. He wasn't foolish and had already guessed this guy's intentions. He approached him because of Song Yanran, but enduring such humiliation was somewhat surprising to him. After the competition, Lin Xian received some cultivation resources from the school, glanced at them casually and then casually tossed them to Su Qingwan. "Take them, I don't need these things." "Thank you, young master." Su Qingwan internally rolled her eyes but accepted them nonetheless, as she really did need these resources. Seeing such generous rewards, she secretly thrilled inside. "This fool with these items, I believe the strength of this empress will soon surpass yours," she thought. "Not bad, brother Lin, to defeat Song Yanran so easily. I would have probably lost early if it were me." Suddenly, Xiao Molai approached Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly, fully aware that Xiao Molai was indeed much stronger than Song Yanran, especially with his masterful manipulation of the eerie black flame, which was nearly indestructible. If it weren't for his exceptionally robust physique allowing him to literally devour that black flame, dealing with it would have been much more troublesome. Xiao Molai held Lin Xian in high regard for his prowess and stood by his side, eager to try his hand at something new. "Brother Lin, there's a welcoming party being held in the capital soon. Do you have any thoughts on it?" he asked. At the mention of the welcoming party, Lin Xian seemed intrigued, prompting Xiao Molai to continue. "It's actually organized by the seniors from last year. They say it's to share some cultivation insights with us newcomers, but the real aim is to forge good relationships with disciples from the major families in the capital." Xiao Molai, unable to contain his excitement, added, "But that's not the most important part. I heard that the only sword saint in Huaxia will be there too, and he's even announced that he is looking to take on a disciple." Su Qingwan, standing nearby, seemed to recall something at this, a fleeting look crossing her eyes. Lin Xian's interest peaked further. He was somewhat surprised by the mention of the sword saint, a legendary figure rumored to be the only one who had reached sanctity through the sword without awakening any special abilities. "I thought the sword saint was sure to take Song Yanran as his disciple, but brother Lin, your sword skills are even stronger than hers, and she is an SSS grade sword heart," Xiao Molai suddenly said excitedly. "She's one of the few 9th tier powerhouses in Huaxia. Becoming his disciple would guarantee a limitless future for you." Lin Xian smiled and looked at Su Qingwan, asking, "Wanner, would you like to go?" Without hesitation, Su Qingwan nodded, as there was someone she needed to meet and something she had to say at the event. "Let's go and see then," Lin Xian decided, to the delight of Xiao Molai, who was thrilled at the prospect of witnessing the rise of a swordsmanship genius. "We'll meet at the capital's largest hotel 3 nights from now." "I'll go with you, brother Lin." The three soon parted ways. Upon returning to the Lin household, Lin Xian was quickly pulled aside by Lin Zhang, who eagerly inquired, "Xianer, did you hear about the sword saint coming to take on disciples in 3 days?" "I just found out," Lin Xian replied. Lin Zhang's excitement was palpable. "Your talent in swordsmanship surpasses even Song Yanran's. You might actually become his disciple. With the sword saint's guidance, your power will soar." Lin Xian, seeing the joy on his father's face, found it hard to say, even if he wants to take me as a disciple, I don't plan on accepting. Lin Xian was in a dilemma. His so-called swordsmanship talent was all talk, and being exposed as a fraud after becoming the disciple of a ninth-tier powerhouse could end disastrously. Moreover, he didn't actually need a master. Lin Zhang's face immediately showed concern. Xianer, if the Sword Saint really wants to take you as his disciple, you must accept. He's one of the few ninth-tier powerhouses in Huaxia, and even I haven't reached that threshold. Lin Xian replied, we'll see, but let's not talk about this for now. Father, I've noticed some unfamiliar presences in our family recently, and there seem to be quite a few eyes monitoring me. Lin Xian spoke slowly, weighing his words. Lin Zhang suddenly fell silent, seeming to hold back his words as if a troubling thought struck him, clenching his fists tightly. Humph, if it weren't for your Uncle Lin and the others being absent, Lin Xiong wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. But didn't the elders abandon Lin Xiong because I awakened the holy body? Lin Xian was puzzled. Hearing this, Lin Zhang's face was filled with anger, but then he spoke wearily. I never imagined that Lin Xiong would infiltrate the Lin family so thoroughly in such a short time, even secretly colluding with outsiders. Only a few of those elders haven't been completely won over by Lin Xiong. They've informed me that they can only ensure your safety. As for the position of the family head, Lin Xian saw the unwillingness in Lin Zhang's eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly he spoke up, it's okay Dad, Uncle Lin and the others are lucky, they will surely return safely. Finally he added with all his might, Uncle Lin will definitely come back. Lin Zhang nodded, indeed your Uncle Lin is not weak, he won't easily perish in such a place. Lin Xian left the room with a somber expression, not expecting that shortly after his arrival not only was his status as the young master at risk, but even his adoptive father might perish in this family feud. He wondered if the truth he spoke could reach Uncle Lin, who was somewhere unknown. Could it? Lin Xian was doubtful, but he was not prepared to pin all his hopes on Uncle Lin and the others. He needed to be prepared. It seemed that he must seek a master. Lin Xian, with a bitter expression, pushed open the door only to find Su Qingwan standing there looking at him intently as if she had been waiting for a long time. What's wrong, Wanner? He asked, noting the serious look on Su Qingwan's face. Suddenly, almost instinctively, he asked, can't suppress the Empress's consciousness inside you again? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan immediately blushed, covered her bottom with her hands and stepped back. It's not that, she protested, there's something I need to tell you. Actually, the Empress inside me can foresee the future. She said this with a serious tone, her eyes flickering uncertainly towards Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian's eager face, she immediately felt reassured. This guy is really easy to fool. An important matter. What matter? Lin Xian asked. In her mind, remnants of the Empress's consciousness told Su Qingwan that she had seen the impending fall of a great human emperor. A human emperor is going to fall. Lin Xian looked at her, seemingly skeptical whether she was deceiving him. It should be a future human emperor. Su Qingwan sighed inwardly, a vision of a woman who stirred even her own heart surfacing in her mind. Although in her previous life she wasn't even a true powerhouse, she seemed to be a descendant of this empress. The empress from the future saw that her descendant would be in trouble, and a strong intent in her heart urged me to help her as soon as possible. Su Qingwan rambled. So, what does this have to do with me? Lin Xian looked at her nonchalantly. Su Qingwan felt a surge of anger, bitterly saying, I would ask you not to interfere when I talk to her. She didn't want to meet that woman in 3 days and be unable to see her because of Lin Xian. Suit yourself, I won't interfere with your freedom, Lin Xian said dismissively and sat down, starting to eat, but suddenly he became interested in the woman Su Qingwan mentioned as having the stature of an emperor. What's her name? Song Yuyan, Su Qingwan replied lightly. Song Yuyan, the young mistress of the Song family. You're saying she has the stature of an emperor and she will die soon? Lin Xian asked, intrigued but indifferent to her death. Puzzled, I remember she's just an ordinary SSS level psychic, right? Does she also have a sacred body like me? No, but she has 9 abilities and each one is SSS level. Thinking about such a monstrous talent dying midway, and in such a manner, Su Qingwan's voice trembled. 9 abilities? Lin Xian was shocked, hearing for the first time that someone could possess 9 abilities. Perplexed, 9 SSS level abilities, aren't psychics supposed to have only 1? Indeed, one usually has only 1, but Song Yuyan's first SSS level ability is the Phoenix of Fire, allowing her to be reborn like a phoenix every time she advances, thereby gaining another SSS level ability. Lin Xian, for some reason, immediately thought about how he could also possess such an abnormal talent. Such a person dying indeed seemed a pity. Seeing Lin Xian silent, Su Qingwan cursed him as cold-hearted and stopped looking at him. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was increasingly grateful for his earlier decision. His maid was indeed no ordinary person. Knowing so much, he would have to find a way to extract more useful information from her in the future. Soon, under Song Shirua's brutal training, 3 days passed quickly. Lin Xian vaguely remembered that during these days he even dreamed at night of being cruelly killed by that madwoman. During these days, the Empress and Su Qingwan emerged again, and Lin Xian, adhering to the principle of saving his maid, sternly disciplined the Empress, warning her to think twice before coming out next time. Brother Lin, the largest hotel in Kyoto was just ahead and the people inside should have almost arrived. Xiao Moli pointed to a luxurious building ahead, speaking to Lin Xian and Su Qingwan. The three soon walked in. As they entered, Lin Xian saw that the place was almost full, the entire hotel having been booked for the evening with nearly all the well-known disciples of Kyoto gathered here. This floor is for us newcomers and that second floor is for the seniors. Brother Lin, your Lin family's spot is over there and my Xiao family is right next to yours. If you have any problems, just come to me. The welcome event is about to start soon. Xiao Moli pointed to an area and then walked towards the Xiao family's direction. It was then that Lin Xian noticed that the hotel was divided into 4 major areas spreading out from the center, representing the 4 major families of Kyoto. As for the smaller families, they naturally gathered around the sides. Lin Xian immediately saw Lin Jiping sitting in the center of the Lin family's area with all the Lin disciples looking up to him, their faces full of pride. However, as soon as Lin Xian arrived, these disciples started to pay their respects to him, each one particularly respectful. Ever since the scandalous breakup of his engagement, Lin Xian had transformed in their eyes from a mere family-dependent wastrel to a truly daunting tyrant. Masters, sit here, this is the best spot. As they spoke, someone suddenly kicked Lin Jiping off his chair, carefully wiped the seat with their sleeve and gestured for Lin Xian to sit down. Lin Xian, feeling somewhat pleased, did not decline and took the seat, directly ignoring the venomous gaze from the one lying on the ground. He then pulled Su Qingwan over to sit next to him. Under Su Qingwan's reluctant gaze, suddenly a voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, hello, I am your senior Mu Qinghe. I assume you are all here to attend this year's welcome event. On behalf of the seniors at Kyoto University of Special Abilities, I welcome you and congratulate you for making it into our university. As always, this year's welcome event will include seniors who will help answer any questions you have about the path of a martial artist, helping you avoid some detours. Cut the chatter, we didn't come here to listen to all this nonsense. Where is the Sword Saint?" A highly impatient voice suddenly came from the direction of the Fong family, causing Mu Qinghe's face to show a trace of embarrassment, his eyes hiding a hint of danger as he looked towards the speaker. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind Lin Xian. "This person is Fong Ping, the second young master of the Fong family, possessing an S-grade demonic heart and is extremely violent in nature." Lin Xian felt the voice was familiar, and turning his head he saw a familiar figure crouching behind him. Watching Song Baodun's obsequious face, Lin Xian almost burst out laughing. "Really, you're working so hard to be a dog, does she even know?" Lin Xian ignored Song Baodun, who was muttering behind him, and turned his attention to Mu Qinghe. "Everyone, please be patient. The Sword Saint is currently upstairs and will meet with you all when the time is right." Mu Qinghe, with a gentle smile on his face, seemed unbothered by Fong Ping's words. Suddenly, a woman descended from the second floor, landing gracefully beside Mu Qinghe. Her figure was stunning and her beauty was exceptional. Every smile and frown seemed to captivate everyone present. With a hint of allure in her eyes, she said, "Gentlemen, there's no need to rush. Fate will bring the Sword Saint to us in due time. However, Mayor has a favor to ask of you all." After speaking, she cast a seductive glance around, appearing pitifully charming, which subtly shifted the atmosphere of the entire inn. Mu Qinghe, standing beside Li Mayor, unconsciously took a half step back. At once someone couldn't sit still any longer. "Senior sister, please speak freely. I am an SS grade talent and I believe I can alleviate your worries." With everyone's attention captured, Li Mayor giggled. "To be honest with you all, due to the unique nature of my abilities, every advancement requires the tail of a demonic fox. This time, it specifically requires a third-tier demonic fox tail. If any gentleman here is willing to procure it for me, as long as it's not too much, Mayor is willing to do a favor in return." Li Mayor lowered her eyes shyly, making everyone's throat dry. Soon, enthusiastic shouts filled the air. "I am willing to find that third-tier demonic fox tail for senior sister Miss Mayor. I, Fong Ping, will personally deliver it to you tomorrow." As more and more promises were made, Li Mayor secretly sneered inside, yet her face maintained a captivating smile. Mayor thanks everyone here in advance. Now I shall not disturb you gentlemen further." With that she turned and soared back to the second floor, leaving behind a fragrant scent. Mu Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief, watching the infatuated expressions on everyone's faces, feeling silently sorrowful for them. But it had to be said, Li Mayor's presence had quickly made everyone behave. Mu Qinghe then informed everyone about the details of the upcoming trial battle. Lin Xian learned that this trial was to take place in a small dimension resembling a wild land filled with countless invaluable natural treasures waiting to be harvested. The anticipated competition in swordsmanship was about to begin. As Mu Qinghe finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the air and a solid barrier appeared in the center of the inn. A gap emerged and Mu Qinghe swiftly stepped out, followed by an ancient and profound voice. "Young friends, I have come today solely to choose a disciple who will continue the legacy of the sword path." Lin Xian's eyes flickered, trying to locate the source of the voice, but it was elusive, echoing around him, elusive and indistinct. In a moment, many were eager to try, as many had come specifically for the sword Saint Li Dao. Suddenly, a burly man charged into the light circle, his sword gleaming, looking disdainfully at everyone around. "Does anyone dare to spar with me?" His tone was arrogant, every gesture exuding confidence. "I will." With a swift motion, a buzzcut man stepped forward, ready to contend in the way of the sword. Li Dao's voice rang out, and the burly man fiercely thrust his sword towards the buzzcut man. Sword intent. It was actually sword intent. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in shock. Just as the voice faded, the crewcut man was defeated instantly. He had thought that nearly reaching the threshold of sword intent made him a genius, but little did he know that someone had already grasped the concept before him. Who else? A burly man suddenly tore open his shirt, showing off his muscles as the fierce sword intent wreaked havoc on his blade, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward. "Stop showing off, it's just sword intent," scoffed Fong Ping disdainfully. Although he lacked talent in swordsmanship, he found the burly man annoying. The burly man's face turned fierce, but upon seeing that the speaker was Fong Ping, his aggression deflated. "I heard that the young master of the Lin family grasped the essence of sword intent instantaneously and even defeated Song Yanran." Someone mentioned, "It's all rumors. Do you really believe someone can comprehend sword intent transformation in an instant? Do you think he's the next sword saint?" As the crowd discussed, a graceful and saintly woman in blue robes slowly stood up. The burly man across from her was taken aback, and his gaze towards Su Qingwan became serious as he guessed the identity of the woman before him. His eyes filled with reluctance, but soon a full fighting spirit ignited within him. He couldn't believe he would be outdone by a woman, but in the next instant, as he just lifted his sword, a deadly aura enveloped his entire body. It felt as if countless swords were stabbing at him, and taking a step forward would cover him with sword marks. Instantly, cold sweat swept over his entire body, his pores trembling. "I concede." Song Yanran indifferently withdrew her sword, her eyes devoid of any ripples. With a thud, the crowd saw the burly man suddenly kneel on the ground, his sweat continuously dripping onto the floor. What happened? It's over just like that. The crowd watched incredulously at the somewhat absurd scene before them, staring wide-eyed. The sword follows the heart, the person and the sword become one. Could it be the sword heart? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "No. It's not the sword heart, she hasn't really mastered it, but she has already touched that threshold." Mu Qinghe said with a hint of envy, "Is this the SSS grade sword heart clarity? Young man, let me congratulate the sword saint in advance." Mu Qinghe suddenly bowed to the void. "Ha, worthy of SSS grade sword heart clarity." As the crowd marveled, suddenly an old man with white hair appeared on the stage, his demeanor that of a celestial being, especially his eyes bright and penetrating, as if they could see through everything in the world. "Would you like to become my disciple?" Li Dao's voice instantly resonated among the crowd's sparking waves of envy. Some even began plotting how to ingratiate themselves with the Song family, dreaming of forging even the slightest connection with the great sword saint. "I am willing, master." Song Yanran was about to kneel in response when a gentle force stopped her. "As my disciple, there's no need to worry about such mundane formalities." She thanked her master, and Li Dao nodded slightly, seeing in her eyes a trace of his younger self, calm and undisturbed. However, unbeknownst to him, Song Yanran's thoughts were consumed by the man who had humiliated her terribly. Now, under the tutelage of the sword saint, she believed she would eventually defeat him decisively. "Wait a moment." Song Yanran suddenly felt dazed. His voice, had his influence reached into the real world? "Sword saint, perhaps it's too early to accept disciples now," she murmured. It was no illusion. Song Yanran instinctively turned her head and saw a familiar face, Lin Xian. appeared somewhat helpless. If not for resolving a crisis in the Lin family, he would never have wanted to compete with Song Yanran for the same master. I mean, my talent in swordsmanship might even be higher than hers, Lin Xian said boldly, his gaze fierce and unafraid even before Li Daoi, a ninth-tier powerhouse. Lin Xian, Song Yanran struggled to control her emotions, trying not to lose composure in front of Li Daoi, but Li Daoi was perceptive and immediately noticed her emotional turmoil. He looked at Lin and said, "Oh, young friend, you claim your talent in swordsmanship surpasses this lady's. Do you know the consequences of jesting with me?" His words were followed by a terrifying aura that alarmed everyone, yet Lin Xian remained composed and challenged. True or not, a comparison will tell. With that, he swiftly stepped into the circle of light facing Song Yanran. Li Daoi found this young man intriguing and suddenly recalled some rumors, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Miss Song, we meet again." Seeing the smile on Lin Xian's face, Song Yanran could no longer hold back. Without a word, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Almost instantly, Lin Xian felt countless sword energies assaulting him. He was surprised. Was this the true clarity of the sword heart? In just 3 days, her sword intent had reached such heights. Lin Xian chuckled softly, his own sword intent surging to barely fend off the invisible sword energies around him. "Isn't this a sword duel?" Someone laughed mockingly, seeing Lin Xian's empty hands. Soon another retorted, "Ignorant, don't you know Lin Xian has also reached the stage where sword intent can manifest? He doesn't even need a sword, just a wave of air is enough to behead you." The crowd watched intently as the two geniuses who had realized the manifestation of sword intent clashed, genuinely intrigued. "Lin Xian, I have already touched the threshold of the sword heart realm. Surrender, even if your vitality is high. What we compare now is the talent in swordsmanship. Your talent is inferior to mine." Song Yanran, watching Lin Song Yanyan gradually weaken, the heavy mountain that had been pressing on her heart seemed to loosen slightly, allowing her to reclaim the feeling of superiority she once held over everyone. However, in the next instant, she saw a flicker of amusement in Lin Xian's eyes, followed closely by a familiar sensation. She sensed trouble and the sword intent surged within her, striving to defeat him swiftly, yet she heard Lin Xian speak sword-hearted. "What makes you think I haven't taken that step?" After he spoke, Song Yanyan noticed a subtle change in his aura, triggering memories of past events. She became uneasy, thinking to herself that he might be on the verge of another breakthrough. Responding as if to her thoughts, Lin Xian calmly stated, "I've told you. My talent in the sword path might just be better than yours. You have only just stepped onto the threshold, whereas I am already at the point where I can break through at any moment. The sword heart, it's just a thought." As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, a remarkable transformation began to emanate from him. The sword energy around him seemed to merge into his being, casually weaving through his body. Song Yanyan watched incredulously as her own sword energies, now seemingly transparent, inflicted almost no harm upon Lin Xian, and even appeared slightly out of control. "Sword heart, you've actually grasped the sword heart," she exclaimed. "The so-called sword heart is the unity of the person and the sword. The sword moves with the heart, and a special state of mind is formed. Under this state, one becomes incredibly rational and calm." Although Song Yanyan had touched the realm of the sword heart, she had never truly entered it. Seeing Lin Xian's effortless understanding, her heart suffered another blow. It wasn't until the sword intent reached her brow that she realized she had been defeated once again. Someone actually grasped the sword heart. How is that possible? He's only at the Qi blood realm. Even some high-level martial artists haven't grasped the sword heart, Mu Qingha exclaimed, causing a stir among the surrounding disciples. In an inconspicuous place on the second floor, Lu Meyer leaned against the gentle jade-like woman beside her and pouted. "Yu Yan, that's your sister, isn't it? This isn't the first time this boy has bullied her." A tranquil gaze merely watched quietly, not saying a word. Meanwhile, Lin Xian turned to the nearby sword sate Li Dao, noticing him staring intently at him. Feeling the piercing gaze, Lin Xian suddenly felt as if all his secrets were being seen through, which was slightly uncomfortable. He sighed quietly to himself, realizing indeed serving a king is like living with a tiger. Li Dao gradually shifted his gaze, looking at Lin Xian with eyes full of admiration. "Impressive, you have grasped the essence of the sword heart. You must be Lin Xian from the Lin family." "Indeed, I am Lin Xian," Lin Xian replied, neither servile nor overbearing. Li Dao internally praised him and felt a sense of relief watching the two talented swordsmen on stage. His eyes sparkled unusually as he asked, "Lin Xian and Song Yanran, would you like to become my disciples?" Li Dao smiled as he looked at them both. The crowd was instantly abuzz. Didn't the sword saint say he would only take one disciple? Why now are both Lin Xian and Song Yanran to become his disciples? Some wondered aloud. Perhaps the talents of both were so extraordinary that even the Sword Saint couldn't resist cherishing such gifts. The Sword Saint hasn't taken a single disciple in many years, but now he has taken two at once. He will surely devote all his efforts to their training. Perhaps our Huaxiao will produce two more Sword Saints. Meanwhile, Song Yenran, who had been looking dejected, instantly brightened up and eagerly said, "I am willing." Amidst the envious glances of the crowd, Lin Xin suddenly spoke up, "I am not willing, I am not willing," he repeated under the stunned gaze of Song Yenran. The entire venue fell silent for a few seconds. Amidst the heated discussions of the crowd, Li Dao slightly frowned. "If you are unwilling, why step forward? Are you mocking me?" Immediately an invisible pressure enveloped Lin Xian, who struggled to speak. "Senior, I did not intend to mock you. It's just that my days are numbered and I needed to resort to drastic measures to catch your attention." Li Dao's eyebrows twitched and with a wave of his hand he isolated their conversation. "Someone is trying to kill you." "Exactly. The current elder of the Lin family is plotting a rebellion to seize the position of family head. A bloodbath is inevitable, and as the son of the family head, I cannot escape being targeted," Lin Xian explained earnestly. "Oh, so you wish to use my hand to resolve the Lin family's crisis?" Li Dao looked at him indifferently but eventually sighed helplessly. "The alliance has rules. Ninth order powerhouses must not interfere in family disputes, especially not in internal conflicts within a family." Lin Xian's eyes showed his disappointment. "In that case, I must find another way." However, Li Dao gave Lin Xian a deep look and said, "I can at least save your life and your father's." After a moment of silence he continued, "All right." Li Dao then shook his head, secretly thinking that in the past the alliance would only allow him to intervene in Lin Xian's personal safety, but now he abruptly said in an irritably amiable tone, "Hurry up and become my disciple." Despite his elderly appearance, he suddenly conveyed a sense of warmth. "Lin Xian greets master." The crowd was puzzled. Had he not just been unwilling? What exactly did he and the Sword Saint discuss that changed his mind so quickly? Song Yenran was also confused. She was closest yet understood nothing of what transpired. "Very well, from now on you two are my disciples," Li Dao declared with a laugh, then turned to Lin and said, "Lin, since you grasped the sword heart before Yenran, you will be the senior disciple. Make sure to get along well with your junior sister." Li Dao was acutely aware of the strong competitive spirit and the subtle animosity that Song Yenran harbored towards Lin Xian in her eyes. It seemed that Lin Xian's composure might just be the key to managing their complex relationship. "Sister Yenran, may you always remain unharmed," Lin Xian said to Song Yenran with a smile, as if no discord had ever occurred between them. Song Yenran scoffed, filled with reluctance in her heart. Why should he be accepted as a disciple by the master just like her, and even become her senior brother? She couldn't accept it and quickly turned her head away. Lin Xian could only smile helplessly. When suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, "Lin Xian, Song Yenran, listen well. Before the trial battle arrives, I will stay in Kyoto. Aside from your daily lessons, I will also conduct special training for you both." A spark of desire lit up in Song Yenran's eyes. She wanted to become stronger than the man beside her. "Today's discussion ends here. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you young friends any longer." With that, Li Dao's figure suddenly vanished, catching everyone off guard. "Sword Saint, wait. Don't rush off. I have a 7th-tier holy pill here specially prepared by my father for you," Fong Ping called out, only to be ridiculed by someone else. "Only a 7th tier and you dare to show it off?" "The sword intent pill in my hand is a true priceless treasure." Fong Ping produced a pill wrapped in sword intent, immediately drawing gasps from the crowd. "This is the sword intent pill that can enhance one's swordsmanship." It said that an ordinary person became a swordsmanship genius after consuming this pill. Truly fitting for young Master Fong, always so lavish. Unfortunately, the Sword Saint had left too hastily, even forgetting to take his own belongings. The crowd murmured their regrets when suddenly someone mentioned, "The Sword Saint has left, but didn't he take on 2 disciples?" Lin Xian and Song Yenran suddenly felt countless eyes turning towards them. Soon as someone approached Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, this is a generous gift prepared by the Wang family for the Sword Saint." The Wang family, a minor clan from Kyoto. Lin Xian saw that the small storage ring was nearly filled with all sorts of treasures, his eyes lighting up immediately. "Well said, then I, Lin Xian, shall temporarily keep these for my master." He discreetly slipped the storage ring into his own possession, then turned to the next person. "Young Master Lin, this is from the Gu family, and young Master Lin, this is from the Xie family." While over by Song Yenran, "Miss Song, this is a sword intent pill specially sought by the Fong family for the Sword Saint." Fong Ping noticed her lack of reaction and suddenly stepped forward. Instantly, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Song Yenran's eyes as she shouted, "Scram!" The chilly sword intent filled the air, halting Fong Ping's advance. Anger surged in his heart, but the thought of Li Dao's terrifying strength made him silently step back. He then turned his attention to Lin, who was busily receiving gifts until his hands were full, and quickly moved to the front. He managed a strained smile and said, "Young Master Lin, this is for you, take it." But Lin Shen didn't wait for him to finish. He snatched the storage ring from Fong Ping's hand, glanced inside, and discovered about 1,000 sword intent-infused pills. Sword intent pills? Fong Ping looked grimly at Lin and then, suppressing the excitement in his heart, said solemnly, "These 1,000 sword intent pills have been specially prepared by my Fong family for the Sword Saint Elder. I hope young Master Lin will ensure they are delivered to him." Lin Xian responded indifferently next and then turned to the next person, his movements becoming more practiced. "You." Lin Xian's dismissive attitude irked him, but he dared not say more. Just as he was about to remind Lin Xian again, suddenly a strong arm came from behind and pushed him aside. "Hey, you're in my way." Already on the edge of anger from the incident, Fong Ping was now pushed and immediately turned around to curse, "Whoever dares to push me is tired of living." However, his anger deflated when he saw who it was. In front of Fong Ping, Xiao Molai suddenly looked at him with a smile. "Fong Ping, if it were your brother, maybe he could talk back to me. As for you?" Xiao Molai's eyes turned cold. Suddenly Fong Ping felt a burning sensation on his chest. Unbeknownst to him, a palm-sized black flame had appeared on his chest, seemingly alive, quickly consuming his clothes and revealing a large patch of black hair. "Damn, what's that stench? Who did this?" The singed hair emitted a faint smell of rotten eggs. "Take this as a lesson, now get lost," Xiao Molai, who had long disliked the sinister and malicious man, said coldly. Fong Ping, utterly embarrassed and feeling the black flame on his chest gradually disappear, had eyes filled with hatred towards Xiao Molai. Seemingly humiliated and observed by the crowd, he hurriedly left the hotel under the protection of his family members. "Brother Lin, I knew you could become a disciple of the Sword Saint." Xiao Molai then took out a storage ring and handed it to Lin Xian, saying, "This is a modest gift from the Xiao family for the Sword Saint Elder. Please make sure it reaches him." Lin Xian, curious, glanced inside and saw some formed white liquid. "What's this?" "It's a lotion condensed from underground minerals used for refining impurities from the body," Xiao Molai explained. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "It's Centennial Lotion. This is the body refining divine liquid that countless warriors dream of." No wonder the Xiao family was so generous. As soon as this remark was made, those lined up behind who had yet to give their gifts to Lin Xian glanced down at their storage rings, which didn't even hold a drop of the Centennial Lotion, feeling utterly embarrassed. "The Xiao family is thoughtful. I will convey this to my master." Lin Xian was also surprised, unaware of the extensive efforts Xiao Molai had made to persuade the elders to part with these 10 pounds of Centennial Lotion. Shortly after, Lin Xian accepted the last person's storage ring and then assured everyone with a solemn face, "Thank you all for your kindness. I, Lin Xian, will definitely deliver these to my master." Seeing Lin Xian's earnest expression, everyone felt deeply grateful. With the matter of the Sword Saint concluded, the crowd then began to engage in the true purpose of this welcoming event, slowly starting interactions among various factions. Xiao Molai ceased to disturb Lin and returned to the Xiao family area. Lin Xian noticed that Song Yenran had disappeared at some point. Looking behind him, he realized that Su Qingwan was also no longer in her original spot. "Young Master Lin, your maidservant is over there." As if anticipating Lin Xian's thoughts, Song Baodun's voice immediately came from behind him, his hand pointing in a direction. Lin Xian was somewhat speechless. Although he knew this fellow harbored no good intentions, this was his first experience with such a dutiful lackey, which he found amusing. He looked towards the direction Song Baodan was pointing and saw Su Qingwan standing there gracefully, as if waiting for someone. He smiled faintly and didn't mind much. His purpose for coming here was already fulfilled, and he was contemplating leaving. Just as he was about to head towards the exit, a fragrant breeze in a tender voice suddenly reached his ears. "Is young Master Lin leaving already? Mayor is feeling a bit lonely. How about keeping me company for a chat?" Suddenly Lu Meyer, with her devastating beauty, appeared in front of Lin Xian, blocking his path. Lin Xian recognized her and was about to speak when he noticed another gentlewoman appearing by her side. At this moment Lu Meyer was almost clinging to him. Faced with Lu Meyer's seduction, Lin Xian was not swayed at all, and he pushed away her delicate body, saying indifferently, "May I know what Miss Meyer wants with me?" A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Meyer's eyes. She was naturally charming, and even without trying, it was impossible for someone to resist her allure so easily. Her eyes suddenly revealed a hint of interest as she pulled the woman next to her Song Yuyen and smiled coquettishly. Young Master Lin has such talent, it truly makes both Mayor and Yuyen admire you. We have come to make friends with the future Sword Saint. Oh, you should have said so earlier, Lin Xian remarked as if he had just realized their intentions. He then extended his hand towards Lu Meyer's chest, saying lightly, hand it over then. Huh? Hand over what? Confusion flashed in Lu Meyer's eyes, but she quickly realized what he was implying. He wanted her to hand over treasures like those others had. Lu Meyer snorted softly, inwardly cursing him for being unromantic, but at the same time, she had to respect the face of the Sword Saint and reluctantly handed Lin Xian a precious item. Seeing him tuck the treasure into his bosom without hesitation, Lu Meyer felt both angry and annoyed. It was the first time she had ever voluntarily offered a treasure to someone else. Usually it was others who gave gifts to her. Thank you, Miss Mayer, Lin Xian said as he turned to look at Song Yuyen, who had already handed over her treasure. As he pocketed it, he heard her say, Lin, I am Song Yenran's sister Song Yuyen. Watching Song Yuyen come to confront him, Lu Meyer's expression turned sullen, her eyes filled with anticipation of seeing Lin Xian frightened. However, Lin Xian simply responded indifferently, I had guessed as much. He then casually added, and then, do you wish to stand up for her? No. Song Yuyen shook her head, her long hair fluttering behind her. I'm not here to defend her, on the contrary, I want to thank you. Lin Xian looked at her with surprise, taking her in more seriously now. She exuded the gentle aura of the girl next door from a past life, yet also carried the demeanor of a stunningly professional woman. I divorced her and you want to thank me? Not only was Lin Xian incredulous, but even Lu Meyer, who had been bracing to witness Song Yuyen threaten someone for the first time, was taken aback. Lu Meyer almost blurted out, Yuyen, is Yenran not your real sister? I know Yenran's personality best, and this broken engagement must be a blessing in disguise for her. Observing the sincerity in Song Yuyen's eyes, Lin Xian couldn't help but be astonished. This woman seemed so different from her sister's capricious nature. Indeed, as she said, since the last broken engagement, Lin Xian had felt a significant shift in Song Yenran's demeanor, a softening of her previously sharp arrogance. It was merely a small effort on my part, Miss Song, there's no need for thanks, moreover I did it for my own reasons. Regardless of the motive, you indeed brought about a change in Yenran, for which I am thankful, Song Yuyen said earnestly. Now that you have become Yenran's senior brother, I know her well, her nature isn't bad, merely a bit headstrong. If she has offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. Lu Meyer watched in disbelief as Song Yuyen, whom she thought would at least give a minor warning, was now apologizing to him. As long as she doesn't cross certain lines with me. Not only did he not trouble me, but he also thanked and apologized to me. Lin Xian suddenly found this woman before him intriguing. As Lin Xian spoke, he suddenly felt something tugging at his back. Turning around, he saw Su Qingwan with her head lowered, one hand pulling at the corner of his robe, the other hidden behind her, her cheeks faintly flushed, eyes darting away shyly. Lin Xian smiled, immediately understanding her intentions. Observing Su Qingwan's slightly reddened face, Lin Xian found it amusing, then turned back and called out to Song Yuyen, who was about to leave. Song Yuyen looked at him curiously. Lin Xian, feeling a bit embarrassed, finally brought Su Qingwan forward. This maid of mine has something she would like to say to you. Song Yuyen saw a pristine woman before her, her face still bearing traces of blush. And you are? She asked, puzzled. My name is Su Qingwan and I've been asked to deliver a message to you. Song Yuyen tilted her head, finally realizing that she had never seen her before. Please be careful with your master. Song Yuyen's pupils shrank slightly, a wave of shock passing through her, not only because of the words but also because of the woman in front of her who could use secret techniques for transmitting messages even at such a basic level of cultivation. This was a special secret technique usually only available to 5th-tier martial artists. Who exactly are you? Song Yuyen stared earnestly at Su Qingwan, trying to decipher something from her face. Beside them, Lin Xian and Lu Meyer were suddenly confused. What just happened? However, Su Qingwan didn't say much, simply stepping back to stand behind Lin Xian. Whether you believe it or not, I still hope you'll be cautious. This method of transmitting messages was taught to me by an elder, and I can assure you she has no ill intentions towards you. Su Qingwan's voice entered her mind again. If it weren't for Su Qingwan's mysterious methods, she would have disregarded her, as she could never harbor any disrespectful thoughts towards her own master. Yet the secret technique displayed by Su Qingwan made her somewhat concerned. When she tried to ask more, she found that Lin Xian and Su Qingwan had already left the area. She fell into deep thought until Lu Meyer next to her called out, Yuyen? What's wrong? What exactly did Su Qingwan say to you? It was the first time Lu Meyer had seen Song Yuyen so anxious. It's nothing. Shortly after, as Lu Meyer was about to press further, Song Yuyan suddenly spoke with a serious face. By the way, you must stop deceiving those people. Lu Meyer stuck out her tongue, clinging to her and cooing playfully. Isn't that why I have you, Yuyan, to cover for me? Song Yuyan felt helpless, her heart softened and she sighed. This is the last time. I knew Yuyan was the best. Song Yuyan smiled helplessly, quickly being pulled away by Lu Meyer from the inn, her mind still preoccupied with Su Qingwan's background. Meanwhile, in a room in the Lin household, Su Qingwan lay on the bed warming it for Lin Xian while still feeling uneasy. She knew Song Yuyan's character well. Even with a hint of mystery added, she doubted it would concern her much. But now, this was all she could do. Remembering how in her past life she had sacrificed her own life to save her, Su Qingwan made a silent vow that in this life she would do whatever it took to prevent such a fate from befalling her again. Wanner, there's something I've been trying to understand. A somewhat puzzled voice suddenly interrupted Su Qingwan's thoughts. What was the problem? Su Qingwan looked disdainful but replied sweetly, what did you really say to Song Yuyan earlier? Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Su Qingwan knew he would ask. If it hadn't been for the presence of Lu Meyer earlier, she might not have used that secret technique. It was a technique for transmitting sounds directly into someone's mind. She added, it was taught to me by the Empress in my mind. How? Magical. Qingwan, you must teach me. I will learn it very quickly, Lin Xian said excitedly. Su Qingwan remained calm, sat up and her fingertips flickered slightly. Soon Lin Xian felt a ball of light suddenly fly into his mind. Su Qingwan looked on indifferently as Lin Xian closed his eyes to comprehend, quite composed, doubting that Lin Xian could master her secret technique. However, the next moment Su Qingwan felt a tickling in her teeth. Lin Xian's voice unexpectedly appeared in her mind. Qingwan, can you hear me? Su Qingwan was slightly annoyed. How could this guy learn her secret technique so quickly? Congratulations, young master, she said without enthusiasm. Lin Xian seemed quite happy looking at Su Qingwan as if he had discovered a treasure. He suddenly stood up, pushed Su Qingwan, who had just sat up, back down and asked, you've worked hard today, Qingwan. You are allowed to sleep here tonight. The corners of Su Qingwan's mouth curled up slightly and she thought to herself, at least you have some conscience. But before she could reflect further, she suddenly saw Lin Xian start to take off his shoes and prepare to move closer to her. Young master, what are you doing? Su Qingwan's voice trembled slightly, but Lin Xian quickly climbed into the bed, snuggling close to Su Qingwan's somewhat soft body and looked at her curiously. Of course, to sleep. Didn't you say I could sleep? But you said I could sleep here, Su Qingwan protested weakly, trying to contain her anger. Who said this bed could only fit one person? It was then Su Qingwan realized that this scoundrel actually intended to sleep with her. Her eyes gradually emitted a cold light. Sleep together with this scoundrel, over her dead body. As she thought this, Lin Xian suddenly complained, why is it so cold? Su Qingwan's face darkened. You're complaining now. She was about to get out of bed when Lin Xian added, if you're not sleeping, hurry up and get down. What if you make me catch a cold? As soon as he finished speaking, he sneezed. Su Qingwan snorted coldly, her intention to leave momentarily paused as she released a chill from her body, directing it all towards Lin Xian, who was trying to sleep next to her. Freeze to death, you scoundrel! Watching Lin Xian shiver from the cold, Su Qingwan felt a great sense of satisfaction, her smile growing wider. Just as she was about to get out of bed, she suddenly felt a pair of large hands grasp her delicate ankles, and the warmth that emanated from the touch made her yelp. Ah, let go, don't pinch, scoundrel, die. Caught by Lin Xian squeezing her ankles, Su Qingwan's face turned red with embarrassment, and in that moment she couldn't hold back her words and yelled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian still held her foot, suddenly sitting up and looking seriously at Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan immediately realized she had misspoken. Her expression cooled down, ready to strike at Lin Xian at any moment, but the next moment she burst out laughing. Ah, stop, don't tickle, I can't take it anymore. Ah. At that moment Su Qingwan's feet were ruthlessly drilled into by Lin Xian using the knuckles of his middle finger. Watching Su Qingwan suddenly collapse on him, tossing and turning, uttering nonsensical words, Lin Xian felt somewhat surprised. Could it be that this maid was extremely ticklish? Su Qingwan quickly came to her senses, recalling her embarrassing reaction. She immediately became furious. Instantly a layer of cold ice formed on her feet to prevent Lin Xian from attacking again. Meanwhile Su Qingwan, still on high alert, was unaware that a pair of large hands had already reached her slender waist. As Lin Xian's hands gently exerted pressure, Su Qingwan felt a tingling numbness throughout her body. Losing her strength instantly, accompanied by uncontrollable laughter escaping her lips. She began to twist continuously in Lin Xian's arms. Stop it now. But instead of stopping, Lin Xian increased his speed. Su Qingwan felt a mix of humiliation and anger. She wanted to gather her strength to teach this scoundrel a lesson, but she was utterly unable to. She could only let him continue to scratch around her waist. You jerk, let go of me. Her entire body was almost clinging to Lin Xian, struggling incessantly, and the two of them got increasingly closer. Lin Xian could even see a faint trace of tears in her eyes. Just when her face looked utterly hopeless and ashen, Lin Xian suddenly spoke seriously. Wanner, don't worry. I've said before, if that empress inside you tries to escape again, I'll let her know what true pain feels like. Before she could react, the strength in Lin Xian's hands suddenly increased. Su Qingwan's pupils dilated, and a strong sense of wonder surged in her heart. The tingling sensation spread throughout her body, even causing her body to tremble continuously. Suddenly her laughter turned into a pitiful cry. Let go. Her voice grew fainter, and suddenly she collapsed onto Lin Xian, silent, with only her delicate body still trembling violently. Lin Xian immediately let go of his hands but found that she still did not move. Why is there no movement all of a sudden? Lin Xian was puzzled, his hands supporting her body, trying to check her condition, but he was stunned on the spot. At this moment, Su Qingwan's rosy cheeks were streaked with tears, her eyes devoid of their usual sparkle, showing only the whites as they rolled upwards. Her lips were slightly parted, and she was breathing unconsciously. Had she actually fainted? Lin Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, thinking perhaps he had gone too far this time. Hesitant to make another move, he honestly laid Su Qingwan beside him and soon fell asleep. As the day broke, Su Qingwan slowly opened her eyes and tried to get up, only to feel a wave of soreness throughout her body. She groaned, and as she turned, she saw Lin Xian sleeping soundly next to her, his breath light against her. She was startled, and at the same time flashes of the previous night's madness came to her mind. Had he really made her faint, and they had spent the whole night together? Her eyes instantly lost their color. Looking at Lin Xian sleeping peacefully beside her, she hesitated not a moment. Her palm instantly transformed into an icy blade, and she struck towards Lin Xian's head. She couldn't care less at that moment, she had to kill this scoundrel today. However, just as her icy blade was inches away from Lin Xian's head, his hand suddenly rested on her waist. A feeling of weakness overwhelmed her, and as the ice receded from her hand, what was supposed to be a lethal blow turned into a gentle caress of his face. And as Lin Xian's hand kept stroking her, her body uncontrollably wrapped around him like an octopus. Feeling the odd sensation coming from her body, Lin Xian suddenly woke up. He felt the cold jade hands on his face and the legs that tightly clamped around him, accompanied by a naive chuckle nearby. His expression changed instantly. Wanner, I was wrong about you. Lin Xian suddenly sat up, his face filled with loathing as he pushed her away, giving Su Qingwan the strength to momentarily freeze in her movements. Then, hearing him spout more and more outrageous claims, Su Qingwan's head nearly exploded. Her face turned beet red and her body trembled uncontrollably. As a dignified empress, she was continuously humiliated by this man. She couldn't stand it any longer. Her body emitted a chilling air, continuously attacking Lin Xian. Feeling a tickling sensation on his body, Lin Xian slightly furrowed his brow. The empress again. He suddenly reached out, grabbing the ice spike Su Qingwan stabbed at him and crushed it in one grip. Su Qingwan didn't give up. She summoned all her strength, trying to completely freeze Lin Xian. As ice slowly covered his body, even Lin Xian couldn't help but be slightly surprised this momentum could freeze a common warrior alive. He smiled slightly. A surge of divine energy burst forth, shattering the cold. Seeing that all her strength couldn't penetrate his flesh, Su Qingwan was shocked. Was this the legendary ancient holy body? Unfortunately, her extreme cold holy body had not fully awakened. She instantly knew she was no match for him at the moment, and a hint of rationality took over her mind. Just as she was about to revert to a docile servant, Lin Xian grabbed her and pressed her down, and suddenly a tingling sensation spread across her buttocks. I let you take over Wanner's body. You empress dare to scheme against this young master. As Lin Xian spanked her, he did not forget to scold her harshly. Su Qingwan felt a despair so intense, wondering where had things gone wrong. Having been reborn, how had it come to this? Feeling the shame emanating from her body and soul, she forced herself to imagine a future where she would trample Lin Xian beneath her feet. This thought alone made her ordeal slightly more bearable. Her buttocks had gone numb again, and with tears in her eyes, she suddenly pleaded in a grievance-filled voice, "Young master, please stop hitting me. It's me, Wanner." Lin Xian then ceased his actions, his face full of apology. "Wanner, I have wronged you. I didn't realize that the Empress within you had developed feelings for me. How baffling. Su Qingwan managed an awkward smile, struggling to move her body. Young master, please let me go first. Lin Xian immediately released her, his face earnest as he advised Wana, you must communicate properly with the Empress in your mind. Tell her that even though she was once a great emperor, there is no possibility between her and me. She should abandon such thoughts as soon as possible. Narcissist, Su Qingwan cursed inwardly. Then she heard Lin Xian with a look of disgust. Moreover, I don't even know what she looks like. What if she's a monster? Su Qingwan almost fainted in anger, thinking, you're the monster, your whole family are monsters. Young master, it's time to change your clothes. She didn't want to continue the discussion with Lin Xian, she feared she might lose her composure completely. Upon hearing her, Lin Xian also got up and they left the Lin residence. After Su Qingwan had prepared everything, arriving at the class, Lin Xian greeted, please come in Mr. Lin. Song bowed and as usual stood at the door every day, his face showing his lowly status, trying hard to please Lin Xian. After greeting Xiao Molai, Lin Xian suddenly noticed that Lin Jiping was absent, leaving only Xiao Mei secretly watching him from a corner. Lin Xian didn't pay much mind and soon Song Shirua arrived, and they all entered into the dream realm she had woven. Unlike before, Lin Xian found that this time Song Shirua had used her feet to viciously kick him to death. Being toyed with by this madwoman every day is really annoying. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, feeling a significant change in his qi and blood, which brought him some relief. As the class ended, Lin Xian suddenly heard a thick voice in his mind and he immediately had an epiphany. He let Su Qingwan go back first while he went to an open field and found a familiar figure already there. Sister Yanran, you're here early, where's master? Lin Xian looked around but didn't see Li Dao. Meanwhile, Song Yanran ignored him, continuing to stare aside. Soon a familiar voice echoed in their minds again, disciples be ready, we are about to depart. Lin Xian and Su Qingwan felt dizzy and the scenery beside them began to twist. In the blink of an eye their surroundings transformed. Is this the Savage Lands? Surrounded by thick foliage, Song Yanran expressed her surprise. It was only then that Lin Xian realized the environment here was strikingly similar to the space Song Shirua had once described. Indeed, this is the place where I will be taking you for training for a while. Li Daoi's voice entered their minds, though neither of them saw him. Your task is to advance as far as you can into the depths of the barbaric wilderness. I will intervene if you encounter unbeatable beasts. After that they heard no more from Li Daoi. As if he had left, turning to Song Yanran, Lin Xian asked, do you know this place, junior sister Song? She replied indifferently, not familiar, and started walking forward alone. You two must proceed together and help each other. Li Daoi's instruction echoed, albeit unheard. Song Yanran, though reluctant, responded respectfully to the empty air, yes master, and then glanced at Lin Xian, her face filled with unwillingness. Suddenly a fierce determination appeared in her eyes. How about we see who needs help first as we head deeper? Lin Xian felt it was somewhat childish but didn't object. Song Yanran, seeing no resistance from Lin Xian, quickly began to move deeper into the barbaric wilderness. At the moment they were only at the fringe of the wilderness, encountering mostly wild red-eyed rabbits with vitality around 10, posing little threat. Song Yanran even cuddled one in her arms. As they ventured to the outer perimeter, the number of beasts increased. Creatures like wild wolves, swift hounds and leaping monkeys with vitality ranging from 30 to 90 began to appear. Song Yanran's sword intense suddenly surfaced and her eyes grew colder. The beasts soon noticed the two intruders in their peaceful forest, disrupting the calm with shrill, piercing cries. A troop of leaping monkeys, tails up and eyes red, screeched towards Lin Xian. He simply turned his head slightly and the beasts around him dropped dead instantly. In contrast, Song Yanran struggled slightly against these creatures. During this time, not only had she practiced her sword intent, but she had also increased her vitality to a solid 50 points, which pleased her. However, facing numerous beasts with similar vitality still proved challenging. As she was about to check how Lin Xian was faring, she saw that the ground around him was littered with corpses, and he was giving her a devilishly charming look as if to say, need my help, annoyed Song Yanran's sword intent erupted violently, slashing fiercely at the surrounding beasts. Soon the creatures fell and she stood provocatively over a swath of bodies, her sword trembling slightly in her hand. Lin Xian, unaware of why she had suddenly become so passionate, ignored it and continued deeper into the wilderness. Biting her lip and grunting softly, Song Yanran fixed her gaze on Lin Xian's figure and followed. After walking for a few minutes, she noticed Lin Xian had stopped. Hey, why aren't you moving? She asked irritably, then heard faint sounds around them, followed by a disdainful look on her face. You're not scared, are you? Shut up, Lin Xian responded sharply. Lin Xian spoke abruptly, irritation coloring his tone. Song Yanran froze for a moment because, in that instant, she saw a figure she knew all too well. Almost subconsciously, she exclaimed, "Elder Song?" Lin Shen looked at her with surprise. "You know Song Shiruo too?" "Of course," she retorted, "she is a revered elder of the Song family and a prodigy among our younger generation." Rolling her eyes as Song Shiruo seemed not to notice them and quickly disappeared from their view, a sudden sadness flickered in Song Yanran's eyes. Lin Xian noticed her change in expression, his eyes flashing with curiosity. "Does this madwoman have some unspeakable secrets?" he wondered aloud. "Do you think I would share my family's secrets with someone who has humiliated me and even divorced me?" Song Yanran snapped coldly, ignoring Lin Xian further. Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly, deciding not to push the conversation further, but his interest was evidently piqued. As they continued on their journey, they encountered several beasts, with the strongest boasting a vitality of 80. After barely managing to kill an ice crystal wolf, Song Yanran was panting heavily. She looked over to Lin Xian, who seemed unfazed, which irritated and puzzled her. She wondered just what his limits were, considering he always appeared so relaxed regardless of the situation. When Lin Xian suggested taking a break, seeing her tiredness, Song Yanran bristled. "Do you think everyone is as useless as you? I don't need to rest." With that, she turned haughty and unreasonable, prompting Lin Xian to simply continue walking ahead without further comment. As night began to fall, the wilderness around them grew eerily cold, and low growls occasionally punctuated the silence. Song Yanran knew these were the sounds of beasts hunting for food. Soon she heard the increasingly loud sound of footsteps approaching them. The surrounding area fell silent, the noise growing clearer, causing her unease to spike. Suddenly, in the darkness, countless dark green pupils appeared quickly surrounding them. Song Yanran's mind sharpened instantly, her alertness peaking as she reached for her sword, yet fatigue washed over her. Having spent nearly all her energy to avoid appearing disheveled in front of Lin Xian, she was now overwhelmed with exhaustion. She was so weak that she couldn't even lift her sword anymore. As the green eyes of the beast hurtled towards her, she finally saw clearly what she was facing. It was a herd of silverhorn sheep. The two sharp horns charged at her ferociously. In an instant, she closed her eyes and screamed, "Master!" However, the expected pain did not come, which made Song Yanran realize that her master must have arrived. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a tall and sturdy figure. She was certain it was not her master. Desperately trying not to think about who this person might be, even a random passerby would have been fine as long as it wasn't him. But then Lin Xian's voice shattered Song Yanran's pride completely. The fact that he had to protect her was more of a blow than if she had lost to him again. Watching Lin Xian, his face expressionless as ever, casually slaying each of the silverhorn sheep, whose strength was comparable to a martial artist, a sense of despair suddenly enveloped Song Yanran. Lin Xian's sword energy enveloped them tightly, killing any beast that dared to approach. Soon the silverhorn sheep showed signs of retreat. Song Yanran stood dumbfounded, hardly believing the scene before her. How could he be so powerful? Could she really ever defeat him? For the first time, she began to doubt herself. Just as she thought the crisis was over, a silverhorn sheep, much larger than the rest, suddenly emerged from the herd. Beneath its white fur were eyes red and fixated on them. Lin Xian sensed danger, as the aura of this beast was that of a first-tier demon beast. The silverhorn sheep did not seem inclined to let them go, scraping its hooves on the ground as if gathering strength. Then, with a powerful kick, it charged at them with a burst of energy. Lin Xian closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. A sharp and fierce sword energy shot towards the silverhorn sheep. The light of the sword flickered, and Song Yanran saw the long, curved horns slice through the air, tinted by the moonlight as they fell straight down. A furious bleat echoed through the forest. Lin Xian glanced indifferently at the goat. In an instant, countless sword energies filled the air, baptizing the silverhorn sheep. Thanks to its thick hide, Lin Xian's sword energy took a while to completely kill it. With the leader goat dead, the rest of the silverhorn sheep lost their cohesion and scattered in panic. Song Yanran numbly watched the scene, struggling to calm her emotions, but she couldn't stop herself from thinking that she needed to become stronger than the man before her. She had to know why he had become so powerful. "Hey, why are you so strong?" Song Yanran mumbled, burying her head. "What did you say?" Lin Xian asked, not quite catching her words. Moving closer to hear her better, Song Yanran's face suddenly flushed red. Clenching her teeth, she exclaimed, "Why are you so strong?" Lin Xian responded with a serious look. "Oh, being powerful is just a synonym for this, young master. Besides that, I have another synonym. Wealthy." Song Yanran was puzzled. "Wealthy? Exactly." Lin Xian suddenly pulled out a storage ring from his bosom. "See, this is filled with all sorts of cultivation resources. It would be hard not to become strong." "Humph, I have those too." Song Yenran said with a face full of disdain, certain that this fellow would never tell the whole truth. Oh, but do you have this 100-year lotion? Lin Xian suddenly asked with a mysterious smile, producing another storage ring. What, 100-year lotion? Song Yenran was shocked. Inside the ring, there was enough white lotion to immerse 2 people. Where did you get this? She demanded. Even as the second young lady of the Song family, she couldn't easily obtain about 10 kilograms of this 100-year lotion. At least her current value demonstrated in the Song family wasn't enough to justify using such an amount. Of course, it was supposed to be a tribute from the Shao family to the master, and I was temporarily safeguarding it. Lin Xian shifted the topic smoothly. However, the master didn't want it, so now these items naturally belong to me. What? They're all yours? Song Yenran panicked. That's the tribute from dozens of families, big and small, to the master. The master has already agreed, Lin Xian said indifferently, playing with the rings in his hand, his expression tinged with reluctance. Song Yenran was slightly surprised. The master had given him all these treasures, which made her somewhat annoyed. No, you have to give me half. Well, seeing how weak you are, I guess I will. Lin Xian sighed and casually tossed her part of the storage rings, his face showing reluctance. He had just received the master's instruction to share these treasures with her, and even now he started filling a large wooden tub with the 100-year lotion right on the spot, under Song Yenran's delighted gaze. Lin Xian pointed at her, signaling her to get in. Looking at the tub filled with lotion, she was surprised and a bit skeptical. Is this prepared for me? Who else? Lin Xian retorted, then urged, hurry up and get in. Don't let the medicinal properties dissipate. Oh, the thought of immersing herself in the century-old lotion filled Song Yenran with excitement, and she jumped in without hesitation. A wave of comfort swept over her, and she could faintly feel the impurities in her body being washed away bit by bit. Just as she was about to close her eyes and enjoy, she noticed Lin Xian in front of her also seemed to want to come in. She was shocked and hugged herself tightly, exclaiming, what are you doing? Master is still here. What are you thinking? Lin Xian didn't explain much and simply sat down directly. The tub was already small, and with Lin Xian joining, it became even more cramped. You, why did you come in? Song Yenran felt a constant pressure on her body, wrapped entirely in the lotion, and suddenly found it hard to breathe. Lin Xian looked at her strangely and said, did you think this was all prepared just for you? He then closed his eyes and began to slowly feel the changes in his body. Song Yenran was furious and thought about getting up, but with a face of reluctance she eventually sat back down. Thus a peculiar scene unfolded. In a small wooden tub, a man quietly soaked in the white lotion with his eyes closed, while beside him sat a woman with a look of disdain, her face smeared with a bit of the lotion, trying her best to curl up towards the edge of the tub, her brows furrowing occasionally, seemingly eager to get out. This century-old lotion might help me cleanse the impurities from my body and give me another baptism, Lin Xian suddenly remarked. Song Yenran scoffed, humph, you, a baptism? Dream on. Do you think just this one time can cleanse the impurities from your body and complete a baptism that countless people dream of? However, at that moment she was rendered speechless because she saw some dark impurities seeping out of Lin Xian's body. How is this possible? Song Yenran's mouth fell open as she watched more and more impurities emerge from Lin Xian, feeling extremely unfair. Why does this guy get a mysterious baptism after just one soak? Suddenly her expression froze. She remembered he had mentioned again. Thinking of Lin Xian becoming stronger made Song Yenran very uncomfortable, completely oblivious to the fact that the originally pristine white century-old lotion had now turned turbid. Suddenly she smelled something odd and realized her body was covered in filth. Ah, she screamed, struggling to get up, and immediately jumped out, looking at herself covered in grime and angrily yelling at Lin Xian, who was still in the tub, look what you've done, you've made me so dirty. Watching Lin Xian remain silent with his eyes closed, Song Yenran was about to go mad, her body sticky and desperately looking around. She spotted a lake not far away and was delighted, about to head there, but then looked back at Lin Xian, still with his eyes tightly closed, and no longer hesitated, sprinting with all her might. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, now free of impurities, noticed the tub filled with murky lotion, frowned and jumped out. He realized that Song Yenran had already run off somewhere, but he didn't mind too much and began to feel the changes in his own body. Almost all the essence of that century-old lotion had been absorbed by him, also aiding him in completing the second baptism in the Qi blood realm, and his Qi blood value had risen to 71 points. He was about to reflect on this when he suddenly heard Song Yenran scream in the distance. Lin Xian touched his forehead, puzzled about what this guy was up to again, always something. He reached the lakeside, where he suddenly spotted clothes scattered on the ground. At first glance he recognized them as Song Yenran's. Strange, why are they so dirty? Lin Xian wondered, his curiosity mounting. Suddenly he heard a gurgling sound from the lake, followed by a splash of water as a pale body danced with the waves. Before Lin Xian could take a closer look, a creature resembling a gigantic jelong burst from beneath the water. Its gaping maw opened wide, leaping as if to swallow Song Yenran whole. Reacting swiftly, Lin Xian dodged and scooped up the dripping wet body, retreating backward. "Let go of me, you pervert! Don't stare at me!" Song Yenran yelled furiously, covering her private parts with her hands while struggling in Lin Xian's arms. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed with a rosy tint. Feeling Song Yenran's slippery eel-like body in his arms, Lin Xian no longer indulged her, promptly dropping her onto the ground. After dropping her, he retrieved a piece of clothing from his storage ring and threw it over her. "It's just a bit of flesh, what's there to look at?" he scoffed. "You," Song Yenran exclaimed in pain and surprise, not expecting him to actually throw her down. Before either could react further, the jelong from the lake charged towards Lin Xian. Its cold, aqua-colored pupils were like two sharp blades, staring intently at Lin and instilling a suffocating, icy sensation in his heart. Instinctively, Lin Xian unleashed his sword intent, elevating himself to the peak of his physical and blood energy state. But the beast was incredibly fast, reaching Lin Xian in the blink of an eye. Lin tried to block with his hands but underestimated the creature's strength. He was sent flying by its massive body, only realizing the creature's formidable power when he felt a faint sensation of his bones fracturing in his arm. This is no first-tier monster, it's second-tier or even higher, Lin Xian realized, facing a formidable enemy. As a golden light emanated from his body, Lin Xian felt the fractured bones in his arm gradually healing. Struggling to his feet, he saw the jelong poised to attack Song Yenran, who was lying on the ground, still inadvertently revealing a hint of her body. Frantically, she tried to muster her sword intent to hit the jelong, but it did nothing to stop its advance. As the beast's vast mouth slowly opened, terror spread throughout her body and she tightly shut her eyes. Just as Li Daoi, hidden in the shadows, was about to make his move, he was surprised to find that Lin Xian had somehow manifested 9 azure lotuses around him. Racing ahead of the dragon-like creature, Lin Xian struck with a punch that brought forth a mark of the chaotic azure lotus, forcefully subduing the beast. Chaotic azure lotus. "Indeed, it is the ancient sacred body," Li Daoi exclaimed with a smile. He had sensed a trace of the sacred body aura the first time he saw Lin Xian. "Hey, you're not dead yet. Hurry up and put on your clothes." Song Yenyan opened her eyes to see Lin Xian radiating golden light, with a lotus mark slowly emerging on his forehead, looking quite enchanting. Suddenly feeling a chill, Song Yenyan realized she was only covered by Lin Xian's garment. Somewhat embarrassed and angry, she suddenly said to Lin Xian, "You left me behind that tree." After speaking, she lowered her head, silent, lost in thought. Lin Xian thought women were troublesome. He picked her up without paying attention to the softness at his fingertips. After setting her down, he ignored her and turned his attention back to the beast. The python had straightened its enormous body again, but this time its eyes seemed colder than ever. It began to hiss continuously, seemingly amazed at how such a weak human could suddenly become so powerful. However, before it could react, several sword intents crazily struck towards its blue scales. The creature looked disdainful. Although this sword intent was much stronger than that of the woman before, it believed that breaking through its incredibly hard scales was impossible. Yet at that moment Lin Xian gave a slight smile and said, "Let's test this azure lotus sword intent on you." Instantly several lotuses appeared within the sword intent, and upon contact, they created a deep crack in its scales. The flesh beneath was slightly exposed and the python screamed, followed by countless sword energies ravaging its body. In a blink, it was left severely wounded, with its blood painting the entire lake red. Its eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Its scales, which even some second-tier warriors couldn't penetrate, were so easily breached by a youth not even at the first tier. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the creature's body as it collapsed, splashing water everywhere. Only its eyes remained, staring at Lin Xian, filled with rage and resentment. At that moment, cheerful laughter echoed around. "Ha, worthy of being my disciple, Li Daoi. To think you could defeat a peak second-tier green python." Li Daoi suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xian, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. "Ancient sacred body. How long has it been since someone from our human race possessed a sacred body?" His eyes sparkling, Li Daoi suddenly pointed at Lin Xian's forehead. Almost instantly Lin Xian felt a warm flow surge through his forehead, followed by a vast consciousness entering his mind. Master Lin imparted all his understanding of the sword heart realm into your mind, which should help you grasp its true essence more quickly. Li Daoi's voice reached Lin Xian, who suddenly felt his comprehension of the sword heart deepening. Thank you, master. I will master the true essence of the sword heart soon. Seeing Lin Xian's confident response, he nodded slightly, then turned to look at Song Yanran, who had just dressed and was still in shock. Li Daoi pointed gently and a ball of light flew into her forehead. Yanran, you could have stepped into the sword heart realm long ago, but something has always held back your heart. Song Yanran looked puzzled, not understanding the meaning of her master's words. Li Daoi shook his head and then said, softly, let it go, Yanran. Her pupils shook and she instantly understood her master's words. Her gaze became fierce yet hesitant and finally turned into deep resentment. Now aware that Lin Xian possessed the ancient holy body, he seemed like a mountain pressing down on her, leaving her no room to breathe. Let's end today's trial here. As Li Daoi's voice fell, the surroundings changed again. Song Yanran found herself at the Song family's doorstep while Lin Xian was back at the Lin family's home. After marveling at the strength of a 9th-tier fighter, Lin Xian returned to his room. It was late at night and he found Su Qingwan quietly sitting at the table cultivating. Lin Xian smiled faintly, not wishing to disturb her, and went straight to bed. Just as he closed his eyes, Su Qingwan suddenly opened hers and squinted at him. He seems to have grown stronger again. The days that followed were much the same, with his vitality steadily increasing. Song Baodun's sycophantic tendencies remained unchanged, and the madwoman Song Shirua continued her brutal antics daily, along with Song Yanran, who kept dragging him down and complaining in the barbaric lands. Lin Xian could only sigh. Indeed, it seems there are few normal people with the surname Song. Fortunately, he had a clever maidservant with chores she helped, and in leisure he teased, and from time to time he would discipline the tyrannical empress within her, which was quite amusing. Soon more than 10 days passed briskly, and Lin Xian could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the Lin family was becoming somewhat unusual. As the eve of the trial battle approached, not bad Yanran, your vitality has reached 95, and while your sword intent has not yet stepped into the sword heart, it has become more refined. This trial battle should yield a decent ranking. Li Dao looked at Song Yanran with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Lin and said seriously, Lin, your strength has already surpassed the current level of the trial battles. Unless something unexpected happens, you are likely to be ranked first this time. However, do not become arrogant. Remember, there is always someone better out there, and there are skies beyond our sky. Stay grounded and work hard to enhance your strength further. Lin responded firmly, yes, I will not let my master down. Watching Lin Xian's composed demeanor, Song Yanran couldn't help but give a bitter smile inside her heart. Over the past 10 days, Song Yanran had truly witnessed the terrifying strength of Lin Xian. By now, ordinary second-tier beasts were nothing more than mere cannon fodder in his presence. After the appearance of the 9 blue lotuses around him, he could even contend with some of the lower third-tier beasts. Lin Xian's vitality had reached a horrifying 99 points. Increasing even a single point above 90 was much more challenging than before, and some people might never reach 100 points in their lifetime, thus losing the path of a martial artist. The reason Lin Xian hadn't made a breakthrough yet was that his master had advised him to suppress his power until he could find the sacred spring in the trial ground for the third blood washing. Song Yanran suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness, struggling with the decision of whether or not to give up considering him as her rival. But then she remembered how he had once humiliated her. Just as she was about to leave this barbaric land, Lin Xian had returned to the Lin family home only to find a mysterious figure lurking near his doorstep, acting suspiciously. The figure was startled upon seeing Lin Xian suddenly appear and tried to leave, but upon recognizing Lin Xian's face, he stopped in his tracks. Lin Xian, I have been looking for you for a long time. Lin Xian immediately recognized the sinister-looking man. Isn't this the second young master of the Fong family? What are you doing skulking around my family's doorstep in the dead of night? Could it be that you have some nefarious plot? Lin Xian looked at him with a playful expression, and Fong Ping's face suddenly showed a hint of panic, but he quickly regained his sinister demeanor. Lin Xian, I heard that Sword Saint did not keep those treasures and they all ended up in your hands. Fong Ping suddenly extended his hand in a threatening manner. I advise you to be sensible and return my sword intent pills to me. Lin Xian scoffed, are you talking about these? Before Fong Ping could react, Lin Xian pulled out a handful of pills and, to Fong Ping's astonishment, popped them into his mouth. Chewing them, he said, the ones you gave aren't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Enraged, Fong Ping had never touched a single one of those sword intent pills, and now Lin Xian was squandering them right before his eyes. You waste. You're not worthy of touching my sword intent pills. Disturbing aura began to emanate from Fong Ping as a dense demonic energy burst forth. You waste. Hand over the sword intent pills now. Don't think just because you're a disciple of Sword Saint that I wouldn't dare to touch you. In this capital, there is no one Fong Ping is afraid of. Oh? Why do I remember someone not daring to even squeak in front of the elder young master of the Shao family? Caught off guard, Fong Ping became furiously embarrassed, and in a flash he lunged towards Lin Xian with a claw engulfed in demonic energy. Die! As the claw charged with demonic energy was about to strike, Lin Xian just smiled lightly, and in the next instant Fong Ping's body suddenly couldn't move. What is this? Fong Ping was shocked, feeling as if countless blades had locked onto him, seeming as though any slight movement would cause him to burst and die instantly. His forehead was subtly covered with a cold sweat, large beads of sweat beginning to drip, yet the demonic aura around him did not diminish in the slightest. Is this all the strength you have? And you dare to come to kill me? Lin Xian suddenly thrust the sword energy into his body. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Countless sword energies pierced into his body, feeling as if he was being stabbed by numerous needles. Fong Ping screamed in agony, only then realizing the horror of Lin Xian. Regretting in his heart, he stuttered, "Young Master Lin, I was blind to your greatness." However, Lin Xian had no intention of letting him go just like that and immediately asked, "Speak, what sinister plot brings you to the Lin family in the dead of night?" As he spoke, he injected more sword energy into Fong Ping. Fong Ping struggled painfully but still clenched his teeth, refusing to speak. Seeing this, Lin Xian's mind shifted, and suddenly Fong Ping felt as though millions of swords were piercing his body, the immense pain making him cry out. Just as Lin Xian was about to continue his torment, a sudden attack from afar targeted him. He leaped back, and upon looking towards Fong Ping again, he noticed a figure clad in black swiftly rescuing him. Watching the figure gradually disappearing into the dark night, Lin Xian did not pursue, for he had sensed a strong and familiar aura from the man in black. He was certain he had seen this person at the Lin household before. Lin Xian vaguely felt that there was more to this incident, especially considering the recent unusual calm within his clan. He suspected that the great elder might soon make a move. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, the severely injured Fong Ping suddenly said to the man in black, "I want that guy dead. Don't worry, he won't live much longer. When the time comes, I will let young Master Fong personally kill him." Receiving the promise from the man in black, Fong Ping let out a sinister laugh, though this laugh seemed to strain all the muscles in his body, worsening his injuries. An hour before the trial battle. Classmates, a month has passed, and now all of you are qualified to participate in the trial battle. As your teacher, I wish you all good results. Although Song Shirua had an expressionless face, she kept her eyes fixed on Lin Xian the whole time. There seemed to be a mix of reluctance and dependency in her eyes. Lin Xian was startled and immediately dismissed this absurd thought. Honestly, with his current lack of strength, he did not want to see this crazy woman again. Over these 30 days, who knows what he had endured? This crazy woman's tricks were endless, even to the point that on the last day, it seemed as though she wanted to revive Lin Xian only to kill him again and then revive him once more, repeating the process until the madwoman's amusement was satisfied. Lin Xian finally saw the fainting look in her eyes, and only then did he find his release. 100 times, this madwoman had killed him 100 times. A strange glimmer flashed in Lin Xian's eyes as he stared at the voluptuous figure of the lunatic on the stage, swearing to himself that he would make her pay dearly. Soon the crowd arrived at a square where about 1,000 students were waiting eagerly for the trial battle to begin. Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, 8 martial artists in formal attire flew down from the sky. The leader hovered in the middle of the square, standing out uniquely like a magnificent lotus in full bloom. Look, wasn't that Director Liu from Kyoto University of Supernatural Abilities? She had even come in person? Rumors had it that Director Liu's strength had reached the terrifying 9th rank 3 years ago, and now it was even more unfathomable. If one could become a direct disciple of Director Liu, even dying would be worth it. After the crowd's murmurs, a serene voice echoed across the square. Fellow students, this year's trial battle remains the same as before. You will be transported to a small space resembling a wilderness where endless beastly creatures and numerous treasures await. You are to defeat these creatures to earn points. The stronger the beast, the more points you'll gain. Also, this trial battle will continue to use a points system. The more points you have, the higher your rank. Don't worry about your safety. Upon entering the battlefield, you will receive a special token. Not only does it store your points, but it can also teleport you out of the trial space in times of danger, albeit at the cost of forfeiting all your scores from this exam. Furthermore, points can be transferred via the token. Everyone's hearts suddenly became cautious, glancing at each other, with Lin Xian's eyes narrowing interestingly at the prospects of this challenge, as the crowd speculated. Director Liu and others performed a secret technique and a mysterious black hole suddenly appeared in the center of the square. Everyone proceed into the trial land. Wanard, meet up with me once you're inside, Lin Xian instructed. As he found his body being sucked into the hole, Su Qingwan obediently hummed in response, though inwardly she thought, who wants to meet up with you, you jerk? I've got my own fortunes to find. She knew the trial land was no simple place, especially with the treasures hidden within it. Almost in a blink of an eye, Lin Xian found himself in a strange environment. Is this the trial land? Suddenly, a dark green bronze ancient jade with a number 0 appeared in his hand, signaling the start of his journey. He looked around yet saw no one else. Without a map or any guiding tool, he was clueless about his whereabouts. Despite the main objective of the trial being to hunt demonic beasts for points, the sight of low-level beasts around him, each worth a mere 10 points, failed to arouse any interest in him. Wanner must be quite familiar with this place. Suddenly Lin Xian said, I trust that with Wanner's relentless efforts she will find me soon. Having said that, he began to wander aimlessly around the area. Half an hour later, in the outside world, nearly every family from the capital had gathered, their eyes fixed on the large screen displaying the live rankings. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, Fong Yuan from the Fong family has been dominating the top spot for a full half hour now. His score has reached a terrifying 2,000 points. How many beasts has he slain? The second place was held by Xiao Molia from the Xiao family and the third place by Song Yanran from the Song family. Master Fong, your son is truly a dragon among men, someone said, their face alight with eager flattery. More and more words of praise followed, swelling Fong Xiaoqian's pride. Suddenly someone shouted, look, why does Lin Xian from the Lin family have 0 points? Could it be that he hasn't slain a single beast? It was believed that after Lin Xian became the disciple of a sword saint, he had completely shed his useless status, but as the saying goes, once a useless person, always a useless person. Laughter erupted from the Fong family's side, directed mockingly at Lin Zhang, who was also present. Lin Zhang's expression turned grim, ignoring the taunts from old devil Fong, but he looked worried. Could something have happened to Xianer in the secret realm? He wondered. Meanwhile, after aimlessly wandering for half an hour, Lin Xian was starting to feel tired. During this time, aside from encountering some humans fighting with demonic beasts, he had not come across any useful information. Just as he was about to continue his aimless wandering, he suddenly heard a familiar voice ahead. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Lin Xian saw a familiar figure in the distance, apparently engaged in battle. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Xian's maid, Fong Ping's face was sullen, his injuries from the previous night seemingly healed, and his eyes filled with lascivious intent as he gazed at Su Qingwan. Lin Xian, I didn't expect your maid to be so attractive. She'll serve nicely to vent my frustrations. Beautiful lady, blame your master Lin Xian for this. Fong Ping, like a ravenous wolf, was enveloped in demonic energy as he lunged towards Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan's eyes turned cold, and instantly Fong Ping felt a chill spread through the air, even stiffening his movements. I can't handle a mermaid even though I can handle Lin. Fong Ping roared disdainfully, his demonic aura seeming to pierce the heavens. But in the next moment a stern voice called out, leave. The air seemed to freeze, and even the demonic mist around him seemed to don a layer of ice. Almost instantly his entire body turned into an ice block, firmly trapped. Shocked, he thought, how is it possible that I can't defeat a mere servant of Lin Xian? As he stood there stunned, a tearing sensation suddenly spread through his body, and from the corner of his eye he saw the ice block beginning to crack. Fong Ping was terrified, realizing that this woman wanted to kill him. Without hesitation, filled with deep resentment and hatred, he shattered the token with a thought, and his figure vanished from the spot. Look, someone's coming out. Suddenly a figure appeared with a beam of light, teleporting onto the square. Fong Xiaotian saw this and laughed wildly, looking at Lin Zhang. The first one eliminated must be the infamous Lin Xian with 0 points, right, Master Lin? Lin Zhang stared intently at the figure. As it became clearer, there was still a layer of ice on the body. When they recognized the face, everyone was shocked. Isn't that the second young master of the Fong family? Lin Zhang, realizing it wasn't Lin Xian, breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt strangely perturbed, his son being a great emperor in the making. How could he be eliminated so easily? Then with a playful look he turned to Fong Xiaotian, who was eager to retrieve Fong Ping. Old devil Fong, what happened? Why is your son the first to be eliminated? Meanwhile, after dealing with a pest, Su Qingwan rushed towards a place she remembered as a treasure site, but suddenly a familiar voice caught her attention. Too bad I didn't kill that guy. Su Qingwan's body tensed, ready to flee, but it was too late because Lin Xian had already approached her. Waner, I finally found you. Aren't you familiar with this place? Do you know where the holy spring is? Take me there quick. Lin Xin grabbed her arm, eager to leave. Su Qingwan felt like dying. How did this guy know about the holy spring? She was just on her way there for a second baptism of blood and qi, and she recalled that Lin Xian had undergone a baptism before. Could it be he wanted a second one too? She hesitated, truly not wanting to lead this scoundrel there. Just thinking about him undergoing a second baptism made her teeth itch, but given her current dependency she had no choice but to lead him on. You're indeed my maid, useful at critical moments. Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Su Qingwan secretly rolled her eyes. Soon they saw a spring, but there were many people around. Lin Xian noticed that Lin Jiping and Xiao Mei were also there. After Lin Xian met with the two individuals, they suddenly stood in front of the spring. Soon after, Xiao Mei's voice was heard. We saw it first. The moment Xiao Mei spoke, it immediately aroused the vigilance of those around her. Some discontentedly retorted, "Nonsense, I clearly saw it first, it's mine." The air was instantly filled with the smell of gunpowder, with traces of a looming explosion. This scene amused Lin Xian on the side. He was somewhat puzzled. The sacred spring looked so tranquil, so why were these people incessantly arguing here? He chuckled and said, "If that's the case, why don't you all enter this sacred spring?" The arguing stopped and everyone looked at each other, and then at the bottom of the spring, their eyes revealing a deep dread, Lin Xian's face showed a slight smile, his heart instantly enlightened. There must be something beneath this sacred spring, otherwise these folks would have already gone in. Wonder what lies beneath. Lin Xian turned to Su Qingwan and asked, "A third tier Bian Jie Jiao?" Su Qingwan replied, her eyes gazing at the bottom of the spring, a faint mystical light twinkling in her eyes. "What? That Jiao has the strength of a third tier?" Someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise, then left the place with a face full of disappointment, saying, "Before leaving, let's disperse. Can we, who haven't even reached the level of martial artists, possibly stand against a third tier monster?" Following this, people began to leave one after another, but there were still some who were not willing to give up and wanted to try their luck standing by the spring, fantasizing about enjoying the baptism of the sacred spring. Among these people were Lin Jiping and Xiao Mei. Lin Xian noticed that the two were quietly staying on the side. When Lin Xian looked over, Xiao Mei suddenly said with a high and mighty tone, "Lin Xian, if you can find a way to get rid of this Bian Jie Jiao, I might let you join us in soaking in this sacred spring." Lin Xian, as if he heard a huge joke, his face full of mockery, "I thought you would have learned your lesson by now, but it seems your memory is still stuck a month ago." Xiao Mei's face suddenly changed, her eyes emitting anger, glaring at Lin Xian with a cannibalistic gaze. "Lin, don't push people too far. This sacred spring was discovered by all of us together. If you have any method to deal with that Jiao, you should quickly tell everyone." Lin Jiping suddenly spoke up, looking at him with a righteous face. The crowd immediately echoed, exactly, otherwise we can only watch this sacred spring helplessly." Lin Xian laughed out loud, staring at the crowd, his lips curling into a smile. "A method? I do have one, indeed." "Really?" Seeing the joyful expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Xian sneered and in an instant appeared in front of the man who had just spoken. He grabbed him and threw him into the lake. Almost immediately, the azurite jade dragon from the spring leapt out, opening its massive jaws as if to devour him whole. The man's face was instantly filled with terror, and after giving Lin Xian a resentful look, he immediately crushed his token. "Lin Xian, your heart is so cruel." Lin Xian, indifferent, responded, "Isn't this what you wanted me to resolve? This is my way." The jade dragon, seeing its meal vanish suddenly, was furious. It suddenly snapped at a few people on the shore. Caught off guard, they failed to react in time, and only after having their arms or legs bitten off did they crush their tokens. The gruesome remains and the scent of blood in the air finally threw those who were still nearby into panic, and they forgot all about the sacred spring as they fled in terror. The jade dragon then turned its attention towards Lin Jiping, Xiao Mei and others. Don't come here." Lin Jiping, seeing the dragon open its bloody maw towards him, panicked and in desperation once again pushed Xiao Mei towards the abyss. Xiao Mei's pupils dilated in shock, and with a face full of unwillingness she too crushed her token. Watching Lin Jiping heartlessly abandon Xiao Mei again, the light in his eyes faded and his face was a mask of struggle. He knew that he might have lost a good companion forever. However, fortunately his token was still intact, meaning he still had a chance to get into Kyoto University of Special Abilities. When the time comes, what woman won't I have? Do I really need this wretched woman? With this thought, Lin Jiping's legs unconsciously moved faster, his heart cursing, "Damn, getting rid of this wretched woman is actually a relief. Not only was she first taken by Lin Xian, she's unbearable and probably has been played by countless men in secret." Thinking of the better prospects waiting for him, his mood greatly improved. Then turning his head, he noticed that Lin Xian and Su Qingwan were still standing there while the dragon seemed to have noticed them too. He sneered in his heart, two fools, better dead. But in the next moment his face stiffened and he found himself unable to move as his feet were somehow encased in ice. At that moment the dragon twisted its body and rapidly approached him. Lin Jiping's face turned pale and he immediately summoned a hellhound to fend off the massive creature. Don't come here. As soon as the hellhound appeared, it trembled and within a second was swallowed by the dragon. Lin Jiping's heart trembled and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He could no longer sense his hellhound. His eyes turned to Lin Xin, his hatred overwhelming his fear, but the overwhelming scent of blood forced him to swiftly crush his token. Wanner, I never expected you to strike him for my sake. I'm so touched. Watching Lin Xian's exaggerated demeanor, Su Qingwan rolled her eyes internally. She couldn't stand how Lin Jiping could even abandon his own woman out of anger, such a narcissist. Young master, we should first think about how to deal with the situation at hand. The Azurite Jade Dragon, having lost its target, was immediately enraged and looked at the two people who remained charging at them almost crazily. Su Qingwan furrowed her brows as she stared at the massive creature before her, feeling a sense of retreat. At her current strength, she could only contend with a second-tier beast. A third tier was beyond her, yet her eyes lingered unwillingly on the sacred spring, an opportunity for a second baptism, a chance she did not want to miss, having been given a second chance at life. However, her limited strength was an undeniable obstacle, and without even achieving the level of a warrior, defeating this creature seemed impossible. Just as she was about to retreat, she noticed Lin Xian move. His speed was even faster than the jade serpent, reaching its head in the blink of an eye. Her expression changed drastically. What was this fool trying to do? Did he actually intend to kill the serpent? That was a joke. Even if he had mastered the essence of the sword, it was unlikely he could inflict any damage on a third-tier beast. Perched atop the serpent's head, Lin Xian looked down at the scenery below, feeling a drastic shift in perspective. The serpent, taken aback, had not expected to be ridden by a human. An utter humiliation. It thrashed wildly, trying to shake him off, but Lin Xian's feet were as if glued to the beast's round head, unmoving. Feeling the movements beneath him start to subside, Lin Xian finally shifted his stance and then shockingly remarked, "A third-tier beast? I recall killing one is worth 10,000 points." His words not only shocked Su Qingwan but also sparked anger in the serpent's eyes. This tiny human dared to provoke it. Suddenly, the serpent let out a fierce cry, its body radiating a powerful aura, shaking Lin Xian off. It looked enraged and suddenly spewed a jet of water from its mouth with tremendous force aimed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, however, simply smiled faintly, gathering a trace of sword intent in his hands, facing the massive water jet with no sign of panic. Su Qingwan watched, almost hoping to see Lin Xian falter. Her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she intently observed. But to her astonishment, the sword intent met the water jet, cutting through it as easily as a knife through wood, effortlessly neutralizing the serpent's attack. Su Qingwan was shocked. How was this possible? This was a third-tier beast. Could it be that the jade serpent was pregnant and thus weakened? No, that couldn't be. It even had horns, clearly a male. At the moment of her confusion, she suddenly noticed the fate lotus pattern surrounding the sword intent. Instinctively, her gaze shifted towards Lin and she discovered 9 azure lotuses emerging on the surface around him, leading her to a sudden realization. He had actually merged the ancient holy body with the sword intent. She felt a mix of shock and envy, knowing Lin had awakened his holy body early. However, she reassured herself that once she became a martial artist, her holy body would also manifest. By then, her extreme cold holy body combined with her SSS tier ability would be a perfect match. She was confident her cultivation speed would be no less than this scoundrel's. Lin Xian began to draw numerous blood marks on the body of the Jiao, mythical serpent, with his sword Qi. Su Qingwan was not idle either. After all, she was also going to enter the holy spring soon, and it wouldn't do to just stand by idly. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed an additional chill within his sword intent. With a knowing smile, more and more wounds appeared on the jade Jiao, and a chill began to seep into its body through these wounds. The creature writhed in agony, furiously lunging at Lin in an attempt to crush the human before it. However, Lin Xian skillfully dodged each attack, and eventually the Jiao, with a look of reluctance, collapsed by the shore. Before its death, it was puzzled, for the human before it seemed so frail. The body of the fallen jade Jiao slowly vanished, ultimately transforming into energy that entered Lin Xian's token. He glanced at it, and the number jumped from 0 to 10,000 with a ranking of 0.1 attached. Wanner set up an ice wall around us to prevent disturbances, Lin Xian instructed, then jumped directly into the spring. Instantly he felt a marvelous sensation warming not just his body but seemingly purifying his soul as well. Su Qingwan muttered a curse under her breath, then proceeded to encase the surroundings of the holy spring with an impenetrable wall of ice. Looking at the long-coveted holy spring, she couldn't wait any longer and leaped in. With a splash she embarked on her second baptism. Meanwhile, in a distant cave, Feng Yuan looked over the corpses of spiders, his body exuding a demonic aura, his eyes filled with madness and thrill. He then glanced at his own token, which read 8,500 points, a score achieved by slaying hundreds of first-tier demonic beasts and dozens of second-tier ones. He had been leading the scoreboard for hours, and it seemed likely he would emerge as the top contender of this trial battle. However, when he saw the number behind his ranks suddenly change to 2, his expression darkened, his gaze turning sinister as he surveyed the chaotic cave, pondering his next move. He stared at the big zero for a long time, his vision starting to double until the zero filled his entire sight. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly heard someone exclaim, "Damn, everyone look at Lin Xian's score, it seems to be skyrocketing." Lin Zheng quickly rubbed his eyes, realizing that he wasn't seeing things. His son's points had reached the hundreds and were still rapidly increasing. 1,000 now, someone suddenly shouted. Next to him, Feng Xiaotian scoffed, "It must be dumb luck, he probably found some unlucky guy's token." The score has surpassed the second place, 5,000 now. Whose token holds 5,000 points, another voice rang out. Feng Xiaotian's face changed, though he still wore a look of disdain. Just 5,000 points, so what? But the points kept climbing, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, he's about to surpass Feng Yuan, first place, 10,000 points. I told you Lin Xian couldn't be that weak, truly worthy of being the Sword Saint's disciple. Feng Xiaotian was shocked. When he looked again, he was horrified to find that Lin Xian's name had replaced his son's on the leaderboard with 4 zeros firmly on the screen. His figure staggered, as if he might collapse the next moment. Impossible, how could this trash get 10,000 points? He must be cheating. Yes, he's definitely cheating, Feng Xiaotian yelled, furiously accusing. Lin Zhang looked at him with disdain. Cheating? Tell me who can cheat their way to 10,000 points, exactly. Everyone knows it's impossible to cheat here, these points Lin Xian earned are legit. Others murmured around them, casting insults at Feng Xiaotian, whose face turned exceedingly ugly. He knew well that cheating was impossible in this trial ground, but for the sake of his pride he had to step forward. Now faced with ridicule, he could only silently withdraw from the crowd. Watching Feng Xiaotian's embarrassed retreat and hearing the continuous praise around him, Lin Zhang felt incredibly satisfied. Lu Yin stared at the name Lin Xian for a long time. She knew well, considering the rate at which the points climbed, there was only one possibility: Lin Xian had killed a third-tier monster. As Lu Yin pondered, she suddenly felt a strange sensation in her body. Closing her eyes briefly, she discovered that within the secret realm a beam of light shot up into the sky, as if to pierce through the realm itself. Her brow furrowed in alarm. Someone had awakened a holy body. Inside the secret realm, Su Qingwan felt a familiar essence emanating from her body, her lips curving into a slight smile. She finally completed the second baptism of the Qi and Blood realm and even broke through to the martial artist realm, successfully awakening the extreme cold holy body. A smile was on her face as she turned to look at Lin, but at this moment Su Qingwan was unaware that above the heavens a pair of profound eyes was watching her. Those eyes only lingered for a few moments before swiftly disappearing. This idiot, it's been so long and still no reaction, seems like he can't even complete the second baptism. What a waste! Seeing that there was no movement from Lin Xian's side, Su Qingwan felt jubilant inside. Now that she had awakened her holy body, she looked at Lin Xian once again with renewed confidence. Su Qingwan's complexion was a bit pale because she had just learned from the system that there was only one day left to complete her mission to assassinate Lin Xian. Ding, the host has successfully advanced to the martial artist level and a special assassination gift package has been issued. A conceptual level dagger has been dispatched, please check. The system's voice echoed in her mind. With a thought, a purple dagger appeared in her hand. The dagger, adorned with purple gold and exquisite patterns and an empty hilt, was slowly being entwined by a terrifying purple aura. The death dagger, a conceptual one-time use item. Anything or anyone stabbed by this dagger would be completely annihilated, disregarding all ranks and statuses. Holding this dagger, she could even slay gods. Su Qingwan was shocked. She truly didn't expect the system to be so supportive this time. Holding the dagger in her hand, Su Qingwan gradually looked towards Lin Xian, who was currently closing his eyes and undergoing the baptism of the Holy Spring, sneering coldly in her heart. "You idiot, today I will see if you can still avoid death." Her eyes filled with satisfaction, she quickly moved towards Lin Xian, her delicate hand gripping the dagger tightly. As she approached Lin Xian, thinking that just a stab would make this idiot disappear forever, she couldn't help trembling slightly all over. Just as the tip of the dagger touched Lin Xian's neck, a burst of light suddenly erupted from his body, forcefully repelling Su Qingwan and causing her to fall into the water. Drenched and embarrassed, she struggled out of the water, her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at Lin, only to discover that his body was emitting a holy light. She exclaimed in surprise, this is the third baptism of the Qi and blood realm. How is this possible? When did this idiot? But before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xian's body burst into another dazzling light. At the same time, Su Qingwan noticed that the essence of the Holy Spring was all converging towards Lin Xian. What? This is the purification of a martial artist. She clenched the dagger, her fingers trembling slightly, inwardly cursing Lin, unwilling to witness this scene. Just as she thought it was all over, another dazzling golden light burst from Lin Xian's body. Su Qingwan could no longer sit still. This guy had even awakened the exclusive secret technique of the holy body, the golden light bodyguard. This idiot, how can anyone compete with that? As the anomalies on Lin Xian's body were about to dissipate, she hesitated no more. With a lunge, she moved next to Lin Xian, ready to strike. This time, there should be no problems. Staring at his handsome and cold face, a hint of reluctance suddenly surged in her heart. Although this idiot always bullied and humiliated her, she had to admit that Lin Xian's talent might surpass her own. If she killed him, not only would she obtain a precious fragment of the Godslayer's divine status, but humanity would lose a rare genius. She suddenly remembered the tragic scene of her previous life on the blue planet, where the dagger hung suspended just a hair's breadth away. When it truly came time to kill the scoundrel, Su Qingwan hesitated. "Oh, Su Qingwan, you really can't ever change your nature." Just then, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. "Please complete the assassination task as soon as possible. Failure to complete the task will result in punishment." Su Qingwan looked at the crystal-clear dagger blade just a fraction away from Lin Xian's skin, her heart wavering in indecision. She finally asked in her mind, "What punishment?" The system detailed, "Upon failure you will no longer be able to attempt this mission. Moreover, you must stay with the target for a month, and if you do not make physical contact for more than 2 hours, your health will continuously decrease. Please consider carefully. What kind of absurd punishment is this?" After reading the punishment, Su Qingwan's face turned dark. To be intimate with this scoundrel for a month and to maintain physical contact? What kind of blue planet joke is this? Her gaze gradually hardened. "Lin, for my honor, you must die now. Rest assured, I, Su Qingwan, will become even stronger than you and drive those despicable beings out of the blue planet." With these thoughts, she was about to plunge the dagger deep into Lin Xian's shoulder. However, in the next second, she felt as though she was losing gravity, her body uncontrollably falling downwards, and her intended stab at Lin Xian missed its mark. Instinctively looking down, she realized that the sacred spring here had been drained by Lin Xian, unknowingly leaving behind only a dried-up valley. With a thud, ice suddenly formed under her feet. Just as she was about to strike again, she noticed Lin Xian seemed to be waking up. Su Qingwan was startled and somewhat unsure of what to do, eventually hiding the purple dagger behind her back. She knew well that Lin Xian had undergone 3 baptisms and 1 purification. Even with the extraordinary dagger, it would be useless if it couldn't reach him and might even expose her. After weighing her options, she suddenly turned around, hiding the dagger in an absolutely secret place. Only then did she look at Lin Xian's current state. Almost instantly, she turned her head away, her face quickly blushing. Indeed, Lin Xian was completely bare, his clothes nowhere to be seen, his body immaculately white and his skin as flawless as a newborn's. Su Qingwan tightly covered her eyes, desperately thinking of other things to distract herself from the image in her mind. However, no matter how hard she tried not to think about it, images of Lin Xian's body kept appearing in her mind, even enlarging gradually, eventually pausing on a certain cylindrical part. The image suddenly zoomed in, taking over all of Su Qingwan's senses. "Ah!" she suddenly screamed, shaking her head frantically, trying to rid herself of these impure thoughts. At this moment, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, bewildered. "Where are my clothes?" He quickly pulled a garment from his storage ring and put it on, only then realizing that he had drained the sacred spring. Without time to feel the changes in his body, he turned to look at Su Qingwan, who was still shaking violently. "Wanner, what are you doing?" Lin Xian placed his hand on Su Qingwan just as she suddenly ran forward, her voice panicked, "Put your clothes on quickly." Only then did Lin Xian realize what was happening. He was already dressed and it was time to leave. Hearing Lin Xian say this, Su Qingwan finally opened her eyes and slowly turned around, her gaze shifting evasively as she looked at him. "It's over. Why does it feel like he's still not wearing anything?" Su Qingwan was internally collapsing. This was the first time she had seen a man's naked body, especially that, and the visual impact was so overwhelming that she hardly dared to look directly at Lin Xian. "Wonder, why are you always looking down?" "No, nothing, just a bit of neck pain." Su Qingwan hastily made up an excuse, but her cheeks flushed red and she glanced away. If Lin Xian had observed her eyes carefully at that moment, he might have noticed a faint purple light in her deep blue pupils, but Lin Xian just felt it was strange and turned his head away. The two continued on their way, finding this trial site to be impossibly large, seemingly endless, with no end in sight. Lin Xian had no clue where they were. "Right, Wanner, besides the creation holy pill you mentioned last time, are there any other treasures here?" Lin Xian suddenly asked Su Qingwan, who was walking behind him. "No, young master, that's all I remember," Su Qingwan replied coldly, in her heart thinking she wouldn't tell him even if she knew. Lin Xian stared at her deep in thought, and just when Su Qingwan thought he was eager to find the creation holy pill, he unexpectedly dropped the topic. She remembered that Lin Xian's ability was ranked F and logically he should be very eager to find the pill. Why didn't he care? A terrifying suspicion suddenly surfaced in Su Qingwan's mind, unless his ability wasn't F-ranked at all. No, his initial F-ranked ability couldn't be fake, so there was only one possibility left. His ability must have already upgraded, and it might even be SSS ranked, otherwise he wouldn't be indifferent about the creation holy pill. Thinking this, Su Qingwan suddenly realized that from the beginning to the end she had never heard Lin Xian specifically mention what his ability was. The only variable since her rebirth seemed to be Lin Xian himself. Her eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny, she silently watched Lin Xian's back, her curiosity about him growing stronger. As Lin Xian fought off some senseless beasts attacking them, he felt a wave of boredom. He looked at his token, 15,000 points, but not in first place, which somewhat surprised him. Although these points aren't particularly high, they're not something just anyone can earn. However, he didn't care much about it, it was just a ranking after all. What mattered was getting into that university. "Why does it feel like there are more and more demonic beasts?" Lin Xian frowned slightly. Most of these beasts were only first tier, which he could kill easily, but they seemed to be endlessly multiplying. The more he killed, the more appeared. "It's a beast tide," Su Qingwan said lightly, her voice calm as she effortlessly froze the beasts in their tracks. "A beast tide?" Lin Xian suddenly remembered that twisted, sickly face, feeling a vague displeasure in his heart. "Yes, this beast tide is the final test of this trial by combat," she added. As soon as Su Qingwan finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in everyone's minds, "This beast tide will be your final trial. At its conclusion, you may choose to leave freely, and points deducted after crushing your token will no longer be subtracted. Now let the beast tide begin." Almost instantly Lin Xian felt the presence of the demonic beasts around him thicken, even noticing the beasts escalating from first to second tier. Just as he was about to effortlessly slaughter them, several voices rang out near him. "Hey, need some help?" Lin Xian looked up to see a group of rough-looking figures standing arrogantly before him. Just as Lin Xian was about to shake his head, the leader, a blonde, presumptuously said, "Hand over half your points and you can join our team." Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent response, one of the underlings suddenly spoke up, "I advise you not to be unwise. As you can see, the trial ground is swarming with demonic beasts. If you join my big brother's team, you'll eventually make back that half of your points and maybe even climb to a higher ranking." As Lin Xian suddenly produced a token, the blonde's nostrils flared wide, his demeanor turning imposing. "Do you think you can help me earn back this half of my points?" Lin Xian, holding onto his 15,000 points, taunted the group by waving it in front of them, causing them to literally drool. The blonde had never seen so many points in his life. He was immediately overjoyed and reached out to grab them, but Lin Xian quickly withdrew his hand, causing the blonde to grow frustrated. Faced with such a large amount of points, his mind clouded with greed. No longer pretending, he threatened, "I advise you not to be foolish. We have 7 people on our side, and you only have 2. Don't force us to get rough." Lin Xian just sneered coldly. He had already seen through these people. Their strength was weak, probably unable to defeat even a second-tier beast. They were just out to deceive others, and once they had gathered enough points, they would crush their token and leave. It must be said, it was not a bad plan. It looked like there were quite a few here who had been duped by them without even realizing it, really, thinking that once you have my points you can just leave this place and stop deceiving people. Lin Xian suddenly smiled, looking at him and noticing some people behind starting to harbor doubts. The blonde-haired man's face turned frantic, but he quickly showed a fierce expression and snapped, enough talk. If you won't give them up, we'll just take them. He turned to the crowd behind him and declared, let's join forces and take him down. We'll split his 10,000 points among us, and that should get us a decent ranking. The huge incentive made the crowd's eyes turn red with greed, losing all sense of reason. They didn't consider Lin Xian's strength at all, fixated only on those thousands of points that could potentially admit them into Kyoto Psychic University, as the blonde instigated the crowd. The 6 people behind him also displayed looks of greed, charging at Lin Xian together. Fools. Lin Xian just shook his head. He didn't even glance at them, simply snapped his fingers and the 7 attackers collapsed instantly. Pathetic, only a total of 1,000 points. Lin Xian looked disdainfully, having expected more challenge. Under the stupefied gaze of the 7, he casually tossed their tokens to Su Qingwan. Although Su Qingwan was somewhat displeased, she accepted them. As the tokens shattered, the bodies of the 7 began to gradually dissipate. Staring at the large egg depicted on the tokens, despair filled their eyes. The leader, the blonde-haired man, now had a face ashen as death, filled with immense regret. It's over now, I won't even be able to attend the most ordinary university, he thought. After resolving this minor interruption, Lin Xian stretched his body to test out its new capabilities. After 3 purifications and baptisms, the innate impurities in his body were completely expelled. He could feel his affinity with the world increasing, his intelligence seemed to have also improved significantly, and his control over his body was nearly perfect. Even the previously somewhat awkward ancient holy body had finally merged perfectly with him. A mid-tier first-level martial artist, Lin Xian found it ironically amusing. Although he was just at the first tier, why did it feel like he could instantly defeat even the 3rd tier Jade Zhao he encountered earlier? Indeed, crossing over seems to fit right into a thrilling script, he mused. With a mere thought, nearly all the 2nd-tier beasts in his sight were pierced through by his chilling sword intent. Su Qingwan rolled her eyes secretly at his side, cursing under her breath, freak. Lin Xian then glanced at his waist token. His points had now reached a terrifying 25,000, and yet his ranking was still 2nd. Lin Xian was slightly surprised but remained composed. In this trial realm, points were hardly scarce. With such scores, there surely must be others reaching similar heights. He and Su Qingwan continued to race around the area, turning into a veritable nightmare for all beasts they encountered. Eventually, the beast started fleeing at the sight of him. Su Qingwan, seeing this, felt somewhat helpless but resigned to the fact that he was just too formidable. As Lin Xian was savoring the endless cascade of time, a familiar voice calling for help suddenly echoed from afar, bringing a smile to his face. Not far away, a surge of black flames shot up into the sky, seemingly eager to incinerate the beast tide entirely. Underneath the fallen horde of demon beasts, a sturdy figure was illuminated, his skin darkened by the flames. Brother Lin, how cool is my fire? Xiao Moliai shouted from a distance, having noticed Lin Xian's advancement and wanting to show off a bit himself. Not bad, just a bit too dark, Lin Xian laughed. Xiao Moliai, noticing his skin blackened under the light of the fire, touched his neck awkwardly. Watch out, he suddenly yelled, spotting 2 bald eagles swooping towards his dark hair. My hair, he exclaimed in shock, too late to react as feathers began to fall before his eyes. Upon looking again, he saw the 2 eagles split in half on the ground, their bodies, or rather their upper halves, marked by a smooth, even cut. What? Xiao Moliai gasped, realizing these were 2 2nd-tier high-level demon beasts, which even he would need time to handle. Yet he hadn't even seen Lin Xian move before they were defeated. Xiao Moliai suddenly felt his black flames were less impressive, his curiosity about Lin Xian's strength growing. Don't just stand there, do you not care about your hair anymore? Lin Xian said, looking around at the encroaching beasts. Xiao Moliai snapped back to reality, about to release his black flames, when he caught sight of Su Qingwan, Lin Xian's maid, who merely glanced at the horde of beasts and instantly froze them. Sheesh, even the servant by young Master Lin's side is such a freak. The 3 continued to sweep through the battlefield, quickly attracting attention. Young Master Lin, young Master Xiao, I am willing to offer myself in exchange for a chance to join your team, shouted a beautiful woman with rabbit ears in her hair, her face marked with determination. Beside her, a handsome man desperately clutched her arm. Xiao Wu, how could you do this? You can't betray me. The rabbit-eared woman disgustingly shook him off. Let go of me, you loser hypocrite. I've had enough of you. Pointing at the 3 green sprouts slowly growing from his head, she yelled furiously, Zhang San, if I have to rely on those 3 sprouts of yours, when will I ever get to Kyoto Metahuman University? Xiao Wu, this is no ordinary man, he is a god, believe me, we just need to find my mother. However, the woman named Xiao Wu suddenly grabbed those 3 strands of grass and yanked them out abruptly. You really are crazy. I must have been blind to have fallen for a loser like you. She furiously threw the grass at Zhang San's face and, under his desperate gaze, ran towards Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. This woman is quite attractive. Brother Lin, if you are willing, I can give her to you, Xiao Emoli suddenly said with a mischievous grin. Su Qingwan witnessed all this and felt a surge of disdain. If you like playing with rabbits, play by yourself. Xiao Emoli immediately straightened his face. Nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I was just checking if Brother Lin had such a preference, and of course it's better if he doesn't. He added, moreover, I could tell at a glance that this guy is not human but a rabbit spirit. Oh, Brother Xiao noticed too? Lin Xian said, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he watched. Xiao Wu approached the trio. Gentlemen, don't you want to play with me? The humanoid rabbit spirit continued to draw near, and remarkably no demon beasts dared to approach her. It seems we've encountered a transformed demon beast. This has become interesting. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a sword intent, and suddenly Xiao Emoli's black flame appeared out of nowhere on the rabbit spirit. Little rabbit spirit, you're so burned, watch me roast you. Just as Xiao Emoli was about to extinguish the black flame on his fingertip, he suddenly realized that his black flame seemed to have no effect on the rabbit spirit and quickly extinguished. Only the rabbit's ears were scorched black. Seeing that his black flame had only damaged the rabbit spirit's ears, Xiao Emoli's face darkened. Doesn't he have any face? He then conjured a head-sized black orb and threw it at the rabbit spirit. Unexpectedly, the rabbit lightly dodged it, and with a claw appearing in her hand, she instantly struck at him. Xiao Emoli was shocked. He had underestimated this rabbit's strength, which already possessed the power of a third-tier beast. Since you gentlemen are unwilling, I have no choice but to kill you both. As the claws, several centimeters long, were about to pierce his chest, they suddenly froze in midair, and then his body was covered with ice traces. With a swoosh, Xiao Emoli finally saw a sword intent, extremely terrifying, cleanly slicing it in half from the waist. Is it dead just like that? Isn't this a third-tier demon beast? Xiao Emoli suddenly doubted whether Lin Xian was some supreme being in disguise, otherwise how could he instantly kill a third tier with a first-tier ability? For the first time he felt the world was so unreal. It was just a mid-third tier rabbit spirit after all. Lin Xian suddenly approached the rabbit's head, which was flickering strangely. Retrieving something from inside, Lin Xian found a crystal-clear orb currently shining brightly, obviously not ordinary. Su Qingwan suddenly exclaimed, it's a transformation orb. No wonder this demon beast transformed at the third tier. To think such treasures still exist here. A transformation orb? Lin Xian didn't think too much and immediately took it. After all, a treasure is a treasure. At that moment, he suddenly heard a cursing voice nearby and turned to see the earlier man holding his buttocks, carefully massaging it as if it was some precious treasure. Incredulously, they had killed his beloved Xiao Wu. You have chosen a path of death. Zhang San's voice, seething with anger, rang out and immediately provoked a burst of laughter from Xiao Emoli. No dude, you still don't get it. Xiao Emoli chuckled. This was a rabbit spirit. Your so-called true Xiao Wu has been killed by her long ago. She lurked by your side just to kill us all. I don't care. You killed my Xiao Wu and I will make you pay dearly. Zhang San glared at the 3 men, his head suddenly sprouting a patch of lush green grass, bluegrass entwining. What is this? Xiao Emoli stared at the wild grass swirling above them, seemingly trying to entangle and kill the 3 men. Lin, his companion, intervened. No need for you to act. I can burn this grass down in an instant. As he spoke, dark flames appeared in Xiao Emoli's hands. Zhang San, however, with a sneer at the corner of his eye, coldly snorted, my bluegrass is fireproof. Fireproof my foot, watch me burn it all up. In an instant, Xiao Emoli spread the black flames over the grass. A bright black fire lit up the sky, with the flames fueled further by the grass. Seeing his grass catch the black flame and not even last a second before turning to ash, Zhang San panicked, his face losing its previous arrogance. Impossible, my bluegrass is supposed to be fireproof. He seemed to go mad, clutching his torso and roaring furiously. Suddenly, a sinister gleam flashed in his eyes as he turned his gaze back to Lin Xian and the others. Die, all of you must die. Following this, Xiao Emoli saw the grass suddenly transform into fine needles, firing relentlessly at them. Bluegrass Overlord needles. What kind of ridiculous names are these? Not only is the ability bizarre, but so are the names. Xiao Emoli could no longer bear it. Trying to kill me? With just that? With a mere thought, the black flames took shape, morphing into long spears that annihilated the needles. Impossible! Jing San's pupils dilated in terror and he collapsed to his knees. As he regained his senses, a spear made of black flame pierced through his body. Never seen someone so bent on their own destruction, Xiao Emoli said with disgust. Following that, Zhang San's eyes filled with confusion as he collapsed to the ground. The onlookers witnessing this gruesome scene felt a chill run down their spines. As more and more demonic beasts appeared, even reaching the third tier, many began to crush their tokens. With each vanishing light, Xiao Emoli's face grew more somber. Brother Lin, what do we do? These beasts have turned into third-tier creatures. I can handle the second tier, but a group of third-tier beasts, 100 of me wouldn't be enough. Lin Xian remained calm and composed, unfazed by the situation. Don't worry, I'll take action. Amidst the astonishment of Xiao Molier and Su Qingwan, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from Lin Xian's body. As the golden light appeared, a small golden figure identical in shape to Lin Xian shockingly materialized, a manifestation of the holy body. Xiao Molier exclaimed in surprise. Brother Lin, you've actually awakened the holy body. No wonder you are so strong. Watching the small golden figure effortlessly defeat enemies within the beast tide, Xiao Molier's eyes revealed a hint of envy, which was quickly replaced by deep admiration. Now we can earn quite a few points again. Lin, you're really impressive. Noticing the change in Xiao Molia's tone, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel amused. Are you kidding me? That's an ancient holy body, the stuff of emperors. I must cling to him tightly. Xiao Molia thought to himself. Brother Lin, those monsters are still breathing. Let me help you finish them off. Brother Lin, you must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders. Brother Lin, don't worry, I'll keep your secret. As Xiao Molia's attitude shifted dramatically, Lin Xian found himself both amused and surprised. After the three of them had slain the group of beasts, they looked at their tokens. Lin Xian's points had soared to an astonishing 300,000, meaning he had just killed at least 20 third-tier monsters. Xiao Molia, satisfied with his own score of 70,000 to 80,000 points, and Su Qingwan with even more, at around 100,000, were both securely able to enter Kyoto University of Supernatural Studies. Brother Lin, I heard that these points can be exchanged for martial arts and treasures at Kyoto University of Supernatural Studies. Xiao Molia said excitedly, eyeing the surrounding monsters as if they were beautiful treasures. What are we waiting for? Isn't this just points lying around? The trio's hunting spree continued. Meanwhile, in a deep dark cave, Fong Yuan was catching his breath, looking at the two third-tier junior monsters lying at his feet, suddenly emitting a cold aura. Glancing at his token, his face suddenly stiffened. His points had reached a high of 50,000, but he had fallen from first place to fourth. Interesting, very interesting, he murmured, his body exuding a denser demonic aura, almost materializing. At that moment, dozens of cold watching eyes appeared in the damp, dark cave. However, Fong Yuan showed no fear, instead his body trembled with excitement, his demonic aura swirling around him, a sign of his craving for endless slaughter. As time ticked by, Lin Xian lost count of how many monsters he had slain. First, Xiao Molia, out of strength, was the first to retreat, followed by Su Qingwan, who unwillingly broke her token to leave. After the two left, Lin Xian, now eager, spoke. Now that I've advanced to a martial artist and all impurities in my body have been removed, my ancient holy body has merged with me, awakening even stronger phenomena. After the recent battle, my cultivation has become more stable and I sense signs of another breakthrough. No sooner had the words been spoken than Lin Xian felt a warm current surge through his body. He had broken through once again, and his body continued to swell with vitality and blood energy. He could even feel that the next breakthrough was not far off. It was truly defying the heavens. Now his body was no longer limited by realms, and every breakthrough seemed as natural as water flowing into a channel. Lin Xian believed it wouldn't be long before he could directly approach the level of a great emperor. Bursting with anticipation, Lin Xian then unleashed his Qinglian sword intent, instantly vanquishing the demon beasts. After accumulating 1,000,000 points, he crushed his token. The outside world was already in a frenzy. Everyone's eyes were glued to the 6 zeros behind Lin Xian, their hearts filled with immense shock. For many years, they had never seen such a high score. Even the dean of Kyoto University of Paranormal Studies, Lu Yen, was starting to feel uneasy. She had thought Lin Xian reaching 300,000 points was already his limit, but as the points surged at a terrifying rate, it was a stark slap to her face. Ha! My son Lin Xian truly has the makings of a great emperor. Lin Zhang laughed wildly at Fang Xiaotian, who was blending into the crowd, his face filled with pride. Fang Xiaotian, hidden among the crowd, gritted his teeth as he stared at the name Lin Xian, his eyes filled with a cold, dark glare. After a while he sneered at the figure of Lin Zhang. Laugh as much as you want, your time is running out. Meanwhile Su Qingwan, Xiao Molai, Fang Yuan and Song Yanran also gradually emerged from the trial. As soon as Song Yanran came out, she checked the rankings and immediately saw Lin Xian's name at the top, first place. Then she saw those 6 zeros and stared in disbelief, wondering if it was a mistake. 1 million, damn it. Thinking of her own tens of thousands of points, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Could she really defeat this guy? At this moment it wasn't just her. Troubled by Lin Xian, Fang Yuan stared grimly at the 2 characters above his head and then at the 1 million points. Suddenly a trace of dark energy flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth exuded a slight chill. He had used that power to earn his current 500,000 points, which was only half of what Lin Xian had. By now almost everyone had emerged except for Lin Xian, who was still inside. Everyone was somewhat surprised. What kind of freak was this guy? They had never heard of anyone scoring a full million points in these trials. Not just that, look at the second place Fang Yuan with just barely 500,000 points. Even I, a third-tier martial artist, would probably not score so many points. This was surely a historical record for the trial grounds since their establishment. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the crowd, the much-anticipated Lin Xian finally walked out, once again causing a tremendous shock among the onlookers. Everyone looked at his cultivation level, a high-level first-stage martial artist. How is that possible? Yes, the moment Lin Xian appeared it seemed that the energy he absorbed from the sacred spring was so immense that it led to another breakthrough. Not only were they shocked, but even Su Qingwan was somewhat astonished. She remembered having left him less than half an hour ago. How could he have jumped from a low-level to a high-level first-stage martial artist so quickly? Not even a cheat code works that fast. At this moment Xiao Molia was completely dumbfounded, his resolve becoming firmer in his eyes. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd he slowly approached Lin Zhang. Lin Zhang, on the other hand, looked as if he was about to burst into tears, staring at Lin as if he was about to cry the next moment. Very good, worthy of being my son. No one knows how much he has endured over the years. He has never been as proud of his son as he is today. His son has made him proud. Lin Xian, however, immediately rejected his sentimental approach, suddenly feeling a cold aura unreservedly targeting him. He looked in that direction and to his horror it was Fang Yuan. Lin Xian frowned slightly, feeling the chilling gaze. Through that layer of body, seemingly at the position of the heart, he clearly felt a force that even he found somewhat daunting. The two stared at each other for a long time as if communicating telepathically and then smiled at each other. However, Lin Xian's smile was hearty while Fang Yuan's smile was chilling to the bone. Soon after they heard the ethereal voice of Dean Liu. This trial has come to an end. The top 100 qualify to enter the Capital University of Supernatural Abilities. As for the rest, do not be discouraged, other universities are waiting for you. In 3 days it will be the opening day of Capital University of Supernatural Abilities, and those who are absent will be deemed to have forfeited their qualification. As soon as the voice faded, Lin Xian noticed a stunning figure suddenly appearing in front of him, her voluptuous body filling his entire field of vision. It was Lu Yan. He hadn't yet reacted when he saw her suddenly say to him, "Would you like to become my disciple?" Lin Xian subconsciously wanted to respond but realized she wasn't actually looking at him. "Su Qingwan, would you like to become my disciple?" Lu Yan shifted past Lin towards Su Qingwan behind him and spoke indifferently. As these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd no longer cared about the rankings and all looked in the same direction, eager to see the person who had caught the eye of the dean of the first university in the capital. "The disciple is willing." Su Qingwan nodded firmly, yet her brows were slightly furrowed and a touch of sadness quickly flashed through her eyes. In her previous life, Su Qingwan had indeed become her disciple, and it could be said without hesitation that her eventual ascension to emperor was all thanks to her mentor's cultivation. However, her mentor had not been able to see her ascend to emperorhood, willingly sacrificing herself to protect the Blue Star. Every time Su Qingwan thought of that magnificent scene, her heart ached with admiration, her fists clenched tightly, struggling to control the slight trembling brought by the fear of loss. This time, she was determined to save her master. Thinking that she was nervous, Lu Yan's expression softened and she smiled at Su Qingwan. "I will take you with me now, is that all right?" After speaking, she turned to Lin and smiled faintly. "Do you have any objections?" Breathing in the faint fragrance emitted by a 9th-rank expert nearby, Lin Xian dared not express any objections. He immediately chuckled and said, "Not at all, not at all, Principal Lu, whatever you say goes." "Thank you, Master. But I would like to say goodbye to the young master once more." "Please allow me this, Master." Su Qingwan maintained a calm facade, yet her heart was overflowing with immense joy. She had been waiting for this day for far too long. However, she could not leave yet, as there was no more time left. Tonight she had to kill him. Well, then it would have to wait until tomorrow. Lu Yan nodded slightly, understanding that Su Qingwan was Lin Xian's maidservant. Although she had contemplated taking Lin Xian under her wing as well, someone had already beaten her to it. With a light chuckle, she then vanished from the spot. Before leaving, feeling something amiss, she reassured Su Qingwan mentally, "Relax, my disciple. With your master here, you will no longer be anyone's maidservant. You will simply be yourself, free from anyone else's control." Hearing this unexpectedly gentle voice, Su Qingwan was momentarily stunned. A sudden sourness tinged her nose, her fingertips digging tightly into the flesh as time was running out to grow stronger. Once Lu Yan disappeared in front of Lin Xian, the crowd around slowly regained their composure. They gazed enviously at Su Qingwan, whose beauty seemed celestial, and her distinct aura, cool and pure like a crystal of sacred ice, made everyone start speculating about her true identity and capabilities. Soon the crowd dispersed, and Lin Xian naturally followed Lin Zheng back to the Lin family home. Upon their arrival, the Lin household was no longer the warm place it had been. A solemn aura permeated the air, creating a tension that was palpable. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Zhang beside him suddenly burst into laughter, still reveling in the joy of the earlier moments. "Xian'er, go back and rest well. In 3 days, head off to university with peace of mind," he said, patting his shoulder reassuringly. Lin Xian was taken aback. Anyone could sense that something was off with the current state of the Lin family, yet Lin Zhang seemed utterly unconcerned. Could it be that Uncle Lin and the others had returned, or was his father trying to comfort him, not wanting him to worry? As they walked, Lin Xian decided not to dwell on it further, letting the few gazes that fell upon him slide off. After all, with the sword saint around, there was no need to panic. The two entered the house, and Lin Xian enjoyed one last night of warmth shared with Su Qingwan before he went to sleep, reassured. Not long ago, while Lin Xian was deep in sleep, a figure suddenly appeared beside his bed, highlighted by the moonlight's snowy glow. Su Qingwan's hand, lingering in front of her chest, exerted a slight force. Why is it stuck?" She looked down the crevice. The purple shimmer of the dagger had already revealed half of itself, but now it seemed jammed, unyielding to her efforts. "Impossible, right?" Embarrassment flooded Su Qingwan's heart. Her chest slightly quivered, but no matter how hard she tried, the dagger seemed rooted there, unmoved. The countdown in her mind pressured her incessantly, and the slight snoring from below further irritated her. Su Qingwan decided to risk it all. Lin Xian must die tonight. She was about to strip off her clothes. She refused to believe the dagger would remain stuck then. As she was preparing to remove her top, a dangerous aura rapidly approached her, or more precisely Lin Xian beneath her. She instantly stepped back, ready to revel in the disaster, but found that Lin Xian had unexpectedly turned over, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a loud bang, the bed was instantly shattered. Lin Xian awoke abruptly, his body tensing instantly, and he immediately turned his gaze to the source of the attack. "Yo, it seems you lad dodged it by sheer luck." Familiar figures swiftly appeared in the room, now looking disdainfully at Lin Xian. "You dare to steal from the young master, you must pay a painful price." Fang Ping's voice was filled with scorn, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he looked at Lin Xian. After speaking, he turned to a man behind him. "Later I will let you beat him first, but his life is mine to end." A fierce expression surfaced on Fang Ping's face as Lin Xian then saw Lin Jiping slowly emerge from behind him. Lin Xian immediately understood everything. "So, you've been colluding with the Fang family all along." Realizing his plot was exposed, Lin Jiping dropped his pretense, his face filled with rage. "Not only did you steal the position of the Lin family's young master from me, but you also lost my only Peiji cup. I have an irreconcilable feud with you." Thinking of no longer having to be as humble as before, Lin Jiping's face twisted with madness. "Your good days are over, Lin. Even if you were the top, even if you really are a genius, it all ends today. Not only will your old man die, but you will also die here." Lin Xian looked at them lightly, noticing an old man standing beside the two whose strength was unfathomable. He smiled faintly, seemingly aware of the source of their confidence. "Old Fang, take action." As Fang Ping's words fell, a powerful force suddenly surged towards Lin Xian, as if to crush him utterly. "And this beauty here?" Fang Ping noticed Su Qingwan on the side, his eyes instantly brightening, ready to have old Fang suppress her as well. But just then Lin Jiping's face showed hesitation. "She's the new disciple of Principal Lu. Should we really attack her?" Fang Ping paused momentarily, yet his gaze remained fixed on her beautiful form. Suddenly his expression hardened. "To hell with it, isn't Lin Xin the disciple of the Sword Saint? are we not going to kill him? Impossible, even if he were the disciple of the emperor I would still kill this guy. Lin Jiping stared intently at him. That's exactly right, besides I've heard that recently these 9th tier powerhouses are all heading to a mysterious place. We only need to hide for a while, there's no need to worry. Fong Ping suddenly licked his lips and began to close in on Su Qingwan, his eyes full of lasciviousness. You take care of Lin Xian first, just don't kill him. I'll help you check if this fool has been spoiled by Lin Xian. Lin Jiping felt somewhat displeased in his heart. Gazing at Su Qingwan's stunning body, he was irked that he wasn't the first, but the thought of his forthcoming pleasure made him somewhat impatient. A group of disgusting people. Su Qingwan exuded an extremely cold chill, and her gaze towards them was like looking at several bugs, full of disdain and contempt. Yes. That's the look I hope you can keep later. Fong Ping thought of seeing pain and despair on that disdainful face, hearing her hoarse, pleasant cries, and he suddenly became excited, lunging crazily towards her. Die! A sharp light flashed in Su Qingwan's cold eyes, in which Fong Ping had already been marked as a dead man. However, her attacks were all neutralized by a strange energy. Seeing this, Fong Ping burst into mad laughter. Useless, Master Fong is a 6th tier martial artist, all your resistance is in vain. Su Qingwan suddenly stopped, placed her hand on her chest, and stared coldly at him. Seeing her sudden halt, Fong Ping thought she had given up resisting. His hands eagerly reached for her, but what met him was a bizarre dagger enveloped in purple mist. He sneered, confident with Master Fong's protection he couldn't be harmed by her. But just as the bizarre dagger was about to touch his arm, suddenly a fierce sword intent acted first, chopping off his arms. Fong Ping watched incredulously as his severed arms spun twice in the air before heavily hitting the ground. Su Qingwan sensed that this sword intent was clearly Lin Xian's. She was just surprised that he could break through the restraint of a 6th tier martial artist and even chop off this man's arms right under his watch. Fong Ping then fell to the ground, grotesquely screaming madly around. Who is it? Which coward dares to strike at me? I am the 2nd young master of the Fong family. However, no one appeared for a long time, only to suddenly hear from Lin Xian's direction a scream followed by the old man's terrified voice. Young master, it was this old servant. I was careless, and that gave Lin Xian a chance to strike at the young master. The elder of the 6th rank immediately fell to his knees, trembling violently. At that moment, a blood-spattered severed arm appeared before Fong Ping. Only then did he notice Lin Xian standing in front of him while Lin Jiping was sobbing on the ground holding his severed arm. Lin Xian had a carefree smile on his face as he watched with amusement and said indifferently, who allowed you to touch her? Su Qingwan's body shuddered slightly. Impossible, Elder Fong, what are you doing? How could he possibly have broken free from your suppression? Fong Ping shouted in fury, his face filled with disbelief, unable to accept that a 1st tier martial artist could withstand the suppression of a 6th tier one. Master, this man possesses an ancient holy body, and due to my momentary carelessness he managed to break free and injure the young master. I deserve to die for this, Elder Fong said bitterly, his gaze towards Lin Xian filled with hatred as he knew his own life might also be in jeopardy. What, an ancient holy body? This useless one actually has an ancient holy body. It was only then that Fong Ping noticed the 9 radiant green lotuses surrounding Lin Xian, dazzling in their display. Jealousy surged within him as he coldly commanded Elder Fong, kill him. Elder Fong's body erupted with a burst of powerful energy, his palm charged towards Lin Xian's chest. Die! Facing the attack of a 6th tier martial artist, Lin Xian dared not underestimate his opponent and exerted his full strength immediately. The green lotus sword intent surged forward recklessly, but it could not block the attack for even a second. Quickly he summoned the little golden man, but to no avail. Lin Xian's expression turned solemn as the gap in their powers became evident. Just as the fist was about to hit his chest, a magnificent lotus flower suddenly appeared in front of him, rotating continuously with a golden glow, ultimately shielding him from the punch. Holy light protection? Lin Xian felt a hint of reluctance, as the golden light slowly faded, leaving only the imprint of a lotus flower blooming in the air. Elder Fong, unconvinced, suddenly conjured a beam of light in his hand and shot it straight at Lin Xian. By then Lin Xian had already fallen to the ground, staring at the terrifying energy within the light beam, and could only scream inwardly for his master. Today is your day to die, Lin. Seeing Lin Xian with no will to resist, Fong Ping couldn't help but burst into laughter, reminding Elder Fong, remember to leave him breathing. The room filled with their malevolent laughter. Meanwhile, outside the house, Li Dao, who had been observing for a long time, thought it was time to intervene. Facing a 6th tier warrior, he hadn't expected Lin Xian to last this long. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly withdrew, adopting an attitude of not wanting to meddle. since he's come back, there's no need for me to step in, he continued, lying down as if watching an exciting drama unfold. Lin Xian, seeing the beam of light approaching, instinctively closed his eyes. The anticipated pain did not come. He thought his master had arrived and immediately opened his eyes. A robust and towering figure suddenly appeared in his sight, and he could vaguely see the edge of a mask from behind. Lin Xian suddenly remembered this must be Uncle Lin, mentioned by his father, and the one who had been protecting him all along. Indeed, when Fong Ping and Fong Lao saw that ghastly mask, their eyes first widened in shock, then filled with a deep-rooted fear. "You were supposed to be dead, how can this be?" They began, but before they could finish, Lin Xian saw a flash of sword light and their heads were instantly severed. It was swift and decisive, with no room for unnecessary words. Lin Xian relaxed slightly, taking deep heaving breaths. "Don't kill me, please, Uncle Lin. I'm also a member of the Lin family," Lin Jiping pleaded from the ground, his face etched with terror as he looked at the ghostly mask, begging for mercy. "The traitors of the Lin family, kill them." A cold voice emerged from beneath the mask, followed closely by a chilling, murderous intent. Lin Xian then saw blood splatter across the sky, forming a stunning rainbow. "Mr. Li, thank you for keeping an eye on the Lin family," Lin Xian started to say, but before he could continue, he saw Uncle Lin suddenly speaking to the void. Li Daoyi then revealed himself, waving his hand with a resigned smile. "It has nothing to do with the Lin family. You should know that I am only here to ensure the safety of my disciple." Uncle Lin Mast showed a hint of surprise before hearing Li Daoyi continue. "However, I didn't expect that upon your return you would have advanced to the 8th level and even begun to form the embryo of a sword spirit. There is hope for you yet. Thank you again, Mr. Li, for your nurturing." While Uncle Lin felt puzzled, he replied politely, "All right, since you've returned, it's time for this old man to leave," said Li Daoyi before vanishing from the spot. "Take care, master." "Take care, Uncle Lin. How is my father?" Lin Xian asked eagerly. Uncle Lin didn't immediately answer. He was still pondering Li Daoyi's words. It had only been a month since his departure, and the young master had already become the disciple of a sword saint. He felt bewildered, suddenly realizing that the young master seemed different from before. "Young master, follow me." Lin Xian, sensing no urgency in his voice, guessed that his father must be all right, and soon called Su Qingwan to follow Uncle Lin. Su Qingwan, although she had removed the dagger, realized that it was nearly impossible to kill Lin in the presence of an 8th-level powerhouse without detection. Moreover, after the recent events, her desire to kill Lin Xian had waned. Enough. She tucked the dagger away and quickly followed Uncle Lin to the inner hall of the Lin residence. At this moment, Lin Xiong was confronting Lin Zhang with a host of disciples and elders, an overwhelming force of Lin Xiong's followers, confident and overlooking Lin Zheng, unaware that he was the true threat in this caged battle. "Lin Zhang, it's time for the headship of this family to change hands, don't you think?" Lin Xiong toyed with the battle saber in his hand, his expression nonchalant. Behind him, a group of disciples and elders stood like a mountain, ready to crush Lin Zhang under their weight. "Lin Xiong, I originally thought you simply wanted to oust me from power, but I never expected you to even collude with the Fong family." Upon hearing this, the expressions of some elders behind Lin Xiong suddenly changed. Lin Xiong, seeing this, immediately retorted sternly, "Nonsense, when have I ever colluded with the Fong family?" "Lin Zhang, don't twist the truth. What have you done as the head of the Lin family over these years?" Lin Xiong suddenly turned to the elders and disciples behind him with a face full of indignation and said, "Not only have you nearly broken the centuries-old relationship between our Lin family and the Song family, but you have also constantly shielded your son. Everyone is well aware of what Lin Xian has done, spending his days in debauchery, harassing virtuous women, and you, Lin Zhang, not only do nothing about it but also overly indulge him. The face of our Lin family has been completely lost by you and your son." Lin Xiong's voice was incredibly stirring, immediately resonating with many disciples and elders. Soon a myriad of curses towards Lin Xian arose, with some even starting to blame Lin Zhang. Seeing the mood of the people, Lin Xiong smiled, then looked towards Lin Zhang and continued righteously, "Lin Zhang, you accuse me of colluding with the Fong family. Where is your evidence? If it weren't for my multiple pleas to the Fong family, our Lin family would have been destroyed by them long ago." Watching Lin Xiong's righteous and dignified demeanor, the crowd finally completely leaned towards him. Lin Xiong's lips curled slightly, pointing at Lin Zhang, and said, "The only way to save the Lin family now is to present your corpse to the Fong family. Only then can our Lin family see a way out." "What nonsense way out? Isn't this all you're cozying up to the Fong family?" Lin Xian could no longer bear Lin Xiong's self-righteous appearance and immediately stood up. "Lin Xian, shouldn't you have already?" Lin Xiang's pupils shrank slightly, clearly not expecting Lin Xian to appear at this moment. already dead. Lin Xian suddenly threw two heads in front of him. The heads with their eyes wide open in terror stared at him. Lin Xiong instinctively blurted out, Fong Ping, you killed Fong Xiaotian's son, his eyes filled with horror. You, how dare you? Lin Xiong suddenly seemed to think of something, his lips trembling as he asked, my son, oh right, almost forgot, your son too must be returned to you, though it's just a head now, I wonder if you're still pleased. Lin Xian then picked up another human-shaped leather ball, rolling it to Lin Xiong's feet. Father and son were suddenly face to face, their expressions strikingly similar. Lin Xiong's pupils were instantly occupied by a gray hue, his body emitting an immensely terrifying aura. I want you dead. He teleported in front of Lin Xian, aiming to crush his skull. Xianer! Lin Zhang exclaimed in alarm, but several elders beside him kept him entangled, unable to break free. Just then a sturdy arm suddenly blocked Lin Xiong. Dare to touch the young master, kill! A man wearing a ghost mask appeared in Lin Xiong's vision. He immediately startled. Uncle Lin, how is that possible? You were supposed to have died in that forsaken place, weren't you? He trembled slightly, then stared in shock at the man beneath the mask, exclaiming, you've actually broken through. Uncle Lin did not respond to him, his sword in hand, humming softly, emitting a pleasant ethereal sound. A terrifying sword intent surged forth, immediately repelling Lin Xiong. Impossible, you actually possess a sword spirit. Lin Xiong bent over in a disheveled state, his eyes flashing with jealousy. Lin Xian also noticed from the sidelines, Uncle Lin's sword seemed to have a spirit of its own, the blade continuously producing melodious sounds as if a little sprite was residing on it. Die! A towering sword intent surged towards him, and Lin Xiong's eyes were filled with unwillingness. I am a mid-level 8th rank martial artist. How could I possibly be defeated by someone who has just advanced to the 8th rank? His body was filled with malevolence and his aura kept climbing, a huge phantom appearing behind him, trying to block the sword intent. However, he had underestimated the sword intent. Seeing that he was about to lose his hold, he quickly sought help from the elders behind him. Some elders, upon seeing this, were about to step in to assist when they heard Lin Zhang full of disappointment address them. Elders, looking at those three heads on the ground, do you still not understand? Lin Xiong has colluded with the Feng family. He is not planning a future for the Lin family. He intends to completely hand over the Lin family to the Feng family. Even among our Lin family disciples, there are spies from the Feng family. Think about it, haven't there been some disciples lately whom you've never seen before? Those are people from the Feng family. Upon hearing this, the elders and all the disciples suddenly realized the truth. Suddenly a disciple looked at a strange face beside him and shouted, I've never seen you before, you are a disciple of the Feng family. Seeing his identity exposed, the Feng family disciple decided not to pretend any longer and attempted to strike first at the vitals of the disciple in front of him. With a loud bang, before the Feng family disciple could strike, he was instantly killed by an elder. Thank you, Elder Lin Xiao. The disciple, recovering from the fear of death, respectfully addressed a thin old man nearby. The old man waved his hand and looked around, saying, I never thought it would be true. Lin Xiong really did collude with the Feng family. Disciples, if you find anyone suspicious around you, strike immediately. Yes. Seeing his plan exposed, Lin Xiong no longer pretended and spoke with difficulty. Everyone act now. As the words fell, a sudden unrest stirred among the crowd. Lin Shan looked and found that about half of the disciples present were from the Feng family. Soon after, a group of formidable fighters appeared in the sky, and Lin Xiong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, so what if you know? With only these people, how do you plan to stop me? Observing the Feng family disciples, everyone else realized that the Feng family had been preparing for a long time. With Lin Xiong's inside-outside collaboration, they perfectly blocked any possibility of the Lin family seeking help from the Song family. Ha ha ha! Lin Xiong, you still consider yourself a member of the Lin family, yet you are so naively thinking that we only have these few people. Lin Zhang's hearty laughter suddenly reassured everyone, kindling a new hope within their hearts. Lin Xiong, looking at that confident face, felt a twinge of unease, but he firmly declared, impossible, all of Lin family's fighting forces here and I have made sure the Song family hasn't sent any help. However, Lin Zhang kept laughing, causing Lin Xiong to tremble with doubt. He glanced at Uncle Lin, who was confronting him. Could it be, had the personal guards also returned? No sooner had he spoken than a neat troop appeared in the distance. Lin Xiong's face turned ashen and shaken. He was pierced by Uncle Lin's fierce sword intent. Blood spilled everywhere. Watching the personal guards coordinate with the Lin family's disciples and elders to annihilate the remnants of the Feng family, Lin Xiong couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Lin Xiong, your plan has failed. Lin Zheng approached Lin Xiong, grabbing his collar and glaring furiously. So what if it failed? At least I was trying to find a real way out for the Lin family. He smiled wanly but didn't feel any guilt. A way out? Turning the Lin family into a vassal of the Fong family is your idea of a way out? Lin Zheng mocked coldly. As long as it preserves the Lin family, even if we become the Fong family's dogs, so what? Lin Xiong laughed madly, then turned to Lin Dian and said, or would you rather like you pin all hopes of the Lin family's future on a young boy? Even if he has a sacred body, even if he might become an emperor in the future, those are all in the future. Don't forget, right now he is just a minor first-level martial artist. Can he protect the Lin family? No. On the contrary, the Lin family needs to protect him so he can grow. But the Lin family itself is already in jeopardy. How can we wait until he is fully fledged? Now that Fong Xiaotian's own son is dead, the old Fong demon will surely attack our Lin family for his son's sake. Then you will realize how wrong your choice today was. Lin Xiong continued to laugh wildly, as if triggered by something. It's a pity I won't be able to see the despair on each of your faces. Lin Xiong's words deeply touched the hearts of the disciples, and the joy that had arisen from thwarting Lin Xiong's plot vanished at that moment, replaced by deep concern. Lin Zheng frowned, looking at Lin Xiong, who was becoming increasingly deranged and sighed. You are possessed. From now on you are no longer a member of the Lin family. As Lin Zheng sighed, Lin Xiong's body began to disintegrate, his entire being turning into particles that scattered into the world. He then turned to the remaining Fong family members and almost instantly annihilated them. In his dying moments, the strongest of them defiantly said, your Lin family is finished, the family head will not let you go. After he finished speaking, he gradually faded from this world. Lin Zhang, having dealt with the last disciple of the Fong family, looked over the now chaotic Lin family estate. He then observed the exhaustion on the faces of his disciples and said solemnly, just as Lin Xiong said, our Lin family must now engage in a fight to the death with the Fong family. Moreover, we must always be on guard against their retaliation. The atmosphere on the scene became somewhat heavy. Just then, a voice suddenly struck everyone's heart. Our Lin family will never surrender. From a distance, a compelling voice was heard, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of countless disciples and elders. Is it just the mere Fong family? Now that our Lin family's personal guard has returned, why should we fear them anymore? Yes, that's right. As disciples of the Lin family, we'd rather die standing than live on our knees. Our Lin family has no cowards who fear death. Our Lin family will never surrender. Lin Zhang looked at this scene with some satisfaction and was greatly moved. He then made a vow. I, Lin Zhang, swear here, I will defend the entire Lin family with my life and never compromise with the Fong family. The deafening sound touched everyone's heart, and all the disciples no longer felt the fear they had before. They firmly believed that the Lin family would prevail. Having calmed the minds of his disciples, Lin Zheng finally had time to speak with Lin Xian and others. Father, did you already know that Uncle Lin and the others had returned? Lin Xian suddenly couldn't help asking. Lin Zheng smiled deeply at him and then turned to look at Uncle Lin, who was standing upright nearby, and said with some surprise, Uncle Lin, I didn't expect that you actually came back from there. It's been a full month and I had almost lost hope. Master, we were almost all killed there, but suddenly a mysterious person appeared and joined the fight. In the chaos we managed to escape, came a stern voice from beneath a mask. A mysterious person? Lin Xian seemed puzzled, wondering if it was the effect of his own words of truth. Yes. That mysterious person appeared out of nowhere, extremely powerful, and single-handedly turned the tide of the battle with a power I have never seen before. Uncle Lin said seriously, well, no matter who that mysterious person is, it's good that you are back. Lin Jing suddenly changed the topic. Uncle Lin, in the coming days, the Fong family will definitely make a move, and I want you to always be by Xianer's side protecting him. Uncle Lin's mind drifted back to the words of Lin Xiong as he nodded in agreement. It was late at night. In a brightly lit room, Lin Zhang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow occasionally furrowing as he spoke to the two men before him. Given Fong Laomo's temperament, killing his son will not end things peacefully. Even if the Song family intervenes to mediate, it won't sway his determination. It's very likely that he will declare war on our Lin family tomorrow. Lin Zhang's tone was heavy as he looked at the two men, casting a shadow of gloom over the room. Lin Xian suddenly thought of his master, but realizing this was a family conflict, he remembered his master had vowed not to get involved. His brow furrowed. Is there really no other way? Lin Zhang shook his head lightly. If avoidance is impossible, then our Lin family must prepare thoroughly. He looked solemnly at the silent Uncle Lin, asserting, Uncle Lin, now that our family's personal guard is back, we are not easily slaughtered. The Fong family has been coveting our Lin family for more than a day or two. this conflict was merely brought forward. He then prepared everything for the conflict, and his gaze suddenly shifted past the two men to the outside, as if looking through barriers towards the Fong family's direction, and then slowly uttered two words: "To war." Yes, Uncle Lin nodded slightly, then vanished from the spot. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected this day to still come. On his way back he saw the young members of the Lin family busy preparing. They weren't very close to him, but they all shared the Lin family blood. Thinking that tonight might be their last, Lin Xian felt uneasy. Upon returning home absent-mindedly, he found that the traces of a fight had been cleaned up, but a faint scent of blood still seemed to linger in the air. Inside the house, Su Qingwan stood by the table, her expression colder than usual as she stared at him. Wan, why are you so sure? Did the Empress within you tell you this? Lin Xian hadn't noticed that Su Qingwan called him by his name directly. Puzzled by her confident demeanor, seeing that he still believed her, she simply nodded slightly, maintaining a keep-out appearance. Could it be that my master will intervene tomorrow? Lin Xian was puzzled but chose to trust Su Qingwan. A servant so loyal would surely not deceive him. Su Qingwan secretly lowered her eyes, slightly distressed. Now, at this critical moment, whether it was Li Daoi her master or the alliance, none would stand by idly. This concerned everyone's fate. After receiving a reassuring nod from Su Qingwan, Lin Xian no longer worried. Looking at the dark dense night, sleepiness overtook him. If so, I might as well have a good sleep. Seeing Lin Xian carelessly collapse onto the bed, Su Qingwan, who had been maintaining a cold face, couldn't hold it anymore. Staring at the dagger in her hand, she was slightly dazed. She had never seen him seriously practice, yet why was his strength so formidable? She couldn't understand. Her gaze towards Lin Xian shifting between confusion and irritation, but ultimately she slowly closed her eyes, burying that flicker of reluctance in her heart. She finally put the dagger away, sitting beside him, her expression slightly stubborn, thinking to herself, "This jerk isn't worth wasting such a divine weapon on, is it? Just a mere punishment." Su Qingwan firmly believed that life without him was still possible. With her eyes closed, she added another use for the magical artifact in her mind. The next day, a noisy commotion from outside awakened Lin Xian almost instantly. As he opened his eyes and sat up, he found himself directly facing Su Qingwan. The Fong family had arrived. Lin Xian was shocked, hastily getting up and looking outside, only to see dozens of figures standing in the sky not far away. They were here already. From a distance, Lin Xian noticed several shadows that overlapped with his father and Uncle Lin. However, since Qingwan had assured him there was no problem, it didn't seem to be a big issue. Watching Lin Xian relax, Su Qingwan felt an inexplicable sentiment and turned her head, muttering softly, "Do you trust me that much? What did you say?" Lin Xian asked, not quite catching her words, his face filled with confusion. Nothing. Su Qingwan glared at him. Sighing internally that this peace was only temporary, the noise from afar grew louder, and soon they arrived at the Lin family's front gate. At that moment, outside the Lin family home, Lin Xian immediately noticed a scene filled with oppressive tension. Floating in the air was Fong Xiaotian, the head of the Fong family, with countless disciples behind him, their aura seeming as if they intended to annihilate the Lin family. "Lin Zhang, your Lin family dared to take the life of my son today. I demand your family pays with blood." Fong Xiaotian was furious, his eyes bloodshot, fiercely staring at Lin Zhang in front of him. Lin Zhang glanced at the tens of thousands of troops behind him and snorted coldly, "Old devil Fong, don't play dumb. You know exactly why your son died. If it weren't for your secret collusion with some people in my Lin family instigating internal strife, your son would never have died." "Nonsense!" Fong Xiaotian retorted, his eyes growing even more enraged and his aura increasingly unstable, as if he was about to explode at any moment. "What a load of manpower! After lending them, you planned to take over my Lin family, didn't you?" Lin Zhang sneered. Exposed, Fong Xiaotian's expression changed, and dropping all pretense, he roared angrily, unleashing a torrential wave of power towards Lin Zhang. "Return my son's life." Lin Zhang's pupils shrank, surprised by his sudden attack, but he quickly composed himself, releasing a powerful energy from his body. The two peak-level 8th-tier martial artists instantly clashed, and the energy waves produced were so intense that even the space around them twisted. The aftermath of their battle affected those below, causing many disciples to feel alarmed, and some, unable to withstand the pressure, knelt on the ground sweating profusely. Is this the strength of an 8th-level martial artist? Lin Xian watched the scene below intently, his mind slightly pensive. At that moment, Lin Zhang suddenly felt a powerful energy burst from Fong Xiaotian's hand, and he was shocked. "Old devil Fong, have you lost your mind? Such immense energy will bring disaster to the entire capital." I can't care about that much. Your Lin family must pay with a burial for my son. Lin Zhang's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at Fang Xiaotian's resolute expression. The energy was not beyond his ability to counter, but if the two continued to fight like this, the space around them could not withstand their power. Even if he could protect the disciples behind him, the residual force would flatten the Lin family behind him. Seeing old devil Fang's attack about to strike, he immediately turned to the elders and Uncle Lin behind him and instructed, "Do everything possible to protect the disciples of our Lin family." As the powerful wave surged toward him, Lin Zhang was about to catch it when suddenly a faint fluctuation came from the space in front of him. The space began to distort rapidly, and in an instant it split open, swallowing the energy within. Lin Zhang was momentarily delighted, instinctively turning his head to see a middle-aged man in white standing in the void. "I really didn't want to bother with your mess, but this concerns the safety of the capital. If you two want to fight, go to the barren lands, but don't cause trouble here in the capital." Lin Zhang looked at the man before him, trying to act tough and couldn't help but smile a bit, yet he also felt grateful. "Old fellow, still holding a grudge over that engagement issue, huh? How about I send my son Xian to propose to Miss Song of your family again? Propose to your uncle. Your son has already troubled my Yanran and now you want him to trouble my Yuyan? Don't even think about it. It's already good enough that I haven't troubled him." Song Ming's originally stiff face almost froze because of Lin Zhang's words. Since the broken engagement, his daughter had become a different person, quiet and solely focused on her cultivation. He thought it was a good thing at first, but one day he discovered Yanran practicing sword alone in the dead of night, occasionally muttering the name Lin Xian, and he was utterly hopeless. He had advised her countless times, but to no avail. Watching his daughter become thinner and more obsessed, he almost wished he could personally tear Lin Xian apart. Just then Lin Xian suddenly felt a gaze upon him and noticed Song Ming above. He smiled slightly, but in Song Ming's eyes he saw an extremely provocative face, as if saying, "Better watch your daughters closely, Song Ming." Song Ming clenched his teeth, nearly unable to restrain himself from charging down. "Song Ming, are you also wading into this muddy water?" Fang Xiaotian stared deadly at the suddenly appearing Song Ming, his voice carrying a threat. "I don't care about the life and death of your two clans." Song Ming raised an eyebrow, "but if you want to fight, go to the barren lands and do not harm a single grass or tree here in the capital." Fang Xiaotian's expression grew increasingly sinister, glaring at Song Ming and the smug Lin Zhang. Suddenly he coldly said, "Lin Zhang, you killed my son and I will not rest until justice is served. Today, unless you hand over your son, you and I shall go to the barren lands and settle this in a fight to the death." Watching Fang Xiaotian's crazed expression, Lin Zhang's gaze sharpened. He knew that the battle today was inevitable. As for handing over what was asked, he had never considered it. "Old devil Fang, you want to fight? Then let's fight to the death." Suddenly a smile appeared on Fang Xiaotian's face. Just as the two were about to head to the desolate lands, an aged, robust voice unexpectedly interrupted their movements. "Do you two really need to escalate this matter to such an extent, Lin?" Zhang's figure shook suddenly as he looked towards the void, his face lighting up with joy as he respectfully said, "Sword Saint Senior, I had no intention to quarrel with him, but since he insists, I have no choice but to fight." Hearing this, Fang Xiaotian trembled with rage. "You killed my son. Do you think I should not seek revenge? Since you refuse to hand over your son, then we have no choice but to fight to the death." After speaking, he turned his gaze deeply towards Li Dao, speaking slowly, "Seniorly, you seem to have no reason to intervene in the conflicts between the Fang and Lin families. Moreover, the alliance rules state that a 9th-grade martial artist like you should not interfere in these family conflicts." Watching Fang Xiaotian's aggressive demeanor, Li Dao casually glanced at the crowd of Fang family disciples below who were eager for battle and suddenly spoke with a hint of mockery. "The outsiders are nearly breaking through, yet here you are, still caught up in your internal strife. How tragic." Fang Xiaotian's expression gradually shifted. "Seniorly, what do you mean by that? Isn't it obvious enough?" he retorted. "Head of the Fang family, are you also one of those who cannot see reason?" A clear, pleasant voice echoed through the void, startling everyone. Soon, they saw a woman standing in the air, her long black hair swaying with the breeze like a goddess descending from the heavens. Lin Xian, upon seeing the appearance of the two powerful figures, turned to Su Qingwan beside him, slightly surprised. As expected of Wan, truly impressive. Su Qingwan slightly tilted her head up, letting out a soft hum, her lips curling into a slight smile. Meanwhile, Fang Xiaotian seemed to have realized something, unable to resist asking again, "Are we really unable to hold on any longer?" Seeing Lu Yan's silent demeanor, Fang Xiaotian understood at once, feeling uneasy yet glaring coldly at Lin Zhang, knowing he was bound to suffer a silent loss today. As he was about to leave, Feng Xiaotian looked meaningfully at Lin Zhang, his face full of challenge and hatred not concealed at all. Lin Zhang, this is the vengeance for killing a son. Don't think that I will simply let go of the Lin family. You and I are destined to battle one day, just not today. He declared with a chilling laugh, and as for your son, you'd better stay close to him or I can't guarantee what might happen next. With those words he turned and vanished before the crowd. Following his departure, the Feng family disciples dispersed in dismay. Thank you seniors for intervening. Lin Zhang expressed his gratitude towards the two figures with a look of deep appreciation. It's nothing, responded Li Dao nonchalantly, flicking his long sleeves. I just don't want to see humans fighting amongst themselves at this time. The mood grew tense as Lin Zhang noted, those guys, can they no longer be restrained? Li Dao sighed and observed the crowd below. I'm afraid it can't be kept secret much longer. Not only Uncle Lin behind Lin Zhang was surprised, a group of elders also began murmuring among themselves, their faces marked with worry. Enough, don't boost others' morale at the cost of our own prestige, rebuked Lu Yan coldly. The elders immediately fell silent. I am here today to take my disciple Su Qingwan with me. I heard she is serving as a maid to your son. I assume the head of the Lin family has no objections. Lu Yan glanced at Lin Zhang, who instantly broke out in a cold sweat and bowed slightly. Of course not. Soon after, he watched as she approached his son and Su Qingwan. Waner, let's go, Lu Yan said gently, taking Su Qingwan's hand as if she were a precious jewel. Touching her master again, Su Qingwan felt a bit dazed, as if returning to the days when her master loved and pampered her, those memories flooding back. Despite a ticklish nose, she smiled and moved to stand by her master. Lin Xian watched the scene, nodding silently to himself. This girl will no longer be just a maid. Who knows when they will meet again? Perhaps at the capital's University of Special Abilities in 3 days, or maybe they will never cross paths after this. He smiled faintly, knowing well that Su Qingwan had never truly wanted to be his servant. Seeing that she did not bid him farewell, Lin Xian felt oddly free, though he humorously noted to himself that he would miss having someone to tease and warm his bed. As he watched Su Qingwan's figure recede, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in her mind. Warning, 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 assassination mission failed. Punishment will commence in 3 seconds, prepare accordingly. Following the failure, this mission cannot be attempted again. You must stay with the target for a month, and failing to maintain physical contact for more than 2 hours will result in continuous loss of vitality. Su Qingwan's expression stiffened. What's wrong, Waner? Are you feeling unwell? Came a gentle, water-like voice. Su Qingwan forced herself to calm down. It's just a minor punishment, I can handle it. There's no way I'm going back to that jerk. Nothing's wrong, master. Where are we headed next? She asked, pressing her lips together. To the school, Lu Yan replied, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief, seemingly keen to keep some suspense. Su Qingwan guessed where that might be and felt her mood gradually improving at the thought of that sacred place for cultivation. Meanwhile, back at the Lin residence, after Li Dao reminded Lin Xian about the trial, he quickly left. Soon, the Lin family returned to tranquility and the disciples all breathed a sigh of relief. Xianer, now that you have become a martial artist, it's time to choose some martial arts techniques, Lin Zhang said seriously, a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Lin Shen noticed the gravity in his father's gaze, and his mind involuntarily returned to the conversations of the several bigwigs he had overheard earlier. He speculated secretly, could it be that an alien species has invaded Blue Star? Before he could ponder further, Lin Xian found himself being pulled by Lin Zhang into the treasure pavilion. All of our family's martial arts techniques are stored here, Lin Zhang declared to the disciples behind him. In the past, accessing these techniques required family contributions, and some might only be able to exchange for S-level techniques in their entire lifetime. The surrounding disciples nodded, all showing signs of regret. However, Lin Zhang's tone suddenly changed. From today onwards, all martial arts techniques of the Lin family from F to SSS level are available for everyone to peruse and learn. Lin Zhang's announcement quickly spread throughout the entire Lin family. The disciples could hardly believe their ears and, after a moment, began kneeling down with tears in their eyes. The patriarch is wise, the patriarch is wise, our Lin family will surely rise. Watching the disciples express their heartfelt gratitude and joy, Lin Zhang appeared somewhat helpless. In the past, he would never have done this because, although it seemed to greatly enhance the disciples' strength, it often gave a sense of getting something for nothing. As a large family, such actions would make the disciples hollow without spirit. They would lack the process necessary to pursue greater strength, devoid of a sense of crisis and ambition. but now time was running short and he could only enhance their strength in this manner as best he could. Xian, I have specially selected a few SSS level martial arts techniques for you. Just as Lin Xian was slightly shocked by the seriousness of the situation, Lin Jing suddenly took him to the top floor of the treasure pavilion. Almost every martial art technique here was of SSS level, and despite Lin Zhang's announcement, this top floor was still sparsely populated. The SSS level techniques were not something one could cultivate merely by possessing them, one also needed at least S-level special abilities. Lin Shen eagerly started to check the array of dazzling SSS level techniques selected by his father and discovered that the first was an SSS level sword technique named 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect. This is the only SSS grade martial arts manual on swordsmanship in the Lin family. Over the past decades, only your Uncle Lin has mastered this technique, Lin Zhang said with a hint of nostalgia. Lin Xian took the manual and then turned his attention to the second, third, fourth, and fifth manuals, all of which were martial arts techniques with lethal effects bearing grand and imposing names like Great Desolate Prisoner's Finger, Crippled Heaven Kick, and Earth Bursting Star. Lin Xian was quite satisfied after reviewing them. Under the astonished eyes of Lin Zhang and some disciples, he collected all 10 SSS grade martial arts manuals into his bag. Xian, are you sure you want to cultivate all these 10 manuals? Lin Zhang asked, looking at him curiously. Lin Xian, puzzled, replied, what's wrong, Dad? These techniques are all excellent. They are indeed excellent, but normally a person can at most cultivate 2 martial arts techniques at the same time, especially since these are SSS grade. I'm just worried you might bite off more than you can chew, Lin Zhang said with concern. Seeing the worry on Lin Zhang's face, Lin Xian almost laughed. If it weren't for the fact that his abilities were particularly unique and it wasn't yet time to reveal them, he would have liked to tell his father that his martial arts could cultivate themselves. Regretfully, he looked at Lin Zhang confidently. Actually, I even thought it was a bit too few. Seeing Lin Xian so confident, the worry in Lin Zhang's heart gradually faded, but the disciples nearby were still shocked. 10 manuals? And he even thinks that's too few. Even with an SSS grade ability, one could at most refine 2 SSS grade martial arts techniques at the same time. As everyone was still in awe, Lin Xian was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a small black box in the upper left corner of the scrolls. Prompted by his curiosity and past life experiences, where usually the most powerful items were distinctively separate from others, he eagerly asked, Dad, what is that martial art in the black box? Following his gaze, Lin Zhang saw the black box and a wave of sadness washed over him. After a moment, he sighed lightly. That's a martial art left by your mother. Since she left, no one has been able to open that black box. I don't even know what's inside. Perhaps only when your mother returns will we know what it really contains. My mother? Where did she go? Lin Xian asked, puzzled. From the memories of his original self, he knew that she had disappeared shortly after he was born, as if vanishing overnight. Mentioning this, Lin Zhang's expression turned sad. Your mother, she went to a very distant place. I had lost all hope until you, Xian. Suddenly his expression became excited as he placed his hands on Lin Xian's shoulders. Now that you have the bearing of a great emperor, you've reignited my hope. Your mother is no longer on Blue Star, right? Lin Xian said suddenly. Seeing Lin Zhang's slight silence, Lin Xian guessed some of the truth, then firmly said, Dad, don't worry. I will definitely find my mother and reunite our family. With that, under the tearful eyes of Lin Zhang, he reached out to the black box. Xian, then under Lin Zhang's astonished gaze, he opened the box that even an 8th tier martial artist couldn't open. Xian, it seems this item was specifically left for you by your mother. It must contain something good. Lin Zhang spoke with a surprised tone. At this moment, Lin Xian, upon touching the mysterious box, felt a sudden shiver and his heart began to pound wildly. This reaction was triggered the instant he touched the box, which unexpectedly fed a stream of strange information into his mind. Along with this information came an indescribable sensation that spread throughout his body. His qi and blood surged violently and his cultivation level began to climb rapidly, from a first-tier senior warrior to a peak warrior. Then with the sound of shattering glass, he inexplicably advanced to a second-tier warrior, and this breakthrough occurred less than a day after his last. Meanwhile, as Lin Xian marveled at his rapid advancement, he discovered that the box also contained a peculiar ability named Block, F-grade ability for the next second block, 0.1% of incoming damage, cooldown time 1 year. Lin Xian did not complain about how trivial this ability seemed. Instead, he was astonished by his mother's methods. How had she managed to embed an ability inside this box, and how did she make it so that an 8th tier warrior could not access it, yet it activated immediately upon his touch? Moreover, this ability was forcibly integrated into his body. While it seemed ordinary and almost useless, only Lin Xian knew that with his power of truth he could potentially upgrade this F-grade block to an EX grade. But Lin Xian didn't have time to rejoice as doubts began to cloud his mind. His mother, whom he had never met, was undeniably powerful, yet she left him with only an F-grade ability. Why? Lin Xian quickly realized, could it be that his mother knew he would awaken the wish-fulfilling ability and eventually upgrade it to truth? How could that be possible, considering she had left 18 years ago? Yet Lin Xian couldn't help but believe it, as the ability seemed tailored for his truth. Had everything been arranged 18 years ago? Suddenly Lin Xian felt a deep reverence for his mother, whom he had never met. Curiously, Lin Zhang was examining the now empty black box, looking at it from every angle as if trying to see through it. "Dad, I'm heading back first." Before Lin Zhang could respond, Lin Xian had already disappeared, leaving his father alone, still studying the box and occasionally showing a hint of nostalgia. Soon Lin Xian returned to his room. Barely sitting down, he eagerly said, "Given my distinguished status as a transmigrator, all my abilities should rightfully be of EX grade." As soon as he spoke, Lin Xian felt the ability within him begin to transform, from F grade to E and finally to EX grade. Containing his inner joy, he eagerly checked the details of his EX grade ability. Immunity. For 3 seconds it grants immunity to 99.9% of all damage with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Wow! Lin Xian couldn't help but praise his mother inwardly for her impressive skills. They were truly life-saving techniques. Now that he had acquired a second ability, he began to wonder if his mother had also prepared a third ability for him. Shaking his head, he thought it unlikely, but he felt grateful. His attention then turned to the 10 SSS grade martial arts manuals in his hand, which suddenly seemed less appealing. Since these abilities can be upgraded to EX level, why not the martial arts too? Lin Xian thought excitedly. Acknowledging his privileged status as a transmigrator, he declared these 10 SSS grade martial arts manuals will not only be automatically mastered, but will also upgrade to EX level techniques. After a pause, he remembered something else. "Oh right, those 3 other techniques have also evolved into EX level." As he spoke, Lin Xian felt ripples of energy coursing through his body, aware that he was now enveloped in treasures of EX level. 2 hours flashed by quickly, and Lin Xian suddenly felt hungry. He had forgotten to eat amidst the excitement. Subconsciously he called out, "Wanner, make some food for this young master." Receiving no response, he remembered that his little maid had long since run off with someone else. With a resigned smile and about to head out, he suddenly heard urgent footsteps outside his door. Before he could react, a delicate hand smooth as agar reached in and opened the door. A stunningly beautiful face appeared before him, though her beautiful eyes seemed tinged with urgency and anxiety. Lin Xian was slightly surprised and confused. "Wanner, why are you here?" Indeed, it was Su Qingwan. She had vowed never to return, but just 2 hours after leaving Lin Xian, the penalties began to manifest on her. Initially, it was just a minor deduction of her vitality points, which she ignored. However, as time passed, just 5 minutes later, she felt herself nearing a critical state of vitality loss. Alarmed, she quickly changed her mind, abandoning her exclusive sanctum to explain her situation to Lu Yan, who then reluctantly agreed to let her return to Lin Xian's side, leading to the current situation. With slightly reddened ears and her gaze fixed on the ground, Su Qingwan felt her vitality points stabilizing, gradually easing her breathing. "Wanner, you missed me so much after just 2 hours?" Lin Xian teased. Annoyed, Su Qingwan retorted, "If it weren't for this system's punishment, I wouldn't want to see you again, you jerk. This is all for cultivation, everything is for my master." She calmed herself, managing a strained smile. "Young Master Wanner will always be your maid. I've already discussed it with my master. Even as her disciple, it won't hinder my duties by your side." "Really?" Lin Xian looked at her poor acting skills and asked with a skeptical face. "Really?" Seeing Lin Xian's disbelieving expression, Su Qingwan seemed to make up her mind and actually moved behind Lin Xian, starting to massage his shoulders. "How does it feel, young master? Is it comfortable?" Feeling the comfort from his shoulders, Lin Xian slightly closed his eyes, completely unaware of the disdainful look on her face behind him. "Not bad, worthy of being my good maid, this young master. Really didn't misjudge you." Su Qingwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to let go, she suddenly felt an unknown surge of vitality flowing into her body. She was puzzled, and upon seeing Lin still moaning with his eyes closed, she quickly realized, could it be that touching Lin Xian could actually increase her vitality? Su Qingwan pondered for a moment and then leaned her body closer forward. Sure enough, the flow of vitality became even stronger. She immediately looked delighted and her body unconsciously began to lean more towards Lin Xian's back. The vitality she had lost before was all coming back, and more vitality began pouring into her body. How could this be? She gradually pressed her entire body against Lin Xian. The vitality was full, it was about to overflow. No way, did she just break through? Su Qingwan was full of shock. In just a short while she had already advanced to a mid-tier first-level martial artist. At this moment her back suddenly felt something unusual pressing against it. Lin Xian's brows furrowed slightly, filled with confusion. Did this world also have thunder massage services? But while he was pondering this, he suddenly felt not just his back, but also his buttocks, thighs and even calves all tightly pressed against something. Even if Lin Xian was clueless, he knew something was wrong. He immediately looked stern and scolded. "Waner! How can you be so desperate?" Lin Xian's heartfelt scolding finally pulled Su Qingwan back from her immersion in her strength enhancement. She then realized that she had somehow wrapped herself around Lin Xian without knowing when. She could even clearly feel his warmth and her face turned red with embarrassment, quickly pulling away from Lin Xian. The rate of vitality increase also slowed down, but now she had no heart to think about anything else, her mind full of the embarrassing actions she had just made. "Waner, I am not that kind of person, you don't need to do this, I will keep you by my side." Lin Xian looked at the flushed face of the young girl in front of him, his face showing no sway by beauty. Su Qingwan looked at him putting on a serious face, and anyone who didn't know better would think she was actually seducing him. Her already blushing face now seemed almost ready to drip blood, her head steaming with embarrassment. "Young master, it was the empress inside me who did it. How could Waner be like this?" Her voice trembled, only the immense humiliation in her eyes could explain her current mood. In order to clear her own name, she had no choice but to place all the blame on the empress. "I knew it," Lin Xian exclaimed in realization. "How could Waner ever do such disgraceful things? It must have been the empress." Looking at Su Qingwan with a worried expression, he said, "This empress is so reckless, what if she leads you astray, Waner?" Lin Xian's concerned face seemed mockingly theatrical to her. Su Qingwan almost broke character, barely restraining herself from drawing a dagger and ending his life right then and there. Her chest heaved and her forehead was lined with frustration, but she managed to force a smile. "Young master, don't worry, she won't influence me." "That's good," Lin Xian nodded, then suddenly said, "I'm hungry, young master. Go prepare something for me to eat." "Yes." Su Qingwan suppressed her inner rage and walked out. If it weren't for her cultivation almost slipping, she wouldn't have returned to serve this scoundrel. Speaking of cultivation, just being in Lin Xian's presence for a short while not only rapidly restored her lost vitality but also unexpectedly helped her make a breakthrough. She thought to herself that prolonged contact might be beneficial, however she immediately dismissed the thought, shaking her head vigorously. "No way, to spend all day fawning over him, absolutely not." Her expression turned resolute, then slightly hateful as she thought, "And to think this scoundrel even dares to despise me. How dare he?" Meanwhile, inside the house, Lin Xian suddenly heard a familiar voice in his head. "Lin Xian, my disciple cares so deeply for you, she even gave up a great opportunity for cultivation." The voice turned imposing. "If you dare abandon her in the future, I will not let you off easily." Lin Xian's head was filled with frustrated lines. He knew this was from Master Lu, and he could only respond with a bitter smile. "Master, it's really not what you think. I don't care. My disciple is so pure and kind-hearted. If you dare leave her, even if you are the Sword Saint's disciple, I won't let you off." The stern voice came again and Lin Xian looked helpless. He couldn't possibly reveal that Su Qingwan had the soul of an empress within her. She probably wouldn't believe it anyway. By this time, Su Qingwan had returned, carrying some of Lin Xian's favorite dishes. In the void, Master Lu watched this scene with a touch of helplessness and warmth, then disappeared from the spot. "As expected of my servant, these are all my favorites." Watching Lin Xian start to feast, Su Qingwan's eyes flickered with satisfaction. She had secretly added a massive amount of laxatives to the food, a type not even a saintly body could withstand. The thought of soon seeing this scoundrel in agony brought a refreshing smile to her face. However, minutes passed, and as Lin Xian was about to finish all the food, he still sat there unaffected, looking as if nothing was wrong. She suddenly began to doubt, was that thing fake? While Lin Xian was not paying attention, she cautiously tasted a bit of the remaining delicacy on the table, chewing it over and over in her mouth. Just as she was puzzling over it, a rumble came from her stomach. She felt a bad omen and, surprised and alarmed, immediately ran towards the door. Lin Xian saw his maid suddenly clutching her stomach and running out, and he looked on curiously but didn't think much of it. Shortly after, he saw Su Qingwan return with a pale face. At that moment Su Qingwan's heart was filled with hatred toward Lin Xian, and she also secretly wondered why he seemed completely unaffected. After Lin Xian had finished eating, he clapped his hands, wiped his mouth casually and looked at her with a somewhat embarrassed expression, saying, "Wana, you gave up such a good cultivation opportunity for me. I actually feel quite guilty about it. Pa, if it weren't for that punishment, who would want to see your damned face again?" Su Qingwan cursed in her heart, but her face showed a smile. "Didn't Waner say? My lord will always be my lord. Waner will never leave you. Yeah, right, just wait until this month is over. I Su Qingwan swear, I will never have anything to do with you again." Su Qingwan's innocent eyes made Lin Xian somewhat puzzled, and after a long look he showed a quite satisfied expression. "Then you may continue to stay afterwards." Time swiftly passed and 2 days quickly went by, bringing the start of the school year. These 2 days were spent either undergoing trials with Song Yanran or simply enjoying the sight of Su Qingwan. However, Su Qingwan always found excuses to make physical and even more intimate contact with him. Could this maid possibly become like that empress one day? Looking at the magnificent Kyoto Ability University in front of him, Lin Xian thought to himself, well, that might not be so bad after all. Lin Xian suddenly spoke, immediately arousing Su Qingwan's curiosity. "What's not so bad?" Just then she spotted a few dazzling figures in the distance and suddenly understood everything. This big pervert. The two of them reached this vast campus, and Lin Xian was a bit overwhelmed and was about to ask someone when suddenly a familiar voice came from beside him. "Young Master Lin, let me guide you." Lin Xian turned around, his face instantly filled with shock, and after his surprise he burst out laughing, addressing the obsequiously smiling face Song Baodan. "It's you. You actually got into Kyoto Ability University?" Lin Xian had almost forgotten this absurd sycophant, thinking he had been eliminated during the trial battles, but unexpectedly he had met him again here. Somewhat surprised, Song Baodan said with eagerness, "I was a bit lucky, found quite a few tokens and barely managed to get in here at the last minute." "Lin Xiao, let's not dwell on this anymore. Over there is the registration area for new students, where some senior students are welcoming the newcomers." As Song Baodan eagerly pointed him in that direction, Lin Xian couldn't help but find it amusing. What was driving this guy to go to such lengths? Oh right, those he had met before. Mu Qinghe, Song Yuyan and Lu Meyer were also here. Turning his head he spoke again. Having such a guide, Lin Xian was quite pleased and allowed him to lead the way to the registration area. To everyone's surprise, the three unexpectedly ended up in the same class, which secretly delighted Song Baodan. However, Su Qingwan's expression was less than thrilled. The thought of having to see these faces again filled her with despair. Lin Xian, on the other hand, found the coincidence rather amusing, and the three quickly made their way into the class. Unlike the trial class they initially attended, this space was extraordinarily large, resembling a mini clubhouse, complete with distinctly divided areas. "Lin Xiao, there are 3 main areas here," Song Baodan explained. "The first area is a simulation zone which, as the name suggests, provides a setting akin to a wildland, simulating a real combat environment." Lin Xian looked at the sophisticated equipment and it suddenly reminded him of that crazy woman whose abilities were just like this. The second area is for cultivation, where there are special pods designed for martial artists to practice their martial skills or mental techniques, Lin Xian observed. On the other side, there were many meditation mats placed on the ground, which piqued his curiosity about their ability to accelerate cultivation. Song Baodan seemed to read his mind and quickly added, "These are all developed by the Alliance. Not only are they expensive, but they are also priceless." The Alliance. Lin Xian had heard this term more than once and was curious about what this alliance really did. Seeing Lin Xian's puzzled look, Song Baodan quickly clarified. "Lin Xiao, the alliance essentially represents the integration of all the forces on Blue Star, comprising the main powers of various countries, forming an organization. They also establish the laws for martial artists and the regulations for international relations." Now Lin Xian understood, it was somewhat akin to the United Nations from his previous life. "How do you know so much?" Lin Xian curiously asked him. Song Baodan somewhat sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Well, it's all to help you understand all this better." Lin Xian smiled, not exposing him, and looked around, noticing many unfamiliar faces. "I checked already, our class has many people from different places, there's even a foreigner," Song Baodan whispered. "Oh." Lin Xian was slightly surprised, his mind inadvertently conjuring up a storyline from a novel where the protagonist rises from a small place to attend the top university in China. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a cold and aloof man who seemed out of place. His heart skipped a beat. Could it really be such a coincidence? Observing the man's low-key aloof demeanor and the perpetual scorn in his gaze, Lin Xian realized that he might have actually encountered a protagonist like those from online novels. After a wry smile, Lin Xian heard footsteps outside the door, distinctly the sound of women's high heels tapping, just as he looked over. The sudden glimpse of half-exposed black silk stockings left him momentarily dazed. In the very next second, as Lin Xian fervently prayed, his pupils slightly constricted. A familiar silhouette then appeared before everyone. It was teacher Song. Song bowed and looked at Song Shiruo dressed in her teacher's attire with some surprise. Su Qingwan showed no great shock on her face, but Lin Xian was intently staring at the black stockings. He noticed that ever since Song Shiruo entered the room, her eyes seemed to be searching for something until their eyes met. Seeing a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her usually stern face, Lin Xian knew this madwoman had come for him. After a glance at Lin Xian, Song Shiruo shifted her gaze away and then introduced her identity to everyone. After instructing them on how to use the equipment in the room, she eagerly approached Lin Xian. "Why are you here?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "Lin Xian, what are you talking about?" "I am here because Dean Lu promoted me, and it just so happens that I became your teacher, right?" she said seriously, to which Lin Xian scoffed coldly. "Lin Xian, I don't understand what you are saying. The dean has specifically instructed me to take good care of you because of your exceptional talent. I will be conducting special training for you," Song Shiruo explained. Lin Xian saw her usually serious face uncontrollably smiling, but she quickly composed herself, leaving only her piercing dark green eyes staring at him as if she would devour him. "This is your true face." Lin Xian suddenly felt weak, his body softened, and he collapsed to the ground. The surrounding people rushed over to see what was happening. Song Shiruo, still without a trace of emotion on her face, told everyone Lin Xian seems to be unwell, he needs some treatment. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she began to leave the scene. Su Qingwan, having witnessed everything, knew exactly what Song Shiruo was up to and secretly rejoiced, wholeheartedly supporting her. At that moment, in a corner, Yi Bufan was about to put on a simulation helmet when he caught this peculiar scene. He watched as the beautiful teacher embraced the man and started walking out, a slight turbulence visible in his eyes. Time passed and Lin Xian awoke once again to find himself in complete darkness. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. It felt as though a hand was tightly gripping his throat. Instinctively he reached out only to touch a pair of smooth, icy arms. Someone was attempting to strangle him. Struggling frantically, Lin Xian used all his tricks, yet he couldn't shake the invisible arms before him. Suddenly, with a hardened heart, he followed the arms upwards with his hands, feeling a unique texture at his fingertips, which was oddly soft. Gently pressing down, a strange noise erupted before him and the arms began to tremble. The feeling of suffocation overwhelmed him and in the next moment Lin Xian lost consciousness. With a buzz, he abruptly opened his eyes, the sensation of being choked vanishing instantly, only to find himself in a cramped room facing Song Shiruo, the very person he vowed to seek revenge upon day and night. "For the sake of fulfilling your desires, you even chased me here." Lin Xian glared at those gold-rimmed glasses covering eyes now dyed green, devoid of any discernible emotion. "I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand what you mean, mister." Lin Song Shiruo responded, her face displaying a puzzled expression, appearing as a kind-hearted woman. Lin Xian sneered, "At this point, there's no need to keep up this innocent act, is there? Or shall I recount the 101 ways you've killed me?" The dark green in Song Shiruo's eyes suddenly faded, revealing her original deep black eyes that resembled a starry night sky. She smiled faintly. "What are you talking about, Mr. Lin? Wasn't all that just to help you cultivate better? Cultivation? Then why is it that while everyone else battles with monsters, my opponent is always you, Ms. Song?" Lin Xian inquired as Song Shiruo adjusted her glasses. "It's simply because you're too talented, Mr. Lin. I wouldn't want to bury your potential, so I personally took it upon myself to teach you, and the results are quite good, aren't they? So those brutal killings and the variety of ways you've devised to kill me are for my benefit?" Lin Xian asked calmly, his eyes locked on hers, fingers twitching behind his back. Of course, Song Shiruo had not finished speaking when Lin Xian's finger suddenly shot towards her forehead. "You crazy woman, I've had enough of you." Lin Xian exerted all his strength, directing a mighty strike at Song Shiruo. However, the expected bloody hole did not materialize. Instead, he finally saw the madness reappear on the face of the crazy woman. "Mr. Lin, it's not nice to point fingers at others," Song Shiruo said, capturing his fingers in her hands, her face breaking into a meaningful smile. Her gaze swept over his entire body before finally settling on his face. Lin Xian looked warily at the madwoman in front of him. Just as he was about to pull away, he saw her sexy red lips part slightly, licking them seductively. She whispered in a voice that seemed to belong to a demon, enticing Lin Xian closer. Realizing that she had fallen into a frenzy, her dark eyes beginning to shift to a mossy green, Lin Xian felt a sense of foreboding. As she drew nearer, he instinctively cried out, "Master, save me!" Song Shiruo continued to approach him, causing Lin Xian's body to tense up and his focus to sharpen. He didn't understand what she truly wanted from him. However, given the current situation, he knew he had to prepare for the worst. Just as he was about to activate his immunity skill and flee, a sudden loud knocking sound froze Song Shiruo in her tracks. "Is Teacher Song there?" a strange man's voice called out, snapping her back to her senses. She looked down at Lin Xian and forced a smile that was very unlike her usual demeanor. "Lin, you know very well the intentions behind my actions. If you were to reveal that I favored you, it would put me in a difficult position," she said, her voice carrying a thinly veiled threat. Lin Xian really wanted to expose her misdeeds once he was outside, but considering that his entire university life was under her control and his current vulnerability, he decided to endure. His thoughts were interrupted when he saw that the newcomer was Yi Bufan, someone he had previously noticed who seemed to fit the mold of a protagonist. "What brings you here?" Song Shiruo asked, her face returning to its usual icy demeanor as she addressed Yi Bufan. "Teacher Song, I just saw you carrying an unconscious student here, and out of concern for a fellow student I came in without permission," Yi Bufan replied, still as frosty as ever. He continued, "By chance I also know some healing techniques, so I thought I might offer some help." After saying this, Lin Xian saw him trying to peek inside, eager to assess the situation. "He's fine now. If you have no other business, you should return to your own practice," Song Shiruo coldly responded, preventing Yi Bufan from coming any closer. Despite this, Yi Bufan managed to catch a glimpse of the room's interior, noticing Lin Xian sitting on a chair with various small objects scattered around him as if a battle had just taken place. Teacher, Yi Bufan wanted to say something more, but before he could do, Song Shiruo slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Standing outside, Yi Bufan's face twisted into a grimace of pain and anger as he stared intently in the direction Lin Xian had gone, trying to discern any sounds from inside. However, it seemed as though a barrier had sealed off all noise from within the room. Inside, now free from interruptions, Lin Xian had thought that the madwoman would continue her tirade. Instead, he suddenly heard her cold voice saying, "From now on, every day I will arrange special training for you here. If you dare not show up," she paused, her face menacing, "I will have the dean expel you." It was only after she left that Lin Xian realized he had unwittingly fallen into her trap. Had he become her plaything? Enraged, Lin Xian couldn't hold back any longer and cursed loudly, "Crazy fool, hypocrite, vile woman." After taking a deep breath, he resolved to make her pay dearly. Lin Xian left the place without returning to his class, determined instead to report the madwoman to Dean Lu. After learning the dean's office location from a passerby, he hurried towards it, resolved to expose her true nature. As he stormed towards the dean's office, he suddenly saw a familiar figure at a corner. The figure seemed to notice him too and turned slightly. Their eyes met, and Lin Xian recognized him as Fang Yuan, who he had encountered in the trial grounds before. Lin Xian passed him without stopping, focused only on his mission to reveal the truth. "Was it you who killed my brother?" The cold voice came from behind him, freezing Lin Xian in his tracks. Turning around, he faced the chilling visage of Fang Yuan, and then he remembered Fang Yuan's brother Fang Ping had been brutally killed. Lin Xian stopped and calmly said, "Yes, I killed him." Expecting an immediate attack, Lin Xian was ready for anything. However, to his surprise, Fang Yuan just laughed eerily. "Ha, I'm glad that waste is dead, but he was supposed to die by my hands, not yours." His eyes grew colder as he laughed more wildly. "You owe me a life now, and I will personally take it from you." With that, Fang Yuan walked away, leaving Lin Xian shocked and bewildered. How could someone be happy about their own brother's death and then vow revenge in the same breath? Lin Xian felt increasingly like the only sane person in a world gone mad. After a brief moment of reflection on the sinister aura Fang Yuan had emitted, which had unnerved him deeply, he suddenly found himself at the dean's office. However, Dean Lu was not there. Just as Lin Xian was about to leave, disappointed, two graceful figures appeared, watching him depart. "Shiruo, this is the most I can do for you. It might seem unfair to him, but it's the best for both of you right now. And your disciple, Su Qingwan, no, she doesn't need this. I sense something in her that transcends time. What she needs most now is time itself." Lu Yan's gaze grew more profound as she looked up at the sky. It seemed she traversed countless boundaries, finally fixating on the starry heavens above. She sighed softly, leaving only a month left. Beside her, Song Shiruo's expression turned grave. "Is the seal about to break?" Lu Yen didn't respond, only advising Shiruo, in a few days you will break through to the 8th rank. At that time, please ensure the safety of my disciple. Song Shiruo felt a sudden jolt in her heart, her voice trembling as she looked at Lu Yen. Headmaster, are you not coming back? Lu Yen gazed at the stars beyond the sky, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. This is something I must do. The university here was much like any other from her past life, except for one mandatory morning class. The rest of the day was free to plan at will. However, everyone generally stayed in the classroom, taking advantage of the excellent free cultivation resources. Who wouldn't want to mooch a little longer? Lin Xian was clearly the exception. Ever since that crazy woman showed her true colors, he had no desire to return there. To his surprise, it wasn't Song Shiruo who came to fetch him, but Lu Yen, a 9th-rank martial artist. Seeing Lu Yen intent on taking Lin Xian back to class, Lin Zhang and several elders promptly tied Lin Xian up and immediately delivered him to Lu Yen's feet. Lin Xian, on the verge of tears, had no choice but to silently endure the torment of the madwoman. 15 days passed quickly, and under the relentless torment of Song Shiro and the hellish trials of his master Li Dao, Lin Xian advanced to a high-level 2nd-rank martial artist. The progress he made in just half a month was terrifying. However, after those 15 days, Lu Yen did not come to fetch him. Lin Xian was overjoyed, realizing he might truly be free after surviving the evening safely. Wander, the moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. The thought of no longer being tormented by that madwoman made Lin Xian feel a wave of relief wash over him. Seeing Lin Xian start to laugh, Su Qingwan beside him also showed a gentle smile. Observing the obedient Wana next to him, Lin Xian felt somewhat puzzled. Over these 15 days, whether due to her fortune or something else, whenever he spent 2 hours alone with Song Shiro, she would always appear just in time to prevent the madwoman's even crueler actions. It seemed that Wana truly loved her master, Lin Xian thought to himself. However, in the next moment, the surrounding environment began to change, and Su Qingwan, who had been beside him, had already disappeared, replaced by lush, verdant trees. Lin Xian knew that this was his master coming to conduct the devilish training for him and Song Yanyan. Speaking of this devilish training, Lin Xian still felt somewhat terrified to this day. His master Li Dao had used some method to seal off all their cultivation levels, even sealing his sacred body, forcing them to rely solely on their sword intent to battle against 2nd or even 3rd-tier demonic beasts. At first, relying solely on sword intent, Song Yanyan couldn't even defeat some of the lower-tier 2nd-stage demonic beasts. Without any other combat abilities, Lin Xian was barely able to battle against some lower-tier 3rd-stage demonic beasts. Lin, your sword heart has now reached full completion. It's about time. Li Dao's somewhat old and tired voice came through, suddenly pointing at Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian was shocked to find that his master had transferred all his lifelong learning to him. Lin Xian felt slightly surprised, and at the same time a sense of unease suddenly emerged in his heart. Yan, although you have not broken through to the sword heart in these 15 days, you are actually not much worse than him. You are just lacking in opportunity. When the time comes, everything will naturally fall into place, and your sword intent will advance by leaps and bounds. The master now sealed all his swordsmanship knowledge into her mind to emerge automatically when she broke through to the sword heart. Song Yanyan looked at the elder, who seemed to be making his last arrangements, and felt no joy at receiving this knowledge. Indeed, the next second, they heard him say, in the coming period, I might have to leave. Lin, as the senior disciple, you must take good care of Yan. Master, is something wrong? Why else would you pass on all these things to us? Song Yanyan, looking at his somewhat aged face, trembled slightly as she spoke. Li Dao's wrinkles at the corners of his eyes suddenly appeared as he smiled. You girl, your master is China's #1 sword saint. What could possibly happen to me? It's just solving some matters, he finished, revealing a smile again. Don't worry, a month at most, a month, and I will be back. Thinking of me, the grand sword saint, always free and unrestrained, who can hold me back? Song Yanyan, upon hearing this, also relaxed, no longer worried. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, it seemed like the master really had aged a lot, the wrinkles being constantly squeezed at the corners of his eyebrows as if something was pressing down on him tightly. What you two need to do now is to accelerate your cultivation. I hope to see a surprise the next time we meet. The two listened quietly until Lin Xian saw Song Yanyan suddenly disappear beside him. He looked over and saw that the originally smiling face was now looking at him with a solemn expression. Lin Xian smiled naturally as he looked at Li Dao, whose expression was inscrutable. Lin Xian had no intention of revealing his massive secret to anyone. After a long stare, Lin Xian finally heard him sigh slowly, a hint of worry in his eyes as he spoke. Lin, your current strength is still too weak. Unless it's a matter of life and death, remember not to show too much of your strength to avoid bringing disaster upon yourself. Lin Xian felt a warmth in his heart, but then he heard him continue, remember what your master told you, only the living are worthy of everything. Li Daoi stared intently at him, his eyes flashing with an unwilling light. Unable to hold back, Lin Xian asked, Master, what exactly happened? What are these outsiders you speak of? Listening to Lin Xian's barrage of questions, Li Daoi showed a rare expression of difficulty, struggling for a moment before deciding to tell Lin Xian everything. He suddenly looked up at a star in the sky and said, Lin, do you know what lies beyond this starry sky? I don't know. Are there planets similar to Blue Star? Lin Xian honestly replied, admitting he was unaware of what lay beyond this world's celestial sphere. Indeed, there are numerous planets of various sizes surrounding Blue Star, but none of these planets have shown signs of life. Li Daoi's eyes suddenly aged as he continued, until 500 years ago, when a race of demons with horns came to this land, coveting Blue Star and attempting to conquer it. After centuries of warfare, this battle eventually ended in human defeat. Legend has it that in order to protect Blue Star, the last 9 human emperors willingly sacrificed their bodies and souls, perishing along with the 18 demon emperors, ultimately forming a psi wall that isolated Blue Star from the outside world. Lin Xian, deep in thought, looked up at the mysterious starry sky above, suddenly wondering if his original planet was among those stars. However, in recent years, the demons had somehow caused cracks in the psi wall. To further prevent their advance, the Alliance had also begun to continuously send people to the battlefield beyond the domain. Li Dao's gaze became increasingly grave. However, just yesterday the troops we sent to the outer battlefield were all annihilated, he said. It was a team led by a 9th-tier warrior. Under normal circumstances at least a few should have been able to escape, yet not a single one survived. His eyebrows furrowed tightly and the dry wrinkles on his forehead became more visible. After a moment of silence he uttered a suffocating possibility. It might be that among the demon clan a great emperor has emerged. There was a hint of bitterness in his eyes as he continued, it's pitiful for our human race, a whole century has passed yet not a single great emperor has emerged. Lin Xian felt a thick sense of loss emanating from around him and a sense of unease began to grow within him. Master, does this mean that the demon clan will soon break through that wall? Li Dao stared at the specks of stars, silent for a long while before looking at Lin with a self-deprecating smile. My disciple, do you know, in the end you and I are somewhat alike. But at least you have awakened an F-grade ability, while your master back in the day was the fool who jumped off a cliff in despair due to lack of any ability. Li Dao suddenly laughed heartily, though his eyes were tinged with reluctance. However, it seems that the heavens had their eyes open. After falling off the cliff when I thought I was surely dead, I unexpectedly received a sword heart. Since then, within a month, I became the leader in swordsmanship, and within a year, my name was known across the world. In just 10 years, I became invincible in the whole world, recognized as a 9th-tier warrior. But since then, my strength has not improved. No matter what I did, I could never cross that threshold, the threshold to becoming an emperor. Lin Xian looked at the old man who was enthusiastically sharing his story, now less of the stern master and more of the affable elder. He hadn't expected that the legendary sword saint, celebrated by all to this day, was actually someone without any abilities. Later I realized that possessing an ability is the most crucial step to becoming a great emperor. Ordinary people don't need to worry about this, but I just happened to lack any abilities, meaning I was destined never to become an emperor. Lin Xian listened intently to the old man's relentless narrative, sensing that tonight might be the last time the master and disciple would see each other. And you, my disciple? You are different. In these 100 years you are the most promising person I have seen who could become a great emperor, even surpassing those mentioned by old lady Lu and Su Qingwan, he said, his eyes filled with regret. It's a pity that your generation was born a bit too late. If it had been a few years earlier, with your talents, our human race might already have had its own emperor. He gently stroked his sword, which he carried at all times, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. What I lacked was an unattainable ability, but what you lack is merely time. Under the broad robe a sword shimmered in the moonlight, its silver blade reflecting Li Dao's face, which bore a smile, not quite a smile. My disciple, I'm telling you so much today because I'm afraid I might not have another chance to boast in front of others in the future. The serious atmosphere was suddenly broken by his words, but at the same time it became more somber. A sudden statement from Li Dao made Lin Xian startle, and soon a solemn expression appeared. Master, you were just deceiving her, weren't you? In a month's time you might not come back, will you? Lin Xian stared at him, a look of certainty on his face. Li Dao burst into laughter and said, you can't hide anything from you, young man. Yes, it's not just me, all the other 8 Ninth Order powerhouses will accompany me to the outer domain battlefield to fight against the demonic emperor. If we win, we return, and if we lose, Li Dao didn't speak further, merely looking at Lin Xian with a faint smile on his face. Why not announce this to the world? Why should we announce it? The weakest of those demonic beings have the strength of a third-order human martial artist. Although we humans number nearly 10 billion, less than 1% have awakened supernatural abilities and become martial artists. If we were to announce this, the whole world would be plunged into a state of constant anxiety. How could humanity return to normal life then? Li Dao's words left Lin Xian speechless. Master, has the outcome of that battle already been determined? Lin Xian seemed to see the future in his master's somewhat dim eyes. Don't worry, at least our blue star will not perish. After speaking, Li Dao suddenly moved his fingers away from the sword he had been caressing and chuckled with a carefree smile. Listen well to my last words, my disciple. One must live to deserve everything. After these words, before Lin Xian could react, the surroundings began to blur, as if transforming into a room the next moment. In the haze, he heard his master's voice again. Remember Songshi, that girl? I know she's quite pitiful, you'll just have to bear with it for a while. Besides, the space created by her twin pupils is an excellent place for cultivation. And as for Yen Ranyu, as her senior brother, must take good care of her in the future. It seems she hasn't quite let go of her attachment to you. Soon, there was no more sound around him, and in front of him Su Qingwan, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, immediately came to his side and began eagerly massaging him. Feeling the comfort spreading through his body, Lin Xian gradually came back to his senses, recalling the aged face he had seen earlier, and felt a sourness in his nose. Facing such words that seemed like a farewell, how could Lin Xian not understand that this was very likely the last time he would see his master? Demons, huh? Lin Xian murmured to himself, and Su Qingwan, hearing these words, slowed her massage movements. The next day, Lin Xian, in a rare move, came before Songshi. Have you finally figured it out? Songshi looked at him meaningfully, her expression playful. This star realm of mine isn't something just anyone can enter. Plus, just half a month's time and you've jumped from a second-tier junior warrior to an advanced level. Are you willing to leave? Seeing the undisguised triumph and smugness on Songshi's face, a cold laugh echoed in Lin Xian's heart. Stop the idle talk and let's get started. Songshi Ruo's eyes once again filled with longing, and a shade of dark green immediately invaded Lin Xian's mind, plunging him back into the starry realm she spoke of. 2.5 hours later, Song Shirua's tightly closed eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, looking up only to meet Lin Xian's murderous gaze. All right, Mr. Lin, please follow me back to the classroom. Lin Xian stared intently at her retreating figure. The only thing that could calm him for the moment was the real surge in his vitality. Following Song Shirua, they soon appeared together in the classroom, their arrival causing little stir. What slightly concerned Lin Xian was his suspicion about Ji Bufan, who seemed to have the template of a protagonist. Over the past half-month, every time he left Song Shirua, he could feel Yi Bufan's hostile gaze on him, as if Lin Xian had stolen something from him. A soft touch on his arm brought Lin Xian back to his senses. He looked down at the beauty beside him and said somewhat helplessly, "Wan, why have you become so clingy lately?" Su Qingwan, her face slightly flushed as she clung to Lin Xian, originally wanted to kick the rascal away instinctively, but the continuously surging vitality within her was too enticing. After spending half a month in close contact, or rather encounters, with him, her strength had terrifyingly risen to the mid-second tier. There was only half a month left. She could finally rid herself of this scoundrel. Su Qingwan clung tightly to Lin Xian's sturdy arm, deluding herself a bit. When she suddenly leaned closer, the faint fragrance from her body instantly uplifted his spirits, washing away his earlier grievances. Indeed, Lin Xiao is a model for our generation. How quickly he has taken down teacher Song. Suddenly Song Baodan appeared beside him, looking admiringly at Lin Xian, and began to flatter him. Lin Xian's face stiffened. Honestly, even if that lunatic stood naked in front of me, I wouldn't be slightly interested. What? Song Baodan looked shocked, as if trying to discern something from Lin Xian's eyes. What do you mean, what? Lin Xian said irritably, his face turning ugly at the thought of that crazy woman. Do you want to know what that lunatic did to me? Would you like me to show you personally? Believe me, you wouldn't want to know. Lin Xian suddenly became serious, staring at Song Baodan, even making him feel a bit intimidated. Song Baodan unconsciously stepped back, seeing the madness flashing in Lin Xian's eyes. His face turned pale as he recalled the rumors about Song Shirua. Seeing Lin Xian nod, Song Baodan immediately put on a sympathetic face. Meanwhile, their conversation was keenly observed by Yi Bufan, whose eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. As Lin Xian was absorbed in the unique equipment around him, he suddenly felt a chill at his back, but turning around he saw nothing unusual. Time silently passed, and in the blink of an eye 2 weeks had flown by. Today was the happiest day for Su Qingwan, simply because it was also the last day of her Punishment. Early in the morning, she had followed Lin Xian closely, savoring the soon-to-be-gone vitality, suddenly feeling a bit reluctant to part with it. However, no sooner had this thought arisen than she ruthlessly suppressed it. No, Su Qingwan, you can't continue like this. Do you realize how you look now? In that jerk's eyes you're just like a little kitten trying to please its master. Thinking this, she created a slight distance from Lin Xian, but in less than a second, feeling her vitality weakening and even starting to fade, Su Qingwan, as if enchanted, unconsciously moved closer to that figure again. Feeling her heart start to beat faintly, Su Qingwan began to numb herself. After all, it's just one more day, and this is all to rapidly enhance my strength, right? That jerk certainly can't guess the real reason why I'm getting close to him. With this thought, the corners of her mouth, which were close to Lin Xian, suddenly curved up slightly, and her heart moved even closer, crazily absorbing the vitality that continued to surge into her body. It's almost time. Soon I will step into the third tier. Surprisingly, this jerk is somewhat useful. Su Qingwan felt a bit of joy in her heart. Originally, even at her fastest, it would take 3 months to reach the third tier, but Lin Xian had shortened this time to just 1 month. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Xian had already broken through to the third tier in just half a month. Young master, today Wanner wants to stay with you all day. Su Qingwan suddenly blushed, and as she spoke her whole face seemed to bury itself into that expanse of white. Lin Xian somewhat helplessly rubbed her little head. Wanna, you become more clingy lately. Being so dependent on me is not a good sign. Although the empress within you has been quite quiet these days. Lin Xian looked at her thoughtfully. Young master, just indulge Wanna this time. I promise it's the last time. Su Qingwan, with her eyes buried in his chest, let out a cold sneer. It really is the last time. As soon as tonight arrives, I'll completely kick this jerk away. If that's the case, then as you wish. Lin Xian shook his head, a trace of indulgence flashing across his face. The two of them, as always, began preparing to head to Kyoto University of Special Abilities. Unexpectedly, on the way, they were suddenly stopped by someone. Lin Xian looked over and saw that it was Yi Bufan, who was staring at him coldly. What is your relationship with Teacher Song, and what exactly have you two been doing this past month? Yi Bufan's eyes leaked faint blood vessels and his aura continuously revealed and climbed, a surge of killing intent suddenly rushing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's brow furrowed slightly as he surveyed the desolate surroundings, a wasteland where people often met gruesome ends. It seemed he had been anticipated. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Xian sensed the dangerous aura emanating from the other. His surprise apparent at the question posed to him. Are you referring to that crazy woman's inhumane acts? He asked somewhat dismissively. Indeed, there truly are unspeakable secrets between you two. Yi Bufan's eyes blazed uncontrollably with rage upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Suddenly, he launched a frenzied attack on Lin Xian, shouting, How dare you compare yourself to my Teacher Song? How dare you? With a loud boom, Su Qingwan swiftly intervened, blocking the energy wave headed their way. Seeing that Yi Bufan harbored murderous intent, Lin Xian's expression darkened. He immediately pulled Su Qingwan behind him and said icily, Want to kill me? Could it be that you have feelings for that madwoman? Yi Bufan's expression turned cold and his gaze towards Lin Xian gradually steadied. You have no right to address her in such a manner, nor do I permit you to be so close to her. His movements suddenly became calm and Lin Xian noticed that his power had unexpectedly risen to the level of a third-tier intermediate, a slight surprise given that, despite his rapid cultivation progress, he was only at the initial stages of third tier, just a step away from intermediate. Yi Bufan's movements were swift, striking at Lin Xian with a palm that harbored a mysterious black vortex. Instinctively, Lin Xian aimed a sword strike at the palm, but the moment it touched the black vortex, his sword intent vanished into it as if swallowed by the vortex. Useless, all attacks are futile against me. Die Lin Xian. Yi Bufan's face twisted malevolently as the black vortex expanded, soon engulfing Lin Xian entirely. From a distance one could see a dark mass twisting violently, with a silhouette inside being relentlessly distorted. Just then Lin Xian felt intense tearing sensations around his body. Humph, so much for the top swordsman of Kyoto, sneered Yi Bufan. However, he failed to notice that the twisting vortex was actually caused by a blue sword light constantly slashing through it. Almost instantly Lin Xian felt the mysterious suction force dissipate and his blue lotus sword intent shredded the black vortex, revealing him unharmed before Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan's face darkened and suddenly his hands conjured a head-sized black hole in front of him. You have some skill, but that's about it. The black hole surged towards Lin Xian, who could sense the immense energy within it and instinctively dodged. His first thought was to avoid it at all costs. In an instant he had moved hundreds of meters away with Su Qingwan. As Yi Bufan saw this, he quickly pursued, his cold laughter echoing. "Do you think you can escape like this?" "It would go, escape? Who said I was running? You're not worthy." Lin Xian left Su Qingwan behind without a second thought and fully unleashed his power. His aura merged with the chaotic essence of the Qinglian, forming a sword intent known as the Qinglian sword intent. Useless. No attack can affect this black hole. Yi Bufan suddenly shouted as the black hole rapidly approached Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not move, a slight smile appearing on his face as he allowed the black hole to come towards him. Behind him, Su Qingwan looked on worriedly. "Why isn't this jerk dodging?" Just as she was about to intervene, Lin Xian mysteriously said, "Is that so? Then I must see if your hole can withstand my attacks." Under Yi Bufan's shocked gaze, several streaks of green light continuously surged into the black hole, an impressive sight. Yet, the black hole seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing the green light without showing any sign of impact. "I told you no attack can affect me." Yi Bufan arrogantly laughed at Lin Xian. "Is that so?" Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly foreseeing the grand scene that was about to unfold. "Humph, stop pretending, die now," Yi Bufan fiercely said, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Lin Xian, but suddenly his expression changed. "Is that so?" Lin Xian's eyes twinkled mockingly. Yi Bufan sensed a violent energy being absorbed into his vortex, which started to wobble unstably, showing signs of losing control. "Impossible." His pupils sharply contracted, followed by a loud bang, boom. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, the black vortex burst open right in front of Yi Bufan, the blast shredding his clothes to tatters. Hastily grabbing some clothes and briefly tidying himself, he then looked at Lin Xian with boundless rage. Suddenly his expression changed and he blurted out, "A sacred body." Lin Xian looked at him, somewhat surprised that he had recognized it. "Weren't you going to kill me? What's scared now?" Lin Xian didn't waste words, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the next second, an overwhelming sword intent appeared above him, all targeting Yi Bufan. From the moment Lin Xian decided to strike Yi Bufan, he had marked him for death. Numerous small black holes appeared around Yi Bufan, but the vortexes that should have consumed everything seemed rather fragile in the face of the numerous green lights. Desperately he screamed in his mind, "Ancestors, save me." In an instant Lin Xian saw a spatial rift suddenly appear around Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan quickly leaped into action, his face filled with disdain as he spoke. "Lin Xian, today you're just lucky, but when I Yi Bufan return, it will be the time of your demise. You won't be able to escape." Lin Xian responded coldly. With a scornful glance, Yi Bufan prepared to make a temporary escape, but just as the spatial rift began to rapidly close to half its size, it suddenly paused for a second. "Elder, what's happening?" Yi Bufan was shocked, feeling the terrifying sword intense about to strike him, and his forehead was soaked with cold sweat. Soon, the rift resumed its normal pace and instantly enveloped Yi Bufan's body. However, at the moment the rift disappeared, several cyan sword lights also followed him through. Does he possess the means to tear through the void and shift positions? Lin Xian pondered as he watched Yi Bufan disappear, slightly thoughtful. Indeed, those with the protagonist's template are not so easily killed. Several kilometers away on a playground, a figure suddenly fell from a clump of dark clouds, appearing disheveled with clothes in utter disarray and a trace of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. "Cough, Elder, why did something go wrong at the crucial moment?" Yi Bufan looked pale, attributing his severe injuries to the few sword intents that had followed him through the rift due to that 1-second pause. Soon a voice filled with a hoarse tone echoed in his mind, devoid of joy, "He somehow blocked my spell." Yi Bufan was slightly shocked. How could this be? Weren't you an emperor before, Elder? Even if your strength is not what it once was, that young man shouldn't be able to interfere with you. The voice then fell silent and a glimmer of light flashed in its murky eyes, finally emitting a helpless sigh. "I actually felt a trace of the power of rules. Could it be that those people have returned?" Seeing that the elder inside him did not respond further, Yi Bufan did not press on, but his wariness towards Lin Xian deepened. Supporting his heavy body, he struggled to rise, his eyes filled with reluctance. His ability to attend Kyoto's top university was entirely thanks to the old man within him. Originally just a powerless outcast, idiot son of a minor family head and constantly bullied by everyone in his family, he had fallen into despair when the self-proclaimed Saint Lord of Devouring suddenly appeared within him. Claiming destiny had brought them together, he granted Yi Bufan the coveted SSS tier ability, Devouring Everything. With his help, Yi Bufan had fought through numerous challenges, not only reclaiming his position within his clan but also winning first place in the trial battles, fulfilling his wish to attend this university of supernatural abilities. Never having tasted defeat until his recent loss to Lin Xian, Yi Bufan had merely thought Lin Xian had relied on a sacred body, but the old man's unexpected silence was the first thing that truly shocked him. In his eyes, this elder was an invincible existence that had easily resolved any danger he had faced before. Yet Lin Xian had somehow managed to temporarily disable the elder's powers, forcing Yi Bufan to momentarily suppress his impulses. Still, his mind couldn't help but drift to a silhouette, recalling the scene of her dancing in the sunset, blood saving his younger self. That year, she was a young girl and I was a young boy. The young girl had already blossomed into an elegant lady of grace, quite oblivious to the little boy she once knew. Yet Yi Bufan would never forget her. Gradually his gaze grew heavier, his teeth clenched as if he was wrestling with a decision. After a moment, he stared intently at the ground and spoke resolutely, "Senior, I've decided to retrieve the sacred body for you." To his surprise, the voice of the old man within him, usually silent, revealed a hint of astonishment. "Are you sure? Even I might not be able to protect you there." Then his gaze shifted towards the dark clouds overhead, his eyes stirring with emotion once again. "Remember the extraterrestrial demons I told you about?" Yi Bufan, puzzled, recalled the elder's voice in his mind. "The demons? Those attempting to invade our blue star?" "Exactly." The elder's ancient eyes suddenly pierced through the clouds, discerning their true essence. "They are here." Yi Bufan, following the elder's gaze, also saw the figures hidden within the clouds, humanoid shapes with grotesque horns on their heads. Lin Xian and Su Qingwan soon arrived in class, where Song Baodan continued his usual sycophantic demeanor, oblivious to Yi Bufan's absence. "Lin, come to my office," called Song Shirua from outside, dressed in a uniform. Lin Xian, somewhat puzzled, followed her with a nonchalant air. Before they even reached the office, Lin Xian heard Song Shirua call out his name directly, turning to face him with a look that was no longer the cold, authoritative one he knew. "The dean and the others are struggling to hold on." She pointed towards the horizon with urgency. Lin Xian's expression turned grave. "What do you mean?" As soon as he spoke, he noticed clouds gathering in the distance. Quickly, like ink spreading through water, they began to stain the sky. "They've arrived." Song Shirua's face paled dramatically. How could they come so quickly? Lin Xian finally saw what it was, a cloud moving swiftly towards them. No, not a cloud, a mass of dark, swirling energy. Surprised yet intrigued, he thought of that kind and gentle face and was momentarily lost in thought, only to be jolted back to reality as a strange force pulled him backwards. "What are you daydreaming about?" Song Shirua frowned, reprimanding him sharply. "These creatures with two horns on their heads, are they the demons?" Indeed, Song Shirua's eyes suddenly turned dark green, a sign that the demon race had already infiltrated Blue Star. What on earth had happened at the battlefield beyond their realm? What about the dean and the others? Worry filled her eyes as she observed the demons mingling within the university. Just here alone there were several, not to mention other places. "Quickly go to the class and inform everyone. Ignore other places, just go," Song Shirua commanded. Lin Xian felt the woman before him was somewhat unfamiliar, but he obediently left to carry out her orders. As Lin Xian was halfway there, a 2-meter-tall demon blocked his path, looming ominously in front of him. It was only then that Lin Xian got a clear look at the creature. Not only were the horns on its head peculiar, but its facial features were also unlike humans, with a pointed mouth and long nose, and its body scantily covered with just a piece of cloth hiding its privates. Clearly a monster. As the demon fixed its gaze on Lin Xian, it suddenly let out a sharp, grating screech that made him want to cut it down immediately. Then he saw its long tongue protrude from its mouth, slimy saliva dripping from its tip, an utterly nauseating sight. Lin Xian couldn't understand what the monster was saying, but from its greedy little eyes he knew it wanted to eat him. Scram! Lin Xian didn't waste any time. The sudden appearance of a large group of demons certainly meant trouble, as his master had warned about the outer realm battlefield. Sword intent surged around him, with his Qinglian swordsmanship proving ineffective against the large demon. His strikes that would normally kill a 4th-tier beast now useless. His expression turned serious. He had not taken his master's warnings seriously before, but now it was clear that these demons were not to be underestimated. Just as the demon was about to punch him, it suddenly froze in place, losing consciousness in 0.1 seconds. Dead. From a distance, Song Shirua's dark green eyes spun wildly as she called out sternly to Lin Xian, "Hurry up." Startled, Lin Xian quickly headed towards the classroom. Upon reaching the classroom, Lin Xian was surprised by the terrifying strength of that crazy woman, only to find that 2 more demons had already infiltrated. "Ah, what kind of monsters are these? So disgusting." "No, don't lick there." The students were panicking, their attacks seemingly ineffective against the demons. Don't kill me." "Teacher, teacher, save me." Suddenly a demon pounced on a bespectacled man who looked terrified and scrambled backwards with his hands. The demon swiftly grabbed his legs, about to stuff them into its mouth. The students of Kyoto Ability University were not lacking in talent, generally possessing strengths. Between the second and third tiers, Lin Shen noticed that these two demons were not as large as the first and their aura was much weaker. Logically, the students should not have been so helpless. Confused but unwilling to leave them to their fate, Lin Shen swung his sword, and with a thud accompanied by a spray of blood, one of the demons' heads fell to the ground. However, a scream still followed. Lin Shen then saw that in the mouth of the demon lay a leg that had been severed. Lin Shen felt no sympathy, for had the man resisted even slightly, his leg would not have been lost. Turning around, Lin Shen faced the other demon, which was similar to the first. Soon Lin Shen saw a sudden burst of icy cold enveloping his surroundings, which then cracked open, scattering chunks of ice everywhere. "Wonder what is happening. Does the Empress within you know?" Lin Shen whispered to Su Qingwan using the technique she had taught him. "These are demons," Su Qingwan replied calmly. "They were supposed to be isolated, unable to enter, weren't they? And aren't there 9th-tier powerhouses guarding the outer battlefield? Why are they here?" Lin Shen wanted to know the real reason and didn't bother to explain how he was aware of these facts. He simply voiced all his questions. "They should not be here. They were sent in." Su Qingwan's voice grew heavy with concern. Lin Shen nodded slightly as if he understood something. "Quick, everyone, leave this place. We don't know when these monsters might appear again." While everyone was pondering their next move, suddenly someone ran to the door in panic, his face etched with fear, addressing everyone. "Let's find the teachers, go to the school's higher-ups, they can protect us," another person suggested. Soon people agreed, and one after another they began to exit. "Somebody please help me, I don't want to die." Lin Shen noticed that it was the voice of the man with glasses who had his leg bitten off earlier. He had barely managed to stop the bleeding, and now, pale-faced and struggling, he watched as people hurriedly moved towards the exit. Hearing his cries for help, a woman wanted to assist him, but a harsh voice suddenly scolded her. "Idiot, in this situation even your own life is at risk. Trying to carry a burden now is nothing but foolishness." These words struck the woman's heart, causing her to retract her hand that was about to help. The man with the glasses felt a wave of despair. Just as he thought he was left to fend for himself, an icicle slowly began to form at his severed leg. Quickly, the icicle expanded and miraculously replaced the missing part of his leg temporarily. He was overjoyed, yet unaware of who had saved him. He continuously bowed to the ground in gratitude. Then hastily he followed the crowd outside. Once everyone was outside, their faces were filled with shock. By then the campus had almost turned into a feeding ground for the demons, with groups of them appearing on the sports field, shaking their heads as if searching for something. Soon other classes started to emerge, and with expressions filled with confusion, fear and panic on everyone's faces, a wave of commotion swept through the area. This commotion immediately caught the attention of the monsters on the playground, who began to look towards them as if they had spotted some delicious food. The monsters' roars echoed across the entire square, with their bead-sized eyes glaring intermittently at everyone present. People gazed at these grotesquely shaped, extremely ugly demons, buzzing with questions. Is this the end of the world? Where did these creatures come from? What on earth is happening? Why are there so many monsters in the school? Why haven't the teachers and the dean shown up? Have they abandoned us? Everyone was talking at once, and in an instant everyone was plunged into a state of panic. The weakest of these demons were above the 3rd tier, not to mention that among these demons there were even those of the size Lin Shen had encountered before. This group of demons was not something these freshmen could withstand. Soon a series of screams came from a distance. The square was instantly thrown into utter chaos, and at such a time Lin Shen still saw no sign of the school sending anyone to rescue them. The situation seemed much more serious than he had thought, and the demons were gradually closing in on them. Faced with this group of disgusting, stronger demons, people panicked and tried to flee the campus, but they were already surrounded. "Mom, I don't want to die yet. I haven't taken out the stuff under my bed at home." "Stop talking, I haven't even deleted my browsing history yet." Hoarse voices filled Lin Shen's ears, and even he found it challenging to face these unknown demons. Let alone the others. "Wanna hang in there, Song Shiru is coming soon." Feeling the motionless figure behind him, Lin Shen comforted her. However, he did not notice that at this moment Su Qingwan's eyes suddenly shone, her icy gaze fixed on those maggot-infested bodies. Song Baodan stood nearby, carefully observing Lin Shen's expression. Seeing that Lin Shen was ignoring him, he stood a few feet away from the two, not daring to cross the line. The scene was suddenly chaotic, and the brutal demons instantly stained the entire square with blood. Help me please, someone help me." A familiar voice rang out again from behind Lin Xian. A man wearing glasses with one icy leg lay on the ground staring in horror at the demon only a foot away from him. It seemed he was about to be devoured by the gaping maw, yet no one around him offered a hand. It wasn't that they were unwilling, but everyone was too busy saving themselves, and even those not yet targeted by the demons were reluctant to interfere and bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves. Seeing that no one was willing to help, the man's pupils turned gray and lifeless, his face pale, waiting for death. He closed his eyes, but the next second he did not feel the expected pain. A voice suddenly rang out, reaching everyone's ears. "Hold on everyone, someone will come to rescue you soon." Song Shiru appeared in front of everyone, her graceful figure instantly raising hopes among the crowd. Where her eyes reached, the group of demons instantly fell to the ground, unconscious in a breath. The entire place was in shock, watching the bodies on the ground with wild joy. "The teacher is here. We are saved." However, before that person could revel in their surprise, some small black dots in the distance suddenly enlarged, rapidly approaching this way. The dots grew bigger and more numerous, and it turned out to be that group of monsters. Everyone's faces turned pale with terror. With such a multitude of monsters, even the teachers might not be able to defend against them safely. Soon, this place would become a veritable hell on earth. "Teacher, what on earth is going on? What are those monsters? Why are there more and more of them?" someone asked Song Shiruo. "These are demons from beyond our realm. There's no time to explain now, and you don't need to worry too much. Soon a senior will come to rescue you," she replied. After speaking, she suddenly approached Lin Xian and Su Qingwan. "The dean has instructed me to ensure your safety." Su Qingwan's tone was heavy, her voice choked as if she was suppressing something. Song Shiruo did not answer but instead turned her body to face the demon horde. A trace of worry showed on Su Qingwan's face. She knew all too well, as in her previous life when the demon emperor had sent these demons, it signified the defeat of the human race's 9 top-tier warriors. Could it be that this situation was truly beyond salvation? She despised herself for reliving her life yet seemingly repeating the same mistakes. Her lack of strength made her powerless to assist her master, and she could only watch as history repeated itself. Her fists clenched tightly, her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. As she watched the massive waves of demons approaching, she finally burst out. A chill swept past Lin Xian, and it was then that he realized that the seemingly fragile maid was now exuding a terrifying aura, the coldness making even his heart tremble. A holy body, Lin Xian quickly realized, but then he just smiled calmly. This girl really does have many secrets. Song Shiruo was slightly surprised, as she felt an absolute 0-degree aura emanating from Su Qingwan, just as the two were taken aback. Su Qingwan's body also emitted a tremendous momentum. To break through at such a time, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Suddenly, a wave of cold swept across the entire field, making even breathing seem to freeze. Su Qingwan raised her hand and pointed at the group of demons charging towards her. With a gentle tap, a wave of ice rapidly spread from the ground, climbing up their feet and continuously rising up their bodies. In just 3 breaths, a group of ice sculptures of demons was staged across the plaza. The Absolute Zero was indeed formidable, as it temporarily restrained even some 5th-tier demons in their tracks. Song Shiruo nodded in approval, her eyes filled with admiration as she watched Su Qingwan. In another moment, to the shock of the onlookers, the massive ice sculptures began to shatter and the demons encased within broke into fragments scattered across the ground. It seemed to be an outburst of rage. Lin Xian noticed that although Su Qingwan's complexion had turned pale, her eyes were still filled with murderous intent as she continued to fight the demons. Soon her body started to sway as if about to fall, and her aura became increasingly unstable. As she tottered, her vision even blurred. Just as she was about to collapse, a pair of sturdy arms caught her by the waist. "Wanner, do you despise these demons so?" Lin Xian's stern face suddenly appeared before her eyes, and holding her waist like this, Su Qingwan felt somewhat uncomfortable. She spoke softly, attempting to stand but seemingly drained of strength from the earlier exertion. She had to let Lin Xian hold her. Seeing her suddenly bury her head, Lin Xian gave a faint smile, turned his head to Song Shiruo and said, "Crazy teacher Song, I will take Wanner back to the Lin family. You don't need to protect us anymore. No, I must ensure your safety." Song Shiruo suddenly declared with conviction, seemingly not the woman Lin Xian knew. Seeing her so resolute, Lin Xian suddenly turned to a figure beside him and called, "Uncle Lin." Instantly Song Shiruo noticed a dark shadow appear next to Lin Xian. She was slightly surprised to see this mysterious masked man who had been by Lin Xian's side without her noticing. This person's strength surpasses mine. Seeing this, she no longer worried and allowed Lin Xian to leave. As Lin Xian and Su Qingwan had just left, 2 familiar figures approached Song Shiruo. Yu Yen Mei Air. With most of the school's teachers gone to the outer realm battlefield, the school now depends on you, Song Shiruwa said with a grave tone. Teacher Song, why have the demons arrived early? Isn't the wall of size still intact? Song Yuyen's face was full of concern, always having a bad premonition. I'm not sure either. Now we can only wait for the dean to return. Song Shiruwa responded helplessly, not understanding why the demons had suddenly appeared without any warning. Soon, with the addition of Song Yuyen and a group of senior students, the situation gradually stabilized. Meanwhile, as Lin Xian was about to leave the campus, he suddenly saw a familiar figure at the gate. Song Yen ran. Lin Xian was surprised. How could she be here? At that moment, Song Yen ran was in a disheveled state, her clothes severely torn with hints of exposure. In front of her, a demon bared its yellowed sharp teeth, ready to bite her. Seeing her still defiant expression, Lin Xian remembered his master's voice and sighed, swiftly beheading the demon. Junior sister, how could you be here alone? Lin Xian wondered. Seeing the creature's head suddenly separate from its body, Song Yenran was first shocked, then upon hearing that familiar voice, she began to fidget. If you don't speak, I may just leave and I won't be responsible if something happens. Seeing Lin Xian and the others preparing to leave, Song Yenran finally couldn't help but stammer, I was worried something had happened at home, so I came out alone. Her eyes suddenly started darting around, a clear sign of discomfort. The truth was that she was dissatisfied with staying in the class like a shrinking turtle. Defying orders, she had left the group alone, too proud to ask anyone for help. Along the way, she managed to handle some weaker demons she encountered, but just as she was about to leave the school grounds, she was attacked by one. Lin Xian saw the flush of embarrassment on her face and knew immediately that she was lying. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He stepped forward, took the girl's hand, and helped her up. Through the torn fabric of her clothes, one could catch glimpses of her pale skin. Noticing Lin Xian's gaze, Song Yanyan suddenly hardened her look and glared fiercely at him, shaking off his hand and quickly covering herself. Su Qingwan, who was standing by, internally screamed, calling him a big pervert. Lin Xian gave a wry smile and muttered under his breath, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Then, under Song Yanyan's angry and embarrassed expression, he coolly turned away and said, hurry up, do you want to leave this place or not? Song Yanyan scoffed, wanting to say that she would rather not follow him, but noticing the increasing number of demons around her, her expression darkened. When she looked up to see Lin Xian and the others, she could only see their fading figures. He really didn't wait for her. Fuming, Song Yanyan's cheeks puffed out in anger as she looked at Lin Xian moving away and noticed more demons stirring nearby. Reluctantly, she followed. I'm just using this guy for now, she thought. Once we reach the Song residence, he'll be useless. This thought comforted her somewhat as she followed. However, watching his retreating figure, an inexplicable feeling surged within her, one that even she did not notice. Soon, the trio reached the capital city of Kyoto. As expected, the shadows of demons were everywhere in Kyoto City. Lin Xian couldn't help but ask his companion, Uncle Lin, has the Lin family been invaded by these demons too? Young master, the sudden surge of demons is unusual, but with the Lin family's foundation, these demons alone cannot shake us, Uncle Lin replied calmly. Lin Xian felt reassured, but then his concerns shifted to the smaller families, the merchants, and even ordinary people without special abilities. He suddenly noticed that the once bustling marketplace had turned into ruins. It was hard to imagine how many people were buried underneath. Near the ruins, Lin Xian saw a man in a blue and white uniform wearing an earpiece and speaking. That was someone dispatched by the Alliance. Uncle Lin suddenly spoke out of the blue. Lin Xian looked thoughtfully at the middle-aged man, trying to figure out what kind of organization this alliance really was. The man seemed to notice the four of them as well and quickly approached them with a serious expression. Hello, I am Chu Feng, a special envoy of the Alliance specifically responsible for dealing with these demonic events. Everyone here has already headed to the shelters. Would you four also like to come with me? He glanced briefly at Lin Xian and his companions, but his eyes shook violently when he saw the mask. So it turns out to be the Great Sword Saint's foremost disciple, Uncle Lin. I have long admired you. Since Uncle Lin is here, there seems to be no need for me, the young man said respectfully to Uncle Lin, and after speaking he turned and left the area. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Uncle Lin's reputation to be so significant that even those from the Alliance knew of him. He sneakily glanced at Uncle Lin, trying to discern something from the side of the mask, but Uncle Lin remained indifferent, showing no emotion about the recent events. As for Song Yanyan, she looked incredulously at the mask with tales of its bearer involuntarily surfacing in her mind. A sense of admiration subtly grew within her. After delivering Song Yanyan to the Song family, Lin Xian and the other two quickly arrived at the Lin household. Seeing the elders and disciples along with the corpses of the demons lying on the ground, Lin Xian heaved a slight sigh of relief. He turned to a disciple who was cleaning up and asked, "Where is the family head?" "Young master, the family head went out this morning and has not yet returned," the disciple replied. Lin Xian was puzzled about what his father could be doing at such a time. Suddenly, a sound like breaking glass came from the sky and the ground began to tremble. Everyone instinctively looked up. The once blue sky suddenly cracked open and small fissures began to appear around it, spreading slowly like bloodshot eyes. Soon, these blood vessels climbed across the crack, and with a faint cracking sound filling the air, the sky began to shatter, revealing a starry interior. However, the next moment an eye appeared. The eye opened instantly, its pupil a bloody red, casting a gaze over everyone. It was like a scene from the apocalypse, with a sense of oppression and a strong smell of blood lingering in the air. The blood-red eyeball stood in the sky, rotating slowly, watching every corner of the blue star. "What is this thing? Is it the end of the world, monster? This eyeball, it looks just like those of the monsters from before. Can someone tell me what exactly is happening? Why are these monsters appearing out of nowhere on my blue star? And why are the powerful beings not showing themselves?" Everywhere the fear in people's hearts was completely enveloped by the sight of the bloody pupil. In the desolate wilderness, a man clad in black, his face smeared with fresh blood, stood gazing at the blood-red pupil that had appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Suddenly an ancient and sullen voice emanated from within him. "It's the eye of the demon god." Lin Xian felt the oppressive aura emanating from the bloody eye and, with a serious expression, turned to his uncle beside him. "Uncle Lin, what in the world is this thing?" The reply came heavy with unprecedented gravity from beneath the mask. "I don't know for certain, but what's clear is that this is the work of the demon clans from beyond our realm." At that moment, the sky seemed to lose its color, replaced by an endless blood-red hue. Everyone stared blankly at the blood pupil above, as if their souls had been stripped away, their eyes beginning to dim. "No, don't look at that eye, it will bewitch your minds," someone suddenly shouted, but it was already too late. In an instant the demon pupil had ensnared the minds of the crowd, their eyes glazed, moving like the walking dead. Lin Xian also felt the insidious whisper of the demon in his mind and quickly reminded himself, "My spiritual consciousness is strong, my spiritual consciousness is strong." Soon, the vile whispers attempting to invade his mind began to fade. He looked down at Su Qingwan beside him, relieved to find her unaffected. "Young master, this entity is evidently malevolent," Uncle Lin remarked, relieved to see them both unharmed, but also realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately moved to protect them both behind him. "Is a mere eye this terrifying?" Lin Xian wondered nervously, keeping an eye on the vertical pupil. Just as he thought they were temporarily safe, a dazzling column of blood suddenly burst forth from the demon eye, aiming directly at the crowd. In almost an instant, Lin Xian saw numerous powerful warriors rise up, with Uncle Lin swiftly moving into the air to help resist the blood column. In that moment, warriors from all over, those of at least the 6th tier, exerted their full strength to counter this terrifying attack. Lin Xian had a premonition that if this blood column descended, it would bring an unprecedented catastrophe. Numerous warriors resisted desperately, but without a 9th tier warrior to anchor them, they were almost overwhelmed as the blood column nearly breached their defenses. Then a familiar voice rang out, bringing joy to Lin Xian, followed by a resounding sword cry that effortlessly dissolved the blood column. "Demon god, you shall not wreak havoc here in Blue Star." Everyone looked up to see, amidst the clouds, 9 figures standing tall, each exuding an immensely powerful aura despite appearing somewhat disheveled. At their forefront, a white-haired elder with an intensely sharp aura glared fiercely at the blood pupil. It was the Sword Saint. "The Sword Saint has arrived, we are saved." Below ground, several barely conscious warriors revealed a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Lin Xian's face softened a bit when he saw the leading figure, who had a face that deeply hated evil. However, as he looked behind those 9 people, he unexpectedly did not find his father's figure. "Could I have been mistaken? Did my father not go to that battlefield beyond our realm?" Lin Xian frowned, and then he saw the blood-red pupils suddenly vanish, followed by a chilling, soul-grinding laughter emanating continuously from the broken space. The laughter stopped abruptly, and then a murky, jarring noise followed, sounding like a mixture of hundreds of animals' cries, harsh and unsettling. "Ha ha, it has been 500 years since your humans waged war against us demons. Back then your kind did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves along with 18 of our demon emperors, even erecting the sighing wall that forever separated us from your world. I must admit your ancestors were quite cunning, but unfortunately after Hundreds of years, that sighing wall has finally been breached by us, the voice declared triumphantly. Suddenly a purple bark-like arm stretched out from the crack in the space. Following this, a demon with horns, a body covered in purple bark-like skin and a pair of eerie black wings on its back slowly emerged in front of everyone. Feeling the long-lost atmosphere, he took a deep breath and a look of relief appeared on his purple face. What a beautiful planet this is, I really don't want to demolish it, he said, his blood-red eyes showing a trace of regret. If you humans agree to become the slaves of our demon race, I might just spare you. This would be beneficial for both of us, he said contemptuously, looking at the 9 people. After all, not even one of you answers an emperor. How dare you oppose me, demon god? Do not be so arrogant. Even if we humans have no emperor, it doesn't matter. Our ancestors drove you out of the blue planet and we can surely do it again today. Li Dao, standing behind in a white robe, immediately retorted, ha. You really thought you could face the power of an emperor in our previous skirmishes? You're mistaken. The demon god's eyes suddenly oozed a blood-red color and in an instant he transformed into a bloody shadow, swiftly striking towards Liu Yan's chest. So fast, Liu Yan tried to defend herself but found a powerful force stifling her breath, making it impossible for her to summon the energy around her. It was the Emperor's might. At the critical moment a sword appeared in front of her, blocking the blood shadow. Liu Yan, facing a formidable enemy, was drenched in cold sweat, her body soaked as she gasped for air. The strike filled with the Emperor's might would have pierced her chest if not for Li Dao blocking it with his sword. Is this the Emperor's weapon that slaughtered my 100,000 demon troops and 5 emperors back then? The eyes of the demon god gleamed with greed as he observed the uniquely shaped sword blade. It was the first time Lin Xian had seen the sword taken out of his master's scabbard, finally revealing its true form. The sword looked ordinary at first glance, similar to any other blade except at its edge, which appeared as if it had been chipped away by another weapon, yet upon closer inspection it seemed as if it was originally crafted that way. Demon god, even if you were a great emperor, what of it? The wall of size has not yet fully shattered, and now you are merely a spirit with the might of an emperor. Li Dao stared fiercely at him, almost instantly seeing through that this was not his true body. Li Dao did not know how this demon god had managed to bypass the wall of size and transport those demonic tribes and even himself into this realm. Not in your true form. How does it matter? You ants cannot fathom the terror of an emperor. Though this body possesses only half of my strength, it does not hinder me from slaughtering you all. He looked proudly at the confused crowd below, laughing. After I kill all your so-called human champions, I will easily destroy the wall of size. Then, the blue planet will be effortless to conquer. Ha ha ha. Li Dao raised his sword, and the 8 people behind him burst forth with a powerful aura, igniting the strength of other 7th and 8th tier warriors behind them. Veteran warriors like Uncle Lin also assembled, and Lin Xian spotted several familiar figures such as Song Ming, Feng Xiaotian, and even Song Shiruo. Suddenly, with Li Dao and his 9 men at the front and hundreds behind them, they formed a formidable line. Demon god, the blue planet is not for your filthy race to taint. The Emperor's sword gathered the strength of hundreds behind it, its silver-white patterns gradually surfacing, dazzling with brilliant light. The long-hidden imperial weapon finally revealed its might at that moment. A shadow filled with terrifying intense sword into the sky, threatening to tear the surrounding space apart as it moved slowly towards the demon god. Is this an imperial weapon? This aura indeed carries a hint of an emperor's presence. He stood unmoving, staring intently at the shadow, showing a trace of disdain. Pity, the ones wielding it are merely ants. Although they've managed to produce a semblance of imperial might, it lacks the true imperial authority. It's merely a facade. As he smirked contemptuously, a blood-red light suddenly burst from his eyes. The demon god's eye, a terrifying aura shot out from his gaze, and merely by being looked upon, the shadow of terrifying sword intent instantly shattered. Li Dao spat out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming extremely grave at that moment. He had not anticipated that this mere spirit form could be so powerful. Behind him, the expressions of the crowd were equally grave. Faced with such a formidable opponent, some even began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Just a glance from the enemy was enough to effortlessly neutralize their attacks, highlighting the vast difference in strength between them. A mocking laughter, cruel and arrogant, cut through the air like blades, stabbing into everyone's hearts as if to shatter their hopes completely. Do you now see the gap between us? What use is an emperor's weapon in your hands? Without a true emperor to wield it, it's nothing but a piece of scrap metal. The demon's eyes suddenly sharpened as he stared at the white-haired elder leading the humans. Li Dao burst into laughter. What a grand joke! In ancient times, our human race, with only 9 emperors, managed to annihilate all 18 demon emperors of your tribe and even had enough power left to establish a barrier around Blue Star, a barrier your demons have not been able to break through for hundreds of years. He snorted coldly. Such feats I fear are beyond your kind forever. The demon's face turned even more purplish, his gaze darkening as he looked at Li Dao and the others, hissing coldly. Insects, prepare to die. Suddenly a mass of black energy filled with a terrifying aura appeared before them and surged towards Li Dao and his companions. As the overwhelming demonic energy continued to pour out, everyone's pupils shrank, feeling a pressure that suppressed the vital energy in their bodies. Li Dao yelled slash and swung his sword at the black energy, but it merely circled around him, targeting the people behind him. Li Dao's expression changed instantly. He might have been protected by the Emperor's weapon, but it did not mean the others could withstand the black energy. What is this cursed thing? It's corroding my vital energy. Screams soon followed from behind, with only a few rank 9 fighters barely managing to hold off the black energy. A great demon god resorting to such despicable acts, Li Dao said coldly. The demon replied nonchalantly, we demons do not concern ourselves with the means, only the results. Clearly this is a good result, isn't it? He raised an eyebrow, his face showing a trace of amusement as he watched the struggling humans, but soon he seemed to lose interest, sighed lightly and suddenly spread his enormous black wings. An icy, ruthless voice filled everyone's ears. Playing with insects is hardly amusing, it's time to end this. Instantly the powerful energy surged from the demon's body, releasing towards the crowd. Be careful! Li Dao wiped his sword, and a trace of bright red slowly merged with the sword's light. Sword domain. Suddenly the sword emitted a crisp, melodious sound, and around it a domain seemed to form, momentarily matching the momentum of the attack. Laden with the Emperor's might. Oh, you've suppressed a trace of my Emperor's might. Interesting. The demon slightly lifted his hand, his eyes showing a hint of disdain, but that was all. With a thunderous crash his hands fell. The sword domain shattered instantly, followed by a devastating and terrifying blow. In an instant the team of several hundred members dispersed in chaos. The 9 leading 9th-tier martial artists each spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, overwhelmed by the unexpected strength of their opponent. I've said it before, you are all but ants. The demon god's face suddenly revealed a hint of boredom, flapping its wings and looking down disdainfully at the crowd below. Li Dao's face grew solemn as he glanced back at the 8 behind him. Lu Yan and the blonde, blue-eyed woman beside her nodded subtly, and then, as if reaching a silent agreement, the scattered team instantly reformed, but their positions were peculiarly arranged. Below them, Su Qingwan felt a shudder in her heart as she watched them form the 9-star demon sealing formation, memories of a previous life flooding back. This formation could indeed expel the demon god from Blue Star and reinforce the wall of size, but the cost was immense, the sacrifice of the 9 martial artists' bodies and souls. She could not bear to watch her master die before her eyes again. As the 9 began to position themselves, Su Qingwan hurriedly threw something to Lu Yan. Master, catch it, it can slay the demon god. Lu Yan instinctively caught the purple flash. It was the dagger from her disciple. Though warmed by the gesture, she doubted such an ordinary-looking dagger could kill a demon god. Her focus then shifted to the purple aura enveloping it, her pupils contracting as she sensed an aura of annihilation emanating from the dagger, as if anything it touched would cease to exist. Shock filled her eyes as she saw the smile on Su Qingwan's face, and hope reignited within her. The other 8 also noticed the annihilative aura from the small dagger, all shocked by its presence. What is this? Why does it feel like anything it touches would be utterly destroyed? The blonde, blue-eyed woman behind Lu Yan suddenly covered her mouth in astonishment, staring at the artifact. There's no time to explain now. This artifact could be key to defeating the demon god, she said urgently to the others. The aura of annihilation from the dagger seemed even more formidable than that of the Emperor's sword. Li Dao spoke gravely to the 8-inch. The 9-star demon sealing formation can only repair the wall of size. Whether it can expel it from Blue Star is uncertain. Regardless of whether this dagger poses a threat to it, we have no choice but to take a chance now. The 8 nodded heavily, quickly exchanging tactics among themselves in hushed tones. What were they muttering? The demon god furrowed his brows, and instantly his demonic gaze swept towards the 9 figures. They quickly dodged, positioning themselves into 8 distinct stances and continuously launched attacks at the demon god. Petty tricks. Do you think you can defeat me this way? He roared suddenly, sending all 8 flying with a powerful shockwave. Teleport. The woman with golden hair and blue eyes let out a delicate laugh. Just above the demon god's head, a striking figure appeared, holding a dagger aimed straight at his head. Naive, he scoffed disdainfully, about to swipe away the figure named Lu Yen, when suddenly a sensation of impending death loomed above him. It was only then, with panic flashing across his face, that he looked up to see the dagger emitting a deadly aura. How is this possible? How could such an artifact arise from a mere blue star? His eyes, devoid of any mockery, now were filled with seriousness. The only thought in his mind was to avoid the dagger at all costs. In the next instant, as the eye of the demon god was about to activate, a distortion in the space above appeared, seemingly trying to shift Lu Yen and the dagger away. Think again. Li Dao suddenly forced the emperor's sword forward, stabbing fiercely towards the eye of the demon god. Obstructive. The twin demonic eyes immediately shifted their gaze, and in that moment Li Dao felt as though a giant hand was twisting his body. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, forcibly stimulating his own vitality, knowing he must succeed without further error. A sword filled with powerful aura thrust forward, accompanying the emperor's sword towards the demon god's eye. Using your own life force, how commendable! But do you think this is enough to kill me? The demon god's eyes blazed with fury. On one side hung the deadly weapon whistling above his head, and on the other a group of pesky ants continually obstructing him. His body's aura exploded, his eyes crazily flashing red in a cycle. However, the next second he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Master, rest assured, he can no longer threaten you. He stiffened momentarily, rage surging in his heart, ready to tear the human who dared speak into pieces. His gaze quickly found Lin Xian below. Kakik, since you wish to die, let me handle these two first and then grant your wish. Despite feeling the dual threats, he remained composed. As the dagger was about to pierce his head, he calmly said, "Reincarnation." He closed his eyes slightly, as if already envisioning the shocked expressions on these ants' faces, a slight smile soaking his lips. Then a faint pain echoed on his head, followed by an ethereal voice. Die. His eyes, slightly bewildered, opened, feeling a power seemingly capable of annihilating everything descending from above. His pupils contracted, panic flooding his eyes. All this happened in an instant, not even lasting more than 0.1 second. In the next moment, he sensed the demonic eye quietly activating. However, by then it was too late, as the force emitted from the demonic eye was instantly annihilated by the power that had pierced from above. Why did he hesitate for a moment? He was filled with reluctance, and in the next instant he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Ah, my eyes. This all happened in a mere fraction of a second, less than 0.1 seconds before he realized that the demonic eye was quietly beginning to operate. However, by then it was too late. The power emanating from the demonic eye was instantly obliterated by a force that pierced down from above. Why did it pause? He wondered resentfully, feeling another sharp pain in his eyes. Ah, my eyes. A surge of imperial might filled his eyeball and brutally pierced through his right eye. Demon god, your end has come. As these cold voices reached his long purple ears, the demonic shadow made no more sounds. A purple dagger was now embedded in his head, and his form began to blur faintly, starting to dissipate. Feeling his own existence gradually fading away, almost unable to sense his own breath, his eyes were full of anger and reluctance. It seemed he had never anticipated falling here. His figure slowly started to vanish from everyone's sight. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a wild laugh suddenly erupted from the fading demonic shadow. A divine artifact that can obliterate everything, even the power of rules, has appeared. Interesting, how very interesting. When the wall of size breaks, that will be the day of the great return of my demon army. Soon the demonic shadow disappeared into the air, leaving no trace, as if it had never been there. Only the spaces on the verge of collapse testified that everything had indeed happened. Shortly after, Lin Xian saw that those previously controlled by the demonic eye were also gradually regaining consciousness. As they looked around at the inexplicable scene, their eyes filled with confusion. Just as everyone was fiercely relieved and declared victory in the war, Li Dao's gaze fixed on the shattered space, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Do we still need to take that step? Lu Yen looked seriously at the other 7, and then all 8 sets of eyes simultaneously turned to Li Dao. Li Dao narrowed his eyes, intently staring at that space, and soon let out a slight sigh, finally nodding gently. The other 8 individuals shook, but their faces quickly filled with a resolute expression. Suddenly Li Dao turned and approached Lin Shan and Su Qingwan, his eyes filled with profound meaning, as if he had countless questions for them. But in the end he simply patted Lin Xian on the shoulder, emitting a slightly weary voice, and handed over his precious sword to him. Lin, this is the last gift I am giving you. As for Yanran, please apologize on my behalf for not having another gift for her. Lin Xian stared at the imperial sword before him, feeling overwhelmed and caught in a whirlwind of emotions. An ominous thought suddenly crossed his mind. Lin, after I am gone, the one I worry about most is my granddaughter. I have searched all over Lanqing but still found no trace of her. If you ever meet her, I ask you, as your teacher, to look after her." Lin Xian nodded solemnly in response to Master Li Dao's pleading gaze. "Master, I will." Before he could say more, Li Dao swiftly ascended to the sky, no longer looking back at Lin as if he was afraid of something. Beside him, Su Qingwan's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Lu Yan, her master, who was always gentle. Even when handed the dagger, her master did not inquire about its origin but simply embraced her briefly before quickly parting. Lin Xian clenched his fists, understanding from the expressions of his master and the others around him what was about to unfold. The 9 people once again formed the 9-star demon sealing array, each displaying a determination to die. "Master, why does it end like this?" Su Qingwan watched the 9 figures in the sky about to perform the same sacrificial secret technique that required the sacrifice of their physical bodies and souls as in the previous life, and her emotions suddenly crumbled. "I'm sorry, Wanner, but for the sake of humanity we must do this." Su Qingwan, as if in a trance, began to collapse but was fortunately caught by Lin Xian. Lin Xian, with a grave expression, watched as the 9 began their secret technique, feeling the souls being slowly stripped from their bodies. Meanwhile, amidst the continuous cheers of the crowd, the shattered space visibly began to heal. Seeing their life forces fading, Lin Xian decided he must try something. After much thought, he cautiously said, "Because the Wall of Size still retains the aura of the 9 great emperors of the past, future humans may be able to repair the Wall of Size without sacrificing their souls." Lin Xian tentatively spoke these words, closely observing any changes in the 9. However, unbeknownst to Lin Xian, a few meters to his left, a pair of eyes watched him sink into deep thought. "We 9 willingly sacrifice all our flesh and souls to mend the Wall of Size in exchange for 3 years of peace for Lanqing." As the 9 voices echoed in unison, their presences became so faint that Lin Xian could hardly sense them anymore, especially Li Dao, whose form was beginning to fade, as if he might disappear at any moment. Lin Xian's heart trembled. Is it useless? But in the next instant, the fading halted abruptly. He saw that on the bodies of the 9, whether it was an arm, a leg, or the lower body, there appeared a trace of translucence. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to be working. As long as their souls weren't completely annihilated, it was good. Meanwhile, the nearly despairing Su Qingwan, seeing her master still alive, had light returned to her eyes, her face filled with disbelief at the miracle before her. She was puzzled, trying to understand what exactly had happened, as this outcome had not occurred in her previous life. Then Lin Xian's words earlier suddenly flashed through her mind. She shook her head, abruptly dismissing the thought from her mind, yet a flicker of hesitation soon emerged. If not him, then who? Images of her recent months spent with Lin Xian flashed through Su Qingwan's mind. Every attempt to assassinate him seemed to be thwarted by bizarre incidents, and his words often made little sense. Gradually, Su Qingwan realized that these coincidences might not be mere coincidences at all. She observed his sharply defined profile quietly, her thoughts unknown. The 9 elders fell into a coma. They had almost lost their lives for the sake of Blue Star. Quickly, carefully transport the bodies of the 9 elders to the Alliance base. Be very cautious. The 9 elders sacrificed everything to buy Blue Star 3 years of time. We must spare no effort to secure a lifeline for Blue Star. As voices emerged, Lin Xian saw his master and the other 8 being taken away by figures in blue and white uniforms. Lin Xian felt an urge to intervene, but Su Qingwan unusually stopped him and shook her head. "They will not harm your master." Reassured by her words, Lin Xian somewhat relaxed, though unease lingered in his heart, recalling the demonic god's menacing gaze and words before departing. An hour later, with the joint efforts of the major families in the alliance in Kyoto, the remnants of the demonic clan lurking in Kyoto were finally eradicated. However, the cost was tremendous, leaving countless buildings and family legacies in ruins. Yet, this was only Kyoto. Lin Xian dared not imagine the plight of weaker cities or villages with only a few first or second-tier warriors. The people were still immersed in the recent terror, dreading the demon's return in 3 years. The atmosphere in Kyoto, and indeed all of Blue Star, was oppressively tense. "Uncle Lin, where is my father?" Lin Xian asked after a long silence, failing to spot Lin Zhang. "Young master, the family head." Uncle Lin's voice suddenly grew heavy. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Before he left, he told me he was heading to the outer battlefield and has not returned. I fear that." Why did his father go to the outer battlefield? Lin Xian's brows furrowed deeply, suspecting there was more to the story that he was unaware of, or perhaps his master and the others had never actually seen him there. Lin Xian fell into a deep thought, and after pondering for a long time, he finally decided to trust his old father. He deliberated for a long while before he slowly spoke. Uncle Lin, if my father does not return, the position of the family head of the Lin family will remain vacant. His voice was firm as he continued, given the current situation, our Lin family cannot afford to be without a leader for even a day. Now, I suggest that we should appoint a new family head immediately, just in case my father returns. Uncle Lin was startled. Looking at the meticulous and bold young man before him, he suddenly felt that the young master in front of him was no longer the indulgent and debauched young lord of the past. Uncle Lin, currently all 9 of the 9th-tier powerhouses of the Blue Star are in a deep slumber. Now, it is the 8th-tier powerhouses who are revered. We have only 3 years left. Numerous forces will desperately enhance their strength, and during this time, the hidden dangers that seemed peaceful will fully reveal themselves. As everyone seeks breakthroughs and searches for resources, war will inevitably begin. And if someone breaks through to the 9th tier first, Lin Xian's voice grew heavier, and at this time our Lin family's head is missing. Uncle Lin's face under his mask immediately stiffened, and he instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Now, with our family head absent, our Lin family will definitely become a target. When that happens, the Fong family, who harbors the greatest malice towards us, will surely be the first to trouble our Lin family. We absolutely cannot reveal this news. It can't be hidden for long. Lin Xian's expression was somber as he suddenly turned to look at the elders of the Lin family behind him, then turned back, his tone low. Uncle Lin, who do you think is currently capable of taking over as the head of our Lin family? Uncle Lin's mask trembled slightly, and then he slowly uttered 2 words. Lin Xiao. After sorting out all matters concerning the Lin family, Lin Xian was about to return to his room to rest when he noticed that Su Qingwan, who was following behind him, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Wanner? Su Qingwan stopped in her tracks, her heart leaping with joy as she finally heard the system's voice in her mind. Punishment task has ended. The host now permanently retains double the cultivation speed. Su Qingwan was delighted and was just about to find an excuse to completely separate from Lin Xian when a cold mechanical voice once again echoed in her mind. The first phase task has ended, now issuing the second phase task to the host. Since he cannot be killed, influence him with love. Task as follows. Within 3 years, make Lin Xian completely kneel under your pomegranate skirt. Conquest rate, 0.1%, system prompt. Every 10% completion of the task will grant a reward. The higher the progress, the richer the rewards. Host, please strive to conquer this man. A wave of speechlessness crossed Su Qingwan's face as she heard the content of the task, her mouth twitching fiercely. What a bizarre task. Making him kneel under my pomegranate skirt, and it's even for 3 years. This is a huge joke. She, a dignified Empress reborn, could charm thousands of young men with her beauty and demeanor whenever she wished. She snorted coldly. This task was simply too easy for her. Facing this big womanizer, she could boldly say she didn't need 3 years, 3 days would suffice. In just 3 days, she managed to completely turn Lin Xian into her little servant. Well, her reward. However, she wondered how substantial this reward would be this time. Ding! The system alerted that the current target's conquest value had broken through 0%, earning her a reward, 1 Ice Spirit Crystal Fruit. Upon reaching 10% conquest, she would receive an SSS grade random ice ability. Should I consume the Ice Spirit Crystal Fruit? Consume, Su Qingwan silently commanded, and instantly a chilling sensation surged through her body, nourishing her extremely cold holy body. To think that her first reward would be a holy fruit capable of nourishing holy bodies. The system truly lived up to its name. Moreover, the next reward was an SSS grade ability, uniquely an ice ability. Originally planning to back out, Su Qingwan's eyes sparkled upon hearing about the next reward, and her gaze towards Lin Xian turned peculiar. By the way, what's the current conquest degree? Wanner, Lin Xian, noticing Su Qingwan's strange look and demeanor, waved his hand in front of her. Su Qingwan snapped back to reality, hurriedly offered a sheepish smile to mask her abnormality, but at the same time her eyes filled with intense curiosity towards Lin Xian. Thinking of that 0.1% conquest degree, she felt inexplicably ashamed. She firmly believed there must be a glitch in the system. Otherwise, with his lecherous nature, how could there possibly be such a ridiculous result as 0.1%? My lord, I think I've twisted my foot. Could you carry me? Her eyes showed a hint of grievance, tearfully looking at Lin as if she were about to cry at any moment, yet beneath that grievance there lay a strong and stubborn spirit. Let me see. Lin Xian was puzzled, bent down and gently grasped her delicate foot, which was as tender as lard, in his hand, giving it a slight squeeze. This squeeze inadvertently made Su Qingwan let out a muffled groan, enduring the odd sensation of her foot being held. She glanced at the system's prompt. Conquest degree plus 0.1%, current conquest degree 0.2%. Hearing this, which sounded almost like a compliment, Su Qingwan's uncomfortable expression due to her foot's odd feeling eased slightly. Humph, just as I expected. This scoundrel really is a big pervert. Did my slight manipulation reveal his true nature? Su Qingwan coldly watched as Lin prepared to carry her on his back, her face showing a strategic and commanding expression. Su Qingwan clung tightly to Lin Xian's back, feeling a strange sensation against her chest that made her face turn slightly red. Despite the embarrassment, she wrapped her arms honestly around Lin Xian's neck and secured her legs around his waist. The strong masculine scent enveloped her. This was her first time being so close to a man, however, for that sliver of dignity. In her heart, she chose to endure. Conquest rate plus 0.1%, the system announced repeatedly, and as the numbers slowly increased, Su Qingwan felt a gradual relief on her face until it reached 1%. Increase, keep increasing. At this point, there was no trace of shame in her eyes, only a sense of satisfaction. But just as they were about to enter the room, the conquest rate remained stubbornly at 1% with no further increase. Her face darkened with a strong sense of dissatisfaction, and after a brief internal struggle, she ignored the blush creeping up her neck and pressed closer to Lin Xian. Feeling the increased pressure against his back, Lin Xian frowned slightly, unsure of her intentions. To Su Qingwan's surprise, Lin Xian kicked open the room door and tossed her onto the bed. "Wanner, do you like me?" he asked seriously, almost dumbfounding her. "Huh?" Su Qingwan was caught off guard by his sudden question. Before she could gather her thoughts, she saw Lin Xian sigh and say, "Wanner, I understand what's in your heart, and I think you might be getting assimilated by the Empress within you." Su Qingwan opened her mouth in disbelief, unable to comprehend the gravity of his words. "I know you like me, Wanner, but now is a crucial time. Our master has secured 3 years for us, not for us to dwell on romantic affairs." Lin Xian's expression remained calm. "And I have always seen you as a sister, not a maid." Su Qingwan's face flushed with a mix of emotions, and she was about to retort when Lin Xian's next words nearly drove her mad. "Wanner, if you truly like me, and if we both survive these 3 years, I might consider taking you as my concubine." He said this in a consoling tone, looking at the young girl who seemed on the verge of breaking down because she couldn't have his love. "Concubine?" Fury blazed in Su Qingwan's eyes, and she sat up abruptly on the bed, glaring at Lin Xian like a startled kitten. Suddenly a strange sensation came from her head, and Su Qingwan realized that Lin Xian had placed his hand on her head, gently kneading her soft hair. Her face darkened, and she almost instinctively swatted away the intrusive hand, but the next second the voice in her mind stopped her. Conquest rate plus 0.1%. Su Qingwan's expression turned odd. This scoundrel was clearly making up excuses to take advantage of her. Reluctantly, she considered stopping him, but seeing the conquest rate increasing even by a little made her hesitate. After all, the reward was substantial, and with only 3 years left, it was almost delusional to think she could grow strong enough to defeat the demon god without this system. Weighing her options for a few seconds, Su Qingwan decided to endure this moment and schemed to completely sever ties with Lin Xian once she had gained all she could from him. If increasing her strength was possible, then what were these sacrifices in comparison? With this thought, she began to see everything with indifference. In fact, to accelerate her progress, she decided to go all out. She started to craft the persona of a maid deeply in love with Lin Xian. "I just love the young master. If the young master could keep Wanner as a concubine, Wanner would be content." Watching the young girl suddenly change her usual demeanor, even developing stars in her eyes, Lin Xian felt something was amiss. He watched the scene cautiously, feeling puzzled. He knew perfectly well that this girl did not like him, often catching a glimpse of her undisguised disdain. Yet now, what was happening with those peach blossom eyes? Lin Xian was baffled, his mind racing, and finally he came to a conclusion. Could it be that Wanner truly liked him? Were those disdainful looks usually from that empress showing through? That bizarre empress was actually Wanner herself. Lin Xian felt as if he had uncovered some secret, and when he looked at Su Qingwan again, his gaze grew increasingly suspicious. "Wanner, do you really like this young master?" "Yes, young master," Su Qingwan replied sweetly, her expression infatuated. For the sake of rewards, she no longer cared about anything else. "Really?" Lin Xian was skeptical, looking left and right, eventually leaning his face close to hers. "Then Wanner, give the young master a kiss." Lin Xian always felt there was a trick somewhere, he slowly said. Then, with a reassuring look, he thought it should be fine this way. Even if she played tricks on him, there had to be a limit, right? Lin Xian suddenly felt something touch his face briefly, then it quickly disappeared. Only the lingering moisture and warmth explained what had just happened. He suddenly found his mind unable to process, standing there dumbfounded. clearly he had not expected her to actually do it. Meanwhile, after that quick peck, Su Qingwan immediately felt a surge of regret, her cheeks burning hot, wishing she could disappear into a hole right then. The system's voice echoed in her mind again, providing her some relief as she gradually forgot about that peck. Conquest level plus 1%, current conquest level, 3%. Even though the conquest level had reached 3%, she felt it was hardly worthwhile. She had gone all out, even giving away her first kiss. And yet, all she got was a slight increase. Su Qingwan's face showed signs of collapse. Inside, she cursed Lin Xian repeatedly, her expression filled with worry. Considering the current situation, she had no idea what it would take to fill up the conquest level. Su Qingwan dared not think about it, nor did she want to. If it wasn't for a chance at that SSS level ability, she wouldn't even spare him a second glance, let alone selling herself short to let this scoundrel take advantage of her. "Wanner, do you really like this young master?" Lin Xian suddenly asked, his face showing a hint of regret. "Wanner, I'm sorry, I might not even be able to offer you the position of a concubine." Su Qingwan widened her eyes, trying to read something from his expression. "Wanner, as your master, it is unseemly for a servant such as yourself to harbor such feelings towards me, let alone aspire to be a concubine." Lin Xian sighed with a hint of helplessness as he glanced at Su Qingwan's face. "Moreover, Wanner, I only see you as a sister," he said. Su Qingwan, struggling to hold back the anger in her eyes, stared coldly at him, her heart filled with scornful laughter. She knew all too well that this scoundrel was doing this on purpose, still insisting on the taboo between master and servant, claiming he always saw her as a sister. If it weren't for the voices that occasionally echoed in her mind, she might have been completely deceived by him. Biting her red lips fiercely, Su Qingwan clenched her teeth. "Even if I cannot be a concubine, I still wish to stay by your side at all times, serving you every day, master. That is my greatest desire." Lin Xian was deeply moved, his face showing a look of gratification, seemingly surprised by her devoted affection. The room gradually filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and his gaze towards Su Qingwan began to shift. The next second he saw Su Qingwan's plump and soft body suddenly pressing against him, the tender sensation of sticky rice exploding on his chest, igniting a ticklish feeling inside him. "Does master not like Wanner?" Su Qingwan buried her head in Lin Xian's chest, her voice trembling, making it difficult to discern her true feelings. The conquest percentage increased by 1%, now totaling 9.9%. Biting her lip, her restless hands suddenly embraced Lin Xian's waist, yet the conquest percentage still did not increase. Determined, her fingertips began to caress Lin Xian's waist, feeling his slight tremor. Soon a pleasant voice echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host. The target's conquest level has reached 10%. Reward, SSS Great Ability Ice Glacier Miles. The next phase 30% rewards, 10-fold cultivation increase." Su Qingwan was overjoyed, feeling the subtle changes emanating from within her body, quickly sensing the new ability that had emerged, but in the next moment her body became incredibly stiff. The reason was that a pair of hands were sliding towards her slender soft waist. "Are you really Wanner? Not some empress or something?" Lin Xian murmured softly, immediately smelling the faint fragrance of the young girl in front of him. His heart filled with confusion, but more so he wondered if today was the day he would lose his virginity after crossing over. As for Xiaomei, that didn't count, he had arrived after the fact, which somewhat displeased Lin Xian. Looking down, he saw red and white intertwined perfectly one above the other in harmony, compelling anyone to swallow their saliva. Lin Xian instinctively looked to the side and heard a soft, tingling voice next to his ear. "Young master, Wanner is just Wanner, the maid who has loved you from the very beginning." Observing the pale skin blushing faintly, Lin Xian was momentarily stunned, unable to take his eyes off her breathtaking beauty. Normally, even if Su Qingwan looked as heavenly as a fairy, Lin Xian wouldn't spare her a second glance. However, the usually cold and proud girl had become so clingy and enticing. This contrast even moved Lin Xian, a man who in his previous life was indifferent to women, but while his heart fluttered, his eyes were filled mostly with surprise. Before he knew it, his hands had moved from below to her blushing, enticing face. Su Qingwan felt her cheeks taken advantage of by this scoundrel, and anger surged within her. "Young master, it's itchy." Su Qingwan made an excuse, turning her head to move Lin Xian's hands away, trying not to let him take advantage of her. "Oh, sorry." Lin Xian scratched his head, suddenly becoming shy with the beauty in his arms, unsure of what to do next. This scene was caught by Su Qingwan, and her initial desire to scold Lin Xian 100 times suddenly shifted. Seeing his somewhat helpless gaze, a slight smile unknowingly appeared on her lips. Could it be that this scoundrel, who outwardly seemed to be a shameless libertine, was actually a naive virgin at heart? After a long while unnoticed by Lin Xian, a sly and mocking light flashed in her eyes. Even the discomfort from physical contact with Lin Xian dissipated at that moment and her actions became bolder. Breathing softly, she leaned close to Lin Xian's ear, her tone teasing. "Young master, does water smell nice?" Lin Xian's face turned awkward. To look or not to look, he didn't know what to say, and a tickling sensation occasionally brushed his ear, making him visibly flustered. Suddenly Lin Xian pushed Su Qingwan away, who was about to completely lean into him, his heart pounding uncontrollably. As a pure-hearted virgin, how could he withstand such temptation? Previously he could handle casual flirting and light teasing, but now this maid was not playing by the rules, leaving Lin Xian somewhat unable to react. Su Qingwan, seeing Lin Xian's deflated appearance, felt immensely satisfied, even beginning to fall for this bizarre feeling. Gradually their roles seemed to have switched silently. Now Su Qingwan had become the predator, eyeing the lamb before her, slowly revealing her fierce fangs. "Young master, why do you push water away?" she pursued relentlessly, while Lin Xian backed away step by step, seemingly still unable to recover. Water had long admired the young master, and each time she was by his side she couldn't help wanting to hug him, to breathe in his scent. Yet why did he still push her away? "Young master, please hold water." Su Qingwan looked mockingly at Lin Xian's disheveled state, her expression growing increasingly bold and marvelous, as if all the grievances of the past few months had been swept away in this moment. With a thud, Lin Xian realized that somehow he had been cornered to the edge of the bed by a mere maid. Observing the slight teasing expression on her face, Lin Xian was suddenly taken aback. How had he been frightened by her? After all, he was supposed to be the predator and she the innocent bunny. Once he understood his own stance, Lin Xian regained his composure, no longer panicking as Su Qingwan slowly approached him step by step. "Young master, what's wrong? Do you not like water?" Su Qingwan giggled, inching closer to Lin Xian. However, she failed to notice that Lin Xian's body suddenly leaned forward, bringing their bodies to within a hair's breadth of each other, even their breathing rhythms clearly palpable. Su Qingwan instinctively stiffened, her face flushing red, but quickly recalling Lin Xian's deflated appearance, she proudly thrust out her chest as if to say, "I'm standing right here, what can you do about it?" The Lin Xian slightly bowed his head, faintly seeing the white crevice. Faced with his maid's brazen challenge, he no longer held back. Suddenly he wrapped his arms around her waist, turned her around with a swift motion, and with a forceful push pinned Su Qingwan onto the bed. The two immediately assumed an extremely ambiguous position. Su Qingwan lay on the bed with Lin Xian pressing on top of her, their noses barely touching, and he could even see her neatly arranged eyelashes. "Ah!" Su Qingwan suddenly screamed, her face turning into a panic, trying to struggle but finding Lin Xian firmly holding her down. "Waner, are you trying to provoke me? Do you really think I wouldn't dare to do something?" Lin Xian breathed softly into her ear. "Young master, I was wrong, please let Waner go," she pleaded. "Let you go? What about my little brother then? This is all Waner's fault." Lin Xian lowered his head and captured her sensual cherry lips, wildly taking what he wanted. Under her suddenly shrinking pupils, Su Qingwan frantically pounded on Lin Xian's back, the heavy masculine scent overwhelming her senses, her brain going blank. Suddenly a tingling sensation on her tongue made her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Even the hands hitting Lin Xian stopped abruptly. Only then did she realize that she had really gone too far this time, even giving her first kiss to this scoundrel. Su Qingwan suddenly glared, summoning strength from nowhere, and pushed Lin Xian away, who was lost in their intimate embrace. Panting heavily, tears brimmed in her eyes as she looked utterly aggrieved. Lin Xian had nearly suffocated her moments ago. "Qingwan, my dear." Lin Xian calmed down, his remorse growing as he gazed at her, her beauty reminiscent of pear blossoms in the rain, yet the lingering sweetness on his lips made him unconsciously lick them, his hands involuntarily clenching as he muttered, "How can it be so sweet, so soft?" Furious, Su Qingwan's body shook uncontrollably, ignoring even the rewards flashing in her mind. "I really couldn't hold back." Lin Xian stepped forward, attempting to apologize. Su Qingwan crossed her arms and shouted, "Stay back." "All right, I won't come closer. Take a moment to calm down," Lin Xian responded, his face a mix of apology and helplessness, internally complaining, "Wasn't it you who tempted me first? Why change your attitude so quickly?" Minutes swiftly passed and Su Qingwan's heaving chest slowly steadied. She noticed the system rewards and the rapid increase in her vitality and cultivation speed slightly eased her discomfort. Yet she couldn't hide her disdain for Lin Xian. Qingwan, Lin Xin ventured cautiously. Before she could reply, a commotion outside suddenly drew their attention. Lin Xian, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of Su Qingwan's charming body, abruptly turned his gaze toward the dim sunset outside the window. The noise grew louder until a disciple burst into the room, panic-stricken. "Young master, trouble. The Fong family, leading many clans, has come to our Lin family's doorstep to demand you in exchange for peace." Lin Xian's brows furrowed deeply. He hadn't expected the Fong family to act so swiftly upon learning of his father's disappearance. Without further ado, he hurried to the Lin family's entrance, leaving the flirty banter behind. Su Qingwan, seeing Lin Xian about to face such peril, wouldn't miss any opportunity to witness his defeat and quickly followed. Outside the Lin family's gates, a dark mass of people stood ominously like an army poised to flatten the Lin estate. "Lin Zhang, you scoundrel, come out!" a voice boomed with rage across the space. "Fong Xiaotian, what brings you and so many clans from the capital to our doorstep?" Lin Xiao demanded, glaring fiercely from midair. "What brings us?" A Fong Xiaotian burst into laughter, pointing at Lin Xiao. "What brings us?" Fong Xiaotian's voice grew fierce as he spoke. "You, the Lin family, surely know better than anyone. I've said before that I, Fong Xiaotian, would make a comeback one day to avenge my son. I am here today to take the life of his son." Watching Fong Xiaotian's arrogant demeanor, Lin Xiao rebuked him angrily. "Fong Xiaotian, do you realize what you are doing? Just hours ago, Blue Star underwent a battle of life and death. If it weren't for the 9 ninth-tier powerhouses who fought to the brink of unconsciousness, Blue Star wouldn't have gained 3 years of breathing space. And now you bring a crowd to challenge my Lin family. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" "Divine retribution? Ha!" Fong Xiaotian laughed uncontrollably, his face showing impatience. "Lin Xiao, you really have grown old. Can't you see the situation clearly?" Mockery filled his eyes. 3 years, just 3 years. Even if you break through to the 9th tier in these 3 years, what then? The demon god possesses the cultivation of a great emperor. Didn't you see that even the 9 ninth tier powerhouses couldn't withstand a single move from him? Exactly because of this, we humans should unite instead of behaving as you are now. Lin Xiao's thin face showed a trace of righteousness. Fong Xiaotian laughed again, causing Lin Xiao to look troubled. Lin Xiao, you really have become senile. Humanity has no hope left. Can't you see that? 3 years, do you think you can conjure a great emperor out of thin air in 3 years? His voice was full of sarcasm, yet it was incredibly realistic. Impossible. Not just 3 years, even in 300 years, it's uncertain whether Blue Star can produce a great emperor. Below a great emperor, all are mere ants. Do you think just by humans uniting we can avert the crisis 3 years later? Stop dreaming. Blue Star is doomed to destruction. Suddenly Fong Xiaotian's expression turned fierce, and he looked at Lin Xiao with a somewhat ferocious face. 3 years, just 3 years left. Why shouldn't I, Fong Xiaotian, live freely for once? In these last days I shall do whatever I want. He suddenly seemed quite spirited, his whole body exuding an air of loftiness. Moreover, now that there are no 9th-tier powerhouses left, my strength as a peak 8th-tier martial artist makes me the king of this world. Who can stop me from doing what I want? As soon as he finished speaking, the family leaders following him also began to stir up emotions, talking about indulging themselves recklessly before the world ends. Lin Zhao's face immediately became extremely solemn. He hadn't expected that these people had completely been misled by Fong Xiaotian. Fong Xiaotian, your actions will definitely be resisted by everyone. When the time comes, both the other 2 major families in the alliance will surely join forces to eliminate you pests first. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Xiao spoke, Fong Xiaotian's followers suddenly became somewhat panicked and the discussions grew noisy. Lin Xiao questioned, at a critical moment of life and death, what do people do first? Do they huddle together to keep warm and face death together? No, it's not. People will first think about how they can survive to the end. People are selfish. Once their own lives are threatened, who will care about these messy affairs? Fong Xiaotian's words instantly calmed the minds of the people behind him, removing their hesitations. Seeing that the time was right, he no longer delayed. His body began to emit the oppressive aura of a peak 8th rank martial artist, heavily pressing down on Lin Zhao's slender physique. Why hasn't that old fox Lin Zhang shown himself yet? Could it be that he is scared? Fong Xiaotian exclaimed. To deal with you, I, Lin Xiao, am enough. Lin Xiao stared at him coldly, his face resolute, ready to face death. Now that the family head was not present, he had to step forward. Fine, I'll kill you first, then go after his son. Fong Xiaotian's hands formed an empty grip, and suddenly a palm imprint containing a terrifying aura materialized, swinging towards Lin Xiao. Family head. The four elders at the side were shocked, but they quickly joined Lin Xiao in action, and together the five of them barely managed to neutralize the palm strike. Watching the five of them in disarray, Feng Xiaotian suddenly thought of something and burst into wild laughter. Family head? When did the Lin family change their head? Could it be that Lin Zhang died on that foreign battlefield? Nonsense. The position of family head of the Lin family is only temporarily held by me, Lin Xiao, until the family head returns to the Lin family, and then naturally, the position will be transferred, Lin Xiao said solemnly, though in his heart he had already guessed that Lin Zhang might have encountered misfortune, but still he showed a calm demeanor. Feng Xiaotian sneered, having somewhat guessed the situation, and suddenly turned his head towards the people behind him and loudly declared, now that Lin Zhang's fate is unknown, no one in the Lin family can stand against me. Once we take down the Lin family, you can choose any cultivation resources from within. Hurrah, Master Feng is wise. I knew it. With the end of the world imminent, following Master Feng is the wisest decision. If we can destroy the Lin family this time, the resources obtained might even help me break through to the 7th rank of martial artists. The crowd's morale soared, ready to surge forward like a tidal wave towards the Lin family. Kill! Someone shouted, and in an instant countless auras rose up, forming a massive force rushing towards the Lin family. All disciples of the Lin family, follow me into battle. Lin Zhao's eyes narrowed into slits, his expression growing more solemn. Lin Xiao, I advise you not to struggle. Feng Xiaotian looked at the 5 people in front of him with disdain. Among the 5-inch, only you are a high-level 8th rank martial artist, the rest are all mid-level 8th rank. What do you have to fight me with? Or are you still pinning your hopes on the elder of the Lin family? Feng Xiaotian's lips curled into a cold smirk. Lin Xiao and the elders of his clan suddenly felt a bad premonition. Feng Xiaotian's eyes revealed a hint of cunning as he declared, that's right, your Lin family's supreme elders have already been held up by my Feng family's ancestors. I believe you will soon see their corpses. The 5 elders were instantly enraged, their eyes filled with anger and unwillingness as they stared at Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian, don't be too arrogant. If our family head were here, he would definitely make you pay a terrible price. One of the elders standing next to Lin Xiao said with a face full of loathing and eyes glaring straight at him. With a cold snort, Feng Xiaotian quickly approached the elder, his hand gripping the elder's throat. Relying on that old fool who now is uncertain between life and death, he slightly tightened his grip and faint blue veins could be seen on the elder's neck. 5 elders, Lin Xiao shouted, rushing towards Feng Xiaotian, desperate to save him. However, Feng Xiaotian did not even spare him a glance, merely swatting him away with a casual slap that sent him flying, continuously tightening his grip amidst the elder's fierce struggle. There was a sickening crack as he brutally crushed the elder's throat bone. Don't worry, your turn is coming soon, he sneered devilishly, turning towards Lin Xiao with a demonic grin. Feeling the terrifying aura creeping towards him, Lin Xiao instantly felt like he was facing a great enemy, his body breaking out in cold sweat. Just as he thought to retreat, that terrifying aura immediately followed, striking him in the chest. With a crack, his breastbone split instantly, and he was sent flying back through the gates, landing in the Lin family courtyard. Instantly, all the Lin family disciples fighting stopped to gaze at the gruesome scene, their hearts chilling as they saw how easily their leader was defeated. Family head, someone cried out just before several bodies thudded to the ground. They were 4 of the Lin family elders. The Lin family is indeed in decline. With only this much strength, Feng Xiaotian said as he slowly walked toward the fallen, no one daring to approach given his demonstrated ruthlessness. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Oh, isn't this the Lin family's sword saint? What, do you too wish to die? Feng Xiaotian mocked. Through his ghostly mask, his cold and sharp eyes stared intently. Uncle Lin did not speak but slowly drew a sword from his side. The sheath was new, but the sword itself was dull and rusted, lacking any luster. What kind of broken sword is this? Not only was Feng Xiaotian speechless, but everyone else was also somewhat incredulous. Such a broken sword, it seemed worse than a useless sword covered in scars from decades of use. Why would he bring such a ruined sword to a fight? With a fierce swing of his sword, the palm imprint was easily shattered. A sword spirit. Feng Xiaotian glanced at the rusty sword, noticing a faint green figure shimmering on it, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Everyone around was stunned by the sight, watching the wisps of green smoke slowly rising. It was indeed a sword spirit. It was truly deserving of the name Sword Saint of the capital as attributed to Uncle Lin. It was said that only the true master of the sword could see its spirit, and today's revelation lived up to the reputation. However, could such a rusty sword really nurture a sword spirit? This scene was also witnessed by Lin Xian and Su Qingwan, who were equally surprised. Fang Xiaotian suddenly began to applaud, his face showing a trace of admiration. Truly worthy of the title Sword Saint of the capital to have actually nurtured a sword spirit, he said, but then his expression turned chilling as he smiled coldly, his hands gathering a massive amount of energy. Unfortunately, he continued, you are merely an 8th tier junior and it seems you have just advanced. With a sudden flash, he quickly moved in front of Uncle Lin, a deadly aura filling every pore of his body. Uncle Lin's sword, rusted and worn, hummed softly as it was placed against his chest to block the incoming energy. However, the power was too overwhelming. Within seconds he felt immense pressure and even the sword in his hand began to tremble, showing signs of slipping from his grasp. I said this is where it ends. Fang Xiaotian roared, his aura surging once more, pouring all the strength of an 8th tier peak into the rusty sword. With a loud bang, a figure was suddenly sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Uncle Lin. From a distance, seeing Uncle Lin falling and continuously spitting blood, Lin Xian's heart tightened and he quickly rushed to his side. After supporting the battered body of Uncle Lin, Lin Xian realized how severely injured he was. Not only was his chest caved in significantly, but even his vital energies were greatly disturbed. Upon recognizing who had come to help, a weak voice emerged from beneath the blood-stained mask. Young master, hurry, get away, Lin Xian. It was indeed effortless. Fang Xiaotian laughed wildly, his eyes undisguised with murderous intent. Lin Xian moved Uncle Lin to a corner and slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene. The courtyard was mostly filled with the bodies of Lin family disciples lying in pools of blood, while occasional cries of agony echoed around. Lin Xian silently observed the tragic scene, his eyes filled with despair, ultimately turning towards the instigator of all this devastation. Fang Xiaotian, you must die. Lin Xian's face was cold and indifferent, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light. 9 golden lotuses emerged around him, continuously revolving as his aura surged wildly. At that moment he achieved a breakthrough. 3rd tier peak, ancient holy body? It was indeed surprising. It seemed that he must be killed today. Fang Xiaotian's eyes flickered with apprehension. Such terrifying talent could not be left unchecked, especially since Lin Xian had killed his son. With this thought, Fang Xiaotian no longer held back. He threw a punch at Lin Xian with such speed that Lin Xian couldn't react in time. Just as the fist was about to hit his solid chest, a figure suddenly blocked it, giving Lin Xian a moment to breathe. Uncle Lin. Seeing the blurred figure, Lin Xian's nose tingled with emotion. Immediately Lin Xian pulled out the edgeless sword from his waist. A drop of blood fell from his fingertip onto the blade, instantly igniting the 9 azure lotuses surrounding him. A faint golden light traced the patterns on the blade, revealing a hint of mystery. Hurried, go, Uncle Lin's weak voice came, snapping Lin Xian out of his heated brain. He immediately retreated, trying to leave. None of you will escape, you will all die here. Uncle Lin was sent flying again, barely holding on to his breath, but still trying to crawl towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's heart suddenly ached and a sense of impending death enveloped him. Instinctively he used his sword to block in front of him, and immediately a tremendous force seemed almost to shatter his arms. If it weren't for this imperial sword, he might have exploded on the spot. In an instant, cracking sounds came from his arms, seeming like the sounds of bones breaking. Lin Xian hurriedly ignited the chaotic azure lotuses. 1 by 1 inch up to 9 chaotic azure lotuses shattered violently, and even his body began to crack, numerous fissures emerging all over as if he would break apart the next moment. With the sacrifice of the 9 chaotic azure lotuses, the imperial sword seemed to respond, its originally silver-white blade turning a profound cyan. The blade also emitted an extremely pleasing resonant sound, forcibly pushing Fang Xiaotian back several steps. How is it possible that the imperial sword responded? You're just a 3rd-tier martial artist, how could you possibly activate this imperial weapon? Fang Xiaotian's face was filled with disbelief as he suddenly realized the truth. So you didn't hesitate to destroy your holy body to drive this imperial sword? I underestimated you. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and surprise. To withstand an 8th-tier peak with a 3rd-tier body, and to even push him back. However, at this moment, Uncle Lin, lying on the ground, wasn't so happy but looked worriedly at the cracks covering Lin Xian's body. This fool, he actually destroyed his holy body. Does he not fear that he will never be able to cultivate again? Seeing Lin Xian's miserable state, even the cracks on his face resembling broken porcelain, his heart felt not only some relief but also anger. Lin, even if you activated this imperial sword, it doesn't change the fact that you are a 3rd-tier martial artist. I fear in a few seconds your body won't be able to withstand the power of the imperial sword and it will shatter. Fang Xiaotian said disdainfully, a sneer appearing on his lips. Is that so? but to slay you it is enough." During their conversation, Lin Xian swung his sword at Fang Xiaotian, now imbued with the essence of the divine body. The emperor's sword faintly exuded an imperial might, paralyzing Fang Xiaotian, who couldn't move an inch. Fang Xiaotian's heart raced with terror, his eyes filled with confusion and shock, unable to understand how he, a mere third-tier martial artist, could withstand the power of the emperor's sword. He could only watch helplessly as the sword aimed straight for his heart. However, at that moment Lin Xian's body shuddered violently, a piece of cracked skin fell off his face and hit the ground, but he quickly steadied himself. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xiaotian twisted his body, and in the next instant with a puff the blade passed through him unimpeded, but instead of striking his heart the sword deviated and pierced his left shoulder. At this point Lin Xian's consciousness began to blur. The crisp sound of breaking like ceramic pieces came from his body as fragments slowly fell off. Half of his face had become hollow, and similar hollows appeared all over his body like an empty shell waiting for the pieces to fall, signaling his impending demise. Coughing, Fang Xiaotian couldn't help but say, "I must admit you are the most reckless person I have ever met, and perhaps the only third-tier martial artist in history who almost slew an eighth-tier peak martial artist." As Lin Xian's consciousness faded, Fang Xiaotian kicked him away and pulled out the emperor's sword, gripping it tightly. However, the strong repulsion from the sword forced him to drop it, blood seeping from his mouth, his face pale. Looking at Lin Xian, his eyes were filled with both fear and deep resentment and regret. "It's a pity you were born in the wrong era, you are destined to die here today." He endured the pain, gathering a powerful force in his right hand, and blasted it towards Lin Xian's battered body. Everyone saw the strike, charged with the power of an eighth-tier peak martial artist, hit Lin Xian squarely. How could this be? Su Qingwan, standing to the side, felt her heart quiver just from the force of the energy. Watching Lin Xian's broken body, an inexplicable pain twisting in her heart, she touched her chest in disbelief, her face showing a trace of confusion. Why should she worry about this scoundrel? It would be better if he were dead. As she thought more about it, the voice in her heart grew softer, her eyes filled with confusion, and the pain intensified again. Thump, thump, thump. Su Qingwan's heart began to beat erratically, and the next moment a dazzling light burst forth from Lin Xian's body. Then with a loud bang, a terrifying explosion engulfed the entire courtyard, creating a crater tens of meters wide centered around Lin Xian. Her thoughts suddenly stalled and she stood rooted to the spot, utterly lost, not knowing why her heart was in such pain. Beside her, Uncle Lin lay on the ground, barely conscious, unable to bear the sight of such a tragic scene. He closed his eyes. "Son, your father has finally avenged you." Fang Xiaotian stared at the huge pit, a manic laugh escaping his lips, but in the next second his expression sharpened as he looked into the pit, only to find no trace of Lin Xian's body. How could this be? Was he obliterated to the point of leaving no ash behind? He hurried to the bottom of the pit, and after a thorough inspection his eyes suddenly grew cold, his fists cracking. He couldn't sense even a trace of Lin Xian's presence. A mere third-tier martial artist had escaped right under his nose. This was an utter disgrace. The crowd, noticing Fang Xiaotian's unusual behavior, also looked towards the pit and were equally astonished to find no corpse of Lin Xian. While some rejoiced, others were in despair. "Humph! What an idiot!" Su Qingwan choked out, her voice laced with anger. Unbeknownst to her, her exquisite face was already streaked with tears, which continued to slide down her cheeks. "Humph! Even if you escaped, so what? Hit by my full force, even if you don't die, you'll end up crippled for life, never able to cultivate again." Fang Xiaotian sneered menacingly, no longer concerned about Lin Xian's whereabouts, as if death itself hung over him like a blade. His gaze then shifted crazily towards Uncle Lin and the others lying on the ground. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in a dark, damp cave, a violent cough suddenly echoed. "Cough, cough, are you all right?" A woman with a gentle face and a knowledgeable voice supported the young man in front of her, concern evident in her eyes. The young man slowly opened his eyes, the weakness in his body making even this simple act difficult. In a haze, he felt darkness fill his pupils, a blurry figure in front of him raising doubts in his mind, but before he could speak he lost consciousness. Drip, drip, the cave fell silent save for the sound of water dripping from the ceiling, filling the space with its presence. In the damp darkness, Song Yuyan's gentle face grew serious. As a sliver of light from the cave's entrance illuminated the space, she gradually looked towards Lin Xian. Upon seeing his body riddled with holes as if he were a patchwork doll filled with countless cracks and half of his parts scattered, leaving only an empty shell, her eyes filled with shock. His entire body was like a horror scene, all meridians broken, cultivation gone, not a trace of his holy body left, even his physical form was maimed. It was a miracle he was alive at all. Song Yuyan was surprised, yet a hint of bewilderment crossed her eyes. Despite having been struck by a peak 8th tier martial artist, why was there not a single trace left on him? After a moment of suspicion, Song Yuyan looked at Lin Xian, who was barely breathing, hesitating briefly. A resolve appeared in her eyes. This is what I owe you. 2.5 hours later, a drop of water suddenly fell on Lin Xian's pale face. His eyes slowly opened, and it was only then, under the faint sunlight streaming down from above, that he realized he was in a cave. Strange, how did I end up here? Lin Xian wondered, his head throbbing. Instinctively he looked at his reflection in the water beneath him, and his pupils shrank in shock. Are you awake? A voice sounded, immediately putting Lin Xian on alert. The next second, a beautiful figure entered his line of sight. Before he had time to ponder what was happening, the woman in front of him began to speak slowly. I saved you. Lin Xian then recognized the exceptionally beautiful woman with a slightly flushed face. Song Yuyan, you saved me? As he looked at her with a skeptical expression, Song Yuyan was not surprised. After all, rescuing someone right under the nose of an 8th stage martial artist was nearly impossible unless she was a 9th stage powerhouse or higher, which she clearly was not. I have 5 special abilities, one of which is an SSS tier teleportation anchor that can instantly transport us tens of thousands of miles away, Song Yuyan explained calmly, her face showing no signs of deceit. Teleportation anchor. Lin Xian was astonished, also showing some confusion in his eyes. Seeing Lin Xian's puzzlement, Song Yuyan patiently explained, although the teleportation anchor is powerful, it has significant limitations. For instance, it can only be used once every 3 months, and it's also random. She looked around at the damp, dark cave and smiled. We're actually quite lucky. As for saving you, it was simply because you saved my sister. Song Yuyan, do not leave debts unpaid. Her eyes shimmered with a gentle yet shy light, catching Lin Xian off guard. He suddenly remembered the scene where he had saved Song Yanyan at school, and his face became visibly moved. It had been a trivial effort for him, yet she had rescued him from an 8th stage fighter. Thank you. Also, it's not that my Song family didn't come to help you, but because we too had troublemakers at our door which prevented us from helping your Lin family, Song Yuyan suddenly said earnestly to Lin Xian. Lin Xian found himself torn between laughter and tears. He had never blamed the Song family. Whether they came or not, he was grateful for their choice. He was never one to be unreasonably demanding. Filled with gratitude, Lin Xian intended to bow in thanks, but noticed a large hole in his chest, revealing an abyssal darkness as if he was truly made of pieces. The only difference now was that the cracks that once covered his body had unexpectedly disappeared, presenting the current appearance of Lin Xian. On his face, chest, arms and legs, there were several black holes that seemed to vanish into thin air, particularly on the left half of his face, which was as dark as ink, forming a stark contrast to the right side. At first glance, his appearance was extremely terrifying. He realized that not only had his sacred body disappeared, but his cultivation had also been completely wiped out, reducing him to an ordinary person. Was this the price for forcibly using the Emperor's sword? Lin Xian gave a bitter smile, his face showing a trace of fatigue, and then turned ashen. Song Yuyan sighed and stood silently beside him without speaking. After a moment, Lin Xian seemed to think of something, and a hint of ecstasy suddenly appeared in his eyes. He realized he wasn't left with nothing. At the crucial moment, he clearly felt the terrifying strike from Feng Xiaotian hit him, yet it did not cause him much harm, and the next second he found himself here. Immunity? Yes, I still have a special ability. With a glint in his eyes and a puzzled look on Song Yuyan's face, Lin Xian suddenly exclaimed, my cultivation has returned, my cultivation has returned. However, there was still no change after a long time. How is this possible? This can't be. My cultivation, why hasn't it returned? No, I must be doing something wrong. Lin Xian suddenly began to rant as if he had gone mad. Although I destroyed my sacred body, it should soon regenerate and grow anew. The next second, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped Lin Xian's entire body. Before he could rejoice, the force vanished into thin air, leaving Lin Xian pale and trembling. As a transmigrator, my cultivation should recover quickly and my sacred body should regenerate automatically. No, it can't be useless. Lin Xian looked utterly terrified, his whole body curling up. Since his transmigration, this was the first time he faced such a desperate situation. Even the words of truth were of no use. Uncle Lin Wanner, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Seeing Lin Xian suddenly becoming delusional, Song Yuyan thought he was unable to accept the reality of becoming useless. She couldn't bear to see him like this, so she spoke to comfort him. Lin, don't be like this. Even if you can't cultivate, I've heard that you are also very talented in the way of the sword. Perhaps one day you could become a great figure like a sword saint and the Lin family will be fine. Lin Xian slowly lifted his head, his eyes somewhat hollow. Is the Lin family really fine? Somehow, when Song Yuyan saw those eyes filled with despair and pain, her heart softened. Yes, the alliance has intervened, and I believe the Lin family will be fine soon. Song Yuyan's gaze suddenly shifted. It was the first time she had lied, but now she felt she had no other choice. Lin Xin gradually calmed down, hope reigniting in his eyes. Although he had lost all his cultivation, perhaps because he had wielded the Emperor's sword, he sensed a trace of the sword's imperial aura within him. Unknowingly, he had also stepped into the stage of merging the form with the soul, the sword soul. Feeling it carefully, Lin Xian realized that his current sword intent could even attack at the level of the soul. Lin Xian's eyes no longer showed signs of despair, instead they became sharp. He looked at the weak light above his head and quickly adjusted his mindset. Miss Song, I don't know where we are, but the dark and damp environment here is hardly a place to stay any longer. It's time to leave this place. Song Yuyan was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Xian to adjust so quickly. Alright, she replied. She had been worried. Although she had just managed to stabilize his collapsing sanctified body, he was supposed to be very weak. However, seeing Lin Xian leap out of the cave in a single bound, she realized she might have been overly concerned. The two quickly exited the cave and were greeted by a desolate wilderness, causing Song Shirua's face to instantly display a grave expression. Could this be the wilderness? Lin Xian wondered, looking at the desolate landscape which seemed completely unfamiliar. The wilderness? What place is that? Song Yuyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She had heard rumors that the wilderness was at the boundary of the blue star, beyond which lay the barbaric lands that connected with the human territories. Reaching the wilderness meant arriving at the very edge of the blue star. Legend had it that this area was inhabited by forbidden beasts, and no one knew their cultivation levels or why they had always lived there. However, one thing was certain: if they encountered a forbidden beast, their fate would be grim. Lin Xian was surprised. He hadn't expected such a place to exist on the blue star and was immediately curious, continuously scanning the surroundings. However, it seemed as though there was no sign of life, not to mention any forbidden beasts. Seeing Lin Xian not too worried, Song Yuyan reminded him, in any case, it's better to be cautious. Lin Xian nodded, and they both started moving forward. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, both of them felt noticeably tired, yet there was no sign of leaving this desolate land. Everywhere they looked, there was nothing but vast stretches of barren wasteland. This can't go on, not to mention how vast this place is, but wandering aimlessly could drive one to despair, let alone if we actually encounter any forbidden beasts, Lin Xian thought. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze fixed on a strangely conspicuous withered tree in the distance. Somewhat transfixed as he walked towards it, Song Yuyan hurried after him, unsure of what Lin Xian was planning to do. Suddenly a sharp sword aura appeared in Lin Xian's hand, and with a swift motion he cleanly sliced the tree at its base. The inside of the tree, revealing its fresh growth rings, was clearly visible. One could easily count the 10 rings, which completely contradicted the tree's withered exterior. Something was off. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he began to look around with increased vigilance. Song Yuyan also noticed something amiss. She had initially thought it was just an old withered tree, but after Lin Xian had cut into it, the inside appeared unexpectedly fresh. This prompted her too to become wary of this strange place. At that moment, a burst of laughter rang out. The sound seemed like children at play, yet it was unlike any human voice, playful and eerie. Fun, giggle, come play with me.